Ling Mo has traversed into the world of the Saiyan Prince Vegeta, and upon arriving on Earth, he discovers that his little partner, Bulma, is utterly delightful. Upon encountering the cat sage, Bulma exclaims, "Look, a big fat cat." Vegeta covers his face in embarrassment. Spotting Bulma shouts, "Look, a black charcoal ball." Once again, Vegeta conceals his face. However, in a future timeline, Trunks inexplicably miscalculates his time travel. The future Trunks remarks, "Dad, why are you so short? Are you still on milk?" Vegeta responds with silence. Vegeta travels to the future world, but upon returning to his original timeline, he finds that RATZ and another are invading Earth. RATZ questions, "Vegeta, why is your hair turned yellow?" Naba strokes his chin, saying, "To be honest, yellow-haired Vegeta looks quite handsome." Chapter 1. Transmigration into Vegeta. Summation. This is a commercial planet, protected by the Frisia forces, where various alien races engage in trade. In a tavern, RATZ, "Do you feel that Vegeta is a bit different? Is he? Look over there." Following Naba's gaze, RATZ spots a little boy teasing an elf girl. "What a beautiful lady, give me a smile. Here, this is my tip." Witnessing this scene, RATZ cannot help but swallow hard. He does seem a bit different. Naba scratches his head, puzzled. After Vegeta got hit on the head by Chio, he changed like this. "Do you think he has become foolish? However, you're the one who's foolish." Vegeta approaches, lightly tapping the ground with his toes, causing himself to float up and sit on a stool over a meter high. "Bring me a cappuccino." "Certainly, please wait a moment." The green-skinned server at the counter begins to prepare it, and once completed, says, "Enjoy." Gulp gulp. Vegeta drinks the entire cup of cappuccino in an instant, and upon finishing, lets out a loud burp, leaving both the server and RATZ utterly speechless. "My apologies, I drank too much just now. I need to use the restroom." Vegeta chuckles and then leaves his seat. After he departs, RATZ and Naba exchange glances and simultaneously declare, "He really has become foolish." Vegeta enters the restroom, and the dazed look in his eyes suddenly sharpens. I never expected to traverse into the world of Dragon Ball, and it's 2 years after the explosion of Planet Vegeta. Vegeta looks down at his small hands, realizing they belong to a child of about 7 or 8 years old. Dragon Ball is a comic series created by Niao Shu, which later became an anime. Each character is vividly portrayed, such as Suin Wukong's innocence, Vegeta's pride, and Bulma's beauty. Nevertheless, compared to the two protagonists, Suin Wukong and Vegeta, he finds himself more enamored with Bulma. Why? Because he is a man, and a 20-year-old virgin at that. Bulma is not only beautiful and adorable, but also exceptionally intelligent, the daughter of Earth's wealthiest individual, making her the epitome of a rich and beautiful woman. It is only natural for any man to be smitten by her charms, and he is no exception. I once fantasized about traversing into the world of Dragon Ball, where I could meet my goddess. To my astonishment, I found myself inexplicably transported to that realm, transformed into the future husband of Bulma. Such extraordinary fortune compelled me to ponder whether I had saved the galaxy in my previous life. I must find a way to leave this place and reach Earth. Vegeta thought to himself, Earth not only possesses the art of controlling ki and the miraculous sense of beings, but, most importantly, it harbors the one he cherishes most. With a plan solidified, Vegeta stepped out of the restroom, passing by Raditz and his companion. Nappa curiously inquired, "Vegeta, where are you headed?" "Off to flirt." Without glancing back, Vegeta exited the tavern. He must be truly foolish. The two exchanged glances, momentarily stunned. As Vegeta emerged from the tavern, the bustling sounds of the commercial street filled the air. To leave planet Sadala, he needed to reach the spaceship docking center and board his own ship. Vegeta was aware that the scanner was equipped with a Frisia listening device, and he had to destroy it before heading to Earth. Otherwise, Frisia's forces would be alerted to his every move. The street was abuzz with activity, and Vegeta's presence sparked chatter among the extraterrestrial onlookers. "Isn't that Vegeta? I heard he was born with a battle power of 1,000, a genius Saiyan." Genius. Compared to Lord Chio, he's nothing but a waste. In the past, Vegeta would have erupted with rage at such remarks, even contemplating violence. Yet, he seemed impervious to the taunts, walking past with an air of calm. This caught the attention of Chio, who was nearby, eagerly anticipating a spectacle. Chio barked, "Halt!" Vegeta continued his stride. "I said stop. Did you not hear me?" Chio swiftly positioned himself in front of Vegeta. Vegeta halted, his expression icy, unchanged from his usual demeanor. Chio had grown weary of these Saiyan monkeys who, despite lacking strength, exhibited such arrogance. With a disdainful smirk, he remarked, 5,000 battle power? Is this the extent of the Saiyan Prince? He prepared himself for a confrontation, confident in his 7,000 battle power, especially after having previously trounced Vegeta. Chiao-E felt no trepidation. Historically, Vegeta would have leapt up, bellowing threats of retribution. However, Vegeta's subsequent action left Chiao-E utterly astonished. I cannot compare to you, Lord Chiao-E. You are truly remarkable. Vegeta flattered him, stepping closer and giving a light pat on his shoulder. With your unparalleled genius, you will undoubtedly enter the Jinyu Force. Upon hearing these words, Chiao-E raised his chin, feeling gratified and adopting an air of entitlement. That is certainly the case. Since you are so perceptive, I shall. Before Chiao-E could finish, an alien interrupted. Lord Chiao-E, BB Vegeta has left. What? Chiao-E's eyes widened in shock as he realized Vegeta had vanished without a trace. Cursed Vegeta, do not think you can escape. The spaceship docking center lay in the western part of planet Sadala. Vegeta unleashed a surge of white energy, propelling himself toward the docking center. Upon arrival, he found the area filled with ships, most belonging to merchants who had arrived on Sadala. Recalling his memories, Vegeta approached a small, round spaceship. Nearby were several identical models. He recognized 2 vessels belonging to Raditz and the others, and one belonging to Chiao-E. Ah, Chiao-E, allow me to present you with a grand gift. Vegeta grinned mischievously, glancing around to ensure no one was watching, before sneaking to the back of Chiao-E's ship. With a powerful punch, he struck, creating a massive dent. He then boarded his own ship, programmed the controls, and the vessel soared into the sky. Watching the ground recede, Vegeta muttered, Nappa, Raditz, do not blame this prince for abandoning you. One day, you will understand. After departing from planet Sadala, it was not long before Chiao-E arrived at the docking center, cursing vehemently. Curse Vegeta, when next we meet, I shall make you pay. After half an hour of invective, Chiao-E finally remembered Frieza's summons and rushed to return. He boarded his ship and activated the controls. A flash of fire erupted as the ship ascended into the air. Suddenly, the vessel's engines cut out, plummeting straight down. Boom! The ship crashed to the ground, resulting in a tremendous explosion. Ah, who tampered with my ship? A furious roar echoed throughout the docking center. Chapter 2. The father-in-law aids in the creation of the gravity chamber. A brilliant white light streaked across the pitch-black cosmos, a fleeting glimpse of brilliance. Inside the spacecraft lay Vegeta, acutely aware that the probe contained listening devices from Frieza's forces. Should he fail to obliterate it, Frieza would track his every move, no matter where he fled. After destroying the probe, Vegeta remained uneasy, fearing that his own vessel had been tampered with. Consequently, he commandeered another ship amidst the vastness of space, annihilated his original craft, and set his course for Earth. Earth. 6 months had elapsed. A spacecraft cleaved through the heavens, and an ominous presence suddenly enveloped the skies above Earth, as if a legion of hellish demons had descended upon the realm of mortals. The moment such a terrifying aura manifested, it captured the attention of Karin Tower and the Divine Temple. How frightful! It was unimaginable that such a monster could exist in this world. Beside Karin, the cat sage pulled a white handkerchief from seemingly nowhere and wiped the sweat from his brow. The overall combat power on Earth was not high, and 2 centuries prior, the catastrophic events involving Demon King Piccolo had transpired. Fortunately, the formidable Master Roshi had been there to thwart the devastation wrought by Piccolo. Yet, the malevolence radiating from the child in the sky dwarfed that of the Demon King, akin to the disparity between an ant and an elephant. To liken Piccolo to an ant was already a generous comparison. Presently, the strongest warrior on Earth remained Master Roshi. But could he truly stand against that child? Contemplating this, the cat sage could not help but glance toward the void above. Following his gaze through the dense clouds led to an eerily silent expanse. The air was exceedingly thin here. Those with fragile constitutions could perish instantly in such an environment. Yet, amidst the void floated a hemispherical structure, its ancient architectural style reminiscent of Karin's own origins, hinting at a profound history. Who was this child? The god of the temple, standing at the edge of the sanctuary, felt a surge of anxiety. Like the cat sage, he was equally ignorant of the newcomer's origins. Sensing an aura as cold and malevolent as the depths of the abyss, the cat sage placed his hopes upon him. Yet what could the god of the temple do? With his own strength, he could scarcely hope to resist this child. Even the former Demon King Piccolo had been beyond his capabilities. All he could do was pray that this being would refrain from causing havoc upon Earth. However, as time progressed, the god of the temple closely monitored Vegeta's movements, only to discover that he harbored no intention of wreaking havoc upon Earth. Each day, Vegeta escorted a petite, adorable girl, shorter than himself, to school and back home. The god of the temple felt a pang of confusion. How could such a powerful entity engage in such benign activities? Yet, despite his bewilderment, he found solace in the fact that the child posed no threat to Earth. In the western region of Earth, within an inverted, bowl-shaped structure, a petite girl, barely a meter tall, boasts a head of soft blue short hair. Her cherubic round face, adorned with eyes resembling tiny grapes, captures the attention of Vegeta, rendering her utterly adorable. Bulma, nestled in Vegeta's embrace, softly murmurs, "Vegeta, are you disappearing?" "No, why would you say such a thing?" Vegeta replies, gently stroking her silky locks. In the past, her sister would caress her hair in the same manner, and now, with the addition of a young brother, Bulma feels immensely content, her eyes narrowing in bliss as she wriggles in Vegeta's arms. "You're deceiving me. I've seen it. Did you truly see?" "Yes, yes," Bulma replies, lifting her round little head and vigorously nodding, akin to a wildly shaking rattle. The soft, sweet tone of her voice combined with her adorable gestures melts Vegeta's heart. Goodness, young Bulma was simply too precious. It's almost unbearable. Since you've discovered the truth, allow me to reveal it. Vegeta sets Bulma down and strikes a heroic pose. Fortunately, this embarrassing display goes unnoticed by Raditz and the others. Otherwise, they would surely ponder if the proud Saiyan Prince had been possessed by some spirit. When did the regal prince of the Saiyans become such a sight? Bulma gazes at Vegeta's antics with the fervor of an enamored fan. "Indeed, I am the world's rightful messenger of justice. Flying is but a natural ability." With a comical accompaniment, Vegeta raises his arms high, mimicking the shameless gestures from the Buu saga. Bulma claps enthusiastically, her little hands turning red, yet she remains undeterred, exclaiming, "Vegeta, you're amazing." The playful scene between the two children catches the attention of Dr. Brief and his wife, who nod in approval. As the wealthiest couple on Earth, they occasionally encounter perilous situations. Recently, Bulma had been involved in a kidnapping incident, but thanks to Vegeta's sudden arrival, she was rescued. Vegeta expressed his fondness for Bulma, wishing to protect her closely. With such a formidable guardian by her side, Dr. Brief felt immensely grateful. However, he was somewhat taken aback when Vegeta referred to him as father-in-law. This cheeky boy calling him father-in-law implied he wished to become his daughter's suitor. Did this little rascal have affections for Bulma? Just then Vegeta approached, addressing him, "Father-in-law, I would like your assistance in creating something." "What is it?" Dr. Brief inquired, a frown forming on his forehead. "I see you as a young friend, yet you wish to become my son-in-law? How shameless." "Nevertheless, Doctor." Brief dismissed Vegeta's address as a playful jest of a child. "I would like you to help me construct a gravity chamber." "Oh." Dr. Brief adjusted his glasses, a hint of curiosity emerging. "Please elaborate on its specific functions." Vegeta gazed at Dr. Brief's with eager anticipation. "It can adjust to a gravity of 100 times. If only it could also regulate temperature, that would be splendid." Dr. Briefs replied nonchalantly, "That is quite simple. A fortnight will suffice." 2 years prior, his eldest daughter, Thais, had ventured out in search of compelling novel material, leaving only Bulma at home. A girl of Bulma's distinguished status, coupled with her extraordinary intellect, found it difficult to socialize with others. The absence of companionship left Bulma in a state of melancholy until Vegeta's arrival rekindled her joy. Dr. Briefs harbored deep gratitude towards Vegeta and was more than willing to assist him. "That's wonderful," Vegeta exclaimed, brimming with excitement at Dr. Brief's affirmation. It appeared that his father-in-law held him in good regard. Once the gravity chamber was completed, he resolved to devote himself earnestly to training. He mused inwardly. Having only recently arrived on Earth, given the current timeline, Earth seemed devoid of peril. However, in a realm as formidable as the Dragon Ball universe, who could assure that no hidden adversaries lurked? Entities of the caliber of the Omni King could, in a moment of discontent, obliterate an entire universe, and when destruction ensued, the life within it remained oblivious, powerless to resist. Such was the lament of the weak. With this thought, Vegeta cast a glance at Bulma, who was nearby. Only through the possession of immense power could one safeguard those they wished to protect. Chapter 3. The portly cat Dr. Briefs was a man of action. Upon hearing Vegeta's request, He promptly retreated to his laboratory to commence the construction of the gravity chamber. Vegeta, come here for a moment. Bulma waved her chubby little hand. What is it? Vegeta, filled with anticipation for the moment Dr. Briefs would unveil the gravity chamber, approached at her call. Bulma, standing on her tiptoes, spoke in a pitiful tone. Vegeta, you're too tall. Could you crouch down a bit? It had only been 2 years since the destruction of planet Vegeta, and Bulma was still merely a 6-year-old child. Observing Bulma, who was a full head shorter than himself, her round eyes twinkling with mischief, Vegeta found her amusing. Nevertheless, he complied and bent down, curious to discover what the little girl wished to convey. Vegeta, will you take me up to the sky for a brief flight? Bulma whispered conspiratorially, covering her mouth, as if wary of her mother's eavesdropping. That is permissible, but you must agree to one condition. What condition? Bulma pouted. You must give me a kiss. That's so wicked. Mama says I shouldn't kiss boys indiscriminately. Bulma whispered back, casting a furtive glance towards Mrs. Briefs. Just at that moment, Mrs. Brief glanced over, smiling. Ho ho ho, little Bulma, what secrets are you whispering to Vegeta? Care to share with your mother? Not a chance. Bulma proudly lifted her chubby chin. This was a little secret between her and her brother Vegeta. Observing the incongruous exchange between the two, Vegeta chuckled. In Dragon Ball, Mrs. Brief's character is particularly distinctive, seemingly possessing an ageless quality. Despite appearing as youthful as Mr. Brief, Vegeta believed that even in a decade, she would still look the same. Stupid Vegeta, I promised you. Bulma turned her head, puffing her cheeks. At the curious age she was, Bulma would approach even the most mundane things, like dog droppings on the street, out of sheer curiosity. So, encountering the extraordinary sight of Vegeta flying inspired her desire to experience the sensation of flight herself. Let's go then, Vegeta said to Mrs. Brief, and with that, he soared into the sky with Bulma on his back. Mrs. Brief covered her mouth in astonishment. She hadn't expected Vegeta could actually fly. Vegeta carried Bulma securely, flying at a moderate speed to avoid frightening the young girl. However, Bulma spread her arms wide, joyfully shouting, Vegeta, faster. Vegeta shook his head in resignation. It seemed he had underestimated Bulma. She had always been so active. And it was no wonder that the Bulma from the anime had the courage to embark on a quest for the Dragon Balls alone. If you're scared, just tell me. After saying this, Vegeta began to gradually accelerate. The wind whipped past their ears as Bulma shouted with glee, showing no signs of fear at all. Vegeta, faster, she exclaimed, wrapping her arms around his neck. You little brat. Vegeta had no choice but to continue increasing his speed. As they flew, they soon found themselves in the northern part of Earth. There, before them, stood the famous Korin Tower from the anime. The tower soared into the clouds, its top obscured, adorned with many mysterious symbols that hinted at its extraordinary origins. Vegeta, this tower is so tall. Bulma's tiny hands grasped Vegeta's ears as she spoke in a particularly sweet voice. Ah, Bulma, Vegeta, unfazed by Bulma tugging at his ears, turned to look at her and burst into laughter. Bulma's blue short hair had transformed into a wild mess, swaying in the gentle breeze, and with her round little head. She looked utterly adorable. Vegeta, what are you laughing at? Bulma touched her little head and suddenly realized something, shouting at the top of her lungs. Ah, I can't go on living. Her sister had once told her that girls must maintain their image in public, especially in front of someone they liked. Bulma continued to scream. I can't go on living. She spoke of giving up on life, yet her small hands clung tightly to Vegeta's neck, occasionally sneaking glances at his expression. To give up? Had it not been for the glimmer in her little eyes, Vegeta might have actually believed her. He chose not to expose her pretense and chuckled. It's all right. It's all right. You are still as adorable as ever. Really? She asked. Indeed. Huh. I knew Brother Vegeta wouldn't think less of me. Bulma pressed closely against Vegeta's back and inquired, Vegeta, why is there a tall tower here? While they conversed, the cat sage atop Korin Tower was startled. In its observations, the child who had suddenly appeared on Earth days prior had been like a caretaker, always by the little girl's side, making it impossible for him to be present here. Soudainement, un formidable aura surgit forte. It's here. The cat sage broke into a cold sweat. Vegeta swiftly flew to the pinnacle of Korin Tower with Bulma in his arms. Hey, there's a fat cat here, Bulma exclaimed, pointing at the cat sage. The cat sage retorted, I am not a fat cat. Vegeta cradled Bulma against his chest and descended onto Korin Tower. Bulma fell silent but gazed curiously at the cat sage, pondering why it was so plump. Who are you? The cat sage stammered, aware that this girl was from Earth. But Vegeta was not. I harbor no ill will towards Earth. Rest assured, Vegeta declared, casting a glance upwards. This gesture startled the deity of the temple, causing him to step back in trepidation. Confronted with an unknown presence, fear is an instinctive response, even for the divine beings of Earth. Wait, so this child is aware of my existence. W, what do you mean? The cat sage swallowed hard, realizing its throat had gone dry. I shall return, Vegeta smiled, offering little explanation. He understood that the dark aura emanating from him could not be concealed. The deity and the cat sage must have already sensed his presence. Yet they had chosen to ignore him out of their own weakness. Even if he were to clarify matters to the deity and the cat sage, they would likely remain skeptical. It was better to let time reveal the truth. After all, the gravity chamber was still under construction, and there was no rush to master energy sensing. Disregarding the cat sage's astonished expression, Vegeta took flight towards West City, holding Bulma close. What a peculiar child. The cat sage mused, patting its chest, relieved it had not met its demise. Just as the cat sage sighed in relief, a shadowy figure appeared at the edge of Korin Tower. It was Bubbles, the servant of the deity. With a stoic expression, Bubbles stated, "The deity requests your presence in the heavenly realm. Please follow me." The cat sage nodded and stepped onto the flying carpet. If Vegeta had remained docile, neither he nor the Supreme Kai would have paid heed. But now, suddenly appearing at Korin Tower and claiming he would return, this inevitably instilled a sense of unease within them. The cat sage, aware that the Supreme Kai would summon him for a council, calmly followed Bobo to the other world. In Chapter 4, The Gateway to the Demon Realm, the Supreme Kai summoned the cat sage to discuss Vegeta's circumstances. The conclusion drawn was that Vegeta was far too powerful. There was no one on Earth who could rival him, given that Vegeta had not engaged in any malevolent deeds of late. Both Supreme Kais could only hope he would continue on this path. Unbeknownst to Vegeta, events were unfolding behind him at Korin Tower as he flew back westward with Bulma in his arms. "Bulma, you haven't fulfilled your promise," he chided. "What promise did I make?" Bulma replied, her round eyes glinting mischievously. "It's the little pup who can't follow through," Vegeta teased, sensing her reluctance. Bulma raised her head defiantly, retorting, "You're the little pup. No, you're the big dog. Is it merely a kiss you seek? Consider it a peck on the big dog, then," she said, her cheeks flushing as she leaned in to plant a gentle kiss on Vegeta's cheek, bursting into laughter at the sensation of her warmth. Vegeta found joy in the moment. In the anime, Bulma is a goddess-like figure. She is destined to be Vegeta's wife, his beloved. Unable to resist her cherubic face, he leaned in to kiss her as well. "The big dog kissed me. I no longer wish to play with the big dog," Bulma exclaimed, feigning annoyance, though her brows lifted slightly, her lips curving into a smile. Having soared through the skies with her brother Vegeta, she spotted a tall tower and a large, plump cat. Since her sister had departed, she had not experienced such happiness. As they glided through the heavens, the setting sun cast a golden hue upon them, merging beautifully with a flock of geese in the distance. As time flowed gently by, Briefs continued his work on the gravity chamber, while Vegeta chose not to return to Korin Tower, instead accompanying Bulma to and from school each day. However, one day, a chilling presence suddenly enveloped the sky. While attending class with Bulma, Vegeta furrowed his brow. Even without the ability to sense energy, he perceived a distinct aura emanating from a source nearby. "Bulma, I need to use the restroom. I shall return shortly," he informed the teacher before stepping outside. In a secluded area, Vegeta launched himself into the air, a streak of white light illuminating the sky. To the west of the Earth, there stood a castle. Within its confines, a massive door radiated a chilling, dark malevolence, its formidable aura gradually spreading. As it wafted into the surroundings, the once vibrant green trees wilted to a sickly yellow. A plume of white energy descended from the sky as Vegeta surveyed his surroundings. A sudden voice echoed from behind. "You have arrived." Emerging from the dense woods was a figure with green skin, wielding a staff. Vegeta squinted. The god of Earth. Given the malevolent aura permeating this realm, he cannot remain indifferent. As for me, he is of no concern. You indeed know of my presence. The god of Earth furrowed his brow, realizing that his earlier glance was not mere coincidence. Vegeta, disregarding the god's words, inquired, "What is happening here?" Upon hearing this, the god understood that the other was unwilling to discuss the matter further and continued, "This is the gate to the demon realm. Beyond it lies a passage to the demonic domain. It seems someone has opened the gate." The demon realm, Vegeta pondered. Could it be the realm of the demon king, Dubra? A chill ran down his spine at the thought. Dubra possessed the strength of Super Saiyan 2. Should he be disturbed? Vegeta knew he could not withstand him with his current power. We cannot allow whatever resides within to escape. Vegeta shouted, "Hurry and close the gate." Clearly, the god of Earth was also aware of the dangers lurking beyond the gate. If powerful demons were allowed to emerge, Earth would be doomed. Raising his staff, he pointed toward the gate. A green magical light enveloped it. With a crack, the gate began to slowly close. However, a piercing voice resonated from within. "You wish to close the gate? Have you sought my permission?" The gate was halted by two hands encased in impenetrable armor. No amount of magic from the god could alter the situation. This is disastrous. This being is immensely powerful. The god sensed the formidable presence within. He was no match for it. With a thunderous roar, a torrent of black energy emanated from the figure, forcefully reopening the gate. Vegeta frowned. Under normal circumstances, such an event should not occur at this time. How could this be happening? Was it a butterfly effect caused by his arrival? Ha ha ha, Azura. Is this what you refer to as the human realm? The figure from the demon realm finally stepped forth, revealing a monstrous entity clad in formidable black armor. With each step, the ground trembled, and an icy aura radiated from him. In the eyes of the god, this being was far beyond his capabilities. Lord Moore, this is indeed the human realm. The Azura, dressed in a crimson garment, trailed behind the one named Moore. Excellent, excellent. This time, I shall feast extravagantly. Moore's voice was gravelly, unsettling to the ears of those present. The demon realm is divided into 3 layers, each a vast world in its own right. The demon king Dubra reigns over the 3rd layer, while Moore is the ruler of the 1st layer. He has come to the human realm to consume its flesh. To demons, the flesh of humans is considered a delicacy. It is all over. The deity's expression turned to one of fear. Moore's words signified an impending calamity for the mortal realm. He and the turtle hermit could be considered the most formidable beings on Earth, yet he sensed that together they were no match for Moore. What should he do? It appeared that he was not particularly strong either, Vegeta mused. Lacking the ability to sense ki and having never engaged in combat, he had no comprehension of Moore's true strength, yet instinctively felt that Moore was not formidable at all. The deity, upon overhearing Vegeta's murmurs, regained his composure. He had overlooked a crucial detail. He and the turtle hermit were not the most powerful beings on Earth. This little brat before him was the true powerhouse. Moreover, Moore was insignificant compared to Vegeta. Only Vegeta could save the planet. However, the deity was uncertain whether Vegeta would come to his aid. With hope in his heart, he implored Vegeta, "Can you help me defeat him?" Just then, a black energy sphere hurtled towards the deity with a fierce velocity. The energy had already locked onto him, leaving no chance of escape. Was this the end? The deity shut his eyes. He had survived the battle against King Piccolo 200 years prior, yet now he faced annihilation at the hands of a mysterious creature. "You cannot harm him." A voice reached the deity's ears, prompting him to open his eyes. Before him floated a small child, extending a hand and gripping forcefully. Boom! The energy sphere shattered into countless radiant fragments, dissipating into the void. Moore and Azura stared in disbelief, utterly astonished. The deity fell silent as the atmosphere grew eerily still. After a moment, Azura exclaimed, "Impossible." He clutched his head in disbelief, unable to accept the reality before him. Moore was the master behind the gates of the demon realm, ruling a city in the 1st layer of the underworld. How could Lord Moore's attack be thwarted by a mere child? Moore, equally shocked, pondered when the mortal realm had produced such a master. Vegeta coldly remarked, "How pathetic." As Moore launched the energy sphere, Vegeta could finally discern just how weak he truly was. He had expected the forces behind the gates of the demon realm to be formidable. Yet Moore was even weaker than Raditz, possessing at most a battle power of 500. What a waste of expression. Perish. Vegeta raised his hand, summoning a white-purple energy sphere that roared towards Moore and Azura. Boom! The mountains trembled, and dust soared into the air, obscuring all vision. When the smoke cleared, the two figures had vanished, reduced to nothingness. Chapter 5. Losing Bulma. The deity stood in stunned silence, exclaiming, "Incredible." Vegeta waved his hand dismissively. "All right, close the door, quickly. Have you never seen such a spectacle? Is it truly necessary to be so astonished? This mere creature is nothing but refuse from the demon realm, and dealing with it requires little effort. However, it would be prudent to close the gate to the demon realm promptly, lest a more formidable adversary emerges. I shall close it now." The deity, recognizing this urgency, hastily shut the gate to the demon realm. Once the gate was secured, the deity turned to gaze upon Vegeta. This little rascal proved to be remarkably agreeable. Previously, the deity had been apprehensive about the potential havoc he might wreak upon Earth. What folly! How could such a monstrous entity have emerged here? Vegeta expressed his confusion. There exist numerous portals akin to the demon realm's gate on Earth, each linked to terrifying worlds. And now and then, they unleash various monstrosities. The deity took a few steps forward, turning his back to Vegeta, finally relinquishing his wariness. Do not inquire why Earth harbors so many peculiar phenomena. Truthfully, I am also at a loss, for these anomalies existed when I assumed the role of deity. Upon hearing the deity's words, Vegeta recalled the many demon lairs depicted in the anime, though the reasons behind their existence remained unclear. Unable to fathom it, Vegeta chose to dismiss the thought. Suddenly recalling something, Vegeta exclaimed, "I shall seek you out when I have matters to discuss. I must take my leave now." With a surge of formidable energy, he propelled himself into the air. The sheer force of his departure caused the ground to indent several meters. Dust and debris swirled in the air. Ugh! The deity spat out a few grains of sand that had blown into his mouth. His gaze filled with a sense of longing as he watched Vegeta vanish. Just as he had begun to develop a faint fondness for the little brat, that sentiment was now completely erased. At an elite school in West City, a little girl with blue hair rested her chin on her desk, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the school day's end. Yet, as the afternoon wore on and the bell rang for dismissal, Vegeta had yet to return from the restroom. Why does it take so long to visit the restroom? Just as Bulma pondered this, she overheard a comment from a nearby chubby boy. "Bulma, see? I told you not to be so fierce. Even your bodyguard deserted you and fled. One more word, and I'll have you broken." Bulma shot back with a frosty expression. The chubby boy immediately recoiled, though he wasn't entirely wrong. Bulma had quite the temper and ruled the school like a little tyrant, backed by her family's wealth, rendering her untouchable. "Let us go, chubby one." Hearing his companion's words, the hefty boy dared not speak further to Bulma and followed his friends out of the classroom. Watching the group of boys leave, Bulma pressed her lips together. The chubby boy's words struck her deeply. With her disposition, she had no friends at school. Her only companions were Vegeta and Tai. However, her sister had departed home 2 years prior, and now Vegeta was taking an unusually long time in the restroom. Bulma felt an overwhelming sense of despondency and sorrow. Before Vegeta's arrival, she had grown accustomed to the solitude of her own company, and perhaps she would not have felt so deeply. However, Vegeta's presence had brought her immense joy. He had taken her soaring through the skies, introduced her to the vastness of the ocean, and shown her the wonders of the world. He had never caused her pain or sorrow. Was it true, as the little chubby boy had suggested, that her brother Vegeta had vanished? A tear traced down Bulma's delicate cheek. In that moment, the classroom felt particularly desolate, her small figure accentuating the profound melancholy of the scene. Half an hour passed. Bulma lifted her petite hand, placing her books into her pink backpack, and walked alone out of the silent classroom. Upon reaching the school gate, she gazed at the bustling road, feeling a flicker of trepidation. Before Vegeta's absence, her family had arranged for a chauffeur to escort her to and from school. Now that Vegeta was nowhere to be seen, she was left to walk home by herself. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion resonated through the sky. Meanwhile, Vegeta was racing back to the prestigious school in West City. At that moment, he had no time to ponder the implications of his hurried return and landed directly on the school grounds. Fortunately, it was dismissal time, and no one witnessed his descent. "School's out?" Observing the eerie quiet surrounding him, Vegeta hurried to the classroom. Where had the little girl gone? To his dismay, he found the classroom empty. Panic surged within him. Surely, she and T walked home alone. Since he had taken to accompanying Bulma, Dr. Briefs had dismissed her chauffeur. Now, with no sign of her, it seemed the only possibility was that she had indeed walked back. Even though the school was only a few kilometers from Bulma's home, it would take a young girl like her an entire day to make the journey on foot. The more he pondered, the more anxious he became, prompting him to soar into the skies once more in search of her. "I remember going back this way." Bulma, with her backpack slung over her shoulders, turned a corner based on her recollections, only to find herself in a dead end. This was not the correct path home. She was lost. Unfazed, Bulma wiped the sweat from her brow and plopped down onto the ground, her heavy backpack weighing her down to the point of exhaustion. After resting for a moment, she retraced her steps, only to soon realize she had also miscalculated the route back to school. "Oh no, I'm truly lost." My sister doesn't want me. And Vegeta doesn't want me either. I can't find my way back. Bulma lamented, her sobs echoing her anguish. At that moment, a young boy flew overhead. Recognizing the familiar sound of her cries, he swiftly descended to the ground. Thank goodness I found the little girl. Vegeta sighed in relief. Throughout his journey back, he failed to locate Bulma, and upon returning home, she was still nowhere to be found. Consequently, Vegeta broadened his search radius significantly, ultimately discovering Bulma in the opposite direction of their home. How could one possibly get lost to such an extent? Vegeta could not help but exclaim in admiration. However, he first needed to soothe Bulma. Clearing his throat, he prepared himself. Who was that little girl, so prone to tears? Upon hearing the familiar voice, Bulma, crouched in a corner, abruptly lifted her head. Upon seeing him, an overwhelming joy filled her heart. Throughout her solitary wait, she had pondered whether Vegeta would come looking for her. Yet after what felt like an eternity, he remained absent. She had feared he would abandon her, much like ties. Did you not say you wanted nothing to do with me? As she gazed at Vegeta, tears cascaded down her cheeks unrestrained, her tiny hands wiping them away in vain. Seeing the little girl weep incessantly, her eyes already blurred with tears, Vegeta felt his heart shatter. After all, she was his beloved wife. He hurriedly scooped Bulma into his arms, gently whispering in her ear, "Do not cry, do not cry. It was my fault. I had urgent matters to attend to this afternoon, and I couldn't inform you in time. From now on, I shall take you wherever I go, all right? Even to the restroom?" Bulma asked, her eyes reddened, looking pitifully at him. Just moments ago, she had been waiting for his appearance, having thought he had merely gone to relieve himself. Vegeta paused for a moment, realizing that in his attempt to comfort her, he had neglected the implications of his words. However, Bulma's innocent inquiry brought this to his attention. Wiping her small face, he tenderly replied, "If you are not shy, you may accompany me wherever I go." Bulma clenched her small fists, indignantly retorting, "Sister said that good children shouldn't witness inappropriate things, and I refuse to." At that moment, Vegeta appeared to her as a villain. Noticing her emotions gradually stabilizing, Vegeta continued to reassure her, "I was mistaken. As a form of compensation, how about I take you to see the kittens in a few days?" Meanwhile, far atop Karin Tower, the cat god suddenly sneezed. "A promise is a promise, or else you shall be treated like a little dog." At last, Bulma revealed a faint smile. "All right, let us return home." In the days that followed, as Vegeta successfully comforted Bulma, she proudly showcased him to her chubby friend. It seemed to convey the message, "See, my brother Vegeta did not abandon me." The chubby boy remained silent, acknowledging that Bulma was indeed a little sorceress, feared by all at school. He refrained from acting recklessly, particularly in light of Vegeta's formidable prowess, having witnessed him triumph over robbers firsthand. As the chubby boy would say, "Though I may be plump, I am certainly not foolish." On this day, Vegeta cradled Bulma in his arms as they soared through the skies. Bulma spread her arms wide, joyfully waving her chubby little hands. "We are off to see the big, fluffy cats." Vegeta cast a glance at Bulma, realizing that in her eyes, the cat sage was merely a large, plump cat. No, it was a rather rotund feline. A smirk played on Vegeta's lips as he accelerated towards the direction of Karin Tower. Upon reaching Karin Tower, Vegeta leaped inside with Bulma. The cat sage narrowed its eyes, questioning their presence. Through the 3 water jars of Karin Tower, the cat sage witnessed the entire process of Vegeta and the Supreme Kai handling the Demon Realm Gate. Indeed, Vegeta posed no threat to Earth. In fact, he had saved it, prompting a more casual tone in the cat sage's speech. Bulma bounded in front of the cat sage, her eyes wide with astonishment. "The fat cat can talk." The cat sage remained silent. Vegeta chuckled quietly before clarifying, "I came here to ask for some senzu beans." Senzu beans are integral to the Dragon Ball anime, possessing 2 remarkable abilities. Consuming one allows an individual to forego food for 10 days. In the series, Yajirobe nearly met his demise from indulging in them. More importantly, regardless of the severity of one's injuries, as long as one is not dead, a single senzu bean can restore them to full health. However, in the Dragon Ball series, numerous jars of senzu beans were squandered by Yajirobe, leading Goku and others to lament their need to split a single bean in half for use. A truly pitiful situation. Such a miraculous healing item was something Vegeta was determined to acquire. "Let me pinch you just a little." Bulma dashed to the cat sage, playfully pinching its feline face. The cat sage waved Bulma's hand away. "Isn't that thing just meant for filling stomachs? If you want it, take it." realizing that Vegeta was not a malevolent individual. The cat sage readily acquiesced to his small request, deeming it inconsequential. After observing the cat sage for a while, Vegeta conjectured what it might be pondering. Its nonchalant demeanor explained how Yajirobe had easily obtained sins of beans from it. I've taken it. Don't regret it. Following the direction indicated by the cat sage, Vegeta discovered 3 large jars filled with sins of beans in a corner. Such an abundance of beans must have been accumulated by the cat sage over centuries. Vegeta utilized a large capsule from his multifunctional capsules to fill 2/3 of the jars with beans. These are quite significant, cat sage. Please refrain from distributing them indiscriminately in the future. After securing the sins of beans, Vegeta reminded the cat sage of their importance. Do not forget that sins of beans can instantly heal one's wounds. I know what I cultivate. The cat sage waved dismissively, a hint of exasperation in its tone. However, the cat sage's hand paused in midair as it abruptly realized that it might have indeed overlooked this fact. Recent events surrounding the Demon Realm Gate had heightened its awareness. Without Vegeta, what would become of Earth? Relying solely on Earth's martial artists for resistance. The significance of the Senzu beans became starkly evident. Well then, upon realizing the significance of the sacred beans, the cat sage coughed softly and gently brushed aside Bulma's small hand that was pinching his ears, feeling a tad embarrassed. Could you possibly return the sacred beans to me? He inquired. It was rather awkward to request back something he had just gifted. Vegeta, slipping the universal capsule into his pocket, replied nonchalantly, absolutely not. You expect to reclaim something that has entered my possession? Perhaps you are dreaming. It is quite generous of me to leave you 1/3. If you don't wish to return them, then so be it, the cat sage pouted. In truth, given the prowess of his counterpart, he knew he had no recourse, even if everything was taken from him. Nonetheless, the fact that this little brat would leave him 1/3 of the sacred beans indicated some semblance of humanity. You've taken your fill of the beans, so be off. Do not disturb my rest. During his time with Vegeta, the cat sage had discerned that his character was not as malevolent as his aura suggested, allowing him to speak more freely. Bulma tugged at the cat sage's fluffy white ears and sweetly implored, "Play with me, big fat cat." The cat sage gazed at Vegeta with a look of exasperation. Where did you manage to find this girl? Ever since they arrived, Bulma has been pestering me. Were it not for Vegeta's presence, I would have taught her a lesson long ago. After all, the dignity of a fat cat must not be trifled with. Vegeta chuckled. Bulma, we are leaving. Bulma pouted. All right, but the big fat cat must play with me next time. My sister said that good children must be obedient. And I'm a good child, so I will listen to you, Vegeta. Fine, fine, Vegeta replied, lifting Bulma in his arms as they soared out of Korin Tower. After watching Bulma depart, the cat sage wiped the sweat from his brow. That little demon has finally left. The 2 children flew upward at great speed. Bulma shook her little head and asked, Vegeta, where are we going now? Vegeta affectionately ruffled her hair. We are headed to the temple in the sky. Are there deities at the temple? Indeed, you're lying. My sister said that the deities on television are all fake. Vegeta, slightly speechless. Hadn't he anticipated that Tai's influence on Bulma would be so profound? It seemed that 9 out of 10 things she mentioned were about Tai's. He could only wonder how heartbroken Bulma must have been when Tai's departed. With this thought, Vegeta tightened his embrace around Bulma protectively. Vegeta, I can't breathe. Bulma managed to squeeze out. I'm sorry, I forgot. Vegeta apologized before continuing to ascend. Navigating through the dense clouds, they soon reached a vast expanse of emptiness, with the temple floating gracefully within. It looks like a big bowl, Bulma exclaimed, pointing at the temple with a soft tone. The temple indeed resembled a large bowl, adorned with ancient bricks in a mix of red and white hues. Let us go. With that, Vegeta led Bulma into the temple. Though the air here is thin, it seems to emanate a sacred aura, perhaps due to the presence of divine beings. The towering trees surrounding the temple thrive, their leaves an exquisite shade of green. While 2 young children wander in the celestial realm, a profound voice suddenly resonates behind them. Do you have business here? Startled, Vegeta turns to find it is Bobo. Upon seeing Bobo, Bulma's round eyes widen in astonishment. Black Little Ball. Chapter 7. The Greenskin Monster and the Mysterious Bobo. Vegeta and Bobo. Vegeta finds Bulma's silly look endearing, but hastily covers her mouth. Bobo speaks calmly. Do you have business here? We are here to see the Supreme Kai. Please wait here, Bobo instructs as he strides towards the temple. Observing Bobo's retreating figure, Vegeta perceives that this individual is quite extraordinary. In his previous life, While watching Dragon Ball, Bobo was capable of exchanging blows with young Goku in the early episodes and later with Goten in his Super Saiyan form. Who exactly is he? Such an intriguing Saiyan. As Bobo mumbles to himself and is about to return to the temple, he suddenly gestures with his black hand. A glimmer of light appears out of nowhere and instantaneously penetrates Vegeta's mind. It is abrupt. A sharp pain causes Vegeta to clutch his head. Who is it? The agony leaves his eyes bloodshot, yet he continues to watch Bobo as he approaches the temple. Is it him? Bulma, teary-eyed and frightened, asks Vegeta what's wrong. You're not going to die, are you? Her words only intensify Vegeta's headache. You wretched girl, cursing me to die. How ungrateful. Stop yelling, I'm not dead. Vegeta grits his teeth against the pain. Bulma wipes her eyes and exclaims with joy, Vegeta, you're not dead. That's wonderful. Vegeta, feeling the pain lessen somewhat, casts a disapproving glance at Bulma. This is his wife. He must not lose his temper. He rolls his eyes at her. You little brat. Do you wish for my demise? Bulma, with a pitiful expression, replies, No, I'm just so worried about you. As the two children converse, the Supreme Kai finally emerges from the temple. Bulma points at the Supreme Kai in shock. Vegeta, the green-skinned monster. This time, Vegeta does not indulge her. Gently tapping her small head, Don't speak nonsense. The Supreme Kai raises an eyebrow, but he does not take a child's words to heart. Bobo said you came to see me. Is there something you wish to discuss? Since being saved by Vegeta, the Supreme Kai has altered his perception of him. Though the aura this child emits may seem malevolent, he himself is not evil. Vegeta struck his forehead, hoping to alleviate the throbbing pain. I initially had matters to attend to, but now it seems I am free. He had come to the celestial realm to learn methods of controlling and sensing ki, but after a sudden surge of pain in his head, he realized that the guidance of the Kai was no longer necessary. His mind was already filled with every conceivable training technique, including the Demon Seal Wave and the Universal Shocking Palm. Hearing Vegeta's words, the Kai fell momentarily silent, at a loss for words. After a brief pause, he spoke. Your aura is excessively malevolent, which will hinder your future cultivation. It would be wise to dissipate it sooner rather than later. Vegeta nodded in agreement. Who is Vegeta? Before Ling Mo traversed to this realm, Vegeta was already a loyal follower of Frieza, engaged in heinous acts of pillaging, destruction, and annihilation of planets. His very presence could instill fear in even the most innocent of children. Luckily, Bulma was not an ordinary child. Otherwise, she too would have been terrified. The Kai's assertion that a malevolent aura is detrimental to cultivation holds some truth, as the information in his mind corroborated this. A malevolent aura is indeed more potent than an ordinary one, yet adversely affects one's mental state. To traverse the path of enlightenment, one's mind must be in a state of tranquility. Thus, with a malevolent aura, the journey along this path would be fraught with obstacles. Contemplating this, Vegeta was struck by a new uncertainty. Were those insights imparted to him by Bobo? It must be so, but why? Vegeta pondered silently. What are you thinking about? Noticing Vegeta's dazed expression, the Kai inquired with curiosity. Lost in thought, Vegeta snapped back to reality. By the way, have you uncovered anything regarding the Demon Realm Gate? The Kai was just about to broach the subject when Vegeta asked first. He shook his head. I have found nothing. Vegeta stroked his chin, voicing his suspicions. I believe this matter is far from simple. The sight of Vegeta adopting a rather adult demeanor amused the Kai, who remarked, I have not discerned any signs of human involvement, and moreover, Moer and the others could not have opened the gate from within. How perplexing. Vegeta furrowed his brow. How did that grand gate come be opened? Do not dwell on it. Such occurrences transpire on Earth from time to time. Very well, Vegeta replied, though his mind remained filled with questions. The Demon Realm Gate connects to the entire Demon Realm. Entities from the Demon Realm can only emerge through the gate or, possessing immense power, shatter the dimensional barriers to reach the human realm. However, very few demons possess the capability to achieve this. It seems a mysterious force must have opened the Demon Realm Gate. Quite intriguing. Vegeta began to realize just how enigmatic the Dragon Ball universe truly is. Beyond a main storyline, there exist countless secrets yet to be unveiled. With this in mind, Vegeta felt an insatiable urge to elevate his power. He glanced at the oblivious Bulma. How could he protect her without strength? At that moment, Bulma glanced over, her expression somewhat vacant. Vegeta, are you experiencing another headache? Vegeta responded with silence. Then he struck his chest with force, exhaling a sigh of relief. He reminded himself not to become angry. After all, she was his wife. After a brief pause, Vegeta spoke, "Let us depart." With that, he led Bulma away from the realm of the gods. Time swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had elapsed. Vegeta arrived at Brief's workshop, where he observed the doctor meticulously handling an array of intricate tools, tinkering with a piece of white metal. Vegeta inquired, "Father-in-law, how is the gravity chamber coming along?" "Doctor." Briefs set down his tools and smiled. "You arrived just in time. The gravity chamber is nearly complete, requiring only a final touch of data calibration." Chapter 8. The gravity chamber is complete. After finishing the adjustments, Dr. Briefs waved his hand. "Vegeta, come take a look." Vegeta, brimming with excitement, hurried over. "Doctor." Briefs chuckled to himself. Despite Vegeta's often mature demeanor, he was still, at heart, just a child. "I followed your instructions and even added a humidity control feature." "That is splendid," Vegeta remarked, running his hands along the exterior wall of the gravity chamber. The white metal gleamed under the lights, exhibiting a rich metallic sheen, with each seam impeccably aligned. "Thank you, father-in-law." "Vegeta, you intend to use this for training, correct?" Dr. Briefs adjusted his glasses. "Be cautious. The gravity chamber is unlike anything else. Should you set the gravity multiplier too high, you may be crushed into a mere puddle of flesh." Acknowledging his father-in-law's concern with a nod, Vegeta was acutely aware of the gravity chamber's significance. In the anime, Goku had traveled to Namek aboard Dr. Brief's ship, utilizing its gravity system to elevate his combat power from 32,000 to 90,000 within a mere 7 days. If it weren't for the Senza beans, he might have heeded Dr. Brief's warning, but with the beans at his disposal, he could achieve what Goku had. After pondering for a moment, Vegeta asked, "Father-in-law, can the gravity chamber transform into a universal capsule?" "Of course. That's merely its most basic function," Dr. Briefs replied proudly. For it was this very technology that had established him as Earth's wealthiest individual. "Thank you, father-in-law. I shall commence my training now." Vegeta secured the gravity chamber and eagerly exited the workshop. Observing his departing figure, Dr. Briefs murmured to himself, "Perhaps having him as my son-in-law wouldn't be so bad after all." Unaware of Dr. Brief's thoughts, Vegeta would have been elated had he known. Upon reaching the courtyard, he tossed the universal capsule onto the ground. With a resounding boom, the gravity chamber materialized before him. "Let me see if the gravity chamber's effects are as formidable as claimed." Vegeta stepped forward, entering the gravity chamber with measured strides. According to Dr. Brief's instructions, Vegeta commenced his training. Increased the gravity tenfold. With a sudden jolt, he felt an immense pressure envelop him, reminiscent of the gravity on his home planet, Vegeta. Unfazed, he exhibited no sign of struggle. This level of gravity was trivial for him. Elevate it to 15 times the norm. At this juncture, he sensed a slight strain in his body, yet it was still insufficient. Raise it to 25 times. Caught off guard, Vegeta instinctively bent his knees. After a moment, he mused, "Not bad." A grin emerged as every cell in his being felt the weight of the gravity. Without extensive training, he could already perceive his strength beginning to awaken. He resolved to adapt to the 25-fold gravity first. Soon, the sound of his training echoed throughout the gravity chamber. A fortnight passed. Vegeta diligently escorted Bulma to and from school, dedicating the remainder of his time to rigorous training in the gravity chamber. Initially, Bulma expressed her sorrow, lamenting that Vegeta no longer cared for her. However, unbeknownst to her, Vegeta had promised her certain advantages, leading Bulma to acquiesce to his training regimen. During these 2 weeks, Vegeta had acclimated to 80 times the gravity and consumed 20 Senza beans in the process. Vegeta divided his training into 2 phases. Each time the gravity was increased, he would first engage in basic movements to allow his body to adjust. Once fully acclimated to the prevailing gravity, he would delve into the understanding of ki, as recorded in his mind. The information delineated that ki could be classified into 3 categories: positive ki, negative ki, and vital ki. Ki empowers the physical form to transcend its limits. It resides within every individual and can be sensed. While energy may be loosely equated with ki, it is merely a rudimentary interpretation. Fundamentally, ki represents the most essential energy within the human body, which can only be harnessed through diligent training and cultivation. For a Saiyan like Vegeta, naturally endowed with formidable strength, mastering ki akin to the Earthlings is a formidable challenge. Fortunately, with the gravity chamber's assistance, the heightened gravity suppresses his internal power, allowing him to gain mastery over ki at an accelerated pace. Once he had control over Ki, sensing it became significantly easier. On this particular day, a terrifying aura erupted over West City, causing the atmosphere to become chaotic. Inside the laboratory, Dr. Briefs paused his work, glancing towards the backyard before shaking his head and returning to his research on new technologies. Meanwhile, the Supreme Kai, perched atop his temple, swallowed hard, realizing, this fellow has grown stronger once again. Within the gravity chamber, Vegeta exhaled deeply. Merely half a month prior, his battle power was a mere 5,000, yet it had now surged to 80,000, surpassing Goku's advancement rate by a considerable margin. This remarkable progress was largely attributed to the miraculous Senzu beans, which allowed him to recover instantaneously from exhaustion or even serious injuries with just one bean. Undoubtedly, such accomplishments are attributable to his innate talents, as he is an elite warrior endowed with a remarkable combat power of 1,000 from birth. Big Dog, what about your promise to me? At that moment, the communication device in the gravity chamber resonated with Bulma's soft voice. Here she comes. Vegeta opened the door to the gravity chamber, only to be enveloped by Bulma as she leaped into his arms. With a thud, they collided. Vegeta rolled his eyes and remarked, "Girl, I am drenched in sweat. Allow me to take a shower first." Bulma pinched her delicate nose and retorted, "Big Dog, you smell, and yet you still throw yourself at me? Oof. It's because you failed to keep your promise. But I still need to train." Vegeta replied helplessly, "I'll take you to enjoy a delicious meal afterward." He promised. Bulma joyfully leaped onto Vegeta again, exclaiming, "That's fantastic." Meanwhile, on the other side of West City, a bustling food street was alive with excitement. A throng of female tourists had gathered, seemingly captivated by something. "That little girl is so adorable, and that boy looks pretty cool," one exclaimed. "What color do you think these two little ones prefer for their sack?" Upon hearing this, all the women turned their gazes toward the speaker, creating an awkward silence. "Vegeta, their stares are terrifying." Bulma's small hands clutched skewers of barbecue, her mouth smeared with grease. "Ignore them," Vegeta replied, taking a bite of grilled squid. "But that lady asked what color we like for our sacks." Bulma protested, puffing her cheeks as she took another bite of her barbecue. "I prefer pink sacks," she declared innocently. As her words echoed, all the women began to make phone calls, whispering among themselves. It was vaguely discernible that they were requesting 2 pink sacks. Urgently needed. Vegeta paused, then quickly realized the implications and hurriedly pulled Bulma away from this troublesome place. "Women these days are truly frightening," he exclaimed. "What a pity we couldn't prepare the sacks." The group of female tourists could only sigh as they watched the pair depart. Chapter 9. Adapting to 100 times gravity, 2 small figures soared through the sky, swiftly arriving in the other world. The god of the heavens emerged, a look of confusion on his face. "What brings you here?" "Green-skin monster, we come for barbecue." Bulma waved her skewer cheerfully. The god of the heavens sighed, having been called green-skin monster by Bulma on numerous occasions. Vegeta, exasperated, interjected, "It's god of the heavens. How many times must I remind you?" Everyone atop the Karen Tower had received nicknames from Bulma. The cat sage was dubbed Fat Cat. The god of the heavens was referred to as Green-skin monster, and Bobo was called Charcoal Ball. The thought alone was exhausting. Bulma blinked her adorably innocent eyes and said innocently, "But his skin is truly quite green." "Very well. Enjoy your meal here. I shall take my leave." The celestial being cast a fleeting glance and chose to disregard the 2 little rascals, fearing that lingering any longer would induce a fit of rage. After the divine presence departed, Vegeta inquired, "Bulma, is the barbecue delectable?" The delightful morsels filled Bulma's petite mouth, rendering her speech unintelligible. "I have fulfilled my promise to you. Refrain from calling me Big Dog henceforth." "Very well." Bulma pouted. "Next time you fail to honor your commitment, I shall call you that again." With a sudden thud, Vegeta toppled backward. This girl was simply unbearable. In the days that followed, Vegeta continued to escort Bulma to and from school. The remainder of his time was dedicated to rigorous training in the gravity chamber. Each increment of gravity posed a monumental challenge to his physique, particularly beyond the 80-fold gravity threshold. Yet, within the confines of a chamber set to 100 times the normal gravity, a young boy was resolutely performing push-ups. 99998, 99999, 1000000. With a crash, Vegeta collapsed onto the floor, his training garb thoroughly soaked as if he had just emerged from the depths of a river. The moment he ceased training, a wave of pain surged through his body. The excruciating discomfort contorted his youthful visage, eliciting a piercing cry. So painful. His prominent veins bulged against his skin, muscles spasming uncontrollably, his entire form writhing in agony. Such a terrifying sight could easily bring a child to tears, though it remained uncertain if Bulma would be similarly affected. The injuries inflicted upon Vegeta by this intense training were beyond the realm of earthly medical technology to heal. As he teetered on the brink of unconsciousness from the pain, he crushed a senzu bean between his teeth and swallowed it whole. A surge of rich energy coursed through his throat, radiating throughout his entire being. How delightful! Vegeta's wounds healed instantaneously, and a formidable power awakened within him, bathing him in warmth akin to sunlight, compelling him to emit a soft sigh of contentment. I must have achieved a battle power of around 200,000. Sitting upright, Vegeta contemplated his newfound strength. Generally speaking, the battle power of juvenile Saiyans remains modest, as their latent potential is still in the developmental stage. It is only upon reaching adulthood that a Saiyan's true prowess is unleashed. To attain a battle power of 200,000 in his youth was a source of great satisfaction for Vegeta. Finally, he could breathe a sigh of relief. As long as he did not encounter Frieza, he would be relatively safe. After resting for a short while, he exited the gravity chamber, glancing at the time, realizing it was nearly time to fetch Bulma from school. In an instant, a brilliant white light erupted from the backyard, propelling him towards Bulma's school. Vegeta descended into a secluded corner, entering the classroom. Bulma puffed her cheeks. Vegeta, you're so slow. I just arrived. Never mind, I forgive you. Bulma packed her books into a pink backpack and handed it to Vegeta. He rolled his eyes. Well, thank you for your forgiveness. Nearby, a chubby boy inquired, Vegeta, where have you been this past month? Bulma shot him a frosty glare. That's none of your business. In front of Vegeta, she was a dutiful child, but before the chubby boy, she transformed into a little imp. Bulma remembered what he had said to her. A woman is not to be trifled with, and a little girl even less so. Vegeta patted Bulma's head and replied, just some matters. All right, Bulma and I are heading back. With that, Vegeta took Bulma and left the classroom. What peculiar pair, the chubby boy mumbled as he watched them depart. In the sky, Bulma questioned, are we going home? She was well aware that their current direction was not toward home. Could it be that Vegeta intended to take her on another adventure? Her eyes sparkled with excitement. She adored playful escapades. Vegeta noticed her expression and ruffled her hair. I'm taking you to see a little rascal. Who? You'll find out when we arrive. Their speed suddenly surged as they soared toward the Bun Mountain. This mountain was a paradise distant from the city, resplendent with picturesque scenery and abundant resources. It was also where the Dragon Ball saga commenced. Look at all those trees. As their pace slowed, Bulma pointed at the forest below. Just then, two figures came into Vegeta's view. A little creature, wagging its tiny tail, was adorably trailing behind an elderly man, calling out, Grandpa, wait for me. Bulma shook her head in curiosity. Vegeta, who are they? One is a fellow who has kept me as the second best for a millennium, and the one beside him is his grandfather. Vegeta affectionately tousled her lively hair. The distinctive hairstyle of the little rascal immediately identified him to Vegeta. In the anime, Goku always surpassed Vegeta by a slight margin, and whenever Vegeta caught up to him, Goku would ascend to an even higher level, perhaps due to fate. Seeing little Goku now made Vegeta's teeth itch with irritation. What does it mean to be the second best for a millennium? It's nothing of significance. Just as he finished speaking, Vegeta paused for a moment. Then he pinched her delicate face, realizing he'd been outwitted by this mischievous girl. Vegeta, do you dislike him? Bulma observed Vegeta's furrowed brows and reached out her little hand to touch him. Dislike? Not at all. Vegeta chuckled. Who is Goku? He is indeed the protagonist of Dragon Ball, and his heart is remarkably pure. Aside from not being the most devoted husband and father, he truly has no shortcomings. Whenever Earth faces a crisis or his companions find themselves in peril, he always arrives just in time. Time and again, he pushes his limits solely to protect his family and friends. How could anyone not love such a Goku? It's just unfortunate that he always relegates Vegeta to the second position. This thought still brings discomfort to Vegeta. Chapter 10. Son Gohan's Astonishment. You and Goku are kin? Vegeta embraced the soft figure of Bulma and said, let us descend and take a look. Whoosh. The two plummeted swiftly. Son Gohan, tensing his body, discerned someone above. Who is it? Since departing from Master Roshi, he had retreated to the peaceful Baozi Mountain, and after all these years, He had yet to encounter anyone else here. Little Goku playfully climbed on his son Gohan's shoulders, waving his arms excitedly. Grandpa, they can fly. Could they be from the crane school? Son Gohan pondered as he observed the two children. Upon witnessing their ability to fly, he recalled the flight technique, a skill of the crane school. However, the rivalry between his own style and the crane school was significant, which made him feel uneasy upon seeing them. As they touched down, Vegeta greeted, "Hello, Grandpa." "Hello, Grandpa." Bulma echoed sweetly, imitating Vegeta. Son Gohan cradled little Goku in his arms, cautiously eyeing the pair. "Greetings. What brings you here?" Ultimately, Son Gohan was seasoned and did not allow himself to relax, simply because they appeared to be children. After all, they were capable of flight. "We're searching for an orange orb," Vegeta remarked, nodding subtly. Son Gohan truly lived up to being Master Roshi's foremost disciple. The stance he assumed suggested that he was ready to strike at any moment, revealing his extensive experience. Furthermore, he had already gathered energy within, and should he perceive any ill intent, he would undoubtedly unleash the signature technique from the Dragon Ball. Kamehameha. Son Gohan retrieved an orange orb from his pocket, embedded with 4 stars. "This must be what you seek. I stumbled upon it by chance. If you desire it, I shall gladly give it to you." He did not inquire about the orb's purpose, as his subconscious warned him that they were not to be underestimated. With little Goku present, he refrained from making a move. Since they showed no signs of aggression, he decided to hand over the orb. With that, Son Gohan tossed the Dragon Ball towards them. Vegeta caught it, smiling, "Thank you." "Grandpa." Bulma, playing with her small hands, pleaded, "Vegeta, let me see." The orb sparkled brilliantly, captivating her. She adored it. Vegeta handed it over to her. At that moment, Son Gohan suddenly exclaimed, "You have a tail. Could it be that you are of Goku's lineage?" He noticed a furry tail wrapped around Vegeta's waist, identical to that of little Goku. Following Gohan's gaze, Vegeta glanced down and realized that his tail had been noticed. With a reluctant nod, Vegeta admitted, "Yes, I am indeed a member of his race." Bulma, engrossed in playing with the Dragon Balls, paid no heed to their conversation. Gohan, brimming with excitement, inquired, "Are you a relative of Goku? Where are his parents?" His 2 questions caught Vegeta off guard, as Gohan seemed intent on reuniting Goku with his family. Reflecting on this, Vegeta replied earnestly, "They are no longer with us." His voice was laced with a sense of lament. Bardock, a low-ranking warrior, had astonishingly surpassed a battle power of 10,000 through sheer determination, a feat remarkable for his time. His own father barely reached that threshold. During the cataclysmic explosion of Planet Vegeta, Bardock valiantly stood at the forefront, defending the honor of the Saiyans against Frieza's planet-destroying attack. Tragically, the disparity in power was too vast, and Bardock ultimately vanished amidst the chaos. Bardock was a Saiyan of great spirit, which is why Vegeta held him in such high regard. Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Gohan shook his head, unable to fathom that little Goku's parents were gone. A hint of sadness crept into Gohan's tone as he said, "From now on, let your grandpa take care of you." With that, he relaxed his vigilance toward Vegeta and Goku, believing that they would pose no threat, being of the same race. Cradled in Gohan's arms, little Goku whimpered, "Grandpa. Grandpa, I'm hungry." At that moment, Bulma suddenly looked up, exclaiming, "Vegeta, I'm hungry too." Gohan couldn't help but chuckle. This little girl was as adorable as Goku. He suggested, "Children, my home is not far. Would you like to have a meal before you leave?" Vegeta glanced at little Goku and then at Bulma before nodding in agreement. Once Vegeta consented, Gohan led them to a house and began preparing dinner. During the food preparations, Gohan ventured to the Great Lake and caught 10 enormous fish, then headed into the forest to hunt 3 wild boars. Surveying the bounty laid out before him, Gohan nodded to himself, confident that this would suffice for Goku and Vegeta's appetites. It seemed Gohan had become quite accustomed to the Saiyan's voracious hunger. Vegeta, eyeing the spoils, couldn't help but chuckle. The childhood of a Saiyan is notably prolonged, requiring constant nourishment, hence their considerable appetites. Soon, a fire was kindled in the house, and large pieces of meat were skewered nearby to roast. As nightfall descended, Gohan sat before the fire, gently stroking his beard. "Little one, I did not expect you to be so powerful at such a young age." Vegeta smiled slightly. "Our race is innately strong. It is nothing extraordinary. But why isn't Goku as powerful as you?" Vegeta squinted his eyes, pondering whether Goku had suffered an injury to his head. Indeed, ever since that incident, his temperament had undergone a significant transformation. Gohan reminisced about the past. He had first encountered Goku within a circular device, where Goku's demeanor had initially been exceedingly irritable. It was only after he fell from a cliff and struck his head that he evolved into his current self. Nonetheless, compared to before, Gohan preferred Goku's present disposition. Vegeta expressed with resignation that Goku's future prowess would undoubtedly be formidable, possibly even surpassing his own. This was no jest. Although Vegeta currently boasted a battle power of 200,000, the protagonist could easily eclipse him with just one serious injury. Much like in the anime, where Goku arrived on Namek with a mere battle power of 90,000, he subsequently sustained several injuries, propelling him to 3 million and ultimately transcending into a Super Saiyan. How brief a span of time that was. Gohan chuckled, feeling a sense of relief that Goku remained safe and sound. Yet beneath that smile lay an underlying concern for Goku's race. His subconscious warned him of the terrifying potential of Goku's kind. Capable of transforming into a giant ape under the full moon, their strength becoming immensely powerful. Could such a race truly live a tranquil life? Chapter 11. Vegeta addressed his father-in-law, seeking a favor. The conversation between the two, one large and one small, continued as the aroma of grilled meat wafted through the air, signaling that the cooking was nearing completion. Gulp! Little Goku wagged his tail excitedly, clutching Gohan's hand, exclaiming, "Grandpa, I'm hungry." "Here, have this," Gohan said, handing him a large fish. Noticing this, Bulma looked at Vegeta with a pitiful expression. "Vegeta, I'm hungry too." Vegeta chuckled and, with a similar gesture, tore off a small piece of grilled meat for her. Unlike the Saiyans, Bulma's petite stomach could not accommodate much food. Vegeta and Gohan then began to eat as well. However, upon witnessing Vegeta's voracious appetite, Gohan could not help but swallow hard. How could he eat so much? No wonder he belonged to the same race as Goku. In mere moments, he devoured an entire fish. Thankfully, they had prepared an ample supply of food, lest they suffer great embarrassment. Having feasted to their heart's content, and with the Dragon Balls located, it was time for the little one to witness the spectacle of the millennium. As Vegeta prepared to depart, he observed Gohan wiping the oil from little Goku's mouth and opened his mouth to offer a word of caution about the full moon. Yet, after a moment's thought, he decided against it. Over the past 2 years, Gohan had likely encountered Goku's transformation episode and should be aware of the implications. In such circumstances, if Goku were to inadvertently cause harm, it would be beyond anyone's control. Moreover, death was not necessarily a misfortune for Gohan. After all, the Grand Supreme Kai awaited him in Wu-Tai Mountain. One could even say that Gohan might be quite willing to embrace death. Vegeta greeted Gohan before approaching his future rival and playfully patted the young boy's head, eliciting a cheerful cry from little Goku. "Let's depart." Vegeta smiled and then, accompanied by Bulma, he left the premises. Upon returning to West City, he urged Bulma, "Dear, finish your chores and retire for the night. It is getting late." Concerned for her well-being, he insisted she rest, declaring, "Staying up late is detrimental for women, especially young girls. But I don't want to. I wish to continue playing." Bulma protested, her heart brimming with reluctance. Yet, observing Vegeta's stern demeanor, she complied and headed off to bed, pouting as she muttered, "What a meanie. He wants to sleep, but expects me to." How adorable Bulma was, nearly convincing him to let her continue her fun. Vegeta chuckled softly to himself. Glancing at the time, he noted that at this hour, he would typically be training in the gravity chamber. However, his strength had plateaued, and no amount of effort would yield significant improvement. "I shall consult my father-in-law," Vegeta mused as he retrieved the Dragon Ball and tossed in the air while walking. Arriving at the laboratory, he found it brightly lit. Indeed, such mad scientists often slept very little. No wonder Dr. Briefs aged so rapidly. Shaking his head, Vegeta knocked on the door. "Father-in-law." "Ah, it's Vegeta. What brings you here?" Dr. Briefs inquired. "I have a matter to discuss with you." Vegeta felt a twinge of embarrassment. Just last month, he had sought assistance in constructing the gravity chamber, and now he needed help with the Dragon Ball radar. However, given that this was his future father-in-law, there was no need for undue modesty. As Dr. Briefs listened to Vegeta's explanation, he examined the Dragon Ball. "This is quite simple. Come by tomorrow to collect it." He smiled. "Thank you, father-in-law." Vegeta replied gratefully. "Just take good care of Bulma," Dr. Briefs remarked, expressing concern. "That girl, Ties, has chosen to forsake her home for her so-called dreams, seemingly disregarding Bulma's feelings. If it weren't for this, Bulma would not have been so glum until your arrival brought her joy." Dr. Briefs continued to speak of Ties and Bulma, while Vegeta remained silent, absorbing his words. It became evident that he was not merely a mad scientist, but a father who deeply cared for his daughter. After a lengthy discussion, Dr. Brief sighed. I wonder if you understand all this, young one. He glanced at the clock and added, you should return now. Come by tomorrow for the Dragon Ball radar. Understood, father-in-law. Do take care. Vegeta nodded and exited the door. That sister-in-law was indeed quite willful, possessing a vast fortune, yet choosing to pursue writing novels instead. If he had such wealth, he would have long ceased working. Vegeta shook his head, his figure gradually fading into the night. After obtaining the Dragon Ball radar, Vegeta coincidentally found himself with Bulma during her school break. Thus, the two embarked on a quest to seek the Dragon Balls. The Dragon Balls are a pivotal element throughout the anime, crafted by the dragon god, Salama. The Namekians' ability to forge Dragon Balls is attributed to the miraculous power bestowed upon them. Upon gathering the 7 Dragon Balls and uttering the corresponding incantation, one can summon the Eternal Dragon. The miraculous power inherent within the creator of the dragon determines the number and quality of wishes that can be granted. However, possessing a profound well of miraculous power does not necessarily correlate with the quantity of wishes fulfilled. For instance, the Super Dragon Balls created by Salama can only grant a single wish, as all of their miraculous energy is channeled into one desire, enabling the Super Dragon to potentially fulfill any wish. On this particular day, amidst a forest, Bulma crouched beside a patch of grass, her little hands rummaging through the blades. Sparkling orb, where are you? Please come out. If she could find the orb, Vegeta would surely be elated, and in turn, her own heart would swell with joy. Suddenly, Vegeta, I found it, Bulma exclaimed, clutching the Dragon Ball as she dashed towards him. In her haste, she failed to notice a stone on the ground and tripped over it. Oh no, my life is over, she thought, tumbling forward and gripping the Dragon Ball tightly. Her round eyes squeezed shut in fear. The ground was littered with brittle twigs. A fall upon them would surely mar her beauty. Just then, a small shadow darted beside her and caught her in its embrace. You scared me, Bulma gasped, leaning against Vegeta, her heart pounding audibly. Vegeta, look what I have. Turning to him, she momentarily forgot her fall, raising the Dragon Ball for him to see. She even lifted her delicate chin, her eyes sparkling with yearning, as if to say, come on, praise me. Bulma, you are truly remarkable. Vegeta, well aware of her thoughts, indulged her vanity with a compliment, even planting a kiss on her cheek, prompting Bulma to affectionately call him Big Dog. Come, let me show you the legendary Eternal Dragon. Vegeta carefully stowed the Dragon Ball and led her to a level clearing. This was the 7th Dragon Ball he had collected, and now that they were gathered, he could finally summon the dragon. Vegeta bellowed, Arise, Eternal Dragon. Bulma lowered her gaze, her sparkling eyes fixed on the 7 gleaming Dragon Balls. Suddenly, a beam of golden light shot into the sky, and a magnificent green dragon emerged. State your wish. I can grant any desire. Chapter 12, Future Trunks. Bulma pointed at the dragon in astonishment, a green snake. Vegeta. The scene fell into an eerie silence. After a moment, Vegeta hurriedly covered Bulma's mouth. Having offended the dragon, one must dread the possibility of being denied the chance to make a wish. Speak your desire, the dragon uttered, his tone laden with exasperation, yet devoid of any further action. Is any wish permissible? Vegeta blinked, sensing the dragon's willingness to comply. His tone shifted to one of mischief. Bulma, her mouth covered, was rendered speechless. The dragon, growing impatient, reiterated, anything is possible. I wish for immortality, Vegeta declared. The dragon responded, that is not permissible. Undeterred, Vegeta proposed a different wish. Then I desire to ascend to the Super Saiyan state. The dragon interjected, Saiyan, those wishes are beyond my capabilities. Please propose something more practical. What had begun as an open-ended promise now left the dragon in an awkward predicament. Vegeta ceased his jesting and finally articulated a more feasible wish. Grant me the ability to instantaneously move. Apologies, that wish cannot be fulfilled either, but I can impart the method of understanding instantaneous movement to you. Then let that be my wish. Vegeta rolled his eyes. He was aware that the dragon could not grant just any wish. His intention was merely to provoke the dragon into boasting. Moreover, as he voiced his desire, he sensed that the dragon was equally incapable of fulfilling it. Such skills, reliant solely on personal comprehension, could not be bestowed by external forces. Otherwise, the Vegeta from the anime would have long since had that wish granted. The dragon's eyes glowed red momentarily, and a surge of knowledge regarding instantaneous movement flooded Vegeta's mind. Vegeta let out a muffled sound of realization. He discovered that the instantaneous movement he now possessed was akin to that of the Yard Rat race, rather than that of the Supreme Kai. Yet this was hardly surprising, as the Supreme Kai's instantaneous movement seemed to be a skill unique to him. Regardless of whether the dragon could impart this skill, Vegeta knew he could not master it, as he was not a Supreme Kai. Your wish has been granted. The dragon transformed into a golden light, eager to depart from the presence of the two young warriors. Having suffered a considerable loss of dignity this time, as the light coalesced, the Dragon Balls on the ground turned to stone and ascended into the sky, scattering in all directions. In the anime, does the dragon not typically say, "Until we meet again"? Vegeta scoffed, "Bah, wretched dragon." After uttering this, he heard Bulma's muffled struggle. MMM. Vegeta chuckled sheepishly. "My apologies, I forgot." He hastily released the hand covering Bulma's mouth. Bulma puffed her cheeks in protest. "Humph, you nasty Vegeta," preventing me from speaking. Vegeta scratched his head, realizing he could not allow her to continue. The girl had a penchant for calling others green-skinned monsters and serpents. Was that not a provocation? Let's depart. The wish has been made, Vegeta resolved, ready to return to his training. Bulma clasped her small hands before her chest and pouted. "You've angered me. If you don't take me out for a barbecue, I shall not forgive you." "No, wait. Make it 2. All right. 3 meals it is, then. This is your promise." With a haughty leap, Bulma hopped onto Vegeta's back, and together they departed from the spot. In the days that followed, Vegeta treated Bulma to 2 barbecue feasts, but in his fervor to master instant transmission, he neglected to take her for a 3rd. He understood that only by mastering this technique could he ensure his survival in the face of danger, for when one could not overpower an adversary, one could escape. And when an opponent fled, one could pursue. It was the perfect balance of offense and defense. However, for Bulma, the little gourmand, the absence of a 3rd barbecue was simply unacceptable. Each day, after Vegeta concluded his training, she would call out to him at the gravity chamber. Vegeta paid her no heed. Thus, a year slipped by, with Bulma persistently calling out to Vegeta, "Big dog." One day, Vegeta, unable to endure any longer, exclaimed, "All right, let us go." Yes, let us go." Bulma ignored the fierce glare he cast her way. "Big dog, I don't want to just whoosh to the barbecue stand. I want you to carry me there," she insisted, wrapping her arms around Vegeta's neck while mimicking a whoosh motion with her hands. "You are the master. It is your decision." Vegeta rolled his eyes. He had intended to use his newly acquired instant transmission to take her, but now she was preventing him from doing so. With Bulma in tow, Vegeta soared into the sky. West City was a sprawling metropolis, filled with towering skyscrapers and advanced technologies that Vegeta had never before witnessed. He marveled at it briefly before suddenly sensing an ominous energy manifesting on Earth. "Who is it?" Vegeta furrowed his brow and glanced back at Bulma on his back, before activating instant transmission once more. In another realm, a shuttle-like device emerged from a rift in space-time, adorned with the insignia of the Capsule Corporation. A young man with striking features, sporting lavender hair styled in a center parting and wielding a long sword, leaped from the craft. "I've finally arrived in the past." He sighed with relief. As long as he could deliver the special medicine to Uncle Goku, his mission would be complete. Suddenly, 2 small figures appeared in the sky. Bulma tugged at Vegeta's ear and puffed her cheeks. "Big dog, didn't you say we could travel far without the whoosh? You're a liar." "Shoo." Vegeta cradled Bulma against his chest, urging her to be silent. Observing his serious demeanor, Bulma quickly covered her mouth, realizing that further chatter might lead to consequences. With Bulma quiet in his arms, Vegeta focused intently on the scene below. Meanwhile, the young man glanced up, and their eyes locked in mutual recognition. He felt an uncanny resemblance to his father. The young man's pupils dilated in shock. Vegeta's distinctive hairstyle stirred a sense of familiarity within him. Who was that little girl? As he turned to look at Bulma, his astonishment deepened. These 2 individuals. A discordant voice echoed in his mind. He hurried back to the time machine to check the time of his jump. Year 741 of the age. He had inadvertently leaped over 2 decades. This was disastrous. The young man slumped against the time machine. He was none other than Future Trunks, who had journeyed back in time specifically to deliver a heart disease remedy to Goku, hoping to alter the course of the future. To his dismay, he had miscalculated the timeline, and those 2 children in the sky were undoubtedly his parents. At that moment, Trunks' eyes were vacant, having plunged into a chasm of despair. He had yet to question why Vegeta was present on Earth during this time. Vegeta descended with Bulma in his arms, shaking his head. You arrived too early. Upon seeing this individual in the time machine, he instantly recognized Trunks as his son. He was perplexed as to why Trunks had leaped into this timeline. Vegeta's words pulled Trunks back from the abyss of despair. Trunks exclaimed in astonishment, "You know me?" "Indeed," Vegeta replied. "But how did you end up here?" It then dawned on Trunks that, logically at this time, his father was still Frisia's henchman, and the little girl before him was none other than his mother, Bulma. How could they have been together so early? It was bewildering. The situation was intricate, and it was challenging to elucidate. The most crucial point now is that you haven't returned to 20 years ago, but rather to 40 years in the past. Vegeta stated calmly. Upon hearing this, Trunks' gaze began to dim once more. The energy within the time machine was sufficient for only one round trip, and now, having arrived 40 years prior, if he ventured back to 20 years ago, the energy would be insufficient to return his own time. Without the remedy, could a future still be altered? Was his world truly beyond salvation? No. Trunks cried out in despair. Chapter 13. Journey to the Future. Vegeta furrowed his brow. He could comprehend the thoughts plaguing Trunks. How had he miscalculated the timeline? It was perplexing. Vegeta noted that since his arrival in this world, the Dragon Ball universe had become somewhat altered. For instance, the earlier incident involving the Demon Realm Gate, and now Trunks' predicament. Such occurrences were not supposed to happen in the early stages of Dragon Ball. Was it due to the butterfly effect he had inadvertently caused? Why does that big brother look so sorrowful? Bulma pondered, feeling an unfamiliar unease at Trunks' desperate cries. She retrieved a piece of milk candy from her pocket and offered it to him, saying, "Don't be sad. Big brother, I have some candy." Bulma leaped down and approached Trunks, presenting him with a piece of milk candy. "Thank you." Trunks responded, his spirits dampened, yet he bent down to accept the treat. A gift from his mother. Bulma gently ruffled his hair, her tone soft and soothing. "The milk candy is quite sweet. Once you finish it, you won't feel sad anymore." Trunks managed a forced smile, his expression tinged with bitterness. He then stood before Vegeta, declaring, "I must leave. My mother is waiting for news from the future." The time machine had malfunctioned, and the future could not be altered. He needed to return to protect his mother. "Actually, if you hand me the special medicine now, I can give it to Goku in 20 years just the same." Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Trunks' pupils dilated in realization. Yes, even if the time jump was misplaced, it still occurred in the past, as long as it was delivered to Uncle Goku at the right moment. The outcome would be the same. I was too hasty and almost overlooked this detail. Thank goodness for your reminder, Father. Regaining his composure, Trunks was filled with excitement. "Could you help me deliver it to Uncle Goku?" "Certainly." Vegeta's response filled Trunks with gratitude. Since he could remember, he had never truly seen his father, only glimpsed him in photographs. His mother had often spoken of his father's immense pride as a Saiyan, unwilling to permit any other Saiyan to surpass him in strength. Though he often claimed indifference towards them, he cared deeply. Trunks had never experienced paternal affection, yet seeing the younger version of his father brought him a sense of comfort. It was he who had reminded Trunks to deliver the special medicine. "Though I do not know how you came to know about me, I must return. I must go back to protect my mother." Trunks glanced at Vegeta, who stood at his waist, and then at the rosy-cheeked Bulma. These two were his parents. Vegeta frowned slightly. "Can you defeat those androids upon your return? You seem to know everything." Trunks gasped in surprise, shaking his head as he continued, "I cannot defeat them, but I cannot leave my mother alone there." With that, Trunks prepared to board the time machine. "I will accompany you." "What?" Trunks was taken aback. Yet, as he heard Vegeta utter those words, a warm feeling spread through his heart. Did his father truly care for them? Vegeta stated matter-of-factly, "I have a way to restore your world." Recalling the haggard visage of Bulma from the future, Trunks felt a pang of sympathy. He sighed. "What strength could you have at your age? Even if I can transform into a Super Saiyan now, I still cannot defeat those foes." After speaking, he sensed Vegeta's energy, astonished to find it hovering around 200,000 battle power. "How did you achieve this?" Trunks' eyes widened in disbelief. According to what his mother had conveyed, his father possessed merely a combat power of 180,000 when he invaded Earth. "You little rascal. Did you not hear me mention that there exists a way to restore your world?" Vegeta exclaimed with a sharp tone. Despite his youth, his manner of speaking was quite mature, leaving Trunks somewhat bewildered. Trunks swallowed hard. "Is that truly the case?" "Indeed," Vegeta affirmed. "You must first reveal this method. Otherwise, I shall not escort you back. The future is far too perilous." Trunks was eager to ascertain whether Vegeta genuinely had a solution. However, should Vegeta's plan prove futile, he would not take him back. Have you forgotten about the dragon? Vegeta retorted, slightly annoyed. If that is the method you speak of, then I cannot bring you back. Trunks shook his head. They had already contemplated that solution, but the Guardian of Earth had perished, and the Namekians had relocated to an unknown realm. How can we utilize the dragon to turn the tide? Seek the North Kai. Who is the North Kai? Trunks pondered, finally displaying some youthful naivety. Has Bulma not mentioned him to you? Vegeta inquired, somewhat perplexed. Just take me back. I can alter the future. Trunks fell silent for a moment, uncertain of the truth in his father's words. In fact, he had brought a special medicine with him. If his father delivered it to Uncle Goku in 20 years, everything could change. Yet, he harbored a concern that altering the past might not guarantee a changed future. Very well, I shall take you back. Trunks, fearful that his anxieties might manifest into reality, chose to trust his father's conviction, believing there truly was a solution. Even if it did not succeed, he would fight to ensure his father's return. At that moment, Bulma finally interjected, Vegeta, wherever you go, I want to accompany you. Trunks, charmed by his mother's endearing nature, felt an urge to pat her head, but upon witnessing Vegeta's menacing glare, he quickly withdrew. Vegeta cast a sidelong glance at Trunks and then reassured, We are heading to a distant place, but we shall return shortly. Upon my return, I will take you out for barbecue, all right? All right, Bulma responded after a moment's contemplation, nodding her adorably naive head. Witnessing the sorrowful expression on the face of this older brother had unsettled her. She suspected Vegeta was off to assist him. With Vegeta's help, she believed that the situation could surely be resolved. After reaching an agreement, Vegeta utilized instant transmission to take Bulma back home and inform Dr. Briefs that he would be away for a while, requesting him to arrange for someone to look after Bulma. Dr. Briefs found it odd that his daughter hadn't clung to Vegeta, as his understanding of Bulma suggested she would not willingly part from him. While Dr. Briefs pondered this, Vegeta returned to Trunks' side. Trunks exclaimed in astonishment, You can also use instant transmission. Little one, you are unaware of the multitude of things that you do not know. Vegeta remarked with a dismissive glance. Little one? Trunks' lips twitched at the absurdity of being called such by his own father. Yet, given their relationship, it seemed devoid of fault. Let us go, Trunks replied with resignation, relieved to know his father could instantaneously transport them, alleviating his concerns for his safety. The two entered the time machine and vanished from sight. At that moment, Bobo atop the temple suddenly opened his eyes. Time travel, he murmured before closing them once more. Chapter 14. The despair of future Bulma in the future Earth's West City. Thunderous explosions reverberated intermittently, with smoke enveloping the air in a thick haze. The streets lay in ruins, buildings collapsed, and not a single place remained unscathed. Occasionally, one could spot a striking couple navigating the dilapidated streets. On this day, a ripple in the fabric of time manifested in the sky. A shuttle-shaped device materialized from an unknown realm. In the distance, androids 17 and 18 exchanged glances as they were engaged in the slaughter of refugees. Our prey has finally returned, exclaimed 18, tossing her golden hair. Though stunningly beautiful, her expression was cold, her eyes filled with a thirst for blood. Let us continue to toy with the last Scion, 17 said, adjusting the scarf around his neck. The two exchanged sinister smiles and swiftly made their way toward the time machine. However, it had vanished. 18 furrowed her brow, recognizing the strange technique of concealed energy. Let us continue our massacre. I do not believe that boy can endure. She glanced at the distant refugees. 17 nodded in agreement. Soon after, the streets were once more filled with the sounds of explosions, mingled with anguished cries. In a hidden basement of West City, a plethora of sophisticated machinery filled the space. With a spacecraft positioned at its center, Bulma lay sprawled over the table, having burned the midnight oil yet again, utterly exhausted. Suddenly, the sound of the security door above echoed through the basement, jolting her awake. Is Trunks back? Or have the androids discovered this place? A flicker of dread crossed her mind at the latter possibility. She retrieved a small handgun from the drawer and pressed it against the wall. Although she understood the gun was ineffective against androids, it provided a semblance of safety in her son's absence. The sound of footsteps echoed down the stairs, growing louder with each passing moment. Bulma swallowed nervously, her hand gripping the gun, now slick with sweat. They're here. A foot stepped through the doorway, and Bulma's breath hitched. Mom, I'm back. Hearing the familiar voice, Bulma collapsed to the ground, the handgun slipping from her grasp and landing elsewhere. Trunks has returned. Bulma patted her chest, still reeling from the shock. Have you seen Goku and the others? She inquired as she rose from the ground. No, I haven't. Trunks hurried over to assist her, his voice faltering. He had traversed time. How could he possibly encounter Son Goku? Even if he did, the latter was merely a child and of no help. How could this be? Bulma grasped his hand tightly, urgency in her voice. Did you not follow my instructions? If you did not see Goku, he will surely perish without the special medicine. The course of history cannot be altered. The calamities of the future would inevitably repeat themselves. Bulma felt a pang in her heart, her breath quickening. Mom, look who this is, Trunks exclaimed, his mother's pallor causing him distress. Step aside. A small boy, over a meter tall, appeared before Bulma's eyes. Why you are? Bulma's pupils dilated as she recognized him instantly. You are Vegeta? His distinctive hairstyle left no room for doubt. It's me, Vegeta sniffled, despite the fact that the Bulma from the future and the Bulma from his timeline were two distinct individuals. Seeing the future Bulma in such a frail state tugged at Vegeta's heartstrings, nearly bringing him to tears. In the anime, he was aware of the tragic fate that awaited future Bulma. Her husband had perished, leaving her alone to raise Trunks while evading the onslaught of androids. All the while, striving to create a time machine to alter the future. She alone bore the weight of the world's salvation. All the pressure rested upon her shoulders. She was merely a woman. Bulma rubbed her eyes and, upon regaining her composure, exclaimed in surprise, Vegeta, you have come back to life. But why have you shrunk? Mom, he is not our timeline's father. Trunks clarified, he has come from the past. Huh? Bulma was perplexed. Trunks recounted the events leading up to this moment. Bulma could scarcely believe that Trunks had misstepped in time, for this was a timeline she had meticulously crafted and checked countless times. Bulma. Vegeta rubbed his sore nose. Bulma lowered her gaze to him. I am here. The simplicity of Vegeta's words caused Bulma's eyes to well with tears. Before the emergence of the androids, she had been merely the daughter of a wealthy family, happily married to Vegeta and raising Trunks. The arrival of the androids had altered everything. The ensuing days were consumed by relentless research on the time machine, fraught with failures. Success in her time machine research had offered a glimmer of hope. Yet Trunks' words plunged her into despair. A tumultuous journey. Finally, to see her husband from the past, uttering the words, I am here, Bulma broke down in tears. Her own man has come to rescue her. In this moment, Bulma yearned to release the pent-up grievances that had plagued her for years. Do you know how I have endured all these years? She cried, tightly embracing Vegeta. You only know how to be strong, believing that one person can defeat the androids. If you die, what will happen to Trunks and me? She sobbed uncontrollably. I have tirelessly researched the time machine day and night. Do you understand my despair? Bulma pressed Vegeta's small head against her chest, pouring out her heart's anguish. I know, Vegeta restrained his own tears. In the anime, Bulma had never displayed such desperation. She had always been strong. Vegeta understood this was merely a facade for Trunks. Upon arriving here and witnessing a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse, it was enough to shatter anyone's spirit. Vegeta reassured her, I have come. I will make the androids pay for their actions. Seeing his mother weep in the embrace of his past father, Trunks quietly distanced himself, wishing not to intrude. It seemed bringing his father from the past was indeed the right choice. After Trunks departed, Bulma's emotions stabilized somewhat, though her eyes remained puffy and red. Vegeta extended his small hand to wipe away her tears, causing Bulma to feel a rush of shyness. Why didn't you consult King Kai about the whereabouts of the Namekians? Vegeta finally voiced his confusion. I did. Bulma set Vegeta down, feeling a bit awkward as a child tended to her tears, especially when that child was her former husband. Shouldn't you be the proud one? Why don't you go find the Namekians? Vegeta questioned, perplexed. Chapter 15. Let Trunks save the future. We can't leave Earth. Bulma's tone was laden with despair. Can't leave? Vegeta frowned. The spaceship makes too much noise. The androids won't allow us to escape Earth. Bulma turned away, her gaze falling upon a spacecraft. The time machine does create some noise when activated, but can traverse time and space in an instant. Even if the androids detect it, they are powerless to stop us. Before she could finish, Bulma continued. Even if you come from the past, it won't help us. You should head back. I still have some energy for the time machine, enough for you to return. What about you? Vegeta blurted out, faced with the concern of her past husband. Bulma felt a warm surge within her. She noticed that the past Vegeta was somewhat different from the future one. The former Vegeta was not as cold and even showed care for others. Most importantly, he seemed to know everything, and yet he was still just a child. Bulma sighed. In 20 years, when you hand over the miraculous medicine to Goku, with him by our side, the androids will surely be vanquished, and the future will be transformed accordingly. As for me, I shall remain in hiding with Trunks. Rest assured." Upon hearing Bulma's words, Vegeta's forehead revealed a prominent vein. Before his journey through time, both past and future Vegeta had been insufferably proud. What use is pride without strength? It was precisely the arrogance of future Vegeta that led to Bulma's suffering. Hence, it is no wonder she firmly believes that only Goku can defeat the androids. "I cannot leave you unattended. I will assist you before returning," Vegeta asserted, his tone leaving no room for contradiction. Bulma was touched by Vegeta's declaration, feeling an overwhelming urge to weep. The future Vegeta would never utter such words. "How will you help me?" she asked, wiping her tear-stained eyes with a hint of irritation. His petite form brought her an unexpected sense of comfort, a sensation she had never experienced before. "You need not worry about the issue you just mentioned." Vegeta chuckled. "I can traverse the cosmos without the need for a spaceship." "I don't believe it." Bulma pouted, her tone unwittingly adopting a somewhat playful demeanor. This charming display caused Vegeta to catch his breath. His heart melted like snow on an iceberg meeting the dawn's light. "How adorable! Bulma is truly delightful." "Fool, what are you staring at?" Bulma's cheeks flushed crimson. Vegeta's gaze sent her heart racing. "Where was I? Ah, yes. I can teleport instantly, so there is no need to worry about the androids discovering us," he said, scratching his head with an awkward smile. Bulma's enchanting demeanor left him utterly flustered. "You can teleport?" Bulma exclaimed, embracing Vegeta in excitement. "How did you acquire such a skill? In the past, at your age, weren't you still Frisia's lackey?" Vegeta remained silent. Bulma quickly covered her mouth, feeling embarrassed for speaking too candidly. Yet, it was indeed the truth. "Never mind that. I can still take you to find the Namekians," Vegeta replied tersely. "Are you upset?" Bulma cradled Vegeta, soothing him as one would child. "Don't be angry. You're the best." At this point, Bulma couldn't help but chuckle. Vegeta's irritable demeanor was simply too endearing. The future Vegeta would never display such a side. In comparison, she found herself preferring this youthful version of him. Women." Vegeta rolled his eyes, but then resumed his serious demeanor. "Before seeking the Namekians, we must first deal with the androids. Since you possess the ability to teleport, why not immediately seek out the Dragon Balls to resurrect everyone? Wouldn't it be simpler to unite forces against the androids?" Bulma clung to him tightly, her tone laced with confusion. The only ones capable of contending with the androids are the 3 Super Saiyans, Trunks among them. Yet, considering Vegeta's temperament, would he ever agree to collaborate? He would likely declare that anyone who intervenes would be eliminated. When discussing future Vegeta, an odd expression crossed his face. After all, he is Vegeta. Bulma stifled a laugh, realizing that Vegeta was indeed true to himself. Without reviving them, who could possibly defeat the androids? Bulma's assertion held weight. These few Saiyans are the strongest on Earth, and they could barely contend with the androids before. Reviving them is essential. Could they rely solely on the young Vegeta? Bulma shook her head. Even if young Vegeta possessed knowledge, his strength at such a tender age would undoubtedly be limited. Vegeta spoke with significance. Trunks can defeat them. In the anime, it is Trunks who saves the future. He can continue to rescue this world now, as well. Bulma opened her mouth to respond, only to be interrupted by Vegeta. "Ah, don't concern yourself. With me here, Trunks will be safe, and I've even brought Senza beans." Bulma embraced Vegeta tightly, overwhelmed with excitement. "You brought Senza beans? That's wonderful. How many did you bring?" Today, as joy surpassed all the moments of happiness she'd experienced over the past decade combined. "A large jar, perhaps. You didn't pilfer all of Korin's Senza beans, did you?" Bulma recalled that rotund Yajirobe, who had squandered so many beans. Otherwise, with those beans, the androids might not have triumphed over Vegeta and the others. Bulma exclaimed with fierce determination. Stealing is indeed wise, as it prevents Yajirobe from consuming them. At this moment, Bulma was thoroughly convinced that Vegeta could handle the androids. Even if he could not defeat them outright, he could utilize teleportation to escape the battlefield, ensuring an invincible position. The heavy burden in her heart finally lifted. Bulma clung to Vegeta, unwilling to release him, fearing that her little man might suddenly vanish. After years of toil, all aimed at altering the future, her former husband had returned to save her. Bulma was truly deeply moved. "Bulma, are you trying to suffocate me?" Though being embraced was undeniably comforting, Vegeta wished to convey that he was acutely aware of his own stature. "I apologize." Bulma's cheeks flushed crimson, feeling somewhat embarrassed, yet still unwilling to let go of Vegeta. After all, he was her little man, and what was wrong with holding him close? Chapter 16. The Hyperbolic Time Chamber. Bulma held onto Vegeta, recounting her experiences from the years gone by. Upon hearing Bulma mention the time machine, a pang of discomfort surged within Vegeta. However, with him present, everything would undoubtedly change. After sharing a tender moment with Bulma, Vegeta summoned Trunks. Trunks, accompany me to a certain place. Where to? To the Otherworld. Vegeta intended to take Trunks to the Otherworld. The Otherworld Temple housed the Hyperbolic Time Chamber, where, in the anime, Trunks had trained with Vegeta for a year. The power he exhibited upon emerging astonished even Cell, who had absorbed Android 17. The Hyperbolic Time Chamber? Bulma was momentarily taken aback, faintly recalling Goku's mention of a wondrous chamber from his childhood. Outside a day equated to a year inside. Could it be that extraordinary place? Bulma exclaimed with excitement, scooping up little Vegeta and affectionately squeezing him. Vegeta found himself enveloped by two soft embraces. Mommy, he can't breathe. Trunks attempted to address Vegeta as father, but being merely a child himself, he found it difficult to voice. Hearing Trunks' words, Bulma felt a bit embarrassed and quickly released her grip. What do you mean by he? You should call him Daddy. Daddy? Trunks scratched his head, appearing flustered. It was quite a challenge to refer to a mere toddler as father. Vegeta waved his hand dismissively. All right, Trunks can call me whatever he wishes. The priority now is to reach the Otherworld, and you must come along. I cannot leave you behind. Vegeta was concerned that while they trained in the Hyperbolic Time Chamber, Bulma might be discovered by the androids. After some thought, Bulma nodded in agreement. Vegeta pressed his fingers together at his brow, sensing the faint energy of Bu. Indeed, Bu had not perished. I've located him. Hold on to my hand tightly. In an instant, the three vanished from their location. On the other side of West City, the roads lay in disrepair with collapsed buildings scattered about. A gentle breeze stirred, sending withered leaves drifting down, painting a picture of desolation. Android 18 flipped her golden hair over her shoulder and coldly remarked, Strange, isn't it? Trunks is usually averse to the sight of refugees perishing. Why the endless talk? Just continue the slaughter. I refuse to believe he won't show himself. Android 17 raised his hand, unleashing a chaotic energy blast. The refugees hiding amidst the ruins were instantly engulfed in a searing blaze. Unable to even scream before succumbing to 17's assault, in the Otherworld Temple, three figures suddenly materialized. Is this the temple? It's my first time here. Bulma wandered about, recalling how, during her journey aboard the Supreme Kai's ship to Namek, she had never reached the Otherworld. Later, with the emergence of the androids, there had been no opportunity to ascend to the Otherworld before everyone perished. Just then, a voice captured the attention of Vegeta and the others. You have arrived. Bu stepped out of the temple and noticed that Vegeta showed no other reaction. Vegeta frowned slightly. Bu's expression was rather bland. Was he aware of his arrival? Mr. Bu, we have come to request the use of the Hyperbolic Time Chamber, Vegeta inquired tentatively. Certainly. Bu's tone suddenly turned somewhat wistful. It is a pity about Goku. But as for you, he paused, shaking his head. This version of Vegeta is quite ordinary, yet you are remarkable. Vegeta gasped in astonishment. Did this charcoal-headed fellow realize he was not from this timeline? He had never divulged such information. After Bu's statement, silence enveloped the air. Beside them, Bulma and Trunks were utterly perplexed, having no inkling of what the two were discussing. Follow me. Bu disregarded their curious gazes and led everyone toward the time chamber. Vegeta was filled with a plethora of questions, but he decided to prioritize entering the time chamber. After all, this world had been ravaged by androids. And if things continued down this path, Earth itself would likely face annihilation. He turned back to Bulma and said, Bulma, you can wait for me outside. Hearing Vegeta's youthful voice, Bulma sweetly replied, I will. Just remember to stay safe. Bu then conveyed the precautions regarding the time chamber to the two. Inside, there was an abundance of food, water, and ample space. However, the air was thin and oppressively hot, with temperatures ranging between 50 degrees Celsius and -40. The gravity was 10 times that of the outside world, and the space was as vast as that of Earth. Those with weak willpower and lack of focus were prone to hallucinations. Bu concluded with a crucial point. They must exit before the sand in the hourglass ran out, or they would be eternally trapped within the time chamber. We will be careful. Thank you, Mr. Bu. Vegeta expressed his gratitude before leading Trunks inside. Upon entering the time chamber, Trunks stammered, Dad, it's so white in here. After all, this child was indeed his son, and addressing him as Dad was nothing to be ashamed of. Vegeta was momentarily taken aback, then smiled faintly. Suddenly, having such an older son felt rather pleasant. Vegeta's expression turned serious as he said, "Trunks, do you wish to become stronger?" "I do," Trunks exclaimed, his embarrassment fading into excitement. He had come to understand just how extraordinary his father's past self was, and he knew that any promise of strength was not mere exaggeration. Vegeta smirked mischievously. "Are you afraid of dying?" Trunks gritted his teeth and replied, "As long as I can defeat the androids and avenge Goten, I am not afraid of death." Hearing this, Vegeta frowned. It seemed that the loss of Goten had left a profound scar on Trunks. "Let me explain our Saiyan physiology," Vegeta said, walking into the vast, white expanse with his hands clasped behind his back. As a warrior race, the Saiyans grow stronger when faced with formidable opponents. However, there exists a lesser-known characteristic of their physiology. Pausing briefly, Vegeta remarked, "That is, upon the brink of death, their strength can surge dramatically within a short span of time. As long as you are unafraid, if I strike your heart once, and you consume a Senzu bean, your power will rapidly ascend." Vegeta glanced at Trunks, contemplating that if the Senzu beans of future Earth had not been squandered, the future Vegeta, given the Saiyan resilience, might not face defeat. After all, the future Vegeta is also aware of his capability. "Very well," Trunks responded without a moment's hesitation, causing Vegeta to momentarily pause. Such decisiveness? Chapter 17, The Brink of Deathbug. "If I misjudge my strength, you could genuinely perish," Vegeta inquired once more. "Had it not been for Gohan's protection all those years ago, I would have long since succumbed to the androids," Trunks lamented, striking the ground fiercely, tears streaming down his face. "All these years, I have constantly yearned for vengeance for Gohan. Yet I have my mother to care for. If I recklessly pursue this fight, who will look after her?" Trunks cried out in anguish. In an instant, his hair turned golden, an overwhelming energy erupting from within him. It unleashed a tremendous wave, sending Vegeta soaring 100 meters away. The Super Saiyan is remarkable. Vegeta swallowed hard. After a while, as Trunks regained some composure, Vegeta returned, fully aware of Trunks' resolve. He prepared to strike Trunks down. Even if he accidentally killed Trunks, there was no cause for concern, for the Dragon Balls of Namek remained. Vegeta smirked wickedly. "Let this young man experience the extraordinary Saiyan resilience." "Revert to your original state," Vegeta commanded. "All right." Trunks immediately returned to his normal form, this effortless transformation sparking envy in Vegeta. Wiping away the drool of envy, Vegeta stated calmly, "When I attack, you must suppress your body's instinctual reactions and refrain from resisting." "Understood," Trunks replied succinctly, his sole focus on rapidly enhancing his strength to confront the androids. Nodding in approval, Vegeta placed a Senzu bean into Trunks' mouth, instructing him to chew it, but not swallow until the moment of near death. Once Trunks was prepared, Vegeta began to gather his energy. Suddenly, a wave of energy, neither too strong nor too weak, coalesced in Vegeta's hand. If Trunks did not resist, this power could indeed prove fatal. "Here it comes." The energy wave surged toward Trunks' heart, whistling through the air. Bang! Trunks was propelled several meters away, a jet of blood erupting from his heart. Gurgle, gurgle. Trunks crashed to the ground, rolling several meters before coming to a halt. His breath grew increasingly faint. "Trunks, what are you doing? Hurry and swallow the Senzu bean." As Trunks' energy diminished, Vegeta, filled with anxiety, rushed over to support him. Trunks' pupils began to fade, his aura reaching its nadir. "Surely not. He can't truly be dead. How will I explain this to Bulma?" Vegeta shook Trunks' head urgently, shouting, "Swallow the Senzu bean. Have you forgotten your vow to avenge Gohan?" Yet, Trunks' pupils continued to dissipate. Just as despair threatened to engulf Vegeta, Trunks' throat stirred slightly. Suddenly, the white world trembled. A surge of volcanic energy erupted from Trunks. The terrifying force disturbed the air, producing a piercing compression sound. Visible waves of spatial distortion surged toward Vegeta. Damn it! In the midst of this astonishing energy tempest, Vegeta was flung thousands of meters away, sustaining internal injuries. After consuming a Senzu bean to heal, he quickly distanced himself. Gazing at Trunks, the hybrid Saiyan's innate talent was undeniable, and Trunks' latent potential was undoubtedly profound. Reviving from the brink of death would surely grant Trunks immense growth. Indeed, a tempest arose once more, golden blades of wind swirling ferociously. Had Vegeta not been propelled a kilometer away, his small frame would have surely been shredded to pieces. Boom! Trunks' hair transformed to a brilliant gold, his golden aura expanding to over 100 meters. An overwhelming presence enveloped the entire hyperbolic time chamber. It was terrifying. Witnessing this scene, Vegeta even speculated that Trunks, in this state, could defeat the androids. Panting heavily, Trunks was drenched in sweat, if not for his father's voice urging him to avenge Gohan. Awakening his consciousness, he might have indeed perished. Trunks looked at his hands, powerful energy surging within him. It was exhilarating, sharing Vegeta's sentiments. Trunks felt confident he could now contend with the androids. Vegeta flew over, his expression fierce. "You little brat, how dare you scare me like that? If you had truly died, how would I explain it to your mother?" Vegeta's voice grew louder, as though he were about to reprimand Trunks. "Father, I was wrong." Trunks reverted to his normal state, hastily admitting his mistake. "What did you do wrong?" "I did nothing wrong." In his haste, he inadvertently misspoke, quickly attempting to rectify. No. Father, let me explain." In the next moment, a small fist came crashing down. Trunks let out a scream, soaring into the sky like a cannonball. Yet, glancing at the distant, grumbling Vegeta, Trunks couldn't help but smile. How wonderful it is to have a father. Although this father is rather diminutive. In the ensuing moments, Vegeta allowed Trunks to strike him in the heart. After Trunks delivered his blow, it was Vegeta's turn to retaliate. After multiple exchanges, the two began to grow proficient in their combat. "Father, it seems my strength has plateaued," Trunks exclaimed, clutching his heart, now stained with blood from yet another hit. However, this time, having recovered from the brink of death, he felt no enhancement in strength. "My power has stagnated as well." Vegeta nodded, acknowledging his own situation. Yet, he had long anticipated this outcome. The Saiyan physique is indeed formidable, with few races in the Dragon Ball universe capable of matching it. Saiyans can significantly enhance their combat abilities through recovery from severe injuries, and the potential for growth from the edge of death is even more terrifying. However, this kind of power gain, akin to exploiting a glitch, cannot be relied upon indefinitely. As one progresses, the potential for enhancement becomes increasingly limited. After numerous brushes with death, Vegeta discerned a pattern. The strength gained from recovery, whether from severe wounds or near-death experiences, requires the consumption of one's internal potential. Once that potential is fully depleted, no amount of injury will result in further enhancement. Only through diligent training can one replenish this potential and achieve further growth. "You should be strong enough to contend with the androids now, correct?" Vegeta inquired, seated on the ground. "I believe so," Trunks affirmed, clenching his fists. They had spent 6 months within the hyperbolic time chamber, and the improvements were clearly evident. Vegeta gazed up at the sky. "Since only 6 months have passed, let us refine our combat techniques in the coming 6 months." "All right, father." Trunks nodded eagerly. Chapter 18. Emerging from the hyperbolic time chamber. Inside the chamber, another 6 months had elapsed. During this time, in addition to continuing to exploit the near-death phenomenon, Vegeta was also training in a mysterious state known as the ethereal state. From the information previously received in the other world, he had not only learned the methods of mastering Ki, but also the techniques to achieve the ethereal state. It was evident that this information had been passed on to him by Bubbles. "Why impart this knowledge to me? I recall Bubbles being particularly fond of Kakarot." Vegeta mumbled, puzzled, but soon dismissed the thought. The information indicated that to successfully cultivate the ethereal state, one must achieve a tranquility surpassing the sky and speed exceeding that of lightning. During his training, Vegeta realized that Goku from the anime could enter a state of ultimate instinct, which bore a significant connection to this ethereal state. In the realm of anime, the character Vegeta has yet to attain the state of ultra instinct. This is not solely attributed to his temperament. The primary reason lies in his lack of ethereal training from a young age, coupled with the inadequacy of his martial arts foundation. After half a year of rigorous training, Vegeta has only scratched the surface of this profound technique. Nevertheless, even this rudimentary understanding has proven immensely beneficial. It is imperative to recognize that ultra instinct diverges from traditional combat methods that rely on sensing energy. Rather, it involves reflexive movements of the body, devoid of any cerebral deliberation. Essentially, it is a state where the body moves in harmony with the mind. On this particular day, a formidable energy wave surged toward a small child. "Trunks, you underestimate me," Vegeta stated, his expression impassive as he executed a horizontal strike with one hand. The incoming energy wave unexpectedly altered its trajectory, soaring into the sky before erupting in a brilliant explosion. The scorching waves of heat caused Vegeta's hair to sway dramatically. No doubt he is my father. Trunks and Vegeta locked eyes. Although his father was still but a child, his numerous encounters with death had significantly augmented his strength. It was likely that with his current battle prowess, upon transforming into a Super Saiyan, even Frieza would be no match for him. Be careful, Dad. As soon as the words left his lips, Trunks vanished into thin air. Vegeta tensed his body, aware that Trunks was not only his and Bulma's son, but also a half-Saiyan brimming with potential. While he may not rival Gohan, that monstrous fighter, Vegeta felt a lingering dread from Trunks' growth within the hyperbolic time chamber. Should he transform into a Super Saiyan, the artificial warriors outside would likely flee in terror. He could not afford to be complacent. Vegeta had long mastered the sensing of energy, yet he found himself unable to pinpoint Trunks' location in that moment. Here, sensing a ripple in the void behind him, Vegeta abruptly turned. Suddenly, Dad, you guessed wrong. Trunks had stealthily reappeared behind Vegeta, delivering a powerful punch that shook the very ground. An overwhelming pressure enveloped the entire realm of the hyperbolic time chamber. As the blow loomed closer, Vegeta smirked wickedly. You little brat, it is you who has miscalculated. Utilizing the slightest inkling of the ethereal state he had acquired, Vegeta moved with astonishing speed, evading the attack. He swiftly countered with a strike aimed at Trunks' abdomen. The force was akin to being struck by a train, as Trunks' midsection caved in, leaving a pronounced indentation on his back. Trunks cried out in agony, his body tumbling aside. Trunks, your combat instincts are still too weak. Vegeta hovered in the air, delivering his cold remark. Although Trunks possesses a battle power that surpasses his father's, he has been well protected by Gohan over the years. Furthermore, the premature demise of Vegeta in the future meant that no one imparted combat techniques to him. As for battle awareness, that is an entirely different matter. Yes, Trunks sat up from the ground, rubbing his abdomen. The pain in his stomach led him to question his own abilities. Could he truly defeat the androids? Did he doubt his capacity to overcome them? Vegeta descended and patted him on the shoulder. Indeed, Trunks replied with a hint of frustration, continuing, with my considerable battle power, I cannot even surpass you, father. In their normal states, he found himself unable to match his father. Vegeta chuckled. Haha, there is no need to feel disheartened. You are unaware of the years I spent alongside Frieza, striving tirelessly to prevent them from underestimating the Saiyans during every mission. You have been coddled since childhood. Had it not been for the emergence of the androids, you would likely still be quietly studying in school. Vegeta sat beside Trunks, recounting memories from his past. Trunks, sitting cross-legged, realized the depth of his father's experiences. After a pause, Vegeta turned to him and said, with your current strength, those androids are certainly no match for you. You must have faith in yourself. Yes. Trunks regained his confidence and suddenly exclaimed with excitement. Father, I have discovered a powerful new form. What form? Vegeta inquired, slightly puzzled. I'll demonstrate. Trunks soared into the air. A tremendous roar erupted from Trunks' mouth. He first transformed into a Super Saiyan, and then a surge of ferocious energy enveloped him, commanding the forces of nature. Crack! The immense power even drew the ephemeral particles of the void, coalescing into arcs of silver lightning. Bang! 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 Trunks' muscles expanded rapidly, instantly growing more robust, and the battle attire he wore creaked ominously, as if it might burst at any moment. This transformation drained his stamina significantly, and Trunks took deep breaths. Father, how is it? Do you think his form is powerful? Vegeta shook his head. Upon witnessing Trunks in this state, he recalled the anime where Trunks emerged from the hyperbolic time chamber and battled Cell in a similar form. Although this transformation amplified Trunks' strength, it came at the cost of his speed. Such a state was not advisable. Buzz! Trunks reverted to his normal state, furrowing his brow. Father, is this form not strong? Did you not notice that your speed has decreased significantly? Indeed, Vegeta replied. Do you still consider it powerful? No. This transformation comes at the cost of speed to attain formidable power. In this state, should an enemy be struck by me, they would instantaneously lose their combat capability. Trunks, feeling a sense of urgency, yearned for praise for this hard-won transformation. Have you considered that without speed, you may not even land a blow on your adversary? Do not forget, this state is incredibly taxing on your stamina. Vegeta sighed, realizing that Trunks was still too young. A single word woke Trunks from his stupor. He recognized the veracity of his father's words. If he could not make contact with his foe, he would inevitably succumb once his energy was depleted. After defeating the androids, Focus on honing your combat awareness, Vegeta advised nonchalantly. All right, father. Trunks, who had initially felt elated, now found his spirits dampened. Outside the temple, Bulma buzzed about like a jubilant bee, exploring everything with wonder. Everything in the temple was utterly novel for her. Goku had trained here in his youth. Bulma, Mom, Vegeta, and Trunks finally emerged from the temple. However, their attire was in tatters, resembling that of beggars on the street. Haha, what happened to you two? Bulma laughed heartily, clutching her stomach. The corners of Vegeta's mouth twitched slightly. Intense training will do that, Vegeta replied, somewhat exasperated. All right, let us return. The androids are no longer a concern. Really? Upon seeing the nods from the father and son duo, Bulma sprang up in excitement. That's wonderful. Vegeta turned to the figure standing at the temple's entrance. Thank you, Mr. Bubbles, for your assistance. After Bubbles acknowledged him with a nod, Vegeta led Bulma away from the other world. Back at home, Vegeta did not rush to seek out the androids. He and Trunks merely wished to take a bath first. Having gone months without one, while consumed by their training in the hyperbolic time chamber, they felt quite uncomfortable. In the bathroom, Vegeta looked up, letting the shower water cascade over his face, feeling somewhat vexed. The abundance of sins of beans had its advantages. He had exploited the near-death loophole in the hyperbolic time chamber, enhancing his strength to over 100 times its previous level. Vegeta speculated that his battle power might now exceed 3 million, comparable to Goku's when he transformed into a Super Saiyan. Yet, no matter how he conjured feelings of rage, he could not break through to Super Saiyan. Is it due to the S cells? Vegeta murmured to himself. The quantity of S cells is one of the factors influencing the transformation into a Super Saiyan. The S cells can only flourish in times of peace. However, Vegeta recalls that in the anime, he transformed into a Super Saiyan within a year of arriving on Earth. Having traversed into this realm, Vegeta also spent a year living on Earth. It makes no sense. He further reflects on the anime, where Goten and Trunks, mere children of 7 or 8, are able to achieve Super Saiyan transformations. I am the prince of all Saiyans. Vegeta furrows his brow. Despite the prodigious talents of half-blood Saiyans, they are ultimately not pure-blooded. Only those of pure blood can consistently remain at the pinnacle of martial prowess, exemplified by Goku himself. And Broly in the anime, unable to comprehend this, Vegeta dismisses the thought. When the time comes, he shall surely transform. At last, he has surpassed Goku, finally shedding the title of second best that has plagued him for millennia. Vegeta is filled with exhilaration. However, Vegeta, Bulma, wrapped in a towel, strides in unabashedly. What are you doing, Bulma? Vegeta exclaims, quickly turning away in shock. I can give you a back rub. The sheer size of Bulma leaves him momentarily speechless, swallowing hard as he processes the sight before him. In my previous timeline, I had yet to marry Bulma. Please do not do this. But what does it matter? After all, Vegeta is still Bulma's husband. Vegeta shoots her an irritated glance. Indeed, he is Vegeta, yet these two timelines are unrelated. Bulma, undeterred, presses on as Vegeta bellows. I can't take this anymore. Please leave. Why be so shy? It's not like we haven't seen each other before. Bulma has already begun to knead his back vigorously. The tender sensation causes Vegeta's spirit to soar. Why are you still at it? Vegeta's face flushes crimson, resembling a ripe apple. His blood rushes with fervor, and to his astonishment, he feels a wave of dizziness wash over him. He faints. In 2 lifetimes, Vegeta cannot withstand such temptation, collapsing directly into Bulma's embrace. Ha, what a little virgin. Bulma laughs, cradling her tiny husband, her body shaking with mirth, her bosom jiggling in the process. Half a day passes. Bulma prepares a sumptuous lunch, utilizing the provisions from their pantry. Trunks, seated at the table, inquires curiously, Mom, where's Dad? No sooner has he spoken than Vegeta emerges from Bulma's room, his face a vivid hue, unable to meet Bulma's gaze. This prompts Bulma to erupt in laughter. Dad, what happened to you and Mom? Trunks is utterly bewildered by the scene. Vegeta, his expression dark, retorts, what are you staring at? Finish your meal. We'll go hunt down the androids afterward. Trunks appeared somewhat innocent, pouting his lips and refraining from speaking, fearful of incurring further rebuke. After a moment of silence, he ventured, Father, can I truly defeat the androids? It was not surprising that Trunks voiced this concern, for apart from Goku's demise due to heart disease, the remaining Z fighters had all fallen to the androids. The androids had even taken Gohan's life before his very eyes. Their overwhelming strength etched deeply into Trunks' psyche. He was terrified. He was in a state of dread. As long as you transform into a Super Saiyan, not only the androids, but even Cell would be no match for you, Vegeta remarked while savoring a bite of the dish that Bulma had prepared. Cell? Both Trunks and Bulma paused, bewildered by the mention of this name. In due time, you'll understand. Fear not, even if your combat skills are lacking. In the face of absolute power, all techniques are rendered futile. Vegeta continued, his gaze fixed on his meal. He could easily defeat Trunks in his normal state, primarily due to Trunks' inadequate combat awareness. However, once Trunks transformed into a Super Saiyan, Vegeta feared he might not withstand even a second. After lunch, Vegeta escorted Trunks to the outskirts of West City. This vast plain, untouched by the ravages of the androids due to its remoteness from the urban sprawl, presented a tranquil scene. The environment was quite pleasant. Vegeta had chosen this location, wary of the potential collateral damage that a battle in West City might pose to Bulma. Here, take these sins of beans, he said, producing a bag from his pocket and tossing it to Trunks. Despite Trunks' already formidable power, Vegeta remained concerned about unforeseen mishaps. Thank you, Father. Trunks sniffled slightly, feeling a warmth of paternal care from his father, who still exhibited childlike qualities. Get yourself ready, Vegeta glanced at Trunks. Are you prepared? Ready, Trunks declared, and in an instant, a tremendous force erupted from Vegeta's small frame. A white aura surged upward, its overwhelming might reverberating across every corner of the earth. Meanwhile, the two androids, who were far off in West City, paused in surprise. Look, Trunks can no longer contain himself. Android 18 chuckled wickedly. Let us go. The two soared into the sky. Simultaneously, Bulma sensed an unusual energy emanating from the distance. The battle was about to commence. Vegeta, you must give it your all. She clasped her hands together in prayer at her chest. In the outskirts, a piercing sonic boom echoed across the horizon. Two beams of white light streaked through the sky, materializing before Trunks and Vegeta. Ha ha ha, Trunks, it seems you've reached your limit. Android 17 circled above, laughing heartily. By the way, where were you earlier, Trunks? Android 18 inquired with a sly grin, her slender arms crossed. Chapter 21. Frightening the Androids. Trunks stood silently, yet his gaze grew colder than ice. Without uttering a word, he maintained his facade. Android 17 casually twisted his neck, his eyes darting around in a most peculiar manner. Android 18 covered her mouth, chuckling. 17. Do refrain from making such expressions. We wouldn't want to frighten the little ones. Her every movement exuded charm. Android 18 was undeniably a striking goddess. Yet to Trunks, such beauty was no different from that of a demon from the depths of hell. I hope you can still find laughter in a moment. Trunks emanated a chilling aura of murderous intent. Android 17 laughed heartily. Ha! 18, did you hear what he just said? Suddenly, his expression shifted, and he coldly remarked, just because you're a stray dog? Have you forgotten how Son Gohan met his demise before you? At that time, I stood over him, and Son Gohan lay there like a dead dog. How exquisite it was to torment a dead dog. With a grotesque grin, Android 17 extended his arms, reveling in the moment. Ha ha! Android 18 continued to laugh, delighting in taunting the child. You! Trunks gritted his teeth, rage swelling within him as he absorbed 17's humiliating words about Gohan. Gohan was not only his elder brother, but also his mentor, who had fought valiantly to protect him. At this moment, Trunks was engulfed in fury, flames of wrath blazing in his eyes. Let us eliminate them. Vegeta, arms crossed, coldly observed the two in the sky. The androids of this timeline were exceedingly malevolent. They had long since lost their humanity, ensnared in an insatiable thirst for slaughter. What a pity. A child? The laughter of 17 and 18 ceased as they regarded Vegeta thoughtfully. Initially, they assumed the boy was someone Trunks was meant to protect, but it seemed otherwise. Android 18 smirked alluringly. It seems you've acquired a son since we last met? She could discern the familial resemblance between the two. Hearing this, Vegeta's lips twitched slightly. Damn it, he's my son. At that moment, 17 suddenly had a revelation, his eyes widening. 18, is Vegeta. Vegeta? Android 18 furrowed her brow, perplexed by 17's words. Hadn't Vegeta perished? Yet, upon closer inspection, the child indeed bore a striking resemblance to Vegeta. Just as 18 was about to speak, a harsh voice interrupted. You can all perish. Trunks could no longer contain the fury in his heart. He sought vengeance for all. In an instant, Trunks vanished from sight. Where'd he go? 17 tensed, sensing that Trunks had transformed. Be cautious, 18. 17's warning prompted an eye roll from 18. Was it truly necessary to be so wary of a defeated foe? However, boom! On the 18th, she was flung out with tremendous force. Ah, Trunks, I shall kill you. 18 unleashed an unfathomable aura, soaring back, her eyes darting in search of something. Can't find it? 18, watch your back. Just as 17's words fell, Trunks materialized abruptly behind 18. Did you ever envision this day? With a single, devastating punch, the fabric of space trembled, and the magnetic field between heaven and earth became chaotic. Like a cannonball, 18 was propelled thousands of meters away, skimming the ground and leaving behind a profound trench. At that moment, Trunks reappeared before 17, transformed into a Super Saiyan. Your power level is incongruent. 17 gasped. Incredulity etched across his face as he processed the data emitted from the sensor within him. 5 billion. A shrill scream reverberated across the plain as 18 finally returned. Just as she was about to deliver a painful memory to Trunks, she was halted by 17. Look at Trunks' power level data. Both of them were equipped with high-precision sensors installed by Dr. Gero, designed to track Goku. Sensing something amiss, 18 regained her composure and checked her sensor. Impossible. Her tone was laden with skepticism. It was known that their combined power levels hovered around 700 million. Why had Trunks, who had vanished for several days, suddenly transcended to this level? A realization struck her, and her pupils constricted. It must be Vegeta's doing. Although Vegeta was presumed dead, a younger version of him had inexplicably emerged. Just a short time ago, Trunks had been a weakling, far from their match, yet now he had become formidable. All of this was likely orchestrated by Vegeta. Why does he possess merely 6 million in power? 17 wondered, perplexed by Vegeta's presence. When Vegeta was alive, his power had been around 300 million. How could this young Vegeta only have 6 million? At that moment, Vegeta remained oblivious to his actual power level of 6 million, believing himself to be only 3 million. In truth, a power of 6 million was not excessively exaggerated. After all, in the anime, Goku had reached 3 million simply by sustaining injuries on Namek. Vegeta, having spent a year in the room of spirit and time, utilizing the Senzu beans to exploit its quirks, could have surpassed 10 million had he not still been in his juvenile Saiyan stage. Vegeta crossed his arms, coldly regarding the two. Go repent in hell. With that, he nodded at Trunks. Suddenly, the world dimmed. A vast surge of energy engulfed the sky. Such terrifying energy caused the earth to tremble. Meanwhile, on King Kai's planet, the North Kai clenched his fists and shouted excitedly, "Eliminate the androids." Hearing the North Kai's call, Goku also felt a surge of excitement. Beside them, Vegeta and others were aware that a version of Vegeta from the past had traveled through time, spending a year in the hyperbolic time chamber training Trunks. Now was the moment of their final showdown with the androids. If all went as planned, once the androids were vanquished, Vegeta and the others could be resurrected swiftly. In West City, Bulma crouched in a corner, the earth trembling beneath her as she sensed that the battle had reached a fever pitch. Though her little husband had reassured her that Trunks could defeat the androids, Bulma couldn't help but feel anxious. Vegeta, Trunks, you must give it your all. Boom! The ground shook violently under the onslaught of relentless energy waves, creating deep craters across the plains. Androids 17 and 18 desperately fled, yet no matter where they ran, the energy blasts relentlessly pursued them. Chapter 22, Slaying the Androids. I can't believe it. In the midst of their flight, 17 still struggled to accept how powerful Trunks had become. Reality often proved cruel. Just days ago, he had been dominating others, and now his adversaries had revealed their true strength. Damn it, if only I'd killed him earlier. Android 18 narrowly dodged an energy blast, regretting her earlier arrogance. If it hadn't been for her playful antics, teasing the young fighter instead of ending him sooner, they would not be in such dire straits now. Their predicament did not go unnoticed by the inhabitants of KO's planet. The North Kai jumped with excitement, exclaiming, "Well done, Trunks. You are a god in my eyes." Goku embraced the future Vegeta, chuckling, "I never expected the past Vegeta to be so impressive. Trunks has become incredibly strong. Just look at who taught him." The future Vegeta lifted his chin slightly, indifferent to Goku's awkward embrace. The past Vegeta was indeed formidable, capable of turning the tide of despair in the future. Filling him with pride, the battle on Earth raged on, entering an intense phase. As Vegeta had stated, in the face of absolute power, all techniques were futile. Trunks, with his overwhelming combat prowess, relentlessly battered the androids, causing them to bleed. Ha ha ha. Do you really think that by killing us, Gohan and the others will be resurrected? Let me tell you, Gohan once lay at my feet like a dead dog. That was quite the experience. 17 raved madly, his words reckless. Meanwhile, Trunks' energy surged dramatically, reaching an astounding 2 billion in combat power. 18's pupils dilated in shock. What the hell? This is ridiculous. She screamed. 17, shut your mouth. Were it not for the fact that number 17 was her brother, number 18 might have sent him straight to meet the Grim Reaper. What a fool he was. While others were charging forward like rabid dogs, he foolishly provoked them. To be teamed up with such a dim-witted ally was indeed a stroke of misfortune for her. At that moment, Trunks vanished into the horizon, only to reappear before the two of them an instant later, with a swift kick and a pivoting elbow strike. The world around them plunged into darkness, and in a fleeting moment, brilliance erupted. In just 2 moves, the 2 androids were sent reeling, blood spraying from their wounds as they collapsed to the ground, incapacitated. Tick-tock. Number 17 knelt, blood dripping from his lips onto the earth below. His once handsome visage contorted in agony, the excruciating pain twisting his features into a grotesque mask. Number 18 fared little better. She lay on ground, her clothing in tatters, exposing her alabaster skin marred by cruel scars that shattered her alluring beauty. Why? They incessantly questioned the reason behind their plight. They could not comprehend why Vegeta had been resurrected, transformed into a child, nor how Trunks had ascended to a combat power of 1.5 billion in just a few days. Descending like a harbinger of death, Trunks was met by Vegeta as he soared through the air. Trunks lifted his foot, brutally pressing it against number 17's head. Dead dogs? Now you truly are a pair of dead dogs, he proclaimed, and in a fit of rage, he stamped down a few more times. With a sickening sound, number 17 spat out another mouthful of blood. Despair ignited in his eyes. The humiliation he was now enduring a reflection of the taunts he had just hurled at Trunks. Number 17 attempted to rise, but found himself immobilized by his injuries. Gazing upon Trunks' fierce countenance, Vegeta let out a sigh. It was truly unfathomable how this boy had survived the onslaught of the androids. Yet, the prospect of vengeance was at hand. He hoped Trunks could find some solace in that, for soon enough, they would be able to resurrect the Vegeta of the future. They could not afford to remain idle. Number 18, though not as grievously wounded as number 17, turned her gaze toward Vegeta, a glimmer of determination shining in her eyes. If she could seize Vegeta, Trunks would surely be rendered powerless. After all, as androids, they possessed boundless, eternal energy, their strength and stamina perpetually at their peak. Though number 18 was grievously injured, she still had the strength to fight. Enduring the pain, she took advantage of Trunks' moment of humiliation against number 17 and vanished from sight. With a swift motion, she appeared behind Vegeta. Trunks, release number 17 at once, or I shall crush your father's skull, she shouted. Idiot. Perhaps you should first check where my father is before making threats. Trunks ignored her, once again applying force to number 17's head, eliciting a heart-wrenching scream from him. What? Number 18 looked down, only to discover that Vegeta had vanished without a trace. The next moment, Vegeta materialized beside Trunks, exclaiming, "Instant transmission is truly remarkable," he muttered, followed by a derisive smirk. You didn't think I was unprepared, did you? 18, engulfed in despair, cast a glance at her brother, 17, lying motionless on the ground. This was her sibling. Yet, she thought, perhaps it's best to abandon such a foolish brother. Fleeing was her only option. If she could vanish from Trunks' sight, her advantage as an android, devoid of any detectable energy, would render her undetectable. Trunks, do not let her escape. Vegeta also grasped this urgency. I've noticed you for quite some time. Did you truly believe you could evade me? Trunks appeared before 18 with a swift motion. While he humiliated 17, he kept a vigilant eye on 18, requiring no reminder from Vegeta. Truly, he was the only Saiyan who exhibited no foolishness. Seeing Trunks' reaction, Vegeta felt a pang of unease. The future was not like the past. This timeline had only Trunks as the remaining Saiyan. If he were to perish, who would protect Bulma? Who would safeguard the Earth? In such dire circumstances, Trunks had no room for recklessness. Yet, he was merely a 16-year-old boy. As Vegeta pondered this, Trunks raised his hand, fingers aligned. Go to hell and repent. A golden light enveloped him. With a forceful swing, he unleashed his attack. No, 18 gasped in terror, pleading for mercy, but her vision blurred suddenly. Under Trunks' overwhelming power, the very fabric of space seemed on the brink of rupture, and 18 was torn asunder. A deafening explosion echoed across the skies. 18, roared 17, who lay upon the ground. His sister was gone, slain by someone who had not long ago been beneath their notice. 17, gazing skyward, recalled their childhood memories. The two siblings had once played joyfully together every day, until the day they were captured by Dr. Gero and transformed into androids. Subsequently, they had been driven by vengeful directives to annihilate Goku and others, leaving Earth ravaged beyond recognition. Do I regret it? He extended his hand, staring at his palm. I cannot speak for you, but if I hesitate even for a moment to kill you, I will certainly regret it. Trunks approached 17, towering over him with a cold gaze. He raised his foot and brought it down with tremendous force. Boom! 17's head shattered into fragments. Chapter 23, Summoning Purunga. King Kai's planet. North Kai embraced Goku, performing a jubilant little dance. Oh, what a delightful day. I'm so happy today. As if the dance were insufficient, North Kai tossed Goku high into the sky. Vegeta turned away, covering his face, utterly unable to bear the sight of these two individuals. He never anticipated that Trunks would become so formidable. Sitting beneath a tree, Gohan sighed, anticipating their imminent revival. He felt an eager yearning to reunite with the present-day Trunks. On Earth, the terrifying aura gradually dissipated, and the planet ceased to tremble. In West City, Bulma emerged from her corner, sensing the conclusion of the battle. Who triumphed? Bulma was tense, her gaze fixed upon the sky, longing to witness the figures of the father and son returning from the heavens. Half an hour passed. The earth fell into an eerie silence. A cold wind swept through the streets, creating a desolate atmosphere. Bulma stood at the doorway for a full 30 minutes. Why hadn't they returned yet? Could there have been an accident? Surely not. I must be overthinking this. Yet, the mere thought of something having befallen the two made Bulma's complexion pale. If those two were to perish, she could hardly envision living on. At that moment, two small white dots appeared in the sky, drawing ever closer. Mama, Bulma. The familiar voices echoed from above, causing Bulma to shed tears of joy. They're alive. She wiped her tears, though they continued to flow unabated. She pondered why Vegeta, who could instantaneously teleport, hadn't returned immediately. For half an hour, she had been consumed by anxiety. Now, she finally beheld the father and son. With a thud, they landed. Trunks, Vegeta. Bulma rushed forward, embracing the two tightly. Vegeta lifted his head slightly, exchanging a glance with Trunks. After vanquishing the androids, they had wanted to witness the state of the Earth before its restoration, thus returning at a leisurely pace. However, they had forgotten about Bulma, who had been in a state of constant worry. Look what you've done. Trunks silently mouthed, adopting an expression that suggested, you deal with your woman. You little brat. Vegeta muttered under his breath, yet quickly reassured, do not cry, we have returned, haven't we? Bulma continued to sob. Seizing the opportunity, Trunks slipped away, leaving Vegeta to console Bulma alone. We were wrong. We should have returned sooner. Don't cry, or you won't be pretty anymore. Vegeta continued to soothe her. Bulma's weeping persisted. Unable to endure it any longer, Vegeta resorted to a drastic measure. Suddenly, he clutched his chest, displaying a pained expression, and collapsed weakly into Bulma's arms, letting out a cry of agony. Vegeta, what's wrong? Bulma gasped, her heart racing. Had he sustained a severe injury? Trunks, hurry, your father is injured. Bulma, forgetting her tears, urgently called for her son. Inside the house, Trunks set down his teacup upon hearing the commotion. How could his father be hurt if he hadn't even lifted a finger? Furrowing his brow, Trunks contemplated stepping outside to investigate, but suddenly had a peculiar smile. His father's tricks of deception were indeed poor. Muttering to himself, he lifted his teacup once more, savoring a delightful sip. After all, the events outside were of no concern to him. While Trunks relished his victorious tea, Vegeta feigned unconsciousness. Bulma, please don't be angry. Vegeta's voice was intermittent, sounding as if he were on the brink of death. I'm not angry, just don't die. Bulma choked back her emotions, glancing anxiously at Vegeta. Her son was yet to emerge, and his father seemed to be nearing his end. If I don't die, will you truly cease your anger? Came a feeble voice. Bulma nodded vigorously. I'm not angry, Vegeta, just don't die. You promised. Immediately, Vegeta sprang to his feet, displaying no signs of imminent demise, but rather energy enough to obliterate another android. You deceived me, Bulma exclaimed, wide-eyed, pointing at Vegeta. Woman, if you cry again, I shall strike you. Seeing her about to erupt, Vegeta swiftly flew into her embrace and planted a forceful kiss on her fair cheek. Bulma's face flushed crimson, her gaze lowered. unable to meet his eyes. This scene was witnessed by Trunks, who turned back with his head bowed, muttering, "What a clever tactic. After all that, let's see if you still cry." Vegeta scoffed. "No more tears, no more tears." Bulma, blushing deeply, dare not meet his gaze. Once Trunks emerged, Vegeta's tone turned somewhat melancholic. "Let us prepare to seek the Namekians." After resurrecting the Z fighters, he would return to his own timeline, feeling a twinge of reluctance. "Absolutely," Trunks shouted with excitement. He had long desired to find the Dragon Balls to revive his brother, Gohan. "When shall we depart?" Bulma eagerly grasped Vegeta's arm. They remained oblivious to the shift in Vegeta's demeanor, solely focused on swiftly locating the Dragon Balls so everyone could be revived. "Give me the coordinates. We shall leave at once." Vegeta's mood lightened as he smiled. "I shall retrieve the coordinates for the new Namek." Bulma returned indoors, extracting a paper detailing the location of the new Namek, information provided by King Kai. Had it not been for the interference of the androids, she would have journeyed to Namek long ago. With the coordinates secured, Vegeta took their hands and activated instant transmission. On that day, 3 figures arrived at the new Namek. Vegeta gazed upon the enchanting surroundings, marveling at the remarkable nature of the Namekians. After a moment of reflection, he led the 2 companions towards the village of the new Grand Elder. Upon learning their intentions, Elder Mulin instructed his kin to swiftly gather the Dragon Balls. It was astonishing to realize how much had transpired on Earth. Goku truly missed out. While waiting for the Namekians to collect the Dragon Balls, Mulin reflected, "This must be the Vegeta from the past. He is indeed powerful and unique." Mulin looked at Vegeta with a significant expression. "Unique?" Vegeta was about to inquire about the Elder's meaning when the Namekians finally returned with the Dragon Balls. Mulin smiled and said, "Prepare to make your wish." Vegeta nodded in acquiescence. Thus, under the invocation of the Namekian language, Porunga ascended, radiating golden light. "Speak your desires. I can fulfill any wish." Hearing this, a vein throbbed on Vegeta's forehead. Why did both the Earth's Shenron and the Namekian dragon love to boast so much? Chapter 24, The Wish. After Porunga had emerged for a while, Vegeta remained speechless until Bulma nudged him back to reality. They had previously discussed their wishes, and soon Vegeta voiced his desire: restore Earth to its state before the android's destruction. Through the Namekian translation, Porunga's crimson eyes glimmered. "Your wish has been granted." Simultaneously, a shimmering veil of light spread across the Earth's sky. Where it passed, it seemed to possess a magical quality, transforming Earth back to its former self, indistinguishable from the time before the arrival of the androids. As Earth reverted to its original state, Porunga continued, "Please state your second wish." Vegeta shouted, "Bring back the Earth's deity." Although the Namekian dragon could grant 3 wishes, it could only resurrect one individual at a time. Thus, Vegeta chose to resurrect the Earth deity, ensuring that Piccolo would also return and the Dragon Balls would regain their normal function. At that point, they could use the Earth Dragon Balls to resurrect everyone all at once. "Your wish has been granted. Please state your third wish." Under the Namekian language, Porunga's eyes glowed red once more. As for the third wish, Bulma and the others had no additional desires. They merely wished for everyone to be revived. So they decided to leave the third wish to Vegeta. Vegeta declared, "I wish to understand why Trunks failed to accurately arrive in the timeline 20 years ago." As soon as he spoke, Bulma's eyes widened. The time machine's jump was something she had meticulously programmed, and there was no way it could have gone wrong. She too wanted to know why. Porunga fell silent, his gaze evasive, seemingly apprehensive about something. Sorry. This wish is too complex, and I cannot disclose the answer. Please choose another wish." The perspiration beaded upon Porunga's brow, a palpable tension lacing his words. Indeed, a mysterious force was at play, disrupting the course of events. Not only was Vegeta taken aback, but Bulma also shared in his astonishment, realizing that Trunks' temporal leap had been influenced by another entity. Meanwhile, on King Kai's planet, the North Kai furrowed his brow, having overheard Porunga's declaration. Who could possibly be interfering with Trunks' journey through time? It was critical to understand that should Trunks traverse time incorrectly, he would be unable to deliver the miraculous medicine to Goku, plunging the future into despair. A conspiracy was afoot. The North Kai swallowed hard, unaware that this timeline was unconnected to the one where little Vegeta resided. Porunga, growing impatient, urged, "Speak your third wish, or I shall vanish." Let Bulma remain eternally youthful. Failing to obtain the desired response, Vegeta ceased his internal turmoil. He understood that the Dragon Balls were not all-powerful. Wishes such as artificially augmenting combat prowess or acquiring skills were utterly futile. It would be far better to articulate a wish that had long lingered in his heart. After all, witnessing Bulma's haggard appearance shattered his heart. Gasp! Trunks widened his eyes, inhaling sharply. What had he just heard? His father wished for his mother to remain young forever. Vegeta, Bulma covered her mouth, tears brimming in her eyes, as emotions surged uncontrollably. She had pondered numerous possibilities for Vegeta's third wish, including those pertaining to enhancing strength. She was acutely aware of his reluctance to concede defeat to Goku, and thus suspected he might wish for something in that realm. But she never anticipated that Vegeta would wish for her eternal youth. Your wish has been granted. Until we meet again. With that, Barunga, having fulfilled the third wish, vanished from the sky, translated by the language of Namek. A glimmer enveloped Bulma, erasing the traces of time upon her, restoring her to the visage of an 18-year-old beauty. My hands! Bulma gasped, her expression a whirlwind of emotion, gratitude, joy, and shock. She covered her mouth, gazing at little Vegeta, utterly moved. Her small man was so extraordinarily kind to her. This Vegeta had never treated her this way. Let's return. Vegeta smiled. Yes. Bulma shyly lowered her gaze. After bidding farewell to Muri, Vegeta took Bulma by the hand and, along with Trunks, departed from New Namek. As they left, Muri's expression shifted to one of contemplation. What a remarkable little fellow. Upon their return to Earth, Bulma trailed closely behind Vegeta, following him wherever he went. After Vegeta visited the restroom, he emerged to find Bulma adorably standing at the door. Bulma, what are you doing? Vegeta frowned. The air here is quite pleasant, and breathing it in brings a sense of comfort. Bulma blushed, pondering why this little rascal was so kind to her. The air by the restroom is nice. Vegeta was taken aback. What nonsense are you spouting? Let us search for the Dragon Balls. It is time to resurrect everyone. Huh? Bulma, covering her flushed face, failed to catch his words and inquired. What did you say? Alas, this foolish girl must be out of her mind. Vegeta rolled his eyes and repeated himself. Only then did Bulma regain her composure. Indeed, it was time to bring everyone back to life. Moreover, without the Dragon Ball radar she had created, locating the Dragon Balls would prove difficult. Suppressing her impulse to kiss Vegeta, Bulma hurriedly set about crafting a Dragon Ball radar. With the radar in hand, Vegeta swiftly gathered the Dragon Balls. In the other world, we have arrived, Kaioshin, Vegeta announced as he led the group to the celestial realm. Vegeta, the Kaioshin had already been resurrected, standing at the entrance of the temple with Piccolo, gazing at the young boy before them. It was the past version of Vegeta who had brought him back to life and had even instructed Trunks, enabling him to defeat the androids. I shall summon the Eternal Dragon to resurrect everyone. Very well. The Kaioshin nodded excitedly. Piccolo observed the past Vegeta with a thoughtful expression. Come fort, Eternal Dragon. Vegeta shouted. This was the Dragon Balls of Earth. Summoning it in the Earth's language would suffice. Suddenly, the sky darkened. A golden beam of light shot upwards, as if to tear the heavens apart. The golden radiance transformed into a green dragon. The Eternal Dragon spoke solemnly. State your wish. Why didn't you mention that any wish could be granted? Vegeta jested. The dragon remained silent. Trunks stood by attentive. Bulma, unaware of Vegeta's quip, was fixated on him, thinking how striking the past version of Vegeta looked, even as a child. All right. Seeing that the dragon was not responding to him, Vegeta articulated the prearranged wish. Let all those killed by the androids be resurrected. This wish was quite straightforward. The dragon's eyes glowed red. In an instant, thousands of energies emerged on Earth, emanating from the resurrected humans. At that moment, several figures soared up from the lower realm. They included the resurrected Gohan and Vegeta, along with Krillin and other Z-fighters. Of course, Goku was not resurrected, as he had met a natural death, and the Earth Dragon had no power to bring him back. Gohan. Trunks rushed towards Gohan, ignoring the recently revived Vegeta. Gohan patted Trunks on the shoulder, saying, I have seen your efforts. You are remarkable. Gohan. Trunks was choked with emotion. His elder brother had finally been resurrected. Surrounded by his companions, Trunks heard the voice of the Eternal Dragon proclaiming, Your wish has been granted. We shall meet again. Chapter 25. The Mighty Confrontation with Future Vegeta. The Eternal Dragon transformed back into a beam of golden light, and the 7 Dragon Balls on the ground turned to stone, scattering in all directions. With the departure of the Eternal Dragon, the inhabitants of Earth began to forget the anguish brought by the androids. In the realm of the gods, discussions abounded regarding the android incident. Some expressed sorrow over Goku's demise due to heart disease, yet they acknowledged his immense contributions to humanity, which allowed him to retain his corporeal form and train in the afterlife. Among the masters in the afterlife, it was a fitting conclusion for a martial artist like Goku. However, the majority of conversations revolved around the exploits of Vegeta from the past timeline. In the future timeline, Vegeta possessed a battle power of merely 180,000 upon invading Earth. To their astonishment, the past timeline's Vegeta displayed remarkable strength, despite still being a mere child. Fortunately, it was this child's emergence that reversed the impending despair of the future. Otherwise, Earth would have surely faced annihilation. Gohan, perplexed, inquired Trunks, "Is it truly your little father who taught you to attain such power?" Given that the past timeline's Vegeta was still a child, referring to him as Trunks' little father seemed rather fitting. With pride, Trunks replied, "Of course. I must tell you, Gohan, even without transforming into a Super Saiyan, I am still unable to best my little father." Witnessing Trunks unabashedly refer to the child as his little father filled Gohan with a mix of amusement and disbelief. However, upon hearing Trunks claim he could not defeat little Vegeta in his base form, Gohan found it hard to believe. Gohan was well aware of the prowess of those two androids. Trunks must have significantly enhanced his strength to defeat them. How could it be that Trunks, in his regular state, could not overpower a mere child? Just as Gohan pondered this, future Vegeta approached his younger counterpart with a hint of pride, saying, "You, in the past, are quite formidable." Little Vegeta stood silently, observing with a cold gaze. "What are you staring at? Is there something on my face?" Future Vegeta touched his own face, finding nothing amiss. Under the scrutiny of his past self, he half expected to discover some unsightly blemish. "Do you not think your arrogance nearly led to Earth's destruction?" Little Vegeta remarked, his expression devoid of emotion. "Are you instructing me?" Future Vegeta replied with a stern demeanor, unwilling to be commanded by someone who was merely his past self. Since when has the Prince of the Saiyans become so sentimental and considerate of others? Ignoring future Vegeta, little Vegeta turned away, his voice icy as he said, "Have you not observed how Bulma has fared all these years?" "You." Future Vegeta looked at his past self, ready to retort, but found himself at a loss for words. He was resolute throughout his life, never once expressing regret. Even when his arrogance led to the demise of many, he remained steadfast in his belief that he bore no fault. Yet, he felt indebted to two individuals. One was Trunks, and the other was Bulma. Particularly when he learned on King Kai's planet that Bulma had tirelessly devoted herself to researching a time machine in hopes of their revival. Despite her vanity and awareness that sleepless nights would hasten her aging, she remained indifferent. Fortunately, the past version of himself ensured Bulma's eternal youth. Contemplating this, the future Vegeta ceased his retorts, recognizing the profound gratitude he owed her. Bulma found the scene amusing, witnessing the juxtaposition of the two Vegetas, one large and one small, standing together, which was rather endearing. "Let's have a spar." Young Vegeta turned around, his tone markedly frigid. Upon hearing this, Gohan and the others turned their attention, intrigued by the impending spectacle. Who would emerge victorious? Surely, it would be the Vegeta from their timeline, as the past Vegeta was still quite young. "Are you certain you're not jesting?" The future Vegeta narrowed his eyes, questioning whether his younger self truly believed he could prevail. "Are you afraid?" Young Vegeta scoffed, unable to contain his desire to deliver a blow upon witnessing the future Vegeta's demeanor. "Afraid? I wouldn't even need to transform into a Super Saiyan to deal with a twig like you." One could hardly blame future Vegeta for such bravado. Given the Saiyan physiology, they remain in a juvenile state for an extended period, only maturing rapidly into adulthood. The current young Vegeta was merely a child, barely reaching the waist of future Vegeta. "Then let us begin." Young Vegeta vanished instantaneously. Future Vegeta, maintaining a stern expression, pursued him. "You'll soon discover that my words are no mere fabrications, Goku." Trunks chuckled nearby. This remark ignited Gohan's curiosity further. In the sky, the two engaged in a rapid exchange. Remarkably, the future Vegeta did not transform into a Super Saiyan. A resounding clash echoed across the heavens, stirring the tranquil atmosphere into turmoil. Truly, the ability to train Trunks to defeat the androids signified his formidable prowess. The future Vegeta blocked an attack, feeling the impact reverberate through his arm. Internally, he grappled with confusion. How could his past self possess such strength? Given the opponent's capabilities, he could easily transform into a Super Saiyan. "If you don't transform, I'll send you flying." Young Vegeta retorted with a smirk. From their earlier encounter, he had gauged that future Vegeta's power level was slightly superior to his own. Should the androids encounter future Vegeta, they would discover he possessed a combat power of merely 10 million. Such strength is merely a third of Trunks' normal combat power, and even Trunks cannot contend with him. So how could little Vegeta possibly take him seriously? Seeking death. The future Vegeta, consumed by rage, concentrated an energy blast and hurled it forward. In an instant, he vanished into the void. Here it comes. Little Vegeta extended his tiny hand, and with a vigorous sweep, the incoming energy blast erupted with a thunderous explosion, before also disappearing into the heavens. In that fleeting moment, the sky illuminated with a kaleidoscope of colors, each collision astonishing Gohan and the others. Gohan gasped in awe. The past Vegeta is truly formidable. See, they all said I couldn't surpass my little dad, and you still didn't believe it. Have you noticed? The Vegeta from our timeline, while overall stronger than the past Vegeta, fails to land a decisive blow against him. Gohan had realized this long ago. His current strength is comparable to the Vegeta of this timeline, slightly stronger, yet not overwhelmingly so. Does this mean I am not a match for the past Vegeta either? It was for this very reason that I couldn't defeat my little dad. Just as Trunks finished speaking, a wretched scream echoed above. Chapter 26. Transformation into Super Saiyan. The future Vegeta plummeted from the sky, looking utterly disheveled. Do you think this is the end? Little Vegeta transformed into a massive white dragon, roaring towards his opponent. As long as the future Vegeta does not transform into a Super Saiyan, he intends to deliver a thorough beating. After all, he finds the future version of himself utterly insufferable. The sky reverberated once more with a breathtaking thunderclap. Little Vegeta's uncle is truly terrifying. Gohan swallowed hard, now believing that Trunks in his normal state could not possibly match little Vegeta. Though small in stature, his attacks were exceedingly peculiar. Others struggled to hit him, while he found it effortless to strike back. Goodness, when will this end? The future Vegeta seethed with rage. The pain coursing through him was unbearable. Why were this boy's attacks so bizarre? Here you come again. A tiny fist barreled towards him, and as the future Vegeta attempted to evade, he found escape impossible. Bang! The future Vegeta's eyes were struck, instantly darkening, resembling a panda's eyes. Onlookers from the temple, including Bulma, erupted in laughter at the sight. I am your future self. Why treat me this way? I can't take it anymore. The future Vegeta, overwhelmed with fury, could no longer contain himself. A golden light exploded around him as he successfully transformed into a Super Saiyan, conjuring a tempest of golden winds. Countless blades of the storm shimmered with radiant brilliance, spinning rapidly. Witnessing this, Gohan scoffed. Uncle Vegeta is shameless, having promised not to transform into a Super Saiyan. That is so disgraceful. Trunks, upon uttering these words, stuck out his tongue, for both individuals were, in a sense, his father, leaving one bewildered as to whom the insult was directed. The future Vegeta had completed his transformation. Was it not stated that he would not transform into a Super Saiyan? How contemptible! Young Vegeta exclaimed. Yet, despite his scornful words, he no longer dared to cast furtive glances at his opponent, even though he had grasped a mere hint of the ethereal state. It was crucial to acknowledge that his adversary had transformed into a Super Saiyan, augmenting his power 50-fold. In the state of a Super Saiyan, the future Vegeta's speed and strength had ascended to an entirely different echelon. If the previous future Vegeta were likened to an infant, now he had morphed into a towering 2-meter-tall behemoth capable of delivering a single punch that could leave one weeping for a month. With a whoosh, the storm blade sliced through the void, instantaneously reaching the position of young Vegeta. He leaped through the air, shifting his form with the grace of thought, narrowly evading the onslaught of his opponent's attack. Now it is my turn. The future Vegeta appeared behind him without warning. A terrifying energy blast erupted suddenly. The winds of fate shifted, shaking the very heavens and earth. Young Vegeta found himself unable to evade, despite his agile movements. I shall see just how powerful you truly are. In truth, young Vegeta possessed the ability to teleport and evade. However, he chose not to flee, for a singular thought lingered in his heart. Not fleeing? The future Vegeta felt a pang of anxiety. He was acutely aware of his own formidable strength, which was beyond what his past self could withstand. Should he be struck, his former self might perish, and would he too cease to exist? With this thought, he wished to withdraw, but realized it was too late. Quick, dodge! The future Vegeta bellowed. This scene unfolded before the eyes of many. Vegeta flee. Witnessing young Vegeta in action, Bulma cried out with a heart-rending scream. Run! The denizens of the heavenly realm echoed in unison. Yet, with a thunderous roar, the sky reverberated with an ear-splitting explosion. The very earth trembled, causing the inhabitants to gaze skyward, fearing an invasion from extraterrestrial forces. It was over. Bulma collapsed to the ground, her eyes vacant, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Young Vegeta, concerned for the safety of her and their child, traversed through time to rescue them, bringing them along to the heavenly realm for training, unable to shake off his worries. He even made a wish upon the Namekian dragon to grant her eternal youth. He cherished her endlessly, for she was his most beloved little husband. Why not flee? He was capable of instantaneous movement. If he did not escape, he would surely perish. Had his beloved truly met his end? Just as despair enveloped Bulma, the sky trembled once more. An overwhelming pressure swept across the earth, the sheer force creating a vacuum in the midst of the smoke where not a single breath could linger. The atmosphere around was permeated with the terrifying presence of Vegeta, intensifying exponentially compared to before. The air thrummed with a powerful force, reverberating through the space, as tumultuous waves of energy surged across the realm, threatening to shatter it at any moment. Suddenly, brilliant rays of metallic light erupted, dazzling all who beheld them. Young Vegeta materialized before the onlookers, having undergone a remarkable transformation. A golden aura enveloped him, his hair now a striking gold, his eyes a vivid blue. He had become a Super Saiyan. Even the future Vegeta could not suppress a gulp at the sight. His past self had ascended to the level of Super Saiyan at such a tender age. How was it possible? The future Vegeta, filled with curiosity, reflected that he had only achieved this form a year after returning from Namek. In his astonishment, he felt a wave of relief that his past self had survived. I knew my father would be fine. Trunks exhaled, realizing that his father could teleport at will. And if he wished to escape, no one could detain him. It turned out he utilized this timeline's version of himself to surpass his limits, to transform into a Super Saiyan at such a young age. What incredible talent young Vegeta possessed. Gohan marveled. I knew you were alive. Bulma wiped her tears, genuinely startled by young Vegeta's display. She had feared for her little husband's life. Such mischief. Once their battle concluded, she would certainly give them both a good thrashing. The two in the sky shivered inexplicably. Young Vegeta, somewhat perplexed, dismissed the feeling and waved his hand. The surrounding air instantly compressed before erupting explosively. The realm trembled. Is this what it means to be a Super Saiyan? How formidable! Young Vegeta reveled in the boundless energy coursing through him, eager for a battle. Now it is my turn. He smirked, recalling how close he had come to death, relieved that he had managed to break through to Super Saiyan at the last moment. The future Vegeta broke into a cold sweat. He had only transformed into a Super Saiyan out of sheer desperation, unable to even match others in their normal states. Now that they too had transformed, how could he possibly compete? Though somewhat disgruntled, the future Vegeta forced a smile, suggesting, since we are the same person, shall we call a draw? You think I'll let you off just for landing a few blows on me? The future Vegeta retorted, exasperated by his past self's shamelessness. You are insufferable. I want to feel satisfied until I've given you a proper thrashing. Just let me have my way, and I promise to go easy on you. You, the future Vegeta, glared, his patience wearing thin. Even a saint would be provoked. Very well, let us do this. Before he could finish, he found himself howling in pain. Chapter 27. Preparing to return to the original timeline. The sky was illuminated by fleeting golden rays. Future Vegeta had yet to react when a powerful punch struck his face, distorting it in an instant. The excruciating pain surged through his nervous system to his brain, leaving him momentarily dizzy. You may strike me, but why hit my face? Future Vegeta roared, caught off guard by the bizarre movements of his opponent. He sought to retaliate, but found himself utterly helpless. The fact that he was being struck in the face was simply infuriating. In the celestial realm, Bulma's face glowed with excitement, radiating joy akin to that of a child, as if it were not her husband being pummeled. Go, Vegeta, she shouted. Trunks looked over, puzzled by his mother's encouragement. Who was she cheering on exactly? A thunderous collision echoed through the sky, snapping Trunks back to reality as he glanced upward. Future Vegeta seized the moment to raise his arm in defense, feeling a surge of soreness, yet successfully blocking the incoming strike. Shaking off some of the pain, he sneered. I have seen through your tactics. Do you still wish to strike me? Are you certain you've deciphered my strategy? It seems you merely sport a bruised eye, chuckled little Vegeta, hovering in midair with a mischievous grin that sent shivers down one's spine. What does that mean? Future Vegeta pondered, a sense of foreboding creeping into his mind. Just then, Vegeta unleashed a devastating aura, a force so overwhelming that it caused Gohan in the celestial realm to swallow hard. With that peculiar agility, little Vegeta seemed to be a formidable opponent. Perhaps only Trunks could hope to contend with him. Gohan, contemplating this, glanced at Trunks, astonished by his growth over the years. "Go, Dad," Trunks called, unaware of Gohan's thoughts as he gazed skyward. A golden blaze enveloped Vegeta, then suddenly vanished into the sky. "Here we go again?" Future Vegeta grimaced, anticipating yet another assault from behind. Indeed, he sensed a ripple behind him. Having anticipated this, Future Vegeta swiftly distanced himself. As long as he maintained space and avoided being ensnared, no matter how peculiar his opponent's movements, he would remain unharmed. "So you have truly found a way to counter me," little Vegeta remarked, having appeared behind him. Just as Future Vegeta had surmised. As long as he was not ensnared by little Vegeta, he remained unscathed, a fact that even little Vegeta had to admire about his future self. Regrettably, Future Vegeta overlooked one crucial detail. He could teleport. A voice pierced the air, and Future Vegeta tightened his breath, hastily turning around. "Can you refrain from striking my face? What say you?" After speaking, young Vegeta clenched his tiny fist and delivered a powerful punch. The formidable pressure stirred the atmosphere, and the resulting whirlwind sent a chill through Future Vegeta's heart. "No!" Future Vegeta attempted to evade, but there was no escape. Boom! He transformed into a projectile, hurtling toward the other world while screaming, "I hate you!" Thunderously, the other world was struck, creating a massive crater, and Bulma rushed over to help him up. Yet, in the next moment, she burst into laughter. "Ha ha, Vegeta, your eyes are so bruised." Originally, Future Vegeta had only one black eye, but now both were swollen, resembling a panda. Upon witnessing this, everyone in the other world erupted with laughter. Future Vegeta climbed out of the crater, gritting his teeth, and exclaimed, "What is so funny about getting beaten up by my past self?" The moment he uttered those words, the laughter intensified. The two Vegetas, aside from their size difference, bore an uncanny resemblance, and it was indeed rather humorous to see the larger Vegeta bested by the smaller one. Young Vegeta descended from the sky, having finally relieved some of his frustrations by striking his future self. "If you keep being arrogant and making Bulma suffer, just wait," he declared with a youthful voice. Hearing this, Bulma's eyes glistened with emotion, pondering why her husband from the past treated her so well. Trunks, observing Bulma, genuinely felt happiness for his mother, recognizing how well his father from the past cared for her, always considering her needs. I understand. Future Vegeta sat on the ground, pouting, unusually refraining from retorting. However, his past self had a point. Ever since Bulma had been by his side, how much hardship had she endured, particularly with the emergence of the androids? It was his arrogance that prevented him from joining forces with others, resulting in Bulma and their son suffering for years in hopes of creating a time machine to save everyone. Vegeta seemed to have changed. Krillin, Yamcha, and Piccolo were momentarily taken aback. Wasn't this guy always proud and dismissive? Why was he now receptive to others' opinions? Could it be that he only listened to his own words? Young Vegeta approached, saying, "Now that your temporal issues are resolved, I must return to my own timeline." So soon? The group spoke in unison, realizing they hadn't properly expressed their gratitude to young Vegeta. Trunks interjected, "Dad, can you stay a little longer?" Bulma, taken aback, turned to young Vegeta with a hopeful gaze, yearning to hear him say he would delay his departure. "No. Don't you remember that Bulma from the past is still waiting for me?" Young Vegeta replied calmly. He came here with the intention of altering the future world. Now that the future has indeed been transformed, it is time for him to return. Although he feels a twinge of reluctance, he strives to maintain a calm demeanor. Trunks' lips twitched as he recalled his mother from the past, waiting for his father to take her out for barbecue. Bulma gazed at him with sorrowful eyes, pleading, "Can't you stay until tomorrow?" Little Vegeta shook his head. This timeline did not belong to him, nor did Bulma. Remaining here would serve no purpose. The rejuvenated Bulma puffed out her cheeks, desperately wanting to say something to delay his departure, yet words failed her. As little Vegeta had surmised, this timeline was never meant for him. If he were to stay recklessly, what would become of the Bulma from the past? Bulma retrieved a universal capsule from her pocket and tossed it to the ground. With a resounding bang, a time machine materialized. its energy sufficient for Vegeta to return to his original timeline. Bulma, with reddened eyes, resignedly said, "Thank you for traversing through time to save our world. The time machine is set for your jump." She felt an overwhelming sense of loss for her little husband, even envying her past self for not having encountered such a young Vegeta in her childhood. At this thought, Bulma glanced at the present timeline Vegeta, this stubborn blockhead, who truly vexed her. Future Vegeta sat quietly on the ground, arms crossed, observing his past self. After getting beaten up, he found himself lacking the mood to bid farewell. Suddenly, he noticed Bulma glaring at him fiercely, sending a chill down his spine. What was happening? Chapter 28. The Invasion of Earth by Babidi. "Trunks, come here." Before leaving, little Vegeta called Trunks to the side. Trunks, somewhat puzzled, followed him. Piccolo furrowed his brow, calling Trunks over privately. Was he discussing something between father and son? Upon reaching a secluded spot, little Vegeta spoke earnestly. "Trunks, the android crisis in the future timeline has not yet been resolved." Trunks felt his breath catch. Hadn't he already destroyed the two androids? Piccolo's eyes widened. He seemed to have heard something significant. Little Vegeta continued, "Dr. Gero has created another android, known as Cell. Is it the one you mentioned before, Dad?" "Yes." Little Vegeta nodded. "But do not worry. Your strength has already surpassed it. And as long as you're not caught off guard, you should be fine. Moreover, a Majin Buu will also appear in your timeline." Little Vegeta elaborated on the future crises. Trunks' expression turned grave. Although he was unsure why his father possessed such extensive knowledge, he did not doubt it. It became clear that the future harbored numerous threats. "Also, here are 1,000 Senzu beans. Make good use of them." Little Vegeta presented him with a universal capsule, and as Trunks gazed at the Senzu bean in his hand, a sudden tremor coursed through his heart, a warm wave enveloping him, and his nose involuntarily tinged with a hint of acidity. His father had been so good to him. "All right, I have recounted nearly all the crises to you. The fate of the world rests solely upon your shoulders. No matter the circumstances, you must remain calm. If all else fails, traverse back to my timeline and seek me out." Little Vegeta soared into the air, extending his small hand to gently pat Trunks on the head. "Father, I can't bear to part with you." Trunks sniffled. Although Vegeta was merely a child of about 10, his petite stature brought Trunks a sense of solace. "You little rascal, you are a Saiyan. Be strong." Little Vegeta uttered little else, promptly ascending into the time machine, his tiny form seated within. Casting a final glance at Bulma, little Vegeta nodded, then activated the time machine, vanishing from this timeline in an instant. "Vegeta!" Bulma finally broke into tears. After a moment, Piccolo inquired, "Trunks, were the words of the past Vegeta genuine?" The group fell silent, even Bulma's eyes glistening with tears as she regarded Piccolo. Trunks shook his head, steadying his emotions. "Indeed," he proceeded to explain, eliciting a wave of astonishment from everyone present. The future Vegeta clenched his teeth at last. "The time has come for me to shine." Silence. Bulma is gaz radieted menace. How fierce Bulma is. The future Vegeta shrank back, promptly retreating to the ground. After hearing Trunks' account, the Z fighters, who had momentarily relaxed, found their concerns rekindled. The crisis was far from over. In fact, it was only just beginning. Thankfully, the past Vegeta had provided a warning. But why did the past Vegeta possess such extensive knowledge? The time machine traversed through the time tunnel, a kaleidoscope of colors swirling within. "At last, we are returning." Vegeta exhaled. Upon reaching the future timeline, the artificial human crisis would finally be resolved. As long as Trunks remained vigilant, the yet-to-appear Cell would surely pose no threat to him. In that case, Bulma could continue to live joyfully, remembering her rejuvenated, playful demeanor. He found her irresistibly charming. Sadly, the Bulma of the future was not his to claim. With a sigh, Vegeta closed his eyes, knowing he would soon return to his own timeline. Yet at the moment he shut his eyes, the time machine's temporal leap unexpectedly fluctuated. Year 762 in the age of Earth. In the southern outskirts of Earth, smoke billowed everywhere, and immense craters punctuated the ground every few meters, debris strewn about. The ravaged scene bore witness to a fierce battle. A long-haired Saiyan lay on the ground, his faint energy signature indicating he was on the brink of death. Witnessing this scene, the bald warrior roared, "Die!" The bald figure fervently concentrated an energy wave, amassing it to its utmost potential, and hurled it toward the child. The child trembled in fear, momentarily forgetting to evade. As the impact loomed imminent, a verdant silhouette abruptly materialized before the child, arms outstretched. A thunderous explosion resonated across the sky. With a heavy thud, Piccolo collapsed to the ground, barely clinging to life. Uncle Piccolo. Gohan gazed at him, tears brimming in his eyes. Flee now. Who would have thought that I, a formidable demon king, would protect a mere child? Tears cascaded down Piccolo's face as he gradually closed his eyes. Uncle Piccolo. Gohan cried out to the heavens, his battle power surging exponentially. 2,800 battle power? You shall perish as well. The bald figure's veins bulged with rage. The energy blast was unleashed once more. Just then, a nimbus cloud descended from the sky, whisking Gohan away to safety. Father, Uncle Piccolo is dead. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Gohan burst into tears. First, consume a Senzu bean. Goku retrieved a Senzu bean, splitting it in two for the gravely injured Gohan and Krillin. Surveying the battlefield, he saw his comrades lying there. Yamcha, Piccolo, Tin, and Chaozu. An unprecedented fury surged within Goku. These were his allies, and they had perished. Kaioken, a tremendous force summoned the surrounding ions, coalescing with a crackling sound. The scattered debris on the ground was drawn upwards, suspended in midair. His battle power skyrocketed. 8,000, 10,000, 16,000. Impossible. The bald figure gaped in disbelief. How could this lowly warrior be so formidable? Goku suddenly vanished from sight. This punch is for Yamcha. With a resounding impact, the bald figure clutched his abdomen, the immense force penetrating to his very core. This punch is for Tien. Boom! This punch is for Piccolo. The bald figure was mercilessly struck, transforming into a projectile, crashing violently into the ground. Boom! A deep crater formed, burying him beneath the rubble. On a distant island, Bulma and Chi-Chi exclaimed excitedly as they watched the scene unfold through a crystal ball. The battle between Goku and the two Saiyans was fierce. Had Goku not returned from King Kai's planet, Gohan and Krillin would surely have met their demise. Go to hell and repent. Goku soared into the air, hands clasped together. Kamehameha. A powerful surge of energy ignited the air, the Kamehameha wave slicing through the sky towards the bald figure. At that moment, a time machine materialized from a void, revealing a Kamehameha wave. Which bastard did this? Vegeta cursed loudly as he leaped from the time machine, raising his hand to grasp the energy. Boom! The formidable Kamehameha dissipated into the ether. Who could it be? Sun Wukong tensed his body, poised to annihilate that fool, when suddenly a peculiar contraption appeared, and a child emerged from within, effortlessly countering his attack. Chapter 29. Raditz is your brother. The smoke of battle in the outskirts gradually dispersed with the gentle breeze. Vegeta descended to the ground, single-handedly carrying the time machine, hastily securing it, for it was the final gift bestowed upon him by Bulma from the future, and he must not allow it to be damaged. Who are you? Sun Wukong landed on the ground, a wave of anxiety coursing through him. For the stranger had shattered his Kamehameha with but a single hand, a truly terrifying feat. Kakarot? Vegeta was taken aback. This individual was none other than the grown-up Sun Wukong. Had he not traveled back to his original time? Shock coursed through Vegeta. Could it be that some unseen hand had tampered with the time machine's timeline? Gazing at the Z-fighters lying on the ground, Vegeta contemplated many things. Undoubtedly, he had traversed to the moment in the anime when he invaded Earth. Damn it, I haven't even taken Bulma out for barbecue yet. Vegeta cursed. The malevolent puppeteer behind the scenes was truly despicable, forcing him to arrive during Nappa's invasion of Earth. Are you also a Saiyan? Are you allied with those two Saiyans? Sun Wukong tensed his body. Two Saiyans? Vegeta was puzzled. Was the plot of the Dragon Ball anime solely about his and Nappa's invasion of Earth? Raditz should have perished by now. Upon closer inspection, Vegeta noticed Raditz sprawled on the ground, on the brink of death. In a flash, Vegeta vanished before Sun Wukong, leaving him dumbfounded. The speed was astonishing, rendering his movements nearly imperceptible. The next moment, Vegeta materialized beside Raditz. What a nuisance! Vegeta grimaced. Crouching down, he crushed a Senzu bean and fed it to Raditz. Instantly, Raditz's eyes flew open. Who are you? Fool, just take a look at who I am. Vegeta struck Raditz sharply on the head, causing him to howl in pain. Hiss! Raditz trembled as he gazed at the child, stuttering, Vegeta, I thought you were dead. Where have you been all these years? Without you, I've been terribly bullied by Frieza's forces. Raditz embraced Vegeta, lamenting his tribulations over the years. A black line crossed Vegeta's forehead. Grabbing Raditz by the ear, he bellowed. Shut up! Raditz instinctively recoiled, his body trembling involuntarily. Vegeta was utterly fearsome. Wait, Raditz finally discerned Vegeta's diminutive stature, barely over 1 meter tall. He patted Vegeta's little head. Chuckling, "Vegeta, why are you so short?" A dark line crossed Vegeta's forehead. The character in the anime was never particularly tall, and now he found himself the target of ridicule from his own companions. How could he possibly endure such humiliation? "Godi!" he bellowed, launching a powerful punch. The force of the blow sent Raditz hurtling 1,000 meters away, crashing into a hill and creating a massive crater. Vegeta then approached the deep pit where Nappa lay and pulled him out. Fortunately, Nappa's condition was not as dire as anticipated. There was no need to crush a Senza bean. He merely needed to place one directly into Nappa's mouth. After consuming a Senza bean, Nappa, restored yet still disoriented, reacted instinctively and swung a punch at Vegeta. "Ah, D," he shouted. Vegeta glanced down at the incoming fist, his expression one of utter bewilderment. Nappa cried out in pain, as though his fist had struck a steel plate, a sharp agony radiating from his arm. Vegeta covered his face, exasperated by the foolishness of these two. To his dismay, another Saiyan had emerged. How infuriating! Goku gritted his teeth, realizing from the child's aid to the two Saiyans that they were undoubtedly allies. The child's power was astonishing, and Goku could not fathom it. Anxiety gripped him, and he feared he might not survive this encounter. On Master Roshi's island, Bulma stood frozen, tears streaming down her fair cheeks. The others looked on, puzzled by Bulma's sudden distress. Grasping a crystal ball, she sobbed, "Brother Vegeta, you have finally returned. How many years has it been? Ever since that time I went to assist that big brother, you have not come back." Chi-Chi, grasping Bulma's arm, attempted to soothe her. "Calm down, calm down." Meanwhile, Master Roshi and Baba were rendered speechless, having witnessed Bulma's earlier antics with the crystal ball, now comforting others in turn. "No, I must find my Vegeta," Bulma declared as she stepped outside and tossed a universal capsule, summoning a jet plane. "Bulma, wait for me. I too must find my Gohan," Chi-Chi called, chasing after her. With a roar, the jet plane unleashed a blazing gust of air and soared into the sky, the two women vanishing from sight in an instant. In the southern outskirts, a gentle breeze rustled the leaves. Raditz returned from 1,000 meters away. "Vegeta, you have finally returned. Do you have any idea how we have fared all these years? That fool has been a constant nuisance, and without you, Nappa and I have suffered terribly." Raditz lamented, collapsing to the ground and wrapping his arms around Vegeta's short legs. Upon hearing this, Nappa momentarily forgot the pain in his arm and lifted his gaze to Vegeta. "You are Vegeta?" His pupils dilated in shock. After all these years without news of Vegeta, had he not perished? "Shut up. If you prattle on any further, I will eliminate you both," Vegeta shouted, his voice ringing with authority. The two individuals present are among the last remaining pure-blooded Saiyans in the world. Vegeta's words were merely intended to intimidate them, devoid of any genuine murderous intent. "Hiss!" The two inhaled sharply, recognizing the familiar tone and temperament. It was undoubtedly Vegeta. "You possess Senza beans as well," exclaimed Son Goku, his voice laced with astonishment. The two were on the brink of death, yet miraculously revived by two beans, and those beans were Senzu. Such beans are exclusive to the cat god. Why does this young boy have them? "Vegeta, you must avenge us. Kakarot is a traitor." Raditz pointed an accusing finger at Son Goku. "Indeed, Kakarot is nothing but a betrayer," Nappa interjected, disregarding everything else. His prince had returned, and he demanded vengeance. Bang! Bang! Vegeta struck them with two punches, sending them soaring into the sky. At last, there was some semblance of quiet. Vegeta wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Approaching Son Goku, he remarked coolly, "Rest assured, we harbor no ill intentions." Son Goku regarded him with utmost caution. Had it not been for his comrades lying on the ground, he might have genuinely believed that these three held no malice. "You must recognize this tail." Seeing his disbelief, Vegeta released the tail wrapped around his waist, which began to sway vigorously. Son Goku froze momentarily. This tail was identical to his own, which he had long ago sealed away by the Supreme Kai. Vegeta chuckled, "We belong to the same race, and that long-haired fellow over there is your elder brother." Son Goku fell into a deep silence, at a loss for words. Originally, he had endured numerous hardships on the Supreme Kai's recommendation to train on King Kai's planet, only to find Earth invaded by extraterrestrials a year later. Glancing at his fallen companions, Piccolo, Tien Shinhan, Yamcha Kaiatsu, they had all perished. If Piccolo had survived, there might have been a glimmer of hope, but with his death came the demise of the Supreme Kai as well. Consequently, the Dragon Balls would vanish, rendering any resurrection impossible for Piccolo and the others. All were gone. These were the finest companions Son Goku had encountered throughout his journey. Their demise signified an unending conflict between him and these Saiyans. At that moment, Raditz and Nappa returned, with Raditz coldly addressing Kakarot. Son Wukong interrupted him, declaring, "Do not call me Kakarot. Earth is my homeland, and my name is Son Wukong." Raditz bellowed, "But you are a Saiyan. Have you forgotten your mission?" Mission? It seemed he had indeed forgotten. We Saiyans are a warrior race of the cosmos. As a lowly soldier, you were destined to be dispatched for missions from a moment of your birth. With arms crossed and eyes filled with disappointment, Raditz glared at Son Wukong. Your mission is to eradicate all life on Earth. How could you possibly forget? Raditz's words stirred memories within Son Wukong, recalling what his grandfather had once told him. In his youth, before suffering a head injury, he had been quite ferocious. It was only after that fall that his temperament had transformed. It appeared he was indeed a Saiyan, and Raditz was his true brother. Yet, Son Wukong gazed at Raditz with an emotionless stare. But what of it? His voice was icy. "I will not spare you. You seek death." Raditz fumed, astonished that Kakarot, as a Saiyan, displayed no sense of Saiyan pride. "Vegeta, I implore you." Raditz turned towards Vegeta, knowing his own power of 1500 was no match for Kakarot. Though uncertain of Vegeta's strength, he was confident that facing Kakarot would pose no challenge for him, being the prince of the Saiyans. He had no choice but to rely on Vegeta. For heaven's sake. Vegeta leaped forward, delivering a powerful punch to Raditz's head. "Ouch, that hurts." Raditz clutched his head, wailing in agony. Nappa cowered nearby, too intimidated to speak, fearing he might receive a similar beating. Son Wukong observed the child's antics with a sense of bewilderment, but chose to disregard them. Among the three, that little boy was indeed the strongest, leaving Son Wukong feeling uncertain in his presence. However, the battle had reached a point of no return. Even if he had to use the Kaioken ×4, he would ensure they paid the price. Son Wukong transformed into a red flash, vanishing from sight in an instant. Raditz and Nappa hurriedly took refuge behind the little boy, leaving Vegeta exasperated. "Kakarot, let me explain." Vegeta gestured into the void. A small glimmer of white light flickered, and the air erupted in an explosion. The tremendous force thrust Son Wukong out of the void. With a gasp, Son Wukong collapsed to the ground, spitting blood. Vegeta is formidable. Raditz and Nappa watched in shock. Vegeta, with a smirk, seemed to suggest that he would explain only after making Kakarot bleed. "How splendid," he mused, covering his face, hoping to argue that it was unintentional. Having returned from the future, his strength far surpassed the mere 200,000 battle power he once possessed. It was only natural that he struggled to control his surging power. Vegeta trotted over to Son Wukong's side, helping him up. "Kakarot, you're not dead, are you?" Son Wukong felt an overwhelming sense of frustration, spitting out a mouthful of blood. "Why are you still spitting?" he exclaimed. "I truly did not mean to." Vegeta promptly placed a magical bean into Son Wukong's mouth. Once his injuries were healed, Son Wukong wore a dark expression. He couldn't even defeat a mere child. He roared, regaining his strength. Fourfold Kaioken. A terrifying force erupted within him, causing the debris beneath to levitate effortlessly into the air. However, with great power comes an inevitable price. The ferocious energy coursed through Son Wukong's entire being, causing every cell in his body to tremble. This was the utmost limit of the Kaioken he could endure. Any increase beyond this would surely lead to his immediate destruction. Even with the magical beings, he would likely find no salvation. Witnessing this, Vegeta swallowed hard, fearing that Son Wukong might perish under the strain of the fourfold Kaioken. Unforgivable, Son Wukong gritted his teeth, gathering his energy into a Kamehameha wave. A brilliant blue light illuminated the outskirts, and a violent aura surged forth. With Raditz and Nappa sensing the immense power of the Kamehameha wave, if they were struck, they would surely perish. Realizing this, they quickly distanced themselves. The Kamehameha wave had reached its maximum potential, ready to be unleashed when Vegeta calmly interjected, "I have a way to revive Piccolo and the others." "What?" Son Wukong gritted his teeth, convinced he had misheard. "I have a way to revive Piccolo and the others." This time, he clearly understood Vegeta's words and wanted to ascertain their meaning. However, the Kamehameha wave had already reached its peak and in his battered state. He could not hope to control it. "Get away!" Son Wukong shouted. The Kamehameha wave surged uncontrollably, racing towards Vegeta. This was the Kamehameha enhanced by Sun Wukong's fourfold Kaioken, a force so terrifying that even he feared it. Vegeta, get out of the way! From a distance, Raditz and Nappa shouted, but the ensuing spectacle silenced them instantly. Vegeta, with a swift motion, raised his hand and clenched it tightly. Boom! The ground trembled, and smoke filled the air. Dusting himself off, Vegeta chuckled, Kakarot. I have a way to revive Piccolo and the others, so don't worry. Sun Wukong. Raditz. Nappa. Vegeta appeared quite fond of shattering opponents' energy waves with a single hand. What immense strength must one possess to achieve such a feat? Suddenly, Sun Wukong emitted a ghastly scream. His muscles convulsed, the veins on his body twisted like knots, presenting a horrifying sight. This was the consequence of forcibly utilizing the fourfold Kaioken. Vegeta shook his head, swiftly flying to his side and once again offering him a magical beam. The wounds healed, and Sun Wukong's aura surged dramatically, reaching a combat power of 320,000. Raditz glanced at the detector and exclaimed in terror. What? Nappa's voice trembled as he spoke. Kakarot has instantaneously broken through to a combat power of 320,000. Is he truly a superior warrior, or am I? What do you mean? Sun Wukong urgently inquired as he approached Vegeta. Chapter 31, My Wife Bulma. In the southern outskirts. The battle had ceased. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, and the chaotic energy gradually calmed. Were it not for the numerous craters scattered around, one would hardly suspect that a fierce battle had just unfolded here. Vegeta remarked, Piccolo is not from Earth, you know? Sun Wukong shook his head, genuinely unaware of Piccolo's extraterrestrial origin. It made sense why Piccolo's skin was a vivid green, resembling a humanoid watermelon. Fortunately, Piccolo had long since passed away. Otherwise, he would certainly take offense at Sun Wukong's internal jest. Vegeta approached Sun Wukong, causing him to feel a wave of tension. Raditz and Nappa trailed behind Vegeta like shadows, albeit with the caution of those who had just vanquished Kakarot's ally. They dared not reveal themselves, aware of the potential consequences. Piccolo is a Namekian, hailing from the distant planet Namek. If the gods can create Dragon Balls, then surely his kin can as well. Vegeta mused with a smile, gazing into Vegeta's meaningful eyes. Sun Wukong felt an ominous premonition. However, just as Vegeta had suggested, Piccolo's people would undoubtedly be able to create Dragon Balls, much like their Saiyan lineage, where every Saiyan with a tail could transform into a mighty ape. This thought filled Sun Wukong with exhilaration. The hope of resurrecting Piccolo and the others glimmered brightly. Hee. The second Super Saiyan is about to emerge. Vegeta smirked. As history unfolded as it should, Sun Wukong would undoubtedly transform into a Super Saiyan on Namek. I will provide you with the coordinates for Namek, and I shall have Dr. Briefs construct a spaceship for you. Thank you. Sun Wukong replied, his tone brimming with excitement. As long as he could revive his comrades, he wished to concern himself with little else. Little did he know that Vegeta's true intention was merely to push him to achieve Super Saiyan status. Raditz, come fort. Vegeta summoned him. What do you want, Vegeta? Raditz cried out in alarm. Kakarot, this is your elder brother. You two should have a proper reunion. Vegeta forcefully punched Raditz in the abdomen, instantly silencing him. Vegeta and Nappa stepped aside, allowing the brothers to converse. Vegeta, where have you been all these years? Nappa asked, his tone filled with excitement. None of your business. Vegeta retorted coldly. Despite the icy response, Nappa remained fervent and undeterred. Years ago, Vegeta inexplicably departed from planet Namek, and for all these years, there had been no news of him. One could only speculate what might have transpired. Fortunately, it is a relief that Vegeta is still alive. As long as Vegeta lives, there remains hope for the resurgence of the Saiyan race. Yet, how is it that Vegeta appears unchanged, as if time has stood still? Not a single alteration to his stature. Nappa's gaze upon him was rather peculiar, sending shivers down Vegeta's spine. Surely, this man isn't harboring any inappropriate inclinations, is he? Another glance like that, and I might just render you blind. Vegeta rubbed the goosebumps on his arm. What is wrong with me? Nappa scratched his bald head, utterly perplexed. Why is little Vegeta so incensed again? Such a small figure, and yet he allows himself to be consumed by rage that will hinder his growth. Just as Nappa was belittling him, Raditz and Goku finally concluded their conversation. At last, Goku learned the names of his biological parents, and, astonishingly, his father bore an identical resemblance to him. According to Raditz, their father was a lowly warrior who, through sheer determination, ascended to an awe-inspiring level, boasting a battle power exceeding 10,000. He was also the leader of the low-ranking warriors of Planet Vegeta, a lineage that filled Goku with immense pride. Kakarot, there are but a few of us Saiyans left. Vegeta approached. Just as he was about to discuss matters concerning Planet Vegeta, a deafening roar echoed from the sky. The four Saiyans simultaneously directed their gazes upward. A jet plane was soaring toward them, landing gracefully. Bulma leapt out from within, followed closely by Chi-Chi. Vegeta, Gohan. The two rushed toward them. Upon reaching Vegeta, Bulma's beautiful eyes turned crimson, and her nose felt particularly sensitive. Without a second thought, Bulma enveloped Vegeta in a vice-like embrace. Meanwhile, Chi-Chi located her son in the corner and similarly wrapped him in her arms, much like Bulma did with Vegeta. Vegeta, where have you been all these years? Bulma finally burst into tears. Years ago, he promised to take her out for barbecue and to assist that handsome young man, assuring her he would return swiftly. Yet he vanished without a trace. All these years without a word. Bulma, I can hardly breathe. Vegeta, still so young, found himself smothered by Bulma's ample bosom. An experience that was a bittersweet juxtaposition of joy and discomfort. Let me go. Bulma paid no heed to his protests, tightening her embrace around Vegeta once more. Enveloped in her warmth, Vegeta felt himself sinking into a soft world, replete with fragrant aromas. Witnessing the scene, Goku swallowed hard, realizing that Bulma was acquainted with this individual and their relationship appeared quite intimate. Raditz and Nappa stood frozen in place, astonished that a proud Saiyan prince would willingly submit to the embrace of an ordinary earthling. Where has his arrogance gone? What of his dignity? Bulma, could you possibly grant me a moment's reprieve? Vegeta was truly on the verge of gasping for air. Bulma's bosom is not only soft, but also remarkably ample. Who could withstand such a sight? Goodness. After this encounter, it is imperative to seek the Dragon Balls and wish for Saiyans to thrive in a vacuum. Vegeta's notion should remain a secret, for if others were to discover it, their astonishment would be palpable. While one could argue that eliminating a weakness in battle is a valid motive, Vegeta's desire to seek the Dragon Balls merely to revel in Bulma's embrace borders on absurdity. Pray, where have you been all these years? Bulma lifted Vegeta before her, her voice thick with emotion. From a distance, she appeared as an exquisite beauty holding him aloft, leaving Raditz and Nappa bewildered at the absurdity of it all. The proud Prince Vegeta, transformed into a docile child. Nappa, shall we flee? Raditz gulped nervously. Witnessing Vegeta's vulnerable state was disconcerting. Would he resort to silencing them? Nappa nodded vigorously, and the two retreated to a safe distance. After all, an angry Vegeta is a terrifying prospect. Meanwhile, Vegeta, soothing her as one would a child, suggested they discuss matters later. Bulma rolled her eyes, her emotions settling somewhat. Yet she discerned something remarkable. Vegeta, why are you still so short? We shall speak of it later. Vegeta leapt to the ground, gazing at Bulma. She appeared no older than 16 or 17, in the bloom of youth, radiating innocence and charm, with a hint of mischief. Her azure tresses were tied back with a red ribbon, her playful ponytail swaying delightfully. Her delicate features and curvaceous form left Vegeta parched with longing. It dawned on him that his wife had blossomed into a woman. Chapter 32. Our son Trunks. Indeed, Bulma nodded emphatically, her beautiful eyes filled with the reflection of Vegeta. Yet, gazing at the familiar figures on the ground, all of whom had perished, a twinge of sorrow gripped her heart. Fear not, for I shall resurrect them when the time comes. Vegeta reassured her gently. These individuals were not only companions of Goku, but also Bulma's friends. Vegeta took the time to explain the situation on Namek. Bulma's eyes widened in shock, mirroring Goku's initial reaction. So Piccolo is not of Earth. However, the prospect of reviving everyone brought Bulma joy, prompting her to embrace Vegeta tightly. Enjoying the softness of her embrace, Vegeta suddenly noticed Raditz and Nappa were nowhere in sight. Upon closer inspection, he found them hiding behind a large rock. Vegeta called out in a high-pitched voice, "What on earth are you two doing so far away? Come here." What to do? Raditz and Nappa exchanged glances filled with apprehension. They had heard that Vegeta's vulnerable state was intolerable, yet they had fled only to find themselves in trouble again. Come here. Vegeta's expression was icy. Bulma covered her rosy lips and chuckled softly, observing through the crystal ball. It was quite comical to see the two imposing figures now being playfully reprimanded by Vegeta. Carry them for me, Vegeta commanded, gesturing towards the corpses on the ground. Must we really? Raditz and Nappa replied with a pitiful tone. Having just dispatched them, it felt somewhat humiliating to now bare their bodies. Vegeta scoffed, causing both to retract their necks and swiftly hoist the 4 corpses onto their backs. Kakarot, I'll take them away first. The dragon needs their bodies to resurrect them. Vegeta explained. In the earlier stages of Dragon Ball, he recalled that the dragon required the deceased bodies for resurrection. Otherwise, revival was impossible. Much like Krillin, whose body had been obliterated by Frieza, the dragon had to restore his form before he could be brought back to life. However, as the series progressed, it seemed that wishing for resurrection no longer necessitated the restoration of the body, allowing for a more direct revival. Vegeta speculated that this might be due to the potent miracle energy surrounding Tien. Alright, Goku beamed. Vegeta soared into the sky with Bulma, reminiscent of their childhood flights. Raditz and Nappa followed closely behind. Watching their departure, Goku fell into a contemplative silence. The day's events were nothing short of surreal. Not only was Piccolo not from Earth, but he too discovered that he was not a native either. Moreover, he had an elder brother, albeit one who appeared somewhat unseemly. Yet, the bond of blood resonated strongly within him. Goku, what are you pondering? Krillin approached, having witnessed the entire sequence of events. Nothing. Goku shook his head, preparing to journey to Namek to revive everyone. Finally, Chi-Chi arrived with Goten, scolding, how can you be a father when your son has been bullied like this? Mom, it's not Dada's fault. Goten piped up with a youthful voice. Krillin remained silent, fearing repercussions. Goku gently ruffled his son's hair, refraining from rebuttal, acknowledging that if he had returned sooner, Goten would not have been harmed, and others would not have perished. Noticing Goku's somber mood, Chi-Chi opened her mouth but chose not to say more, recognizing her earlier words were merely said in anger. Let us go home. Kiki Said Bruschetti. As long as Goku and his son were safe, the deaths of others mattered little to her. All right, Goku called forth the flying Nimbus, and the family of 3 ascended towards the direction of the Capsule Corporation. Chi-Chi is so frightening. She terrified me. Krillin finally dared to speak, watching their retreating figures. In the celestial realm, a small boy soared through the skies, bearing a beautiful woman upon his back. Following behind were 2 robust young men, each bearing 2 lifeless bodies upon their backs. The scene was rather jarring. Do you recall that youth from years gone by? Vegeta felt the softness behind him, a flutter of emotion stirring within. Helping others and taking so long to return to me. Bulma huffed, tugging playfully at his ear with her delicate fingers. Of course, she dared not pull too hard, lest it cause him pain, for that would hurt her as well. I have my reasons for assisting him. What reasons? Do you remember the appearance of that lad? Vegeta inquired. I do, Bulma replied, gritting her teeth. It was that boy who took away her beloved Vegeta. She would remember him, even in ashes. Do you not think he bears a striking resemblance to us? Especially his hair. At Vegeta's words, Bulma paused, recognizing that the individual did indeed resemble Vegeta, particularly in hair color, which was quite similar to her own. After a moment's contemplation, Bulma blinked her beautiful eyes in astonishment. Could he be our relative? Vegeta covered his face, thinking her quite foolish, oblivious to her own thoughts. Nonetheless, it was not far-fetched to suggest that Trunks might be their kin, but isn't it so? Bulma furrowed her brow. I must tell you something, and you must brace yourself. Go on. Vegeta stated directly. That individual is named Trunks, the son of Vegeta and Bulma. So he is indeed their son. Bulma's realization dawned. Yet she pondered why he had not returned to see her after all these years. Suddenly, Vegeta and Bulma's son? Bulma was taken aback. Vegeta laughed heartily. Had that person not been their son, he would not have cared so much. What do you mean by that? Bulma retorted with indignation. What is Vegeta saying, claiming that individual is their son? Though he bore a resemblance to them, at that time, both she and Vegeta were merely children. How could they have such an adult son? Unless he had traversed from the future. Trunks did come from the future. Vegeta stated matter-of-factly. Bulma knitted her brows. Did Vegeta truly know her innermost thoughts? Noticing her bewilderment, Vegeta softly conveyed his explanation to Bulma. Bulma was filled with dread. Vegeta spoke with such conviction. It hardly seemed fabricated. Moreover, she had recently been studying temporal theories and was somewhat familiar with the concept of time machines. But could her future self truly create such a wondrous device? And after marrying, could the future Bulma and Vegeta really have born a son? While Bulma remained somewhat perplexed, Vegeta produced a universal capsule from thin air, swiftly grasping a time machine with one hand. Vegeta declared, "Look at this emblem. Bulma recognized the emblem that belonged to the charming young man from years past. Upon closer inspection, she discovered it was the logo of the Universal Capsule Company, her family's company. Chapter 33. The Futurists are married. Her mouth slightly agape, Bulma spoke with incredulity. Trunks had traveled from the future. He was indeed their son. Vegeta carefully stored the time machine and turned to gaze at her delicate visage, expressing concern. You have no idea how dire the future is. The androids have slaughtered humanity down to mere millions. The Earth has been ravaged beyond recognition. Not a single town remains intact. Moreover, both Goku and I from the future have perished. Only you and Trunks remain. Vegeta looked at Bulma, his eyes filled with compassion. The future Bulma and her son faced unimaginable hardships, with no one to aid them but themselves. Ultimately, the future Bulma could be considered his wife, a fact that stirred Vegeta's emotions profoundly. Are you moved by the plight of the future me and Trunks, prompting you to save them? Bulma leaned against him, absorbing his narrative, her belief solidifying. Indeed, Vegeta nodded, as she rested her head on his back, listening to his heartfelt reflections about his future self. Warmth surged through Bulma, enveloping her entirely. Vegeta remained as caring as ever. Despite the fact that it was his future counterpart seeking his help, he had resolutely chosen to rescue her. Yet, Bulma was still somewhat puzzled. If Vegeta had traveled to the future, why had he returned, not to the time he left, but to the year 762 of the Age of the Gods? Damn it, I don't know which scoundrel tampered with my jump time, causing me to return to this era. Vegeta exclaimed in frustration, feeling exasperated. He had promised Bulma he would return quickly, yet miscalculating his time jump had left her waiting for so many years. Bulma, sore. Huh, I promised to return swiftly, but I made you wait all this time. At this point, Vegeta's mood dipped slightly. Vegeta, I don't blame you. At last, Bulma fully believed Vegeta's words. How could she bear to blame him? He had only sought to rescue the future version of her out of compassion. Not only did she not resent him, but she was also deeply touched. Gazing at Vegeta's handsome face, her heart raced like a wild deer. So, it turned out that her future self was married to Vegeta. Vegeta, I'm so happy. Bulma smiled with a charming dimple, a blush gracing her cheeks. Why have you stopped calling me Brother Vegeta? I won't call you that anymore. From now on, I shall call you Vegeta, she declared, wrapping her arms tightly around his neck. Vegeta felt as if he were enveloped in a world of cotton. Bulma's fragrant presence wafted into his nostrils, refreshing his spirit. Call me whatever you like. Vegeta's expression was one of bitter disappointment. Upon returning from the future, not only had he failed to grow taller, but he had also lost the title of brother. What a pity. Vegeta, has the crisis from the future been resolved? Temporarily, he replied, but new challenges lie ahead, and only Trunks can confront them. Trunks. Bulma felt a deep flush rising in her cheeks, her breath coming out in heated bursts. That charming young lad was none other than the son she shared with Vegeta. A wave of happiness surged through Bulma, and she felt as though she had tumbled into a world painted in shades of pink, a delightful dizziness enveloping her. This was the dizzying bliss of joy. Can I handle the impending crisis? Bulma asked anxiously. The thought of her son facing danger filled her heart with sorrow. It should be manageable, Vegeta replied, a smile breaking across his face. The next challenge for Trunks would be Cell, but with Trunks' strength, dealing with an unevolved Cell posed no problem at all. That's wonderful, Bulma exclaimed, her heart brimming with joy. After years of absence, Vegeta had returned, and she had just learned of their future marriage. As if that were not enough, they had a son. Reflecting on that, Bulma recalled the despair etched on Trunks' face and understood why it had struck her heart so deeply. It was the resonance of their maternal bond. She remembered giving him a milk candy back then, wondering if he would like it. The thought felt like a sweet bullet piercing her heart, filling her with unparalleled sweetness. Vegeta, let's soar. Bulma laughed heartily. Let's go. The two ascended swiftly towards the other world, with Raditz and Nappa closely following. At the otherworld temple, the weather was serene, a gentle breeze rustling the leaves nearby. In days gone by, a green figure would often be seen standing at the edge of the temple, but now there was no sign of him. The four of them landed gracefully on the temple grounds. Vegeta scoffed, you two, remove your scouters. Raditz and Nappa hastily complied. Here you go. Thank you. Taking their scouters, Vegeta squeezed them with force. Bang, bang. Raditz and Nappa stared in disbelief. What was going on? There were Frisia's listening devices inside, Vegeta explained, revealing the truth behind the destruction of Planet Vegeta. The revelation left both men utterly shocked. All right, Kakarot, and I will avenge our people when the time comes, Vegeta declared, waving them off. You two wait here, Bulma, and I need to find someone. Understood. They entered the temple. Just as they were about to delve deeper, a small figure resembling a charcoal ball emerged from the corridor. You've returned. Who is it? Bulma yelped, startled, jumping in place. Vegeta tugged at her sleeve, exclaiming, It's Mr. Popo. You startled me. Bulma patted her remarkable curves and greeted, Hello, Mr. Popo. Aren't you going to call me Charcoal Ball anymore? A glimmer of mischief flickered in Popo's eyes before vanishing in an instant, unnoticed by both Vegeta and Bulma. Bulma laughed heartily, ha-ha, observing Bulma's flushed cheeks. Vegeta clutched his abdomen in mirth. What are you laughing at? Bulma rolled her eyes. She then apologized. I'm sorry. I was immature back then. No worries. Popo replied, unusually chatty. He stepped toward the temple entrance, prompting Vegeta and Bulma to exchange glances before following him outside. What is Popo's true identity? Vegeta pondered as he watched Popo's silhouette fade. Had he not grasped even a fraction of the ethereal state that Popo had imparted, he wouldn't stand a chance against future Vegeta. There was an uncanny sense that this Popo was somehow linked to his future counterpart. Vegeta recalled that when he visited the future, Popo had remarked on his uniqueness, while the future Vegeta seemed rather ordinary. Chapter 34. Father-in-law, I have returned. Coupled with Vegeta's recollections of discussions among netizens in his past life, who claimed that every Popo across timelines was a mere avatar, he was left to wonder about the veracity of such claims. Upon exiting the temple, Popo inquired in his calm, well of wisdom-like eyes, what brings you here? Vegeta scratched his head sheepishly, stating, I would like Mr. Popo to help preserve their bodies. With Goku's journey to Namek still some time away, it was crucial to properly preserve them to prevent decay. That is simple, Popo replied, waving his hand, enveloping the bodies in a soft, milky light. Is that it? Vegeta asked. Yes, Popo replied nonchalantly. Thank you, Mr. Popo. Vegeta hesitated briefly before expressing his gratitude. Popo remained silent. Vegeta prepared to escort Bulma back to West City. You must diligently train in the ethereal state. A voice called from behind, prompting Vegeta to halt and turn. Popo stood quietly in place. I will, Vegeta affirmed, carrying Bulma on his back as he departed heaven with Raditz. Popo stared blankly at their retreating figures, his lips moving slightly. Earth cannot be without its deity, he mused as they journeyed towards West City. Fortunately, you have not caused any harm to Earth. Otherwise, I would ensure you face dire consequences, Vegeta remarked, glancing sideways while carrying Bulma. Bulma covered her lips, stifling a laugh. Raditz and Nappa, upon their arrival on Earth, were immediately confronted by Piccolo and his allies, thereby refraining from wreaking havoc as depicted in the anime. Thankfully, they avoided such chaos, lest they meet a grim fate. Allow me to introduce you to my wife, Bulma. Vegeta gazed at her with eyes full of tenderness. Upon hearing that she was Vegeta's wife, Bulma's heart fluttered like a startled fawn. However, could Vegeta, still so young, truly be married? Unaware of Bulma's thoughts, Vegeta addressed her. This is Raditz, Goku's elder brother, and beside him is Nappa. They're both my subordinates. Greetings. Bulma replied with a smile, though unsure of what else to say. Raditz and Nappa stiffened, quickly responding, hello. Let's depart, Vegeta said with a dismissive glance. The force soared into the sky, transforming into 3 streaks of white light, vanishing into the horizon. In West City, they landed in Bulma's courtyard. From now on, you shall reside on Earth. There is no need to return to Frisia, Vegeta stated matter-of-factly. Bulma, standing nearby, was taken aback, uncertain of who Frisia was. Raditz hurriedly interjected, we cannot return. Frisia will not spare us. Nappa concurred. Have you forgotten Frisia's terror? Who is Frisia? Bulma inquired. He is a prodigy of the Frost demon race, known as the Emperor of the Universe. In the cosmos, aside from his brother Cooler and King Cold, none dare to provoke him. Frisia's strength is unfathomable. How could Vegeta even suggest that they not return? Vegeta scoffed, a cold smile playing on his lips. Frisia? He is on the brink of death. He has no time to concern himself with you. His words were not mere bravado. There remained some time before Goku ventured to Namek, and once Goku arrived, Frisia's misfortunes would commence. It was uncertain whether he would survive as he did in the anime. Are you saying Frisia is dying? What does that mean? Bulma asked, bewildered. Do not worry. If he dares to trouble you, with me around, you need not fear, Vegeta declared, patting his chest like a small adult. You? They questioned in unison. They acknowledged Vegeta's prowess, as he was indeed the Saiyan Prince born with a battle power of 1,000. Yet, To compare himself to Frieza was quite the fanciful notion. Hearing her subordinates doubt Vegeta, Bulma could no longer suppress her laughter. "What are you laughing at, Bulma?" Vegeta shot her a look. "Nothing. I was laughing," Bulma replied, her beautiful eyes blinking innocently as she feigned looking around. Vegeta was left speechless. Bulma was still as infuriating as she had been in her youth. He found himself wanting to give her a good smack on the backside. Yet, her figure was quite alluring. Feeling his intense gaze, Bulma's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. "Vegeta, you little rascal." The two men fell silent, having just discussed Frieza, only to find Vegeta inexplicably flirting with his wife. Vegeta averted his gaze, exclaiming with a hint of resignation, "When the time comes, I shall take you to Namek to witness the demise of Frieza." Raditz and his companion dismissed Vegeta's words as mere bravado. After their conversation concluded, Vegeta instructed Bulma to prepare accommodations for Raditz and his companion. Without a moment's hesitation, Bulma promptly arranged 2 rooms for them. After all, her abode was spacious enough to accommodate 100 guests without issue, being the residence of Earth's wealthiest individual. In addition to her staggering wealth, the size of her house was equally remarkable. Once Raditz and his companion were settled, Vegeta turned to Bulma and declared, "I am off to see my father-in-law." "Your father-in-law?" Bulma's cheeks flushed crimson, though her heart swelled with joy. "Off to see my father-in-law." Vegeta merrily soared toward the laboratory. It was truly delightful that Big Brother Vegeta had returned. Watching his diminutive figure, Bulma couldn't help but smile coyly, her beauty radiating in a way that left the very heavens astounded. "Father-in-law, I have returned." Vegeta's youthful voice echoed even before he reached the laboratory. This voice, Dr. Briefs paused, recognizing it instantly. Could it be Vegeta? Indeed, a small figure floated through the doorway. "Father-in-law, I am back," Vegeta exclaimed with glee. "Weren't you supposed to be gone? Why have you returned?" Dr. Briefs scoffed. Noticing the rare display of anger from Dr. Briefs, Vegeta quickly discerned the cause. The departure of Tarble had profoundly affected Bulma, yet it was his arrival that had slowly helped her emerge from her sorrow. However, his subsequent assistance to Trunks and his mother had led to an extended absence. During that time, Bulma must have once again felt great sadness. As her father, Dr. Briefs would undoubtedly feel her pain. Thus, his current expression was hardly surprising. "Father-in-law, allow me to explain." Vegeta chuckled ruefully, recounting his journey to the future once more. "You mean to say that in the future, you and Bulma are married? And you have a son named Trunks?" Dr. Brief's eyes widened in disbelief. Hee. Vegeta smirked mischievously, nodding his head. This was precisely the reaction he sought, ensuring Dr. Briefs understood that Bulma was undoubtedly his wife. Hence, any objections from Dr. Briefs would be futile. Chapter 35. The Approval of the Father-in-Law. No wonder you remain so diminutive. Regarding the absurdity of time travel, Dr. Briefs found it surprisingly easy to accept, given his familiarity with the theoretical underpinnings of such concepts. For instance, the universal capsule involved principles of time and space. The interior of a universal capsule is static. Whatever was placed inside remains unchanged upon retrieval. Dr. Briefs grumbled, "Show me the time machine." Vegeta tossed out a universal capsule. Bang! A shuttle-shaped machine appeared on the ground. After a meticulous examination, Dr. Briefs smiled with satisfaction, saying, "This girl, who always claims to dislike the study of time-space theory, has ultimately immersed herself in it." Upon inspecting the time machine, Dr. Briefs discovered that its programming and mechanical structure were exquisitely crafted, capable of traversing the fabric of time itself. However, the thought of his future daughter enduring such hardships caused a pang of anguish within him. "Well, at least you possess a conscience." Dr. Briefs finally acknowledged the merit of the young Vegeta. The perils of time travel need not be elaborated upon. One misstep could lead to a time storm or unforeseen events in the future, making a return impossible. Nevertheless, upon receiving a distress signal from his future grandson, this young lad wasted no time in journeying to the future. Dr. Briefs felt a wave of emotion, his anger dissipating. Vegeta chuckled innocently. "Did you see Bulma?" Dr. Briefs beamed with approval. After all, this was his son-in-law, deserving of kindness henceforth. Vegeta nodded affirmatively. Dr. Briefs affectionately ruffled his hair and inquired, "What brings you here?" If anyone else dared to touch him in such a manner, Vegeta would have ensured they regretted ever entering this world. Yet Dr. Briefs was his father-in-law, and Vegeta dared not overstep. With a hint of hesitation, Vegeta asked, "Father-in-law, could you assist me in constructing a spaceship?" "Ideally." It would be equipped with a gravity system of 100 times. What purpose do you have in mind? This is for Son Goku. Dr. Brives adjusted his glasses. You mean Bulma's friend, Son Goku? Indeed, Vegeta affirmed. I apologize for the trouble, father-in-law. I've never built a spaceship. It poses quite the challenge, Dr. Brives remarked, furrowing his brow. Upon hearing this, Vegeta recalled that in the anime, Dr. Brives had repurposed the remnants of Son Goku's and his brother's spaceship to create one equipped with a gravity system. I possess a spaceship. Please wait a moment. I shall retrieve it. In an instant, Vegeta vanished, leaving Dr. Brives astonished. Moments later, a thunderous crash resonated outside the laboratory, as if something had struck the ground. Father-in-law, look at this. Can it be transformed into a spaceship? Vegeta returned with the vessel he had arrived on Earth in. Goodness, I never imagined you had a spaceship. Dr. Brives exclaimed, excitement bubbling within him. This was the nature of a mad scientist, unable to contain his enthusiasm upon encountering novel technology. With this, I am certain I can engineer a new spaceship. Rest assured. He instructed Vegeta to bring the object into the laboratory and immediately commence the transformation process. With nothing else to occupy his time, Vegeta returned to Bulma's room. Just as Bulma emerged from the bathroom, she froze, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson. How could this little rascal enter without knocking? The mere thought of someone else witnessing her in such a state made her feel utterly mortified. Fortunately, it was her little husband. Bulma's thoughts drifted to her future self, who had borne Vegeta a son, and a wave of happiness washed over her, enveloping her in a warm embrace. Gulp! Vegeta's throat was parched, and he instinctively adjusted his Adam's apple, only to discover that his mouth was completely dry. Bulma's exquisitely fair face was as delicate as porcelain, framed by elegantly arched brows and sparkling, alluring eyes that seemed to captivate the soul. Clad in a white bathrobe, her alluring figure was accentuated by the fabric, highlighting her remarkable curves, while her smooth, shapely legs were bare, revealing a pair of crystalline, snow-white feet. Vegeta thought to himself that perhaps no woman in the world could rival her beauty. Fool! Bulma playfully covered her chest with the robe, a teasing smile gracing her lips. Though she felt a tinge of shyness under Vegeta's gaze, joy predominated her heart. What brings you here? I came to chat with you. Vegeta whistled, his eyes darting around as if he were oblivious to Bulma's enticing presence. Yet, upon closer inspection, one would notice that his gaze never truly left her. All right then, tell me about my future self. Bulma pulled Vegeta onto the bed, lying beside him. It had always been Vegeta cradling her, and now the roles were reversed. A smile crept onto Bulma's lips as she relished the moment. Inhaling her fragrant scent, Vegeta found it difficult to concentrate, particularly with the enchanting cleavage before him. Reminiscent of a mythical fairy, captivating his senses. Well, the future Bulma is... Vegeta's expression turned slightly bashful, his eyes wandering as he spoke in a disjointed manner. Bulma stifled a giggle, covering her mouth. Little Vegeta is truly adorable. Vegeta feigned composure, clearing his throat. As for future Bulma, she worries incessantly, looking quite worn out. As he continued, Vegeta finally focused, stating, though time has taken its toll on future Bulma, she is truly beautiful, remarkably beautiful. He spoke earnestly. Bulma listened intently, feeling a pang of tension as Vegeta recounted the perils that Trunks faced, her heart racing alongside his words. Yet, hearing Vegeta describe future Bulma's beauty filled her with delight, as it was, after all, a reflection of her own future self. By the end of the tale, Bulma felt a wave of anxiety wash over her, fearing that the future in her current timeline might mirror that fate. Sensing her unease, Vegeta reassured her, with me by your side, there is nothing to fear. Bulma nodded emphatically, her heart gripped by the fear of a similar crisis looming in the future. However, with Vegeta by her side, a profound sense of reassurance enveloped her. Vegeta, dear brother. She gazed intently at him. You won't leave me again, will you? Upon hearing Bulma call him brother once more, Vegeta felt a sharp pain, as though a knife had sliced through his heart. No, never. He fervently shook his head, much like a rattle. Bulma embraced him tightly, unwilling to let go after years of separation. Chapter 36. The Ship's Restoration. At Bowsing Mountain, surrounded by primordial forests, the occasional roar of wild animals echoed through the air. A river sprawled before them, where Goku sat by the stones, accompanied by a small child. Should we cut off Gohan's tail? Goku pondered, furrowing his brow at the sight of Gohan's tail. He recalled his grandfather's warning from his childhood, to avoid gazing at the full moon lest a monster appear. Tragically, his grandfather had met his end beneath the feet of such a creature, instilling in Goku a deep-seated fear of the full moon. It wasn't until Raditz revealed to him that he was a Saiyan, capable of transforming into a giant ape under the full moon, that Goku realized he had been the one to kill his grandfather. Goku felt a heavy sorrow settle in his heart. "Dad, what are you thinking about?" Gohan climbed onto Goku's neck, looking up with curiosity. "Gohan, do you want to cut off your tail like your father did?" Goku gently patted his round little head. "No, it would hurt so much." Gohan vehemently shook his head. "All right then." Gohan climbed down to stand in front of Goku, gazing up at him. "What's wrong?" "Uncle Piccolo is dead." Gohan's voice trembled with emotion. Although Uncle Piccolo had often been stern and wore an unlikable expression, he had saved Gohan's life in the end. "Don't worry," Goku reassured him. "I will bring Uncle Piccolo back to life when the time comes." "Really?" "Yes." Goku nodded. At that moment, a sinister aura descended from the heavens, drawing nearer. A bright light streaked across the sky and landed abruptly before Goku. Gohan quickly hid behind his father, peering out nervously at the accomplice responsible for Uncle Piccolo's demise. "What brings you here?" Goku frowned, yet felt no need to be apprehensive. With Raditz's power level of 1500, the thought of posing a threat to him was utterly preposterous. Raditz coldly replied, "What do you mean, you?" "I am your elder brother." During the invasion of Earth, he had contemplated killing Kakarot if he proved disobedient. Yet, who could have anticipated Kakarot would become so formidable? Fortunately, Vegeta had arrived just in time to save him and Nappa. Sun Wukong stood quietly in place, while Sun Wufan clung tightly to his father's neck, resembling a small backpack hanging from Sun Wukong's back. "Enough." Raditz sighed. Vegeta was right. There were so few Saiyans left, and there was no need for deep-seated hatred. Moreover, Kakarot was his own brother. Soda. Raditz tilted his head, unable to meet Sun Wukong's gaze. He feared seeing disdain reflected in his brother's eyes. "What did you say?" Sun Wukong paused in surprise. Soda. Raditz shouted again, startling Sun Wufan, who was nestled behind Kakarot. "Big bad guy." Sun Wufan clenched his tiny fists, muttering angrily. Sun Wukong patted his son's backside, speaking coldly, "As long as Piccolo and the others can be revived, we can discuss everything else. Otherwise, I will avenge them. Let us talk about revenge later. Let me see your son." Raditz said nonchalantly. Since Earth possessed such miraculous Dragon Balls, it was only fitting that Namek, their homeland, had them as well. Resurrecting those individuals was certainly feasible. If the Namekians were unwilling to lend their Dragon Balls, they could always seize them. "Daddy, I don't want to," Sun Wufan exclaimed fearfully. He certainly did not wish to be seen by the very person who had just frightened him. Sun Wufan had a long memory. "I want to harm your son." Unmoved by Raditz's words, Sun Wukong remained resolute. He was not foolish enough to be coerced by Raditz using his own child. Raditz, in the end, Sun Wukong still did not trust him. It was understandable. He had just recently killed someone else's companion. So how could they feel at ease? Nevertheless, Raditz was genuinely curious to see Sun Wufan, who had achieved a combat power of 2,800 at such a tender age. In the entire Saiyan race, only elite warriors like Vegeta possessed such potential. He had anticipated that his nephew would share the same capabilities. With this thought, Raditz felt no anger at Kakarot's refusal. "I hope you nurture your son well." With that, Raditz soared into the sky, heading back towards West City. "What my father does or does not do is none of your business. You're not my father," Sun Wufan protested, wagging his little tail with a huff. West City, Capsule Corporation. Several days had passed since Vegeta brought back the spaceship. Raditz returned from Bowsy Mountain, landing on the ground. "Where have you been?" A voice came from behind him. It was Vegeta. Raditz stiffly turned his head. He saw a small child lying on Bulma's soft, pristine legs. "I want to find Kakarot." Raditz's voice trembled slightly. "You didn't get into a conflict, did you?" Vegeta sat up, resting his little head against Bulma's ample bosom, which made Bulma roll her eyes, though she didn't push him away. "No, then you may continue your training in the gravity chamber." Vegeta relished the incredible elasticity at the back of his head, squinting his eyes in sheer delight. After Raditz departed, Bulma playfully tugged at Vegeta's small ear, exclaiming with mock indignation, "What do you intend to do in front of others?" "I have no intentions whatsoever," Vegeta replied with a serious demeanor, his gaze wandering. "You're simply putting on an act." Bulma found herself both exasperated and amused. Noticing Vegeta's stubbornness, she reluctantly released her grip on his ear, gently massaging it for a moment before letting go. "My ear hurts, do it again." Vegeta nestled closer to her softness, leaving Bulma utterly speechless. Well, then let me massage it some more. Time flowed swiftly, and a month passed in the blink of an eye. In Bulma's laboratory, a colossal spaceship stood at the center, adorned with numerous metallic wires that connected to various computer systems. Dr. Briefs was tapping away at the keyboard, and the computer's display screen showcased a loading bar, 10, 20, 90, 100. With a chime, the data was successfully transferred to the spaceship. Dr. Briefs beamed with satisfaction. It's finally complete. Vegeta, come here for a moment. Upon hearing his father-in-law's call, Vegeta stepped inside, his expression brightening. Father-in-law, it's done so soon? The spaceship was completed a fortnight ago. I was merely designing the sound system and took considerable time to find the right placement for the stereo speakers. Dr. Briefs' expression turned serious. For powerful warriors during their training, I deemed it essential to create a perfect music system. What do you think? Vegeta's forehead furrowed in disbelief. This Dr. Briefs was just like the one from the anime, obsessively pursuing perfect sound quality, which had delayed Goku's journey to Namek for quite some time. Chapter 37. Soon to depart for Namek. Father-in-law, please teach me how to operate this spaceship. Vegeta felt somewhat helpless, but was eager to deliver the vessel to Goku. He was aware that when Raditz and the others invaded Earth, their scouters must have transmitted the information about the Dragon Balls back to Frisia's headquarters. It was likely that Frisia had already begun his journey to Namek by now. You rascal. Dr. Briefs first instructed Vegeta on how to operate the spaceship, then added, Vegeta, you must understand music. Vegeta merely scoffed, ignoring him entirely. He compressed the spaceship into a universal capsule, causing it to vanish from sight. Dr. Briefs, has this little fellow floated away? Or does he believe that marrying Bulma is already secure? He made his way to the backyard. Bulma sat gracefully on a chair, her snow-white legs crossed, the bare skin of her feet glistening under the illumination. Vegeta smacked his lips and approached her. Bulma, I'm going to find Goku. Would you like to come? Goku, what do you need him for? She inquired. I'm delivering a spaceship to him, Vegeta replied, waving a small hand that held a universal capsule. Then I shall accompany you. Bulma leaped off the chair, her delicate calves swaying with her movement. Vegeta felt a slight dryness in his throat. Shaking his head, he and Bulma vanished from the spot. At Bowsy Mountain, Goku would daily venture into the forest to train, preparing for the journey to Namek. Suddenly, a ripple disturbed the emptiness. A strikingly beautiful woman in a short skirt appeared, leading a small child. Who is it? Goku swiftly entered a combat stance. Vegeta? Bulma? Realizing it was them, Goku relaxed, though excitement soon surged within him. Their presence likely indicated the delivery of the spaceship. Indeed. Kakarot, are you ready to head to Namek? Vegeta tossed him a universal capsule. Goku nodded and threw the capsule. With a loud bang, a massive spaceship materialized in the open space. Vegeta explained the operation of the spacecraft to him. You still have some sins of beans, right? Yes. This time Master Roshi gave me 50. Goku beamed. Previously, Master Roshi had been quite stingy, offering only 1 or 2 beans at most. But this time he had been remarkably generous. Hearing this, Vegeta chuckled. It was fortunate that Kakarot had secured so many beans, thanks to his kindness in leaving some for Master Roshi. He had also reminded Master Roshi of the beans' importance, or else they might have been devoured by Yajirobe. When are you going to Namek, Goku? Bulma asked. I'll inform Chi-Chi first, then set off in a few days. Goku's gaze was resolute. He was determined to resurrect Piccolo and the others. As for the 3 Saiyans, he resolved not to concern himself with them, recognizing his own limitations against that little boy. With this thought, Goku yearned for greater strength. Bulma nodded, suddenly recalling something. Goku, do you remember meeting him when you were a child? She pointed at Vegeta. Goku paused. When we were searching for the Dragon Balls, I mentioned that we had met before. Vegeta was there too. Bulma sighed. At that time, you were just a child. It's understandable if you've forgotten. Goku furrowed his brow. Now that you mention it, I do seem to have a vague memory. Vegeta was taken aback. He recalled a time when Kakarot was still quite young. Do you really remember? He inquired. Goku, suddenly enlightened, responded. Did he ask my grandfather for a Dragon Ball back then? You truly remember? Vegeta and Bulma's eyes widened in astonishment. Goku scratched his head and chuckled innocently. I didn't expect that we had indeed met. At this juncture, Goku's gaze toward Vegeta lost its previous wariness. The 3 engaged in extensive conversation, which eventually led Goku to inquire about Namek. Vegeta, have you ever been to Namek? No. I thought with all that knowledge, you might have visited, Goku remarked, shaking his head. He had intended to gather information about Namek to avoid any unforeseen circumstances later. Upon hearing this, Vegeta felt compelled to offer Goku a word of caution. I don't know a bit about Namek. When you arrive, you must seek out the Grand Elder of the Namekians. Why? Goku asked, a hint of confusion in his voice. Bulma, her eyes filled with curiosity, turned to Vegeta for clarification. Seated upon a stone, Vegeta explained, the Grand Elder is the supreme ruler of Namek, possessing immense knowledge and a passion for peace. He wields numerous superpowers and excels in unlocking the hidden potential within individuals. He can guide you to unleash your latent abilities. Do you understand what I mean? Vegeta's gaze was laden with significance as he looked at Goku. Are you suggesting I seek the Grand Elder to develop my potential? Goku suddenly comprehended. Bulma turned her attention to Vegeta, questioning why he himself did not seek the Grand Elder for potential enhancement. Indeed, you must remember to seek out the Grand Elder to unlock your potential. Once you do, your combat power should multiply significantly. As soon as Vegeta's words fell, Goku's breaths quickened. In that moment, it seemed as though the Saiyan blood coursing through him stirred a desire for an exhilarating battle with Vegeta. However, he lamented his own insufficient strength to confront him. If only the Grand Elder could bolster his power, there was little else to concern himself with. Vegeta's extensive counsel stemmed from his fondness for Goku, as portrayed in the anime. In that realm, Goku and Vegeta were sworn rivals, each refusing to yield to the other. Yet, whenever Goku faced dire peril, Vegeta would unhesitatingly come to his rescue, despite his stubborn demeanor proclaiming that Goku was only meant to be defeated by him. After years of camaraderie, they had become true allies. Now, having traversed into Vegeta's existence, he was reluctant to witness his erstwhile adversary languishing in mediocrity. After all, Vegeta was no longer the original Vegeta. If he failed to offer Goku guidance, he feared Goku might not even see the tail lights of his own vehicle. Thank you, Vegeta. Goku expressed his gratitude. Vegeta waved his hand dismissively. That's enough talk for now. We must take our leave. By the way, Vegeta prepared to depart with Bulma. And as he turned back, he remarked, Raditz no longer harbors any malice. You may handle it as you see fit. With that, Vegeta soared into the sky. Bulma in tow. Observing their departure, Goku murmured, no malice. Is it? Chapter 38. Goku adapts to hundredfold gravity Vegeta. Why do you not seek the Elder to unlock your potential? Bulma inquired, wrapping her arms around Vegeta's neck, finally voicing her curiosity. After all, Vegeta was her little man, and she wished for him to grow ever stronger. I wish to, but my potential has been entirely depleted, Vegeta replied with a grimace. Long ago, in a future timeline, he had permitted Trunks to slay him hundreds of times. Consequently, the potential within him was utterly exhausted. Huh? Bulma gasped in astonishment. Do not worry, in due time, I shall accumulate much potential once again, Vegeta reassured her, his hands gently grasping Bulma's soft thighs. The remarkable elasticity compelled him to squeeze once more. So soft, quite delightful. How improper. Bulma's cheeks flushed crimson, yet she did not deter his actions. Together, they glided homeward, flying over the ocean as the sun dipped below the horizon. The silhouettes of the two, one large and one small, melded beautifully against the backdrop of the setting sun and the soaring seagulls. Days passed. A tremendous roar resonated from the direction of Baozi Mountain, followed by a brilliant white flame shooting into the sky. A child stood below, fists clenched tightly. Go, Daddy. Gohan cheered. Chi-Chi gently patted Gohan's head, her eyes filled with concern as she gazed at the spaceship above, fearing for her husband's safety. At that moment, a figure approached, long hair cascading behind him. Mom, Uncle is here, Gohan exclaimed, shaking his little head. In recent days, Raditz had frequently visited Baozi Mountain, and Gohan and Chi-Chi had come to understand that Raditz meant no harm. Do not worry, I will accompany Vegeta to Namek. I will keep an eye on Kakarot, Raditz declared, lifting Gohan into his arms, recognizing him as the most promising warrior in the family, deserving of proper cultivation. Thank you, brother. Kiki Sai Din Ridif. Karen Tower. We must ensure that the heavenly god is resurrected. The cat sage squinted at the ascending spaceship. His generous gift of 50 senzu beans to Goku was intended to facilitate the successful revival of the heavenly god. Above Karen Tower, Popo stood outside the temple, a flicker of emotion crossing his calm gaze. In West City, Bulma accompanied Vegeta to the university for classes. A deep rumble echoed from the sky, the unmistakable sound of a powerful engine igniting. Students rushed out of the classroom, caught in a flurry of excitement. What is that? One exclaimed. It appears to be a spaceship. Is anyone venturing into the cosmos? Bulma sat in a chair, embraced by Vegeta. Vegeta, is Goku on his way? Yes, it's definitely Goku. Bulma's brotherly affection was met with Vegeta's distressed expression. He had been diligently training at home, only to be brought to school by Bulma, who insisted he call her sister there. If he failed to comply, she threatened to give him a beating. Under the pressure of Bulma's playful punches, Vegeta had no choice but to oblige. My little brother Vegeta, is so obedient. Bulma, unfazed by Vegeta's squirming in her embrace, reveled in her joy, disregarding his discomfort. As the thunderous sounds from the sky faded, the students outside returned to their classrooms. Bulma, is this your brother? He looks so cool and adorable. A strikingly attractive female classmate approached with a smile. Upon hearing this, a swarm of girls rushed over. So cute. Bulma, can I hold him, please? Vegeta rolled his eyes in exasperation. Why did they have to take it so far? It was one thing to speak, but why were they getting hands on? It was outrageous. They even attempted to grope. Had Bulma not swiftly swatted away the inappropriate advances, Vegeta might have unleashed a ki blast to obliterate them all. 7 days passed. The void of space lay shrouded in darkness. Inside the spaceship, Goku was performing push-ups, his training uniform soaked with sweat. 99,998. 99,999. 100,000. At long last, he completed 100,000 push-ups and collapsed onto the floor, gasping for breath. Goku had fully acclimatized to the gravity of 100 times Earth's. His ability to adapt to such extreme conditions in merely 7 days was nothing short of extraordinary. Driven by the desire to engage Vegeta in battle, he trained relentlessly. Thankfully, the Senzu beans provided by Korin kept him alive. Otherwise, Goku would have surely perished. Even so, he had consumed 30 beans. At that moment, if someone were to scan Goku with a detector, they would discover his battle power had surged to 150,000, surpassing the 90,000 noted in the original narrative. As Goku rested, a faint glimmer began to emerge in the pitch-black cosmos. As the spaceship traversed through space, the light intensified. A colossal planet loomed ahead. Goku approached the spaceship's window to gaze outside. The planet was enormous, roughly 10 times the size of Earth, its surface exhibiting a mesmerizing blue-green hue. Is this Namek? Goku's gaze sharpened with determination. Namek, here I come. The spaceship surged towards Namek, penetrating the atmosphere. The sky erupted with a thunderous roar. The Namekians looked up in alarm. What is that? A spaceship. Quickly, informed the Grand Elder. The Namekians hastened towards the Grand Elder's residence. A multitude gathered before a structure replete with the distinctive characteristics of Namek. Everyone, please halt. The Elder has already been apprised of the situation. Nero positioned himself before the assembly. Indeed, since the Elder is aware, we can all breathe easier. Nero proceeded inside. An ancient voice resonated within the chamber as he ascended to the second floor. Elder, Nero addressed with utmost reverence. Before him sat a colossal Namekian upon chair, upon which rested a dragon ball the size of a basketball. The Elder's skin, once vibrantly green, now appeared sagging and tinged with a pallid hue, a testament to his advanced age, resembling a verdant plant on the verge of wilting. A great calamity is about to befall our Namekian race. The Elder's voice was laced with both gravity and authority. What? Nero gasped in terror. Long ago, Namek had endured a catastrophic climate disaster, from which only the Elder had survived alongside those who managed to flee. Was another calamity imminent? Suddenly recalling something, Nero urgently inquired. Could the disaster be instigated by those aboard that ship in the sky? Not at all. The Elder replied slowly. That individual will not bring harm to Namek. Rather, he is our salvation. Go and fetch him here. Despite the myriad of questions swirling in his mind, Nero resolved to obey the Elder's command. Chapter 39. Bulma. If you don't take me, I'll turn green with envy. A spacecraft descended from the heavens, radiating a brilliant white light. With a thud, it landed, and Sun Wukong emerged. What a beautiful environment, he exclaimed, surveying his surroundings. The area was dotted with numerous lakes, their emerald waters reflecting the sky, with fluffy white clouds mirrored upon their surfaces. Nearby, clusters of blue grass swayed gently in the breeze. Inhaling the refreshing air, Sun Wukong felt a wave of relaxation wash over him. At that moment, a green figure swooped down from above. Piccolo. Sun Wukong was taken aback. The individual's appearance bore an uncanny resemblance to Piccolo. Nero landed nearby and immediately queried, "Are you Saiyan?" "Yes, are you Piccolo?" Sun Wukong insisted, feeling an undeniable connection. The figure's icy demeanor was identical to Piccolo's. I know not who this Piccolo is, but I am not he. Our elder wishes to invite you for a visit. As he spoke, Neru scrutinized son Wukong closely. The elder had proclaimed this individual as their savior, yet Neru found him to be rather unimpressive. Excellent, excellent. Son Wukong exclaimed with unbridled joy. Before arriving on Namek, he recalled Vegeta's words urging him to seek out the elder. Little did he expect that upon his arrival, the elder's envoy would be waiting for him. Nailu found himself perplexed by son Wukong's exuberant reaction. What could possibly bring this individual such joy? Nevertheless, the Grand Elder urged him to hasten and lead the way, prompting Nailu to soar toward the Grand Elder's residence alongside son Wukong. In the vast expanse of the cosmos, a colossal spacecraft traversed the distant starry sky, heading towards Namek. Through the transparent glass of the ship, only 6 individuals occupied its interior. It was astonishing to discover such a miraculous orb capable of resurrecting the deceased. Did this imply that immortality was within reach? Frisia reclined in a crib, his voice icy and chilling, reminiscent of an infernal spring, piercing like shards of ice. Guldo swallowed hard. Surely, Lord Frisia will achieve immortality. Surely, Lord Frisia will achieve immortality. The remaining members of the Jinyu force echoed in agreement. Frisia, covering his dark purple lips, erupted into a hoarse and malevolent laugh, relishing in the flattery bestowed upon him by his subordinates. What shall we do about Vegeta? Guldo queried ominously, having never anticipated the long-lost Scion's return. Frisia waved his hand dismissively, nonchalantly replying, Once I gather the Dragon Balls and make my wish, I shall pay a visit to that Scion monkey on Earth. Yes. Guldo clenched his fist against his chest in respectful acknowledgement. Frisia, in high spirits, maneuvered the crib to the window, gazing at the breathtaking cosmic panorama. Silence enveloped the spacecraft as it continued its journey towards Namek. Meanwhile, in West City on Earth, within an esteemed university, Bulma cradled Vegeta's tiny head against her chest as she strolled through the campus. Suddenly, a cocky young man with golden hair approached her, a rose in hand, and proclaimed, Miss Bulma, would you go out with me? With a playful tone, Bulma replied, You might want to ask my husband about that. Husband? The young man was taken aback. Incredulity etched on his face. Miss Bulma, you're married? Indeed. Look, this is my little husband. Bulma chuckled, gesturing to the infant Scion nestled in her arms. The small child occasionally bumped his head against Bulma's ample figure, eliciting envy from the young man, who salivated at the sight. Relieved, he said, Please, Miss Bulma, don't jest. This child must be your brother. You must be weary from holding him. Let me help you. Consumed by jealousy over the child's privilege of enjoying such softness, he reached out eagerly to take the infant from Bulma's embrace. However, at that moment, Vegeta opened his tiny eyes, unleashing a formidable aura that bore down upon the young man. Get lost. The voice roared like a colossal beast from the primordial wilderness, instantly rendering the yellow-haired youth limp upon hearing it, leaving him in a state of disarray with a dampened area in his trousers. Bulma could not help but smirk at such folly as he attempted to woo her. This was not the first time she had received declarations of affection from others, and fortunately, Vegeta had always intervened to send them away. Let us go, Vegeta declared, burying his face once again in Bulma's ample bosom. After walking for some time in silence, Bulma cautiously inquired, Are you upset? No, Vegeta replied curtly. Then why the silence? She pressed. I was contemplating that it's nearly time for me to head to Namek. Vegeta responded with a hint of resignation. Truth be told, seeing Bulma courted by others stirred an uncomfortable feeling within him, yet also confirmed her undeniable charm and popularity. I want to go too, Bulma insisted, pulling Vegeta closer and gently tousling his upright hair. No, he retorted vehemently. Why not? Namek will soon face a catastrophic crisis, and you cannot accompany me. Vegeta shook his head fervently, fearing for Bulma's safety despite his capability for instant transmission. Are you saying you want to protect me? I will. Vegeta answered without a moment's hesitation, a reflexive response that brought joy to Bulma's heart. Are you certain you want to let me go? Absolutely not. Vegeta raised his gaze, locking eyes with her enchanting orbs. Then I shall seek a date with that yellow-haired fellow. Bulma teased, her eyes sparkling mischievously. You. Vegeta's frustration was palpable. Let her go to Namek. He sighed, realizing Bulma's cunning nature. Vegeta is so good to me. Bulma giggled delightedly. Vegeta remained silent, his demeanor now genuinely perturbed. Are you truly angry? Bulma cooed. I'm indeed. Vegeta pouted childishly. Bulma, please. Suddenly, Vegeta's head was pushed into Bulma's bosom by her delicate hand, nearly leaving him breathless. Upon returning home, Vegeta summoned Raditz and Nappa. Vegeta, are we heading to Namek? Raditz exclaimed excitedly. He had promised Chi-Chi to take care of Kakarot, and Vegeta's delay was driving him to the brink of impatience. Nappa chuckled, stroking his shiny head. Raditz, you've changed quite a bit lately. Oomph. Raditz scoffed, as if he himself had not undergone transformation. Since rejoining Vegeta, regarding the remarkable technique possessed by Vegeta, which allows one to traverse vast distances instantaneously, Raditz and his companion were no strangers to it. They were well aware of the actions to take next. With their palms resting on Vegeta's petite shoulder, they exclaimed, "Let us proceed." Vegeta, hand in hand with Bulma, activated the instant transmission. Above the planet Namek, Vegeta and the others materialized. This is indeed Namek, reminiscent of the descriptions found in our previous computer data, Raditz remarked. Weren't we supposed to search for the Dragon Balls? Why the delay? Queried Nappa, a hint of confusion in his voice. Patience, Vegeta replied. Frieza is on his way here. A spectacle awaits us. Vegeta, with both hands gripping Bulma's fair thigh, hoisted her onto his back. Bulma clung tightly to his neck, resting quietly behind him. In Vegeta's senses, a profoundly malevolent energy approached from the vicinity of Namek. Surely it was Frieza. Frieza? Raditz and his companion gasped in terror, their brows furrowing as they strained to sense the approaching aura. Although their comprehension was somewhat lacking, the presence of the gravity chamber allowed them to discern a formidable energy heading their way, a skill imparted by Vegeta himself. Vegeta, we must flee, Raditz exclaimed in panic. If you escape now, what will become of your brother? Vegeta teased. Then let us hasten to locate Kakarot and depart without delay. Raditz's expression wavered momentarily, but he soon regained his resolve. Vegeta nodded, recognizing that this youth was not beyond redemption. At least he was mindful of bringing Kakarot along. What cowardice! A scion of your stature should not cower before a formidable foe, Vegeta scoffed coldly. Nappa swallowed hard, contemplating the need to find Kakarot and flee Namek. For Frieza was indeed terrifying. At the mere mention of Frieza's name, an involuntary shiver coursed through Raditz and his companion, the dread permeating their very bones. Useless, Vegeta huffed disdainfully. Do not lose your composure. Bulma interjected gently, her delicate hand caressing Vegeta's chest. Fortuitously, Bulma was there to temper Vegeta's demeanor. Otherwise, the situation could have escalated. Sighing, Vegeta acknowledged their weakness. Once they awaken the inherent power of a Saiyan, they shall no longer find themselves in such a predicament. Let us proceed to the Grand Elder's location. With that, Vegeta led the group into the horizon. At the Grand Elder's abode, Nail escorted Goku to the upper level of the dwelling. It is vast. Goku marveled at the imposing stature of the Namekian before him. Mind your manners, Nail admonished sternly. It is of no consequence. The Grand Elder raised his hand dismissively and continued. Dear Saiyan friend, what brings you here? Nail fell silent. Sun Wukong scratched his head, suddenly sensing an ominous presence approaching from beyond the cosmos. A formidable entity was making its way here. With a furrowed brow, Sun Wukong contemplated the impending calamity. The source of disaster shall inevitably arrive, sighed the elder. Disaster? Sun Wukong inquired, somewhat perplexed. The elder shook his head and asked again, Saiyan friend, do you have business here? I am Sun Wukong, and I wish to borrow your Dragon Balls to revive a friend from Namek, he replied. Revive your Namekian friend? Indeed. Sun Wukong's words left the elder in contemplative silence. Within the elder's awareness, no children from his clan had perished. This likely indicated that it was a former clansman who had escaped from Namek. It was only through former members of his race that Sun Wukong would have knowledge of the Dragon Balls. No wonder you know of the Dragon Balls on Namek, the elder remarked. Neru stood bewildered, momentarily unable to comprehend the situation. I can lend you the Dragon Balls, but I would ask a favor in return, the elder spoke, his voice tinged with resignation. It was customary for them to grant Sun Wukong's request for the revival of the Namekian. However, they now found it necessary to propose a condition. Speak, Sun Wukong responded with palpable excitement, eager to bring back Piccolo and the others. The elder gazed upward and stated, I wish for you to assist me in repelling the evil individual who is descending upon us. Sun Wukong's brow furrowed tighter, his tone revealing a hint of uncertainty. I am not sure I can defeat that person. Fear not, the elder reassured him. I possess a technique that can unlock your latent potential, allowing you to contend with him. As soon as the elder finished speaking, Neru stepped forward, interjecting, "No. Doing so could harm your health, elder." The elder was the patriarch of all Namekians, and given his advanced age, Neru feared for his well-being. "It is nothing to worry about. It will only drain some of my energy." "Neru, do not protest." The elder waved his hand dismissively. Seeing the elder's determination, Neru hesitated, but ultimately refrained from further opposition. "Thank you, elder." Sun Wukong's heart surged with joy. He had been pondering how to approach the elder with this request. He had not anticipated that the elder would directly offer to help him unlock his potential. Filled with elation, Sun Wukong eagerly anticipated the forthcoming battle. His blood surged with excitement at the thought. "Come here." The elder gestured for Sun Wukong to join him. Sun Wukong approached, and a massive hand enveloped his head. Neru kept a vigilant eye on the elder's condition, ready to intervene at the first sign of distress. "Just remain still," the elder whispered. As his words trailed off, Sun Wukong felt a warm current flow into his body from above. "This feels wonderful." Sun Wukong basked in a warm glow. Feeling as if he were immersed in a hot spring during winter, every cell within him being nourished. The warmth surged within him, penetrating deeper into his being. This warmth entered a realm of latent potential, where a colossal golden ape stood majestically at its center. The Grand Elder suddenly opened his eyes, startling Nairo, who intended to intervene, only to discover that the elder merely glanced at Sun Wukong before closing his eyes once more. Within the realm of potential, the warm energy flowed towards the golden ape, wrapping around it and gradually tugging at its fur. With each strand plucked, it transformed into a radiant speck of light, seeping into every corner of Sun Wukong's body. Each hair extracted enhanced Sun Wukong's aura incrementally. Simultaneously, four figures materialized above the Grand Elder's dwelling, radiating the energy of Kakarot. Raditz sensed the escalating power beneath him. 200,000 battle power. 300,000 battle power. 600,000 battle power. Chapter 41. Summoning the Dragon of Namek. An overwhelming energy instantaneously permeated every corner of Namek. Inside a spaceship beyond the universe, an explosive sound erupted as the devices of the 6 individuals malfunctioned. King Frisia, his voice trembling, remarked on the astonishing power level, which surpassed their latest detector's capacity of 200,000. "Is it beyond 200,000 battle power?" Frisia sneered coldly, a dangerous glint flashing in his eyes. Jinya hesitated. "King Frisia, silence. If you dare not follow, I can easily accommodate your departure." Frisia's men quaked in fear. On Namek, the atmosphere thickened as Nab swallowed hard, sensing Kakarot's terrifying energy. Raditz, in ecstatic disbelief, exclaimed, "Vegeta, Kakarot has become so powerful. Could he possibly defeat Frisia?" Bulma, feeling anxious, realized from their discourse that Sun Wukong had grown immensely strong, seemingly rendering Frisia no match for him. Did this imply that Vegeta was also inferior to Sun Wukong? Bulma understood that her husband, though outwardly unfazed, must feel discomfort at being surpassed. With this thought, Bulma pressed closely against Vegeta, offering comfort with her warmth, gently stroking his head as if to say, "Vegeta, do not be disheartened. What are you doing? Messing up my hairstyle again?" Vegeta retorted, casting an annoyed glance. Noticing Bulma's self-determination to remain close, he chose to ignore it, saying, "If you two believe that Kakarot has easily surpassed Frisia, you are gravely mistaken." The two men were taken aback. Kakarot had indeed become remarkably powerful, estimated to possess a battle strength of around 5 to 600,000. How could he possibly be unable to defeat Frisia? Vegeta, fully aware of their thoughts, chose not to elaborate, for soon they would witness Frisia's ultimate form. "Let us descend and observe Kakarot." Agreed. Raditz followed Vegeta as they soared towards the ground. On the surface, within a dwelling, Sun Wukong was enveloped in an aura that seemed to consume mountains and rivers. It was terrifying. Nyla took a few steps back, utterly astonished by the intensity of Sun Wukong's presence. Suddenly, the aura dissipated, and Sun Wukong opened his eyes, a colossal golden great ape flickering momentarily within his gaze. Unnoticed by anyone else. "With my abilities, I can only assist you to this extent." The elder gasped, his eyes filled with an unusual expression as he regarded Sun Wukong. The potential of this scion was astonishing. He had never encountered anyone with such extraordinary promise. What a pity. If it weren't for his advanced age, he could have likely drawn forth even more power. Thank you, Elder. I'm already quite satisfied. Sun Wukong clenched his fist, a surge of power bubbling within him, yearning for an immediate confrontation with the extraterrestrial adversaries. Ah, someone approaches. Sun Wukong tensed, sensing four distinct energies drawing near. Nailu assumed a battle stance. Do not be alarmed. The newcomers are my kin. Sun Wukong recognized the familiar energies and soon realized it was Vegeta and the others. Nailu exhaled in relief. Having feared the arrival of a catastrophe, Vegeta and his companions arrived. Kakarot. Raditz' heart finally eased upon seeing Sun Wukong. Brother, you have come too. Sun Wukong cheerfully waved. I never expected you to become so formidable, Kakarot. Naba exclaimed with excitement. Raditz nodded with pride, for Kakarot was indeed his younger brother. Sun Wukong humbly responded. It is all thanks to the Elder's assistance. Vegeta set Bulma down and approached the Elder. Greetings, Elder. Vegeta respectfully saluted. Observing this, Bulma clumsily imitated Vegeta and offered her own greeting. Hello. The Elder took a moment to rest, gradually regaining some strength. However, when he glanced at Vegeta, a flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes. This individual possessed an extraordinary soul, and his talent seemed even more potent than Sun Wukong's. The Elder had never been so astounded. If Sun Wukong's talent required a certain ability to perceive, then Vegeta's was immediately evident to the naked eye. Elder, we wish to borrow your Dragon Balls. Vegeta was uncertain whether Sun Wukong had made this request. The illustrious Sun Wukong has already been mentioned. Shortly, I shall instruct Neru to guide you in the collection of wish orbs. The Grand Elder chuckled softly, sensing that Vegeta's strength far surpassed that of Sun Wukong by an immeasurable magnitude. It appears that Namek is indeed saved. Vegeta remained oblivious to the Grand Elder's contemplations. Had he known, he would surely have offered an apology. Vegeta's sole intention for being here was to deliver a sound thrashing to Frieza, leaving the remaining matters to Sun Wukong. As for whether Namek would face another cataclysm, that was of no concern to him. Neru, please lead them to gather the Dragon Balls, commanded the Grand Elder. Certainly, Neru prepared to escort several individuals to various villages. Raditz and Nappa cast hesitant glances at Vegeta, their expressions betraying a reluctance to depart. Vegeta, well aware of their thoughts, recognized their desire for the Grand Elder to assist in unlocking their potential. If you do not leave at once, I shall ensure your demise. Vegeta barked, his tone cold. Upon their return to Earth, a few well-placed energy blasts to their hearts would yield similar results, efficient and expedient. Upon hearing Vegeta's fierce admonition, Raditz and Nappa instinctively recoiled, realizing that further defiance would lead to punishment. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong appeared perplexed. Must you always bully them? Bulma interjected, leaping behind Vegeta and tugging at his ear. Grateful. Raditz and Nappa regarded Bulma, acknowledging the kindness in her heart, contrasting sharply with Vegeta's relentless bullying. Let us proceed. Vegeta scoffed, bearing Bulma on his back as he followed Neru. Sun Wukong trailed closely behind, despite their yearning for the Grand Elder to enhance their capabilities. Raditz and Nappa dared not openly defy Vegeta's command. The group departed from the Grand Elder's residence. Observing their exit, the Grand Elder regarded Vegeta with a look imbued with profound significance. Neru led the group to various villages to collect the Dragon Balls. Upon discovering the Dragon Balls of Namek, both Sun Wukong and Bulma were left agape, astonished by their immense size. After gathering the Dragon Balls, the group assembled in an open area. Let's make our wish, proclaimed Neru. Kumos. Vegeta nodded in agreement. Sun Wukong, brimming with excitement, gazed at the 7 Dragon Balls, eagerly anticipating the revival of Piccolo. Arise, Shenron. Neru invoked in the Namekian tongue. Chapter 42, 3 Wishes. With a resounding clamor, a golden radiance swiftly enveloped the 7 Dragon Balls, casting the sky into sudden darkness. A brilliant golden light surged skyward, and a colossal green dragon emerged in the heavens. Simultaneously, from the exterior of Namek, the planet's surface appeared momentarily shadowed as a small lizard emerged abruptly. Frieza and his crew, aboard their spaceship and en route to Namek, also took notice of this phenomenon. What is that? Frieza squinted, his curiosity piqued. Could it be that someone has summoned the dragon? Jinyu ventured his hypothesis. Suddenly, a chilling aura erupted within the spaceship. The formidable presence rendered the entire Jinyu force momentarily speechless. My dragon, my immortality, accelerate with all your might. Let me see which fool dares to summon my dragon. Frieza roared in a fit of rage. Indeed, Purunga appeared in the sky. Speak your wish, no matter what it may be. Purunga was about to deliver the customary opening line, but upon seeing a small child, he abruptly fell silent. In the realm of dragons, Vegeta's reputation had long been tarnished. Vegeta smirked mischievously at Purunga. Go ahead and speak. Purunga hesitated. The one dragon dynamic left Nairu somewhat bewildered. As if Purunga were familiar with Vegeta, only Bulma understood Purunga's actions. Many years prior, Vegeta had similarly teased the Earth's dragon, and it seemed he intended to do the same with the Namekian dragon. Don't be naughty. Bulma tugged at Vegeta's ear, exasperated. Only then did Vegeta relent and spare Purunga. To his surprise, the Namekian dragon was indeed colossal. Goku asked in confusion, Vegeta, it seems that dragon is quite afraid of you. You are mistaken. Really? Goku scratched his head, genuinely believing he had misjudged the situation. For the first wish, let Piccolo be revived. Vegeta ceased teasing and stated his first desire. With Piccolo resurrected, the Supreme Kai would follow suit, allowing the Earth's dragon to bring everyone back to life. Nairu regained his composure and recounted the wish in the Namekian tongue. Your wish has been granted. Please state your second wish. Purunga's eyes glowed, red momentarily. Upon hearing that the wish had been fulfilled, Goku's face lit up with excitement. Wonderful. Everyone can come back to life. Casting a glance at Raditz and Nappa, Goku finally forgave them. Raditz and Nappa exchanged puzzled looks at Goku's attention. What's up with Kakarot? Goku, there are 2 more wishes to be granted. Hurry and speak. Nairu interrupted the group's idle musings. There are 2 more wishes? Goku was unaware that the Namekian dragon could grant 3 wishes. Indeed, the Namekian dragon can fulfill 3 wishes, Vegeta interjected. Bulma's eyes widened in astonishment, her mouth forming an O shape. No wonder the Namekian dragon is so enormous. It can grant such a multitude of wishes. Well, I have no wishes left to fulfill. You can have the remaining wishes. Goku only wished to revive everyone, and now that Piccolo was back, he felt at ease. Upon hearing this, Raditz and Nappa gazed at Vegeta with longing. Don't even think about it. Vegeta dismissed the 2, then turned to Nairu and declared, for the second wish, grant Bulma eternal youth. Nairu was momentarily taken aback, yet he uttered no words, instead opting to make a wish to the eternal dragon in the tongue of Namek. Your wish has been granted. Please state your third desire. As the dragon's voice echoed, a golden glow enveloped Bulma, being in the prime of her youth. The dragon's miraculous power did not alter her appearance. Vegeta, what is this? Bulma found herself momentarily bewildered, gazing at the golden light surrounding her, only then realizing that she had indeed been granted eternal youth. A surge of happiness pierced her heart, causing her to shudder slightly. At that moment, her soul seemed to be swept by a tidal wave of joy, leaving her in a state of unending exhilaration. Tears glimmered in her beautiful eyes, filling her with an indescribable emotion, pure happiness and profound gratitude. The future you shall remain eternally youthful, and the present you must also embrace eternal youth. Vegeta smiled broadly, revealing a row of gleaming white teeth. Bulma, she exclaimed as she embraced Vegeta and finally broke down into tears. Her beloved brother Vegeta was still so kind to her. Meanwhile, those around them were left utterly speechless. Vegeta lacks humanity. Not only did he refuse our wishes, but he also makes us endure this romantic display. Nappa mumbled in discontent. If you were granted a wish, what would you wish for? Raditz inquired softly. Hee. I wish for my hair to grow back. Nappa chuckled, stroking his bald head. Raditz remained silent, as did Nairu and Goku. Just then, Vegeta turned to Nappa. What? Do you have a problem? I dare not. Nappa quickly retorted, suppressing any further protests. Laughter erupted among the group, even Bulma, with tears in her eyes, couldn't help but chuckle. However, the ominous presence of Frieza loomed closer. We must hasten to make our final wish, Vegeta said, furrowing his brow as he sensed the rapidly approaching malevolent aura. Goku nodded in agreement after sensing it as well. Vegeta spoke decisively. Nairu, a great battle is imminent on Namek, and the planet may very well explode. For your safety, let all Namekians relocate to Bulma's home on Earth. Understood, Nairu replied, noticing a spaceship descending from the sky, filled with an intensely evil energy. Time was of the essence, and with the safety of his people at stake, he hastily made the third wish for Namek. All your wishes have been fulfilled. In an instant, Purunga vanished from the sky, not even uttering a farewell. At that moment, Vegeta paid little heed to this, as he saw Nairu disappear from sight. With Nairu's departure, a powerful and malevolent aura enveloped Namek. The great battle was about to commence. and the tension in the air made Bulma's heart race. Vegeta, I am scared, Bulma admitted, feeling a twinge of fear. Do not come here, he said. Ultimately, Vegeta was reluctant to scold Bulma and inquired, do you wish to return to Earth first? As soon as the words left his mouth, Bulma did not hesitate and replied instantly, I do not want to. I want to stay with you. She could not bear to part from Vegeta. Chapter 43. Unleashing Frisia's fury suddenly, the sky of Namek turned pitch black, and the air became humid, as if a storm were imminent. Kakarot, I will leave Frisia to you shortly, Vegeta declared. In the anime, it was here that Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan, but this time without Krillin's sacrifice. It was uncertain whether he would succeed. If only I had brought Krillin along. He lamented his oversight with a sigh. Vegeta, what is the matter? Bulma's beautiful eyes brimmed with questions. His sudden sigh raised concerns. Was it that he could not defeat Frisia? It's nothing, just some regrets, Vegeta replied, scratching his head. Not witnessing the iconic moment of Krillin's sacrifice was indeed a disappointment for him as a time traveler. However, Goku was oblivious to Vegeta's musings. Since Vegeta entrusted Frisia to him, Goku excitedly replied, no problem. His blood surged with anticipation, eager to engage in battle with Frisia. Let us head to where they landed, Vegeta said, carrying Bulma on his back as he flew towards the descending spaceship, with Goku and the others closely following. Boom! A flash of lightning streaked across the sky. Illuminated by the lightning, a massive spaceship descended to the ground, its iron claws firmly gripping the earth. With a crack, the ship's door swung open, and 6 figures emerged. Where's the dragon? Frisia leapt out of his pod and soared into the sky, searching for the dragon that belonged to him. How could it be absent? His roar echoed through the heavens. He ascended several thousand meters, but found nothing. Frisia was unaware that the dragon had long since vanished. No matter how fervently he searched, it eluded him. Ah, damn it. Frisia seethed with rage. An overwhelming aura erupted from him, sending shockwaves that slammed into the ground, knocking down the members of the Ginyu Force who followed him. Frisia is so powerful, they thought as they struggled to rise, their anger stifled by fear. At that moment, several figures appeared in the sky. Upon recognizing them, Ginyu shouted, Frisia, it's Raditz and the others. Raditz? Frisia whirled around, his fury palpable. Did you worthless beings summon my dragon? Facing Frisia's accusation, Raditz and Nappa trembled with genuine fear, unable to utter a word. Useless. Upon witnessing the feeble state of Raditz and his companion, Vegeta uttered a scornful remark. He soared forward, carrying Bulma on his back. The atmosphere was thick with an ominous tension, causing Bulma to bury her head in Vegeta's back, only daring to steal glances at Frisia. Frisia's eyes glowed a sinister crimson, his lips a dark purple, and beneath his eyes, 2 streaks resembling blood tears marked his visage, while the sheen of his purple armor shimmered ominously. However, Frisia appeared rather diminutive. After observing him for a moment, Bulma stifled a giggle. Lightly nudging Bulma's rear, Vegeta casually addressed Frisia. Hey Frisia, who are you? Frisia furrowed his brow, an unsettling sense of familiarity washing over him as he regarded the young boy. Frisia the Great. It seems he is Vegeta. Raditz suddenly realized something. Ginyu widened his eyes, unable to fathom that this young boy was indeed Vegeta. Despite the unique physiology of the Saiyans, surely Vegeta must have matured over the years. Yet, the more he gazed at the boy, the more convinced he became that it truly was Vegeta. Ha ha ha. Who would have thought that after all these years? You would be shorter than I am, Vegeta. Frisia's mood lightened slightly as he laughed heartily. As his words echoed, the atmosphere fell silent. The Ginyu Force stifled their laughter, their faces flushed with suppressed mirth. Just because they dare not laugh did not mean others felt the same. Bulma burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Her laughter prompted Goku and Raditz to join in, unable to contain themselves any longer. With Frisia's comment, it became evident to all that he was indeed quite short. You seek death. The laughter rang in Frisia's ears like a piercing cacophony. His height had always been a sensitive topic, and he loathed being mocked about it. With a furious roar, Frisia unleashed his full power of 530,000. The intensity of his aura was palpable. Raditz and Nappa could sense that Frisia's energy was inferior to Goku's. It turned out Vegeta had been deceiving them. Kakarot was indeed capable of overpowering Frisia. They exchanged relieved glances, thankful that Vegeta had taught them how to sense energy. Suddenly, a powerful wave of energy surged towards them, prompting Vegeta to taunt Frisia. Are you seeking the Dragon Balls simply to gain a few extra inches? Expecting Frieza to erupt in rage. They were instead taken aback as he inexplicably retracted his unleashed power, adopting an unsettling calm. Vegeta and Raditz exchanged bewildered looks, having worked alongside Frieza for many years. They anticipated an explosive reaction. Frieza's tone was icily cold as he inquired, "I ask you, where has the dragon gone?" Frieza was singularly focused on locating the Dragon Balls to wish for eternal life. As for those worthless Saiyan monkeys, he could crush them with a mere hand and would undoubtedly rend their bodies to pieces afterward. The wish has been granted, and the dragon has vanished, Vegeta remarked with a smile. Bulma playfully pinched Vegeta's cheek, finding his demeanor both charming and mischievous. Frieza, who had long coveted the dragon, was stricken with despair as his hopes were shattered. "What? Who dares to summon my dragon?" Frieza's face contorted with rage, presenting a particularly sinister visage. As the ruler of the universe, anything that caught Frieza's eye was his by right. The Dragon Balls belonged to him, and yet someone had the audacity to summon his dragon and fulfill a wish. Unbeknownst to Frieza, the dragon of Namek could be summoned again after 130 days. But at that moment, his fury had reached its zenith. "You shall all perish." Frieza's eyes blazed with fire, and an overwhelming aura of malevolence surged forth. The sky erupted with deafening thunderclaps. The sheer force unleashed by Frieza disrupted the very magnetic fields of the earth, casting a pall over the land. The tumultuous scene sent shivers down the spines of the Ginyu Force. They understood that Frieza was about to engage seriously. Vegeta grinned, recognizing that Frieza's anger had reached its peak. The ensuing battle now rested with Goku. Fortunately, Goku remained oblivious to Vegeta's thoughts, or he would surely retort, "Are you a fool? Kakarot, Frieza is yours to confront. Remember, he will transform 3 times. With that, Vegeta took Bulma and sprinted away. Raditz and Nappa quickly followed suit, retreating to safety. Left behind was Goku, bewildered and alone. Chapter 44, The Enraged King. The sky darkened ominously. Frieza's formidable presence loomed large. Goku stood solitary before Frieza. Frieza can transform 3 times? What does that mean? Goku scratched his head, utterly perplexed by Vegeta's words. Meanwhile, on the other side, Raditz swallowed hard. "Vegeta, do you think Kakarot can defeat Frieza?" Nappa watched Vegeta intently. Kakarot might be able to handle Frieza in his current form. Vegeta paused, then chuckled. However, each of Frieza's transformations results in a staggering increase in his power. Noticing the shock etched on their faces, Vegeta's tone shifted to one of gravity. Once Frieza unlocks his 3rd transformation, his power will soar to a staggering 1.2 billion. Gasp! Raditz and Nappa inhaled sharply. It should be noted that the most powerful Saiyan, Vegeta's father, had a battle power of merely over 10,000. Now, to hear that Frieza's full strength was 1.2 billion was nothing short of astonishing. Was he even human? No, it was more accurate to say that not even a deity could possess such terrifying might. If Kakarot faced Frieza, would he not be utterly annihilated? Was Wukong truly unable to overcome Frieza? Bulma's heart trembled at the thought, and she harbored no doubts about the veracity of Vegeta's words. In contrast, Raditz was skeptical, questioning Vegeta's honesty. "You must be deceiving us. How could Frieza possibly be so formidable?" Indeed, Raditz's companion, Nappa, nodded vigorously in agreement. "You shall soon find out," Vegeta declared as the distant battle commenced. "Who are you?" Frieza roared in fury. Just as he intended to pursue Vegeta, he found himself confronted by another. The figure moved with astonishing swiftness, leaving Frieza momentarily stunned. "I vowed to the Elder to repel you." Goku's tone was remarkably calm. "Wait, your appearance." Frieza suddenly recalled something, his eyes widening in realization. "You are Bardock?" He remembered a notable low-class Saiyan warrior who, through sheer effort, had managed to attain a battle power of 10,000. "No, that cannot be. I killed Bardock long ago." Frieza shook his head frantically, unaware that his words ignited a fiery rage within Goku. "My father fell by your hand." Goku gritted his teeth, fury surging through him. Ever since Raditz had recounted Bardock's story, Goku had embraced his Saiyan heritage and felt immense pride in his father. Now, hearing someone declare that Bardock had been slain by Frieza, he could no longer contain his wrath. Unforgivable, Goku transformed into a streak of white lightning, racing towards Frieza with blinding speed. Frieza, having anticipated this, swiftly evaded the attack. "No wonder you bear such a striking resemblance to Bardock." I never imagined that Bardock had another offspring aside from Raditz. Frisia's frustration intensified as he raged against Vegeta's escape, his words dripping with contempt. Although he lacked a scouter, he recognized that the scion before him was no ordinary adversary. Frisia, unwilling to exhaust himself by transforming, sought to provoke Goku into revealing a weakness. Do you know how your father met his demise? Ha ha ha. The pride of the Saiyan monkey is laughable. A mere 10,000 battle power scum dares to confront me. Killing him was no different than squashing an ant. Soon, I shall send you to hell to reunite with Bardock. Frisia's visage twisted in malice, his attempt to incite Goku only fueling his own fervor. In stark contrast, Goku maintained a serene expression as he regarded Frisia. This Frisia must be a fool. Now, I shall send you to hell. Frisia's gaze turned icy, his determination unwavering. He raised both hands high, and a series of purple energy orbs materialized in the void. The immense power caused the air to tremble violently. Sun Wukong became cautious, realizing that Frisia was far from ordinary. Indeed, he was exceedingly formidable. Frisia roared, and the energy orbs above him resembled brilliant purple stars, descending in an instant towards Sun Wukong's position. Boom! Boom! Despite the multitude of energy orbs, not a single one managed to hit Sun Wukong. He darted through the gaps among the thousands of energy orbs like a slippery eel, emerging unscathed. This spectacle captivated Raditz and the others. Kakarot is incredible. His speed is astonishing. Raditz and his companion were exhilarated, amazed that Kakarot could truly stand against Frisia. They recalled the aura Sun Wukong possessed back on Earth, which was nothing compared to his current strength, all thanks to the Grand Elder of Namek unlocking his potential. With this thought, Raditz and his companion turned to Vegeta, their eyes filled with resentment. Vegeta was infuriating. Not only did he refuse to allow the Grand Elder to unlock his potential, but he also meddled in others' affairs. What are you looking at? Do you want me to blind the two of you? Vegeta bellowed, sensing their gaze. He resembled a tyrant, his arrogant demeanor silencing the two burly Saiyans. All right. Stop bullying them. Bulma tightly hugged Vegeta's neck, attempting to intervene. She was perplexed as to why Raditz and his companion were so intimidated by Vegeta. After all, Vegeta was rather endearing. She simply could not comprehend it. Raditz and Nappa, unaware of Bulma's thoughts, would surely have remarked that only she could find Vegeta adorable. In his former days, provoking him could obliterate an entire planet. Meanwhile, the battle continued in the distance. Ha ha ha, Saiyan Monkey, is running all you can do? Frisia's face was adorned with a smile, yet his heart seethed with fury as he realized Sun Wukong was exceedingly cunning, refusing to confront him head-on. Sun Wukong only evaded, occasionally launching counterattacks, which thoroughly disgusted Frisia. Then I shall not evade. Sun Wukong suddenly halted in the void and delivered a powerful punch backward. With a whoosh, the tremendous force whipped up a fierce whirlwind, scattering the dense clouds above in an instant. Frisia, having pursued too closely, had no time to react as his face collided with Sun Wukong's fist. Bang! The powerful fist struck Frisia's face, sending him spinning like a top in the void, rotating 360 degrees uncontrollably. Saiyan Monkey, I will not spare you. Chapter 45. The Transformation of the King. Frisia had never endured such humiliation throughout his life. He vowed to annihilate that Saiyan Monkey and then to deal with the mocking Vegeta. A burst of purple light erupted around Frisia, transforming into an arrow of time and space that swiftly reached Son Goku's side. Perfect! Goku's eyes sparkled as he calmly extended his palm and forcefully pushed forward. Bang! The collision between his fist and palm produced a tremendous force that caused the air to explode violently. Frisia was indeed formidable, but what of it? Since Frisia accused him of constantly evading, Goku resolved to stand his ground. Ever since the Grand Elder unlocked his potential, Goku had lost track of just how powerful he had become. Now, with Frisia as his opponent, he could effectively hone his surging strength. Boom! 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 The sound of explosions echoed through the sky as the fierce battle unfolded, with both Goku and Frisia exerting their utmost effort. Each clash unleashed a dazzling brilliance, instilling fear in the members of the Ginyu Force. Was this the individual whose combat power exceeded 200,000? How could someone contend with Lord Frisia? How impressive! Surely, the Lord wouldn't be bested. It was no wonder they thought this way, as throughout the aerial skirmish, Goku had consistently held the advantage. Goku would engage Frisia head-on when he wished, yet he could also evade when he desired. Conversely, Frieza found himself entirely led by Goku. The sky resonated with a deafening roar. After exchanging blows with Goku, Frieza swiftly distanced himself. I will make you perish. Frieza seethed with rage. Goku's combat power had surged to 600,000, while Frieza's remained at 530,000. In terms of combat power and skill, Frieza was clearly at a disadvantage. To eliminate his opponent, Frieza would have to resort to transformation, utilizing absolute strength to crush Goku. If this is all the power you possess, then defeat is inevitable. Goku exclaimed with excitement. It had been a long time since he had encountered such an invigorating battle, and he relished every moment of it. Frieza retorted coldly. Let us see if you can maintain your bravado. Oh, Goku sensed a shift in the surrounding air, as Frieza's aura began to grow increasingly volatile. This change was noted not only by Goku, but also by Vegeta and the others. Look, Frieza is about to unlock his transformation. Vegeta chuckled, rendering disbelief impossible for everyone. Oh no, Frieza wouldn't truly transform, would he? That would mean Kakarot is in for a beating. Raditz and the others exclaimed anxiously. Bulma pinched Vegeta's ear, scolding Vegeta. You seem rather pleased. Indeed, why are you so joyful? Raditz and the others turned their gaze toward Vegeta. Vegeta paused, realizing his expression had been somewhat conspicuous. Well. Vegeta coughed twice and pointed ahead, shouting, Look, Frieza is about to transform. The attention of the three was instantly captivated, and Vegeta wiped the cold sweat from his brow, relieved that his quick thinking had spared him from Bulma's reprimand. The atmosphere in the sky suddenly became tumultuous. Frieza's muscles quivered incessantly, with prominent veins protruding beneath his skin. A terrifying force pulled debris from the ground into the air. How intriguing. Goku hovered in the void, quietly observing Frieza's transformation. Vegeta's words were indeed true. Frieza could transform. Just how formidable would Frieza's first transformation be? The thrill of battle ignited Goku's spirit, and he eagerly anticipated the ensuing clash. Frieza's muscles surged instantaneously, displaying visible changes from head to toe, as the sharp horns on his head began to stretch and ultimately curve. In one moment, Frieza was a diminutive figure, and in the next, he had transformed into a towering giant, resembling King Cold in his usual form. At the moment Frieza completed his transformation, a palpable aura of malevolence enveloped the battlefield, and the Ginyu Force gazed in wide-eyed astonishment. Frieza had this transformation as well. How incredibly powerful! That Saiyan monkey is doomed. The Ginyu Force members breathed rapidly, with Jinyu's face flushed with excitement. Ha! Saiyan monkey, how do you like my new form? Frieza spread his arms wide, exuding an air of dominance. Having successfully transformed, Frieza was eager to showcase his new state before Goku. The overwhelming power coursing through him was intoxicating, though maintaining this form proved somewhat taxing. Otherwise, Frieza would undoubtedly remain in this state at all times. Oh no, it feels like I might not stand a chance. Goku swallowed hard. The energy emanating from Frieza was immensely powerful, and Goku could distinctly sense that it surpassed his own. Goku's suspicions were not unfounded. Frieza's first transformation had elevated his battle power beyond 1 million, comparable to Piccolo's strength after assimilating Nail in the anime. With Goku's battle power at only 600,000, the odds are decidedly against him. Are you afraid? Frieza yearned to see fear etched upon Goku's face, yet he was taken aback to find Goku utterly composed, devoid of any panic. You detestable Saiyan monkey, I will soon send you to hell, and then I will reunite that shorty Vegeta with you. Frieza's fury surged as he sensed the lack of genuine fear emanating from others. Frieza vanished in an instant. Goku remained exceedingly cautious. Despite the significant disparity in energy between him and Frieza, combat was not solely reliant on sheer power. One must also possess combat awareness and skill. Drawing upon Earth's martial arts, Goku held no fear of the current Frieza. I shall see just how strong you truly are. Sun Wukong's eyes darted about, searching for the whereabouts of Frieza. Suddenly, a ripple of movement stirred behind him. Although his awareness detected it, his body could not react in time. Bang! A terrifying blow struck his back, sending waves of excruciating pain coursing through him. Like a cannonball, Sun Wukong plummeted toward the ground. Boom! Dust billowed. Smoke filled the air. Frieza vanished from the sky, only to reappear on the ground. Sun Wukong and Frieza quickly became entangled, battling from earth to sky. Truly, Frieza, possessing a combat power in the millions, was formidable, Sun Wukong sensed each of his moves, yet his body lagged behind in response. A punch landed in his abdomen. Poof! Sun Wukong spat out a mouthful of blood. Ha ha, Saiyan monkey. I shall soon send you to reunite with your deceased father. Frieza disappeared into the void once more. Boom! The sky echoed with thunderous roars, accompanied by dazzling lights. Even the dim sky transformed into a canvas of purple, illuminated by Frieza's radiance. Chapter 46. I refuse to be the second fiddle for a millennium. A vast expanse of blood mist fell from the sky. Sun Wukong's internal organs were grievously injured as he was struck by a punch, crashing hard onto the ground. Boom! A deep pit, 50 meters in diameter, formed instantly. Ha ha! Saiyan monkey, perish! Frieza raised his hand, conjuring a massive energy sphere in the sky. The pressure in the surroundings surged dramatically. A fierce whirlwind, as menacing as a wolf, howled ominously. With Frieza's roar, the energy sphere plummeted toward the pit where Sun Wukong lay. The scene captivated the members of the Jinyu force, igniting their exhilaration. Ha! This pathetic Saiyan dares to challenge our king. He must be courting death. Our king is so powerful. It's over. Our king is too magnificent. I can hardly bear it. Jinyu suddenly blurted out, drawing the attention of the other members of the Jinyu force. I misspoke. Everyone, don't misunderstand. Jinyu broke into a cold sweat, surprised at his own candor. Captain, we understand. Yes, we get it. The other members of the Jinyu force wore expressions of epiphany, their lips curling into mischievous smiles. No wonder the captain is so loyal to the king. It all makes sense now. In stark contrast to the atmosphere among the Jinyu force, on the side of Vegeta, witnessing Sun Wukong's dire state, Kakarot, Raditz and Nappa were deeply concerned. Bulma shook Vegeta's head frantically, shouting, Vegeta, hurry and save Wukong. Vegeta's strength had always been a mystery, and everyone believed that only he could rescue Sun Wukong from this predicament. Even in the face of overwhelming odds against Frieza, Vegeta could employ instant transmission to rescue Goku. Yet, he remained unmoved, as if he had not heard the pleas of those around him. Vegeta, I beg of you, save Kakarot. Raditz's voice was filled with desperation. After all, Goku was his brother, and Raditz had promised Chi-Chi to look after him. You all truly are something. Doesn't Kakarot possess the Kaioken technique? Vegeta shot a disdainful glance at the others. Do you not see? He requires no assistance from me. No sooner had Vegeta spoken than a radiant beam of white light appeared in the sky. From the depths of the crater, Goku emerged, transforming into a magnificent white dragon that soared into the heavens. At that moment, not only had Goku's injuries healed completely, but his battle power surged to an astonishing 3 million. Witnessing the spectacle, Vegeta's eyes widened in disbelief. Kakarot has not even utilized the Kaioken. Vegeta, Kakarot has suddenly become incredibly strong. His energy seems to have increased 5-fold. Raditz and Nappa were beside themselves with joy. Bulma, however, was unconcerned whether Goku had employed the Kaioken. All that mattered was that he was safe. Truly, he was the protagonist. Having merely sustained grave injuries and consumed a senzu bean, he had ascended to such heights. Vegeta was suddenly overwhelmed by a sense of urgency. If Goku were to transcend into a Super Saiyan, he might soon be on his heels. No, I cannot allow him to achieve Super Saiyan status so swiftly, or I shall forever remain in his shadow. With those thoughts, Vegeta's gaze sharpened. Initially, he had merely wished for the Dragon Ball saga to proceed smoothly. However, since his arrival, the narrative had been thoroughly disrupted. Thus, to avoid being eternally second best, Vegeta resolved to eliminate Frieza preemptively. Bulma, I'm going to make my move. Huh? Bulma was taken aback. Raditz and Nappa exchanged puzzled glances, questioning Vegeta's sudden change of heart. Had he not been resolute in his inaction moments ago? That's splendid. I want to see whether you or Goku is truly more formidable, Bulma exclaimed with enthusiasm. The mere mention of this ignited Vegeta's desire to confront Frieza all the more. You shall witness just how powerful your man truly is. Vegeta swiftly turned and planted a kiss on Bulma. Flushed with embarrassment, Bulma replied, Then you must set me down first. How can you fight while carrying me? With others present, Vegeta's boldness was indeed striking. No need. I can defeat Frieza while carrying you. Vegeta felt a stirring sensation from her softness against him. Bulma's words propelled him to demonstrate his true strength, lest anyone perceive him as insignificant. Vegeta, perhaps you should set Bulma down first? Raditz suggested cautiously, eager yet mindful of the situation. Yes, indeed. Nappa nodded vigorously. his shiny head making it a bit uncomfortable for Vegeta to behold. At this moment, Vegeta felt a twinge of regret for not allowing Nappa to make his wish. Shaking his head, he coldly commanded, "Both of you silence." Instantly, the two complied, covering their mouths and daring not to utter another word. Behaving like two docile little lambs. Quite the feat for these two Saiyan warriors. Observing the distant battle, Vegeta soared into the air. Nappa swallowed hard. Do you think Vegeta will be alright? He can instantaneously teleport, right? If he can't win, he can always flee. Indeed, Nappa nodded in agreement. A chilling scream echoed through the sky. It was Frieza who was now the one in agony. Upon reaching the edge of the battlefield, Vegeta, with Bulma on his back, gently inquired, "Bulma, if my hair were to turn golden, would you dislike it? Golden?" Bulma envisioned the image of Vegeta with golden hair. Her eyes suddenly sparkling, and she couldn't help but salivate at the thought. Golden-haired Vegeta looked so handsome. Of course not. Golden-haired Vegeta is incredibly dashing. When we return to Earth, I'll take you to diet, Bulma exclaimed, her enthusiasm causing her to shake her head vigorously, her green eyes glinting with excitement, leaving Vegeta feeling a bit flustered. That's a relief, Vegeta said, calming himself before adding, but Bulma, you needn't take me to dye my hair. I can change its color myself. Huh? Bulma leaned closer to Vegeta's profile, her face a picture of confusion. Seizing the moment, Vegeta leaned in and planted a kiss on Bulma's cheek, playfully declaring, "Watch closely," blushing fiercely from the kiss. Bulma glanced around nervously to ensure no one had noticed before finally relaxing. However, a sudden golden aura enveloped Vegeta, transforming his hair from black to a brilliant gold in an instant. Vegeta turned his head, blinking his emerald eyes, and grinned. "Bulma, I look handsome, no striking." With that, he proudly lifted his chin. "Vegeta, I can't take it anymore." Bulma's heart raced at the sight of Vegeta with golden hair and blue eyes. Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. The already cool demeanor of little Vegeta, now with golden locks, was simply irresistible. Of course, this transformation did not go unnoticed by Nappa and Raditz. Nappa, astonished, exclaimed, "How did Vegeta's hair turn yellow?" Raditz stroked his chin, admiring the sight. "I must say, golden-haired Vegeta looks quite dashing." Chapter 47. Kakarot, you cannot transform. Meanwhile, Frieza continued to battle with Goku, though it was Frieza who was being relentlessly overpowered. Goku's battle power had surged to 3 million, mirroring the strength he attained in the anime when he transformed into a Super Saiyan, while Frieza's power remained at just over 1 million, leaving him to endure a relentless barrage of blows. Indeed, one must acknowledge that the king possesses an extraordinary resilience when it comes to enduring blows, despite having been relentlessly struck by his son Wukong for an extended period. The king emerges with merely superficial injuries, still exuding vitality. That cursed Saiyan monkey. Had I known, I would have eradicated all Saiyans back in the day. This is my fault. However, I assure you, I shall show no mercy now. If you think I have only this singular transformation, you are gravely mistaken. I shall reveal to you that I can undergo 3 transformations, with my ultimate state reaching a staggering power level of 1.2 billion. Frieza narrowly dodged son Wukong's onslaught. Gasping for breath. 1.2 billion? Son Wukong floated in the void, momentarily taken aback. Then transform, and let me witness the true might of 1.2 billion. A smile crept across son Wukong's face. Little did he know the implications of such a power level. While his opponent could transform, he too possessed hidden cards. Son Wukong could also utilize the Kaioken technique. He estimated that he could withstand an amplification of over 10 times with this technique, potentially reaching a 20-fold increase at his limits. This should allow him to contend with Frieza. Nonetheless, he did not intend to push the Kaioken to 20 times, as such an amplification could only be sustained for a brief duration. Once the boost subsided, his body would crumble under the strain. Damn it, Saiyan monkey. You are even more loathsome than that diminutive Vegeta. Frieza seethed with rage, feeling as if something were pressing upon his forehead, threatening to burst from his fury. Since you seek your demise, I shall honor your request and grant you the highest form of farewell. Allow me to transform into my ultimate state and send you to the depths of hell. In his determination to eliminate these Saiyan monkeys, Frieza intended to skip the incremental transformations and ascend directly to his ultimate state. As his words echoed, a malevolent aura enveloped Namek, solidifying the atmosphere of the battlefield. Son Wukong squinted his eyes, sensing the impending conflict. At that moment, a familiar voice called out from behind him. "Kakarot, Frisia's ultimate state boasts a power level of 1.2 billion. Even with your 20-fold Kaioken, you would only reach 60 million. You cannot defeat him. Sun Wukong turned to find Vegeta soaring through the air, carrying Bulma. 1.2 billion? 60 million? Sun Wukong was momentarily stunned, quickly calculating with his fingers. Fortunately, his grandfather had taught him some arithmetic in his youth, and he understood a bit of math. After half a minute of contemplation, Sun Wukong finally grasped the disparity between himself and Frisia. He swallowed hard, feeling a surge of frustration. Does that mean I cannot win? Indeed. How infuriating. Sun Wukong grimaced, relishing the thrill of battling Frisia. Vegeta chuckled. Leave Frisia to me. You? Sun Wukong's tone was rife with skepticism. After their encounters with Frisia, he had come to realize just how formidable he truly was. He could not possibly surpass Frisia. So how could Vegeta? Goku acknowledged that Vegeta's ability to single-handedly grasp and unleash his Kamehameha was indeed impressive, yet from his current perspective, he deemed Vegeta's strength to be rather trivial. Goku urged, you should swiftly escort Bulma away. The battle here is beyond your capacity to engage. Do you doubt me? Vegeta chuckled, seemingly unperturbed. However, Bulma behind him glared with fiery eyes, furious at Goku for not believing in her Vegeta. She resolved never to associate with him again. Unaware of Bulma's thoughts, Goku shook his head. He genuinely harbored skepticism toward Vegeta, for after all, Vegeta was still quite young. Yet Vegeta, why is your hair transformed to gold? Goku suddenly widened his eyes, realizing the formidable energy radiating from Vegeta, along with his altered appearance. Now golden-haired and blue-eyed. Both Vegeta and Bulma fell silent, pondering the absurdity of Goku's delayed realization. Frisia is on the verge of transforming. Let me handle this. If I cannot prevail, I can always use instant transmission to escape, so you need not worry. Goku finally began to trust Vegeta's words, though he couldn't shake off his dread of Frisia and added a cautionary note. After speaking, he swiftly departed the battlefield. Watching Goku's retreating figure, Vegeta smirked inwardly. Kakarot, do not hold it against me. I truly do not wish to remain in the shadow of a second rate. At that moment, bolts of lightning streaked across the sky. A terrifying energy enveloped every corner of Namek, the overwhelming force causing tremors in the very fabric of space, while the ground resonated in response. Instantly, mountains roared and seas surged, with fierce winds and torrential rains. The entire Namek quaked. A fleeting moment of purple illuminated the darkened sky. Frisia's form shrank, his sharp edges softening. Panting heavily, Frisia regained his confidence and sinisterly declared, Saiyan Monkey, come forth and meet your demise. Yet, he soon realized that Goku had vanished, leaving only a child before him, who was carrying a female human. Frisia gritted his teeth in fury, demanding, where is that Saiyan Monkey? Vegeta adjusted Bulma's position slightly and replied coolly, Kakarot has made his escape. Escaped? Frisia glanced into the distance, discovering Goku had returned to Radit's side. With a cold smirk, Frisia mused, very well, I shall eliminate you first, and then send him to hell. Shorty? Vegeta despised being mocked for his height, his expression turning icy. It is time to avenge the destruction of planet Vegeta. I did not expect you to know, ha ha ha. But what of it? I was the one who annihilated planet Vegeta. Frisia remained blissfully unaware of the impending danger, sneering, originally, I did not intend to destroy planet Vegeta so quickly. You can only blame yourselves for offending someone you should not have. Is that so? Enough of the idle chatter. Let me escort you to the depths of hell to hear the celestial beings sing. Vegeta was acutely aware of whom Frisia referred to. It was none other than the god of destruction, Beerus. However, the matter concerning that colossal figure could be addressed later. The pressing issue at hand was to eliminate Frisia. Otherwise, should Son Goku intervene, Vegeta would once again be relegated to the position of eternal second. The two parties commenced a standoff. At that moment, the tempest over Namek finally arrived. The wind howled and the rain lashed violently, yet Bulma remained untouched, encircled by a golden aura that repelled the storm. Within that golden radiance, warmth enveloped her as she nestled comfortably against Vegeta. Be careful, Vegeta. Have no fear, shortly. I shall send Frisia flying. With a giggle, Bulma covered her rosy lips, secretly amused. She felt no fear, for Vegeta had once assured her that he would protect her. Chapter 48. The Diminutive Frisia. Meet your demise. Witnessing this scene, Frisia erupted in fury. Damn that little fool. Even facing death, he dares to flirt with a woman. Was Vegeta truly unafraid of death? How audacious to bring a woman along at such a perilous moment. Did he truly believe that his hair, turning golden, would spare him from his fate? Wait, golden? Little fool, what is up with your hair? How did it suddenly turn golden? Frieza squinted, a sense of foreboding washing over him. Vegeta relished the bewildered expression on Frieza's face and replied with a faint smile. Bulma, tell him what I look like now. Bulma instinctively blurted out, little golden pup. Vegeta, Frieza. Vegeta playfully pinched her bottom. Apologetically, Bulma glanced at Vegeta and quickly corrected herself. Golden-haired, blue-eyed. As the words escaped her lips, Frieza froze mid-air, recognizing the familiarity of the phrase. Golden-haired, blue-eyed Saiyans. After a moment of contemplation, Frieza recalled the legends of the Saiyans, a wave of terror coursing through him. Super Saiyan? Frieza stammered, impossible, impossible. How could it be a Super Saiyan? You must be deceiving me. Frieza roared, battling his inner dread, and launched a surprise attack against Vegeta. A streak of purple light tore through the sky as Frieza instantaneously materialized behind Vegeta. You two shall perish together, Frieza bellowed, swinging his fist towards them. The sheer force of his attack shattered the heavens. Bulma, frightened, shut her eyes, though she believed Vegeta would protect her. Could he truly stand against Frieza? Vegeta patted Bulma reassuringly on the backside, unflustered in the face of Frieza's ambush. Frieza, are you afraid? Vegeta's movements were exceedingly peculiar. Just as Frieza intended to deliver a devastating blow that would pierce through the bodies of both combatants, Vegeta inexplicably evaded his attack. Frieza, taken aback, exclaimed, how could you possibly avoid that? This astonishing scene not only left Frieza in disbelief, but also caused Goku, observing from a distance, to gasp in awe. Vegeta was remarkable. He truly stood a chance of defeating Frieza. Raditz and Nappa nodded vigorously, exclaiming that Vegeta's prowess might finally allow the Saiyans to exact their long-awaited vengeance. After all, it was Frieza who had obliterated their home planet, making him the arch-nemesis of all Saiyans. Vegeta, indeed, embodied the strength of the Saiyan royal lineage. The golden-haired Vegeta was undeniably impressive. Raditz and Nappa were nearly overwhelmed with excitement. Bulma, feeling no pain at all, finally opened her eyes, relieved as she said, that truly frightened me. Faced with such a terrifying battle, she could not help but feel fear. Vegeta reassured her, stating, it's all right, I will end this fight swiftly. Frieza fell silent. In the past, he would have boasted arrogantly. However, following the recent ambush, he recognized the strangeness of Vegeta's movements. Although they had yet to engage in direct combat, Frieza was already 80% convinced of Vegeta's transformation into a Super Saiyan. Wasn't he the legend of the Super Saiyan merely a myth? Why could he transform? Frieza roared in a fit of hysteria, his eyes filled with dread. The elegance he once possessed vanished completely. King Cold had always warned him to be wary of the possibility of a Super Saiyan emerging among the Saiyans. As an ancestor of their frozen race had perished at the hands of a Super Saiyan, regret washed over Frieza. He lamented not exterminating all Saiyans when he had the chance. I detest being called short. If I don't eliminate you today, I'll share your surname. Vegeta stated coldly. The anger radiating from Vegeta even instilled fear in Bulma. It was clear, one must never mention Vegeta's height again, for the consequences would be dire. At that moment, Frieza's thoughts were consumed with chaos. He recalled how Vegeta had previously mocked his stature. Truly, it seemed that the one with strength held the upper hand. Taking a deep breath, Frieza attempted to regain his composure. Yes, you did momentarily frighten me. However, despite your transformation into a Super Saiyan, what does that signify? I am the Emperor of the Universe, a prodigy of the Frost race. Frieza gradually restored his confidence, spreading his arms wide, exuding an aura of dominion. As a super genius of the Frost race, he had navigated the cosmos for years, serving as the agent of destruction. King Cold had merely advised him to be cautious of Super Saiyans, but he had never stated that they were beyond provocation. The truly formidable threats were the enigmatic Majin Buu and the god of destruction, Beerus. Yet, as the agent of destruction, he only needed to avoid provoking Majin Buu. Regarding the Super Saiyan, witness how I shall vanquish you. Frieza scoffed, and a series of violet energies materialized around him. The terrifying force disturbed the magnetic field of the universe. Ionized particles, drifting in the void, swiftly converged, emitting a crackling sound. That was merely 5/10 of my ultimate form's might. Now allow me to reveal my full glory. Thick veins bulged upon Frieza's forehead, his eyes wide with fury. His muscles swelled rapidly. However, a flash of golden light arrived. Vegeta, carrying Bulma, approached Frieza and said nonchalantly, "If you wish for me to see, then I must not appear diminished. You, diminutive one, shall perish." Vegeta channeled all his strength and kicked with his right foot. This represented a battle power of 6 million multiplied by 50. One must wonder how Frieza would defend against it. The air trembled instantly, and a deafening sound of breaking air reverberated across the sky. Still gathering power to break through, Frieza was struck brutally in the abdomen. Boom! He crashed to the ground, creating a deep crater with a diameter of 100 meters. Spurt! Frieza coughed up a mouthful of blood from the depths of the crater. He was gravely wounded, the agony in his abdomen radiating throughout his body. Cough, cough, cough. Frieza continued to cough, each heave expelling more blood. Overcome with pain, he could scarcely speak, looking up at Vegeta with a mixture of rage and fear. His eyes seemed to say, "Why do you not adhere to the rules of engagement? We are mortal enemies. Did you think I would allow you to ascend to a battle power of 1.2 billion like that fool Kakarot?" Vegeta stood above the deep pit, his gaze at Frieza filled with disdain. In the distance, Son Goku suddenly sneezed, sensing as if someone were speaking ill of him from behind. Chapter 49. Frieza torn to shreds. Gazing at the deep pit below, Bulma realized that Vegeta's seemingly small frame contained such formidable power. Crouching behind young Vegeta, Bulma felt an overwhelming sense of comfort and security. She held him tightly and exclaimed, "Vegeta, you are incredible. I have even greater powers. Then show me." I'll show you when I grow up." Bulma paused at Vegeta's words. Then a realization struck her, and her fair complexion flushed a deep red. How does my brother Vegeta know so much? He is but a child. Could it be that his future self taught him? Bulma attributed this to her future self, scolding her past self before playfully tugging at her ear, chiding. No seriousness at all. Just as the two exchanged playful banter, Frieza in the pit continued to spit blood. Curse be it. Is this the power of a Super Saiyan? Frieza clutched his abdomen, enduring excruciating pain as he rose from the ground. In just a single encounter, he had come to comprehend the terrifying might of a Super Saiyan. His battle power of 60 million was insufficient to withstand a single kick from his opponent. Perhaps this was the reason his ancestors had cautioned the Frost demons to be wary of the Super Saiyans. In that moment, Frieza regretted once more, lamenting his failure to annihilate the Saiyans entirely. I refuse to believe it. Frieza inhaled sharply, his eyes narrowing in fury as he glared at the pair of lovers in the sky. The power he had just amassed erupted within him, and despite the agony coursing through his body, his muscles swelled dramatically. The previously tranquil atmosphere of Namek began to boil once more. Pulses of violet energy surged from the deep crater. The planet trembled, and the pit began to collapse. A violent gale whipped up colossal waves, transforming into razor-sharp storm blades that sliced through the air. The overwhelming force of 1.2 billion battle power surged through Frieza, awakening a renewed sense of despair among the distant members of the Jinyu force. "See, I knew the king would be fine. Go, king," Jinyu exclaimed joyfully. Upon hearing this, the remaining 4 members exchanged mischievous glances as if they understood something that was unspoken. "Isn't this just me cheering for the king? What's wrong with that?" Jinyu's mouth opened in a frantic attempt to disguise his embarrassment, his purple face reddening with urgency. "Captain, no need for further words. We understand." The 4 members nodded solemnly, showing their respect for their leader's decisions. Jinyu Frieza's aura manifested like a demon emerging from the depths of hell, charging towards Bulma and her companion. Bam! Bam! The malevolent energy waves crashed violently against the golden aura unleashed by Vegeta, producing a deafening roar. Phew, that scared me. Bulma clutched Vegeta tighter, grateful for his protection. "It's all right, there's nothing to fear," Vegeta reassured her. Yet he realized that Frieza was indeed remarkably resilient. Having endured his full force attack without succumbing was a testament to Frieza's terrifying endurance. Vegeta chuckled lightly. "Bulma, I am prepared to eliminate Frieza." In the anime, Frieza, knowing he could not defeat Goku, sought to obliterate Namek. The Frost demons were capable of surviving in the cosmos. Even if Namek were to explode, Frieza would remain unharmed. However, had Goku not discovered Jinyu's spaceship, his fate would have been sealed. To prevent such a scenario, Vegeta resolved to deliver a fatal blow to Frieza, leaving him no time to react. "Quickly dispose of that shorty. He frightens me." Bulma tugged at Vegeta's ear, feeling an inexplicable fondness for the gesture. All right. Vegeta's expression turned icy in an instant. Bulma could distinctly sense that Vegeta was about to become serious, and she immediately pressed herself closely against his back. In an instant, Vegeta transformed into a magnificent golden dragon, rushing towards the deep pit with astonishing speed, so swift that even Goku and the others in the distance could scarcely perceive it. Goku exclaimed with excitement, "Frieza is finished." It was unimaginable that Vegeta's power surpassed Frieza's by several folds. Nappa swallowed hard, realizing that if Frieza possessed a battle power of 1.2 billion, then Vegeta must have exceeded 300 million. A brilliant burst of golden light erupted in the deep pit. Excellent. Frieza gritted his teeth. The relentless surge of power coursing through him quelled his panic, and he was determined to ensure Vegeta's demise. In a flash, Frieza reversed course, transforming into a violet light as he sped towards the golden glow. "Vegeta, you shall die." As he soared through the air, Frieza gathered a dazzling energy sphere, hurling it mercilessly at Bulma, who was positioned behind Vegeta. Even with Vegeta's energy shield protecting her, Bulma would surely sustain severe injuries, if not face death itself. Frieza was eager to witness the expression on Vegeta's face upon losing his beloved, anticipating immense anguish. Just as the energy sphere raced through the void, on the brink of striking Bulma, Vegeta and Bulma vanished in a blink. Frieza was taken aback. Losing focus in battle was perilous. Suddenly, a violent wave of energy surged from behind him, and as he turned, his expression shifted dramatically. An overwhelming pressure erupted from Vegeta's diminutive form, transforming the sky. His radiant golden aura shone like divine light, blindingly bright. With a single hand raised, fingers together, a golden flame of energy coalesced in his palm. "Energy blade," he declared, sweeping it across. Boom! At that moment, a flash of lightning illuminated the sky. "No!" Frieza gasped in terror, realizing that his vision had become asymmetrical, one eye higher than the other. Pain, a searing agony akin to a chainsaw, bisecting his body, coursed through him. His mismatched eyes were filled with fear. With a flurry of golden light, several beams sliced through Frieza once more. The excruciating pain rendered him mute. In his final moments of awareness, he realized his body had been shredded into pieces. Go to heaven and listen to the songs of the little angels. Vegeta smirked wickedly, raising a hand to unleash a powerful energy wave. With a whoosh, the energy wave struck Frieza's remnants, instantly reducing them to dust, carried away by the gentle breeze. Thus perished the once mighty cosmic emperor, Frieza, meeting his end just as Trunks had done in the future of the anime. It is inconceivable. How could the king possibly perish? Jinyu was on the brink of madness, for the king was the unparalleled sovereign of the universe, the epitome of strength in his heart. How could he be dead? Chapter 50. The battle concludes. Jinyu stood in disbelief as his comrades tugged at his battle suit, exclaiming, "Captain, the king is dead. We must flee." Jinyu remained frozen, lost in a daze. Seeing this, Jeez and Guldo paid him no heed and immediately turned to escape towards the spaceship. "Where do you think you're going?" At that moment, Goku and Raditz appear before them. "Let them go." Before they could finish, Vegeta arrived, carrying Bulma, and hurled an energy blast with a flick of his wrist. This was the onslaught of a being with a combat power of 300 million. The four members of the Jinyu force could not react in time, and perished in the ensuing explosion. Only Jinyu remained. "Did you ever contemplate this day would come?" Raditz laughed arrogantly. Jinyu cast a cold glare, sending a chill down Raditz's spine. Nappa spat disdainfully at Jinyu and mocked. "What? Do you still wish to fight?" Ever since the catastrophic explosion of Planet Vegeta, the Frieza force had regarded them with contempt. Without the backing of King Vegeta, these three Saiyans had suffered greatly, especially at the hands of that despicable Chui, who often troubled them. "If King Frieza were still alive, would you dare speak to me so?" Jinyu snorted, seemingly unperturbed despite being surrounded. "Alas, your king is dead." Raditz shook his head, lamenting the missed opportunity for vengeance against Chui, who had inexplicably not come to Namek. After this, Chui would likely hide away, making him difficult to find again. What a pity. Jinyu fixed a fierce gaze on Raditz, his eyes burning with murderous intent. "Even facing death, you remain unafraid. You are quite resilient." Raditz mocked coldly. Nappa laughed heartily, relishing the thrill of mocking Jinyu. A luxury they would never have dared to indulge in before, now emboldened by their newfound support. Suddenly, Jinyu grew calm, which puzzled everyone. Vegeta inquired, You possess a skill that allows for body exchange. Do you wish to switch with someone? How did you know? Jinyu exclaimed in shock, quickly covering his mouth. His composure stemmed from contemplating a body swap with Raditz or Nappa in his final moments. He had inadvertently revealed his secret. It was over. Despair etched across Jinyu's face. Exchange. Disregarding everything else, Jinyu swiftly regained his focus, preparing to swap bodies with the most insufferable Raditz. However, a golden light pierced the void, and Jinyu's heart exploded instantaneously. With a gasp, he clutched his chest, spewing blood, and collapsed to the ground. Raditz patted his chest, relieved to have Vegeta by his side. Otherwise, he would have been doomed. He never anticipated that Jinyu possessed such a remarkable ability. If Jinyu could swap bodies, why not exchange with Frieza? Moreover, his unwavering loyalty to Frieza was truly perplexing. You're still Raditz, right? Nappa timidly inquired, having distanced himself from Raditz. Raditz cast a sidelong glance, making Nappa instantly realize that the body swap had not succeeded. Ignoring the two clowns, Goku furrowed his brow and asked, Vegeta, what is this state you're in? Indeed, your blonde hair looks quite dashing. Raditz and Nappa turned their attention to Vegeta, who had already captured their notice. Blonde? Vegeta retorted. Bulma? She interjected. Isn't this golden hair? I told you it's blonde. Vegeta exclaimed, delivering a firm punch to both their heads. Goku chuckled. It's golden hair, okay. He found it rather amusing that his elder brother couldn't even distinguish between yellow and gold. This is the Super Saiyan state. Vegeta finally clarified. Super Saiyan? Raditz and Nappa were taken aback. The Super Saiyan was a legendary tale within the Saiyan race. And it turned out to be true. Goku, having long lost his memories of the Saiyans, was completely oblivious to what Vegeta was referring to. It's not a myth. Transforming into a Super Saiyan can increase your power by 50 times. Vegeta set Bulma down. With the battle concluded, he finally felt at ease, letting her leave his side. 50 times increase in power? The three Saiyans exclaimed in unison. What does a 50-fold increase in power signify? With Goku currently possessing a power level of 3 million. If he were to amplify it by 50 times, it would soar to an astonishing 1.5 billion. They could hardly believe that the legends of their race were indeed true. It was possible to transform into a Super Saiyan, and the increase in power was even more formidable than that of the Great Ape form. Raditz and Nappa swallowed hard. Can we also transform? Goku directly asked. Raditz and Nappa gazed at Vegeta with eager anticipation. Bulma gently stroked Vegeta's head, curious to see what he would say. Vegeta squinted his eyes, savoring Bulma's touch, and replied with a smile, Kakarot has that potential. As for you two? Vegeta paused, honestly uncertain if they possessed the ability to transform. In theory, as long as they had enough S-cells within them, coupled with a certain baseline power level, and if they could harness anger as a catalyst, they should be able to ignite the Super Saiyan transformation. What is wrong with us? Raditz and Nappa were nearly beside themselves. Do we have the potential to transform? This was a legendary tale passed down among the Saiyan race. They too yearned to achieve this state. Can Raditz and Nappa transform? Bulma also expressed her curiosity. They should be able to. Vegeta pondered seriously for a moment, then gazed at Raditz and his companion with a significant expression, saying, However, you must not fear death. Death? Raditz and his companion echoed in unison. As long as we can transform into Super Saiyans, we fear nothing. Vegeta chuckled. That is what you say? Just don't regret it later. The last person to utter such words was future Trunks, whose pitiful state in the hyperbolic time chamber sent shivers down Vegeta's spine. At Vegeta's laughter, an unsettling chill crept down the backs of Raditz and his companion, as if foreboding an ill fate. You claim I possess the potential to transform. What must I do to achieve that? Goku inquired eagerly, yearning to know the secret to transformation, for it would grant him a 50-fold increase in combat power. With such power, he might stand a chance against Vegeta. Vegeta turned to Goku, contemplated momentarily, then replied with a smile, There's no rush. You'll have to wait a while longer. With that, Vegeta concealed a mischievous grin within his heart, for he could not allow Goku to discover the secret of transformation so swiftly. Otherwise, he would once again be relegated to the role of the perennial second best. Chapter 51. Vegeta, I'll have you fighting like a fool. The chaotic energy on Namek had finally subsided. Yet, the surrounding craters told the tale of a terrifying battle that had transpired. With no enemies left, Vegeta began to explain to everyone about the Super Saiyan transformation. Is that so? Goku nodded, genuinely believing that he would need some time before he could transform. Observing this, Vegeta felt a sense of relief. It was unavoidable that he kept the transformation method hidden from Goku, especially since he had traversed from the future directly into this era. Still merely a child of around 10 years of age, it is known that a Saiyajin's peak power emerges during adulthood, which coincides with Goku's current age. Had Vegeta been of the same age, he would not have had to worry about becoming second best, as he was no longer the same as the Vegeta from the anime. He had received many esoteric martial arts teachings from Vegeta. Vegeta, you possess such vast knowledge and strength. I truly wish to spar with you. Goku looked at Vegeta, unable to fathom the nature of his training. When Frieza unleashed a combat power of 60 million, Goku remained unfazed, estimating that with a desperate 20-fold increase from the Kaioken, he could match Frieza in battle. However, when Frieza's power surged to 1.2 billion, Goku was overwhelmed by an unshakable sense of invincibility, causing even his body to tremble involuntarily. Yet, witnessing Vegeta's swift defeat of Frieza left Goku genuinely astonished. Fight me? Vegeta grinned broadly. I fear you might be knocked out. Goku, Raditz. Nappa. While there was some truth to his words, could he not express it more delicately? Vegeta was rather brazen. Bulma tugged at Vegeta's ear, playfully admonishing. Could you speak more appropriately? You're always flapping your gums. I have always spoken kindly. However, this was a sentiment that Vegeta did not dare to voice aloud. With a smile, he remarked, well, now that Frieza has been vanquished, it is time for us to return to Earth. The Dragon Balls should have restored themselves with the resurrection of the Guardian. Let us go back and revive everyone. Additionally, we must make arrangements for the Namekians who have relocated to Earth. So, let's hasten our return. Goku was filled with excitement. His companions could finally be brought back to life. He first located his spaceship and transformed it back into the form of a universal capsule. Upon their return, Vegeta led the group away from Namek. In West City on Earth, numerous Namekians suddenly appeared at Bulma's residence, startling Vegeta's father-in-law. However, upon learning that it was Vegeta who had brought them there, Dr. Briefs promptly arranged accommodations for them. The Namekian race was quite small, numbering only in the hundreds, a quantity easily accommodated by the home of Earth's wealthiest individual. Not long after the Namekians settled in, Vegeta returned to Bulma's house with everyone in tow. Bulma sighed in relief. We're finally back. Vegeta leaped into Bulma's embrace, asking, was this cosmic adventure thrilling? Bulma held the young boy tightly, offering a wry smile. It was indeed thrilling. Although I knew you would protect me, I was still quite frightened. I shall never venture out again. Next time? Vegeta chuckled enigmatically. The next battle would indeed take place on Earth. As this thought crossed his mind, his expression suddenly turned grave. To prevent Bulma from feeling anxious, he realized he must continue his rigorous training. Vegeta's demeanor caught Goku off guard, prompting him to inquire, Vegeta, what troubles you? Nothing. You should go seek the Dragon Balls. I need to attend to matters concerning our Namekian friends. Vegeta waved his hand dismissively. Goku nodded, asking Bulma for the Dragon Radar before departing. Raditz and Nappa, having contributed little on Namek, were sent back to the gravity chamber for training by Vegeta. While they were reluctant to adhere to such a monotonous routine, the moment Vegeta raised his tiny fist, they promptly surrendered. Bulma watched the two retreating figures and remarked with a smile, Vegeta, how do these two listen to you so well? She reminisced, when I was younger, my father sent me to work for Frieza, and it was Raditz and these two who accompanied me. Frieza? The very one you defeated? Indeed. Vegeta sighed. Not long after I left planet Vegeta, my home, Frieza destroyed it. Our entire Saiyan race perished in that catastrophic explosion. Oh, Bulma gasped, covering her rosy lips in shock. Vegeta made his way toward the residence of the Namekians, speaking as he walked. It was after that colossal explosion that Frieza's forces began to trouble the three of us. Each mission assigned was the most arduous. With a sigh, he continued, were it not for my protection over Raditz and that other fool, they might have perished during those missions long ago. Bulma nodded, realizing that her brother Vegeta had such tales. No wonder Raditz and the other fellow obeyed him so readily. In truth, Vegeta did not disclose that he was indeed safeguarding Raditz and the other, yet his motivation lay solely in perpetuating the Saiyan lineage. To him, Raditz and Nappa were little more than instruments for procreation. As he walked, Vegeta eventually arrived at the Namekian dwelling. One could not help but criticize the folly of Earth's wealthiest. Why construct such an expansive abode? It took him half an hour just to traverse from the front yard to the Namekian quarters. Had he known, he would have flown. Upon entering, Vegeta beheld the Grand Elder seated upon an enormous chair, evidently custom-made for him by Dr. Briefs. Nearby, a group of Namekians were engaged in a game of earth golf, appearing to enjoy themselves immensely. Grand Elder, we have returned, Vegeta announced as he presented Bulma before the Elder. The Grand Elder's voice was frail and ancient. Have the enemies of Namek been repelled so swiftly? They arrived on Earth less than half a day ago. And these two managed to drive them back in return? What remarkable speed! They were utterly annihilated, dismembered, to be precise. Vegeta smiled slightly, revealing a set of pristine white teeth. This enchanting smile made Bulma's heart race, though to Nappa, it appeared rather sinister. This child is terrifying. After a brief silence, the Grand Elder responded, that is good. While they cherish peace, they're not naive. For those wicked beings, if they must be slain, then let it be so. Chapter 52, Bulma, I want to bear you a multitude of offspring. Grand Elder, we require the Dragon Balls of Earth to resurrect certain individuals. Otherwise, we shall have to wait for your Dragon Balls to be reactivated before wishing to return to Namek. Vegeta wished to utilize instant transmission to take them back, but he found impossible. With no one remaining on Namek, there was no energy to locate, even if his instant transmission did not rely on energy for pinpointing. Vegeta had no desire to undertake such a taxing journey, unaware of the limitations of instant transmission. Bulma remained puzzled as to why Vegeta did not immediately transport the Namekians away. However, she did not suggest that the Namekians depart. Their presence was of no concern to her. After all, it was the residence of the world's wealthiest individual. Such a grand home could hardly be affected by their presence. No problem. I shall not be a bother during this time. Suddenly, Vegeta chuckled mischievously, saying, I would like to request a favor from the Grand Elder. Upon hearing this, Nail regarded the small child with caution. In his estimation, it was highly likely that Vegeta sought the Grand Elder's assistance to unlock his potential, especially since the Grand Elder had previously done so for Goku, resulting in formidable power. Without much deliberation, the Grand Elder replied, if I can assist, I will do my utmost. Nail attempted to intervene, saying, Grand Elder you, but the Grand Elder waved him off with a smile, stating, it's all right. They are benefactors of our Namekian people, and we shall help as much as we can. Sighing, Nail felt it would be futile to argue further. Thank you, Grand Elder, Vegeta said with a smile, seemingly unfazed by Nail's reaction. Just as Nail anticipated that Vegeta would request the Grand Elder to enhance his own potential, Vegeta instead said, Grand Elder, I would like you to help Bulma unlock her potential. Nail was taken aback. The little rascal did not ask for himself, but rather for this Earth woman. This action transformed Nail's perception of Vegeta entirely. The boy was rather intriguing. Vegeta, you, Bulma exclaimed, caught off guard, her heart racing. Just half an hour ago, she had wished for eternal youth, and now Vegeta was requesting that the Grand Elder enhance her potential. At times, Bulma questioned why Vegeta was so kind to her. Was he coveting her family's wealth? The thought slipped from her lips. Vegeta, are you after my family's fortune? Vegeta paused, taken aback. Observing her flushed cheeks, he blinked, seemingly contemplating her serious tone. Floating before her, he reached out to touch her forehead, inquiring tentatively, have you lost your mind? He was somewhat perplexed. What nonsense was this silly girl uttering? Surely, she couldn't be genuinely confused. You're the one who's lost it, Bulma retorted, smirking. Just as she began to feel a flicker of warmth, this little rascal shattered the moment with his antics. After all, with his astonishing abilities, conquering Earth would be a trivial task. Why would he be interested in her family's riches? Moreover, Vegeta had been by her side since childhood, and in her future, she would marry him and have a son. Vegeta is truly kind to me, Bulma thought, her eyes suddenly moistening. She resolved that in gratitude to Vegeta, once he matured, she would not only bear him Trunks, but a multitude of children as well. With this thought, Bulma beamed shyly. Vegeta, noticing her expression, felt a twinge of anxiety, as if something unfavorable were about to transpire. The Grand Elder, smiling, nodded in agreement to Vegeta's request, saying, no problem. If he were to unlock Vegeta's potential, it might prove to be quite a challenge, considering the terrifying strength that Vegeta possesses in his normal state. However, enabling Bulma, a girl who barely qualifies as a fighter, to tap into her potential would be a mere trifle for the Grand Elder, requiring minimal exertion on his part. Come closer, he instructed. Go ahead. Follow the Grand Elder's guidance. Vegeta nudged Bulma forward. As she approached, a colossal hand moved above her head. In an instant, she felt a formidable energy being channeled from within her. The Grand Elder withdrew his hand and smiled. All done. Vegeta was taken aback by the swiftness of the process. Bulma, how do you feel? I feel incredibly strong. I could probably take down a tiger with a single punch. Bulma exclaimed, her brows arching with delight. She even began to wonder if she might be as powerful as Vegeta. Would she also be able to soar through the skies? With a flutter of anticipation, Bulma stood on tiptoe, holding her breath, eager to ascend. What are you doing? Vegeta asked, perplexed. I was thinking if I could fly like you. Vegeta and Nuru exchanged glances, bemused. Bulma's aspirations were overly ambitious. In Vegeta's assessment, she likely possessed a battle power of around 10. However, without proper training, flight was beyond her reach. Nevertheless, one must acknowledge the Grand Elder's remarkable ability to enhance potential. For someone like Bulma, to suddenly attain a battle power of 10 was akin to the strength Goku displayed upon his debut in the anime. Could it be that Bulma harbored exceptional talent for cultivation? Vegeta, intent on tempering her enthusiasm, remarked, "You may have a battle power of 10 now, but without training, you won't be able to fly." Bulma, intrigued, inquired, "What does a battle power of 10 signify? Do you remember the time we searched for the Dragon Balls with Kakarot? At that time, Kakarot's power level was only about 10. Wow, I become so strong." Bulma exclaimed, her excitement causing her to leap 10 meters into the air, only to cry out in surprise at the height. Vegeta swiftly flew up and caught her. Bulma felt a mix of joy and disappointment. She was thrilled to have become as formidable as Goku was in his youth, recalling how he could lift a car with one hand. Yet, she felt disheartened that she could not soar through the skies like Vegeta and the others. Observing Bulma's crestfallen expression, Vegeta expressed his gratitude to the Grand Elder before escorting Bulma back to the front yard. "Do you wish to learn to fly on your own?" "Yes." Bulma nodded vigorously, her adorably naive demeanor stirring something within Vegeta. Her elegantly arched brows framed a delicate face, adorned with expressive eyes, while her rosy lips moved animatedly. Bulma, in the bloom of her youth, exuded a refreshing charm intertwined with an alluring grace, particularly accentuated by her proud figure and a pair of fair, rounded legs. Vegeta could not help but swallow hard at the sight. Blessed by the miraculous power of the dragon, Bulma would retain this form indefinitely, which was truly remarkable. "Shall I teach you how to cultivate your abilities? Then you could soar through the skies by yourself," he offered. Bulma's eyes widened in astonishment. "Can I really do that?" "Indeed," Vegeta replied with a slight smile. If the Elder had not awakened her potential, he might have hesitated to guarantee her success. However, with the Elder's intervention, her power level had already reached 10. This reminded him of the scene in the anime where Gohan taught Biddy to fly. She likely hadn't even reached a power level of 10 at that time. With his guidance, Bulma would undoubtedly soon be able to fly on her own. "Vegeta, please teach me quickly. I promise to reward you." "What reward?" Vegeta was taken aback. When had Bulma ever offered rewards? His curiosity piqued about what she might propose. With a blush adorning her fair cheeks, Bulma shyly suggested, "How about I bear you a whole bunch of monkeys in the future?" "What did you say?" he exclaimed. "The future me bore you Trunks. I want to bear you another Trunks." Bulma fidgeted, her delicate face flushed with embarrassment. The admission felt quite mortifying. Yet considering her future self was already married to this man and had a son, it didn't seem so inappropriate after all. Gulp. Vegeta swallowed again, astonished by Bulma's boldness, yet it intrigued him. Gazing at his own slender arms, he grimaced, cursing the scoundrel who had caused him to traverse through time. He had to endure another 7 or 8 years before reaching adulthood, at which point his Saiyan physique would finally mature. The frustration was overwhelming. Vegeta felt utterly vexed. His wife was tantalizingly close, yet utterly unattainable. There was, however, a potential solution for Vegeta to mature rapidly, entering the hyperbolic time chamber, where a single day outside equated to a year within. If he spent merely 7 or 8 days outside, he could experience 7 or 8 years inside. Yet, there was a dilemma. He had previously accessed the chamber in the future timeline, and it remained uncertain how many days he could utilize it in this current timeline. Even if Vegeta could enter the chamber for a single day, it might not suffice for substantial growth. Of course, he could remain inside until he matured. But there was a significant drawback. If anyone spent more than 2 years in the chamber, they would be eternally trapped within. Only by achieving Super Saiyan 3 could one break through the dimensional barrier and escape. Perhaps he could attain that state within before emerging. After contemplating for a while, Vegeta felt that this might indeed be feasible. After all, Bobo had imparted a wealth of martial arts knowledge to him, without the tempering of time. It would be challenging to achieve significant progress. This could also serve as an opportunity for Vegeta to mature. With this thought in mind, he gazed at Bulma with an intense, almost predatory look. Hurry up and teach me to fly. Bulma, feeling a flutter in her heart under his gaze, embraced Vegeta and playfully pinched his small face, transforming his originally stoic expression into that of a doll. So adorable. Unable to resist, Bulma planted a kiss on his cheek. I'll teach you. I'll teach you. Just let me breathe. Bulma suddenly recalled how prominently her curves were displayed, fearing she might inadvertently suffocate Vegeta. She quickly released him. Vegeta gasped for air, his small face turning pale. I must wish for the dragon to grant Saiyans the ability to survive in a vacuum, he thought, unable to endure Bulma's playful torment any longer. Once everyone was revived during the next Dragon Ball gathering, that would be his wish. Time was of the essence. Goku was nearing the completion of his Dragon Ball collection. Let us go revive everyone. All right, Bulma nodded, and Vegeta led her to the gravity chamber, where he also brought Raditz and Nappa along. His intention was to help them resolve their conflicts with the others, as they would also be living on Earth in the future. The four of them soared towards the other world. Meanwhile, Goku had successfully gathered the Dragon Balls and was waiting for them in the other world. As Vegeta descended at the Heavenly Temple, he inquired Kakarot, "Have you collected the Dragon Balls?" "I have." "Look down," Goku replied, pointing to the 7 Dragon Balls on the ground. Vegeta nodded, noticing 2 Namekians nearby, Piccolo and the Grand Elder. Piccolo glared intently at Raditz and Nappa, recalling that it was Nappa who had slain him. After his death, he trained with the others on King Kai's planet, where he learned of Vegeta's exploits on Namek. Even though he had been revived, Piccolo still harbored resentment towards the 2 Saiyans. As for Vegeta, Piccolo felt indifferent. After all, Vegeta was not his killer, but rather his savior, a remarkably powerful Super Saiyan. Piccolo, since everyone is about to be revived, why not let it go? Goku pleaded for his brother's sake. Piccolo scoffed, his thoughts remaining a mystery. Vegeta shook his head, acknowledging that their grievances could only be washed away by time. Kakarot, summon the dragon. All right, Goku responded, turning back and shouting, "Come forth, dragon!" Suddenly, the sky darkened, and a brilliant golden light shot upward, revealing a majestic green dragon in the heavens. Such a magnificent spectacle, Bulma had witnessed it countless times. It still left her utterly astounded. She recalled a time in her childhood when she amusingly referred to the eternal dragon as a green-skinned snake. The thought alone brought a smile to her face. The scene of summoning the dragon also astonished Raditz and Nappa, who realized that this dragon differed significantly from the one on Namek. Nappa pondered whether he should hastily make a wish to the dragon to restore his hair. However, considering the potential consequences, he concluded that such an action could indeed lead to his demise. Just as Nappa was consumed by this grim thought, the dragon had already begun its opening remarks. "State your wish." Goku and Vegeta exchanged glances before speaking in unison. "Bring back these individuals lying on the ground." The fallen ones included Tien, Kaiatsu, and Yamcha. "Your wish has been granted." The dragon's eyes glowed red for an instant before it transformed into a beam of golden light. Vanishing into the sky, the Dragon Balls soared into the air, transforming into stones that scattered in all directions. Since encountering Vegeta, no dragon had uttered the phrase, "until we meet again." After the dragon departed, the fallen individuals slowly opened their eyes. Tien gazed at his severed arm and murmured, "Have I truly been resurrected?" "Tien, it was those 2 Saiyans." Kaiatsu seethed, pointing an accusatory finger at Raditz and Nappa. "Your severed arm was the doing of those 2 Saiyans. What are you staring at? Do you dare to challenge us again?" Raditz and Nappa growled menacingly. "If you 2 keep talking nonsense, I'll have Vegeta beat you up," Bulma exclaimed, striking the 2 with some force. Tien was her friend, brutally killed by Raditz and Nappa. The fact that they threatened others upon resurrection only fueled her anger. Under the icy gaze of Vegeta, Raditz and Nappa shrank back, realizing that even Bulma was not someone to provoke lightly. "Kaiatsu." Tien pressed down Kaiatsu's small hand and shook his head. These 2 Saiyans were formidable. Avenging their deaths seemed an insurmountable task. Even if they could overpower Raditz and Nappa, they would still have to contend with an even more terrifying Super Saiyan nearby. As they contemplated revenge, Yamcha approached Goku, his face filled with astonishment. "Goku, I've heard about your battle on Namek. You were incredible." Goku sheepishly scratched his head, chuckling. The group began discussing their experiences after death, with much of the conversation centering around Vegeta. "That little guy is so powerful that it makes me uneasy. I can't fathom how he trains." It seemed that Goku belonged to the same race as them. No wonder Goku had a tail when he was younger. It turned out he wasn't originally from Earth. Could it be that Goku could also transform into a Super Saiyan? The conversation flowed back and forth. Piccolo coldly interjected. They're all Saiyans. If they can all transform into Super Saiyans like that little brat, then if you don't want to fall too far behind, you'd better start increasing your strength. Having spoken, Piccolo soared down to the lower realm, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. The logic in Piccolo's words resonated deeply. And for a fleeting moment, Tin, unsure of his thoughts, departed the heavenly realm with Kairatsu. Chapter 54. Training in the Heavenly Realm. Goku, Bulma, and that Vegeta. I'm leaving as well. Yamcha waved his hand, bidding farewell to the group. As he passed by Vegeta, he hesitated for a moment, but ultimately managed a greeting. To Yamcha's surprise, Vegeta acknowledged him with a nod. This small gesture filled Yamcha with joy, for he had received recognition from such a powerful warrior, even though he was still just a child. Upon leaving the heavenly realm, Goku approached with a troubled expression. Brother, could you refrain from speaking like that in the future? Raditz opened his mouth to retort, but fell silent. Goku sighed. Brother, you all will be living here from now on. Tien and the others are my friends. If it weren't for their ability to revive, I might never have forgiven you. I know. Raditz meekly responded, unable to muster any further words. Nappa scoffed, finding Raditz's behavior embarrassing, as he allowed his younger brother to speak to him in such a manner, tarnishing the pride of the Saiyans. Did you hear, Goku? You can't speak recklessly anymore, or I'll have Vegeta teach you a lesson. Bulma interjected, realizing that threatening them with Vegeta's name was the most effective approach. Yes. Nappa nodded vigorously. Raditz muttered, what a pair of clowns. At that moment, Vegeta announced, Bulma, since everyone has been revived, I plan to train in the heavenly realm for a while. Huh? So you won't teach me how to fly? Bulma's face fell, resembling someone abandoned by a callous lover. Don't worry, I'll be back shortly, probably in about 7 or 8 days. Vegeta reassured her, choosing not to disclose that he intended to enter the hyperbolic time chamber for training. If he did not attain Super Saiyan 3 strength, he would be trapped inside indefinitely. What about school? You won't take me with you? The girls at school have been waiting for you, Bulma playfully remarked, sensing that there was no room for negotiation in his tone. Vegeta's lips twitched slightly. Those women at school were truly intimidating, often teasing him in ways he had never experienced in his previous life. Were the girls in the Dragon Ball world truly so audacious? Ha. Bulma chuckled at Vegeta's flustered expression, planning to take him to school for fun later on. Unaware of her thoughts, Vegeta addressed Raditz and Nappa. If you wish to transform into Super Saiyans, it is best to adhere to the training regimen I have set for you. And remember to protect Bulma. If she comes to harm, I will not hesitate to eliminate you. Hearing Vegeta's words, Bulma felt a warm sensation in her heart and broke into a radiant smile. Understood. Raditz and his companion nodded in agreement, knowing full well they dared not contradict him. Following a warning from Vegeta, he offered them a sweet promise. Should they perform well in their assigned tasks, he would allow them to rapidly enhance their combat prowess. Is that truly the case? Will the Elder help us unlock our potential? Raditz's eyes gleamed with anticipation. They had long desired a surge in strength akin to Kakarote's. Bulma, too, was eager to witness how far Raditz and his companion could advance, especially since she had just begun to unlock her own potential. You'll find out in due time. But remember, without my approval, you are forbidden from seeking the Elder's assistance, Vegeta cautioned coldly. The Elder, who had perished during the Namek saga, now appeared frail and aged, and it was uncertain when he might depart this world. It would be best for them not to disturb him further. Moreover, resurrecting the two from the brink of death would yield the same outcome, albeit through a more arduous process. Vegeta himself had faced death countless times. It was essential for these two to experience that sensation as well. Unaware of Vegeta's thoughts, Raditz and his companion might have remarked, Vegeta, you're not much different from a dog. After conveying all necessary instructions, Vegeta first escorted Bulma and the others back to West City before returning to the other world. Upon his arrival, the Supreme Kai, puzzled, inquired, Vegeta, what brings you back again? Years prior, he had aided in resolving the issue of the Demon Realm Gate. Yet even after all this time, Vegeta remained so unchanged. I have come to seek Mr. Popo, Vegeta replied. Mr. Popo? The Supreme Kai chuckled. He had held his position for an extended period, but was still aware of some matters concerning Mr. Popo. In any case, Mr. Popo was shrouded in mystery, having served every Supreme Kai throughout history. We are truly fortunate you have returned. Otherwise, our Earth would have met its demise, the Supreme Kai lamented. Vegeta waved dismissively. Had I been on Earth, none of this would have transpired. By the way, The elder from Namek resides at Bulma's home. Those are your kin. You ought to visit them when time permits. The Supreme Kai was also keen to see his people. But after being absent for so long, and with many matters still to attend to on Earth, he decided it best to complete his tasks before visiting the elder. Very well, the elder will remain on Earth for over 100 days. Do as you see fit. Vegeta was aware that the Dragon Balls from Namek would not activate for another 130 days, during which time they would depart Earth. I am off to find Mr. Popo. With that, Vegeta strode into the temple without looking back. The Supreme Kai watched his retreating figure, finding a sense of reassurance in his steadfast presence. The interior of the temple was vast, with a long corridor spiraling along its edges, allowing glimpses of the cosmic scenery beyond the windows. Following the corridor, he arrived at an expansive hall. Certainly, the interior of the temple encompasses more than mere space. Along the sides of the hall, there are stairways leading to the next level. Mr. Popo. Vegeta arrived at the hall, where Mr. Popo sat cross-legged at its center. Though there was not a hint of aura emanating from him, he exuded an inexplicable air of mystery. Mr. Popo opened his eyes. You have returned. Chapter 56 Vegeta. Only children make choices. I desire them all. Vegeta nodded his head and tentatively inquired. Mr. Popo, do you know anything about my temporal misadventure? Mr. Popo remained silent for a moment, then spoke meaningfully. It was the work of an intriguing little character. The previous incident with the Demon Realm Gate was also orchestrated by her. Indeed, Mr. Popo was not an ordinary being. Vegeta shook his head in disbelief, realizing that someone was indeed manipulating his time travel. And to be referred to as an intriguing little character by Mr. Popo, who could that be? Can you tell me who the culprit is? Vegeta asked, glancing down at his slender arms and legs, gritting his teeth in frustration. I cannot reveal that just yet. Why do you ask? Mr. Popo responded, casting a glance at Vegeta. I want to eliminate that individual. Vegeta clenched his small fists, his eyes ablaze with fury. Mr. Popo's mouth twitched slightly as he remarked, laden with significance. You cannot even defeat a single finger of theirs. Huh! Vegeta scratched his head and chuckled foolishly. His earlier words had merely been in anger. He understood that whoever could inadvertently send him through time must possess immense power. It was only natural that he was no match for them. But Mr. Popo's remark piqued his curiosity about their identity. Vegeta peered at Mr. Popo with his small eyes. Stop looking. I will not divulge that information. If you survive, you may eventually discover who that person is. Survive? Vegeta's mouth twitched slightly. Did he appear to Mr. Popo as a harbinger of misfortune? Mr. Popo gazed at Vegeta, his tone suddenly turning serious. Do you understand that recklessly traversing time is a grave offense? If a being of God of destruction level or higher learns of it, you will be banished into the time chaos. Vegeta swallowed hard. He was unaware of what the time chaos entailed, but Mr. Popo's words indicated that it was certainly not a realm for mortals. Enough of that. The future timeline already exists. What is your purpose here? Mr. Popo said with a faint smile. I wish to enter the room of spirit in time for training. Vegeta wiped the sweat from his brow, feeling relieved. If Mr. Popo had said so, it should not pose a significant problem. You have already entered the room of spirit and time once in the future timeline. You can still access it for one day. Mr. Popo looked at Vegeta. You know that too? Vegeta exclaimed in astonishment. Could it be that the Mr. Popo in the future timeline is also you? The identity of Mr. Popo had always been elusive, with speculations that each iteration of Popo across timelines was a manifestation of his essence. Apparently, that conjecture was indeed true. Bobo gazed silently at Vegeta, the hall enveloped in an eerie stillness, the atmosphere palpably tense. The emotionless gaze of Bobo sent shivers down Vegeta's spine. Today, the rarely talkative Bobo had engaged him in conversation, leading Vegeta to believe that his mood was rather cheerful. Yet he was still unnerved by that singular glance. Bobo, could you please refrain from looking at me like that? It frightens me. Vegeta swallowed hard, attempting to lighten the mood with humor. You are truly unafraid of death. Bobo shook his head, choosing not to elaborate on how he knew about Vegeta's previous venture into the hyperbolic time chamber. Follow me. Bobo rose and exited the hall, leading through a lengthy corridor to the entrance of a familiar room. Vegeta recognized it instantly as the hyperbolic time chamber. With your current strength, you can only remain inside for a year at most, or you risk being eternally trapped, Bobo stated, opening the door to the chamber. A waft of temporal essence drifted out, and Vegeta nodded, aware of the gravity of the situation, yet he still divulged his intentions to Bobo. I plan to stay inside until my power can shatter the dimensional barriers of this chamber before I emerge. Suit yourself. Bobo did not deter Vegeta, and subsequently turned to leave. Watching Bobo's departing figure, Vegeta shook his head. Bobo's identity was shrouded in mystery, and he could not fathom why he was treated with such distinction. In the anime, Bobo had only exhibited such a demeanor towards Goku, unable to unravel this enigma. Vegeta dismissed the thought and stepped back into the chamber. The environment remained as familiar as ever, an expanse of white, the air stiflingly hot. Before long, Vegeta felt the parching dryness in his throat. Can 7 or 8 years truly be sufficient for me to attain the Super Saiyan 3 state? Doubt crept into Vegeta's mind. If he felt this uncomfortable after a brief stay, how would he endure 7 or 8 years? According to the unfolding narrative, the android saga was on the horizon. His gaze hardened with resolve. Having witnessed the prowess of androids 17 and 18 in the future, he could only describe them as formidable. Even if he achieved the Super Saiyan transformation now, he would still be unable to defeat the sibling duo, not to mention the even more powerful Cell yet to come. Losing his sanity now would be preferable to losing it while failing to protect Bulma. Vegeta settled onto the ground, organizing his thoughts on martial arts. Bobo had imparted numerous martial arts techniques to him, including methods for cultivating his realm and the enhancement of his Saiyan bloodline. Even more formidable was the angelic technique, known as the Ultra Instinct. However, Vegeta realized that mastering Ultra Instinct was beyond his current capabilities. He then contemplated the realm cultivation techniques in his mind. The cultivation of realms could be described as training in dimensions or hierarchies, infusing strength into the body. Igniting the elevation of spirit and soul facilitates transformation in realms, dimensions, or statuses. Such individuals do not require transformation. Their inherent combat prowess is unparalleled. Take, for instance, the celestial beings of Earth, the King of Hell, and the ruler of the North. These entities have undergone years of cultivation and accumulation, resulting in a shift in their dimension or status. To the ordinary person, the presence of such beings exudes an overwhelming sense of hierarchical pressure. Upon achieving a level akin to that of the Divine Realm King, one is granted eternal life. This encapsulates the essence of cultivating one's realm. Vegeta has also refined the method for the sublimation of Saiyan bloodlines. This path may be dubbed the path of power. In comparison to the arduous cultivation of realms, the sublimation of bloodlines appears significantly simpler. The greater the quantity of S cells within a Saiyan's bloodline, the higher their potential to transcend to elevated states. Moreover, their combat strength can amplify exponentially, often by dozens of times. Aware of the drawbacks associated with bloodline sublimation, Vegeta recognizes that in the early stages, from Super Saiyan 1 to Super Saiyan 3, transformation demands considerable physical exertion. Only when a Saiyan bloodline reaches a certain threshold, allowing for a breakthrough beyond Super Saiyan 4, will this issue be rectified, reminiscent of a return to one's true essence. Which path shall I choose? Vegeta mused. A person's energy is inherently finite. It is impossible to pursue multiple avenues simultaneously, ultimately necessitating a singular choice. Having previously suffered from decision-making difficulties, he now finds himself confronted with two options. Analyzing these choices, Vegeta concludes that while cultivating one's realm cannot yield swift enhancement, it undeniably requires extensive training over time. Conversely, the sublimation of bloodlines offers the potential for rapid breakthroughs, allowing one's power to surge by dozens or even hundreds of times in a brief span. How vexing! Vegeta scratched his head, disheveling his hair in frustration. Plagued by indecision, he found it nearly impossible to choose. Perhaps it is a child's folly to choose. A true adult must traverse both paths. Shaking his head, a newfound determination glimmered in his small, round eyes. Chapter 57. Bulma. Let us toss him into the sea to feed the fish. Having settled on a path, Vegeta's previously tumultuous mind found a semblance of tranquility. The foremost priority now was to enhance his combat strength, relegating realm cultivation to a secondary concern. Feeling the urgency of time, he recognized that in approximately 3 years, the androids would emerge. If he devoted himself to realm cultivation, he would scarcely make any significant advancements in such a limited time frame, which would not suffice for a substantial increase in power. Furthermore, Vegeta intended to train within the hyperbolic time chamber for 7 to 8 years, necessitating the acquisition of formidable strength to breach the dimensional barriers within. Thus, he resolved to focus on power training. Soon, Vegeta devised a training regimen. meticulously outlining his daily exercises, which included a series of 100,000 punches and kicks, a series of push-ups totaling 50,000. The aforementioned exercise is performed in 3 sets each day. On the first day, Vegeta commences with swift punches and high kicks. Each strike is executed with utmost force. The speed of his punches and kicks is so remarkable that they become imperceptible to the naked eye. The force of his blows stirs the scorching air, creating a symphony of winds that reverberate within the gravity chamber, producing a cacophony. After a period of time, the first set of training is completed. He senses a slight loosening of the power within him. Vegeta takes a moment to sit on the ground and recuperate. The environment within the gravity chamber is particularly harsh. Temperatures can soar to 40 or 50 degrees Celsius, while at times they plummet below freezing. Frankly speaking, even with his usual combat power of 6 million, Vegeta finds it somewhat challenging to endure such conditions during training. Yet, in the pursuit of strength, what is a little discomfort? After a brief rest, it is time for push-ups. 14,998, 14,999, and finally, 50,000. Vegeta withstands the muscle soreness and pushes through to complete the last push-up. Thus, the first set of training concludes. He is utterly exhausted. Vegeta lies on the ground, feeling as though he's been pulled from water. Sweat drenches his entire training suit. In less than half a day, he has executed the training regimen once. Merely completing it once nearly took his life, and he still has to endure 2 more sets of the same training. The thought leaves Vegeta disheartened. Having withstood challenges in future timelines, there is no reason he cannot endure now. After resting for a while, Vegeta steels himself and resumes training. As night falls, the temperature in the gravity chamber begins to drop sharply. Vegeta is still training. This is the final set, and he grits his teeth, finally enduring to the end. Panting heavily, he collapses onto the ground, gasping for air. Thus concludes a day of rigorous training. He feels as though every muscle in his body aches. After regaining some strength, Vegeta manages to rise from the floor. Perhaps it is best to rest for now. He heads to the storage room, grabs a bite to eat, and returns to bed. A day has passed. On the second day, Vegeta continues to repeat his previous training. 6 months have elapsed. Vegeta engages in various grueling exercises daily, having fully acclimatized to the training demands. After a day's training, he is still able to stand, and there remains a significant amount of energy within him. Flash cannon. Vegeta assumes a wide stance, his hands drawn together, though his posture quivers slightly, as if his body has been hollowed out. As the shout echoed, the flash cannon roared into the void. Boom! A terrifying explosion erupted in the abyss, reminiscent of hundreds of nuclear bombs detonating simultaneously, causing the entire hyperbolic time chamber to tremble. Thud! Vegeta collapsed to the ground, his training suit drenched once more with sweat. Vegeta was utterly exhausted. This was a result of unleashing 100 flash cannons. After completing his daily training regimen, if there remained any excess energy within him, he would expel it through energy waves, ensuring that not a drop of power lingered within his body. By the next day, his energy would naturally replenish. Such an intense training method was not without its merits. Over the past 6 months, Vegeta had honed his mastery of energy to an exquisite degree. The same amount of energy that once flowed through him could now yield twice the potency in his hands. Moreover, his combat power had surged to 10 million, an increase of 4 million compared to before. In his Super Saiyan transformation, this base power would escalate directly to 500 million. After resting for half a day, Vegeta finally regained some of his strength. Despite the breakthrough, this state still consumed too much energy. With his hands pressing against the ground, he sat up. He understood that the Super Saiyan form had a full power state, which allowed one to maintain the transformation without excessive energy expenditure, even amidst battle. How could he enter this state? Vegeta recalled that in the anime, Goku and Gohan had entered the hyperbolic time chamber and emerged able to sustain the full power state, astonishing everyone upon their return. This state was not documented in the information shared by Bubbles, presumably a development exclusive to Goku and his son. After some contemplation, Vegeta concluded that he could only rely on his own insight to cultivate it. At an elite school in West City, Bulma, "Where's your brother?" Laura inquired with a smile. Her figure was alluring, only slightly less so than Bulma's, yet her looks fell short in comparison. "What? Are you trying to bother my Vegeta again?" Bulma scoffed. Laura was her close friend, the daughter of a real estate magnate and one of the wealthiest individuals in the world. Laura blushed slightly, feeling a bit embarrassed by her friend's teasing. But how could she resist the allure of the cool Vegeta? No, I meant to say that your blonde-haired friend is looking for you again. Laura pointed towards the blonde boy ahead. Without your brother to protect you, I fear this guy might latch onto you. She was well aware of the prowess of that little brat Vegeta, who had always been Bulma's protector. Yet today he was conspicuously absent from school. Him? Bulma rolled her eyes. I'll have someone toss him into the sea to feed the fish. Not only did Vegeta dislike Bulma being pursued by other boys, but she herself also had no desire to be entangled with anyone else. Bulma's thoughts were solely occupied with the anticipation of Vegeta maturing, so they could eventually have children together. Lauren, rendered speechless, pondered the seriousness of throwing someone into the sea to feed the fish. Chapter 58. Lauren exclaimed, Raditz is so handsome. As she spoke, a young man with golden hair approached, holding a rose and accompanied by several followers. Miss Bulma, would you care to join me for a movie tonight? After scanning the surroundings and noticing that the cool little brat had not appeared, he felt a sense of relief. Lauren's lips twitched slightly. The golden-haired youth was the son of a global restaurant chain owner, with substantial family wealth, allowing him to attend this prestigious school. Lauren directly mocked him. Aren't you afraid Vegeta will eventually obliterate you? I hold genuine feelings for you. Miss Bulma. The youth disregarded Lauren's taunts. Bulma turned her gaze toward him, her chest heaving with anger. I am giving you one chance. Leave immediately, or you'll regret it. Her words echoed the essence of a refined lady. Get lost. Bulma's eyes blazed with fury as she delivered a powerful punch. The air erupted with a thunderous sound. The golden-haired youth was struck, spitting blood and flying backward for several meters. Bulma, you are incredible, Lauren exclaimed, covering her rosy lips in shock. What had she just witnessed? She saw Bulma, a seemingly delicate woman, send an adult flying several meters away. On the other side, witnessing the golden-haired youth tumble to the ground, his followers rushed to assist him. Young master, what happened to you? They inquired. Miss Bulma, you are too ruthless. Await our boss's revenge. They admonished Bulma. Bulma replied coldly, do not provoke me, or I will toss your entire family into the sea to feed the fish. Lauren's eyes sparkled with admiration. She found Bulma's assertiveness captivating. Given Bulma's family's influence, she certainly possessed the capability to back up her words. After delivering her fierce warning, they quickly escorted the golden-haired youth away from the school. At that moment, a figure with exceptionally long hair appeared in the school corridor. Raditz inquired, Bulma, what transpired here? Nothing much. If something arises, I'll call you and that brat. Understood. Raditz nodded, his chiseled profile catching Lauren's eye, causing her heart to race. Her cheeks flushed crimson. Bulma, who is he? He's so handsome. Oomph. Raditz scoffed, showing no interest in Earth women. Quickly introduce me. Lauren, seemingly oblivious to Raditz's demeanor, shook Bulma's arm excitedly. All right. Bulma, overwhelmed by the shaking, finally said, This is Raditz, my friend, and this is Lauren, my close confidant. She gestured to Raditz and then to Lauren. Lauren shyly greeted, Hello, Raditz. Are you free tonight? After speaking, she covered her face, feeling bold for the first time. Bulma, Raditz. The audacity of this woman is remarkable. Had it been the old Raditz, he would have reduced her to nothingness. Noticing Raditz's silence, Lauren felt an overwhelming shyness and gradually distanced herself from Bulma, moving closer to Raditz. Bulma, covering her face, exclaimed, I must say, could you refrain from being so brazen? This guy isn't even half as handsome as Vegeta. Lauren retorted, You only have eyes for your brother. I believe Raditz is far more attractive than Vegeta. With a slight huff, Lauren turned away. Cough, cough. Raditz cleared his throat, appearing indifferent, yet secretly relishing the compliment. This woman possesses a discerning eye. Enough of this. I must return home. Bulma cast a glance at Raditz. Understanding her cue, Raditz began to walk towards the school exit. Don't leave. Lauren attempted to follow. Bulma held her back, exasperated. He will come again tomorrow. There's no need to chase after him. With that, Bulma took off running, her combat power reaching its peak at 10. Lauren couldn't keep up with her. Stamping her foot in frustration, Lauren shouted, Make sure he comes again tomorrow. For the past few days, Raditz and Nappa had been taking turns escorting Bulma to and from her classes. As Raditz brought Bulma home, he intended to leave for training. Raditz, stop. Bulma called out. What is it? Raditz halted, puzzled. With a mischievous smile, Bulma said, I need you to help me with something. No, I must train. Are you sure? Bulma pouted. Raditz felt a sudden tightness in his chest at her gaze, meekly replying, Vegeta insists I adhere to his training regimen daily. If you don't help me, I shall tell Vegeta that you are bullying me. Bulma teased. Raditz thought to himself, You must be a devil. If Vegeta found out, he would surely obliterate me. What is it? Just tell me. Raditz conceded. Bulma whispered her request, and Raditz nodded in understanding from time to time. Once she finished, Raditz soared into the sky, vanishing without a trace. Watching Raditz depart, Bulma reclined on the sofa, elated. However, after a while, her smile faded. How boring. That vexatious Vegeta. She raked her fingers through her blue hair, lamenting that Vegeta had only been gone for a day, and already she could hardly bear it. 7 more days until he returns, Bulma muttered, counting on her fingers. She couldn't stand being without Vegeta. She was nearly at her wit's end. While Bulma fretted, Vegeta was also troubled within the hyperbolic time chamber. After a year of training there, his power had surged to an impressive 14 million. Every day, he engages in grueling training, diligently releasing the energy within him, thus mastering his control over it with increasing proficiency. The state of full power, which Vegeta has incessantly pondered, has now become his daily training regimen. Although he has made significant progress, one day, in a moment of inspiration, he decides to delve into the cultivation of realms. To his surprise, he discovers that the more formidable his normal strength becomes, the more challenging it is to integrate his power deep within himself. Consequently, the enhancement of his spirit and soul becomes hindered. Who could have anticipated such a predicament? Vegeta sits upon the ground, a halo of golden hair resembling a chaotic nest atop his head. It appears he must temporarily ease his focus on strength training. Contemplating deeply, Vegeta realizes that to traverse both paths, he cannot solely concentrate on the cultivation of power. Otherwise, as his strength grows, the path to enlightenment will become fraught with thorns, rendering it impassable. With this understanding, he sets aside his strength training and embarks on the journey of realm cultivation. Chapter 59. Today Vegeta returns. In the realm of cultivation, the essence lies in tranquility. He sits in the ethereal expanse of the hyperbolic time chamber, calming his mind. He guides the energy within him, practicing according to the methods imparted by Bubbles. After a while, Vegeta finds it remarkably easy to enter a meditative state, particularly in controlling his spirit and soul. Though he still faces challenges when it comes to merging his power. Could it be due to his previous training in the ethereal state? This thought crosses his mind, and he realizes it may indeed hold some truth. The information Bubbles conveyed to him describes the ethereal state as having 3 stages. First, one must achieve a silence surpassing the heavens. Second, one must attain a swiftness exceeding that of lightning. Finally, the synthesis of both leads to the ethereal state. During his training in the hyperbolic time chamber of the future timeline, Vegeta had managed to reach the first stage. Achieving this stage sharpens one's reflexes remarkably. During his battles with future Trunks and future Vegeta, he relied on this heightened awareness to evade numerous attacks. While others aimed to strike him, they found it impossible, and Vegeta could counterattack at will. As for the subsequent stages of cultivation, he realizes that with his current mindset, he is not yet capable of such feats. Nevertheless, he dismisses these concerns, prioritizing whatever aids his realm cultivation. Shaking his head, Vegeta resumes his focus on the path of enlightenment. As he calms his mind, the ethereal energy surrounding him intensifies, shimmering like fireflies in a dazzling display. Time ticks by, and 3 years pass in what feels like an eternity. So slow, Vegeta retracts the mysterious aura back into himself. In the span of 3 years, he has harnessed the power to elevate his spirit, and his inner essence has undergone a subtle transformation. Were the celestial beings to behold him now, they would undoubtedly recognize that his essence, or dimension, has become akin to that of the cat sage. It is worth noting that the cat sage has existed for over 800 years, diligently cultivating his powers. Yet his realm remains modest. A marvel. Vegeta is indeed a prodigy. In just 3 years of training, his essence has evolved to a level comparable to that of the cat sage. However, Vegeta remains unsatisfied with this pace, feeling that after reaching this realm, his progress has considerably slowed. Is it due to the extraordinarily high nature of his constant power? A sense of frustration envelopes him, for he has begun to appreciate the benefits that come with ascending to a higher realm. When Vegeta transforms into a Super Saiyan, the enhancement derives solely from his bloodline. The amount of energy he emits is directly perceivable by others. Yet, he is simultaneously cultivating his realm. While this realm does not directly augment his combat prowess, it allows him to conceal his outer energy. The higher his realm, the more his energy remains hidden. Upon reaching the divine realm, his power will be infused with a divine essence, entirely imperceptible to mortals. Of course, the advantages extend beyond mere concealment. Vegeta realizes that although his realm does not provide an immediate increase in combat power, it does fortify his strength. For instance, 3 years prior, when utilizing the same energy, his power output was merely double that of his former self. Now, having entered the first level of his realm, the same energy results in a 5-fold enhancement. In terms of combat capability, Vegeta now possesses a base power level of 14 million, with the ability to unleash a force equivalent to 90 million. Should he ascend to the Super Saiyan state, my goodness, he could achieve a staggering 5 billion in combat power. This is nearly on par with a lightning cell. Although he has yet to break through to the Super Saiyan 2 state, he has already attained the strength of that level. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Vegeta reclines in the hyperbolic time chamber, allowing himself a moment of relaxation. There are still 3 years remaining until he reaches adulthood. He wonders whether he will be able to shatter the dimensional barriers by then. In this vast and inhospitable world, he has long since adapted to the harsh environment. Yet, a profound sense of loneliness envelopes him, having not spoken to another soul in 4 years. At this moment, he yearns for companionship, especially missing Bulma dearly. He recalls promising to take her out for barbecue, a promise left unfulfilled. He remembers vowing to teach her to fly, yet that too remains unaccomplished. With a heavy sigh, Vegeta finds his mind filled with visions of Bulma's graceful figure. As he continues to recline, he reflects upon Raditz and Nappa. He wonders how their training is progressing, having assured them of a swift enhancement to their powers. Gazing into the blank expanse of this world, he contemplates the possibility of inviting them to train alongside him. However, the time chamber allows only 2 individuals to enter at once. Moreover, Vegeta is uncertain whether he can attain Super Saiyan 3 strength within the mere span of 8 years. If he fails, they may be compelled to remain inside for an even longer duration. Thus, he resolved to continue his training. Vegeta sat up, his gaze resolute. He was determined to surpass his limits and achieve Super Saiyan 3 within the remaining time. 8 days swiftly elapsed. In a prestigious academy in West City, Lauren leaned over her desk, gazing at Bulma with delight. Bulma, have you heard? The chain stores owned by that blonde fellow have been vandalized repeatedly over the past few days. It was reported on the news. A hint of a smile graced Bulma's lips, for this was indeed an act she had incited Raditz to execute. You didn't orchestrate this, did you? Lauren inquired cautiously, noticing Bulma's expression. Bulma suppressed her smile, replying coolly, How could that possibly be me? I lack such power. Lack power? Nonsense. Lauren teased her playfully. After all, Bulma's family was the wealthiest in the world. Dealing with a nouveau riche was hardly a challenge. By the way, Lauren suddenly blushed, asking, Will Raditz be picking you up today? Today, Nappa is coming for me. Why do you ask? Is it that bald fellow again? Lauren sighed, grasping Bulma's delicate hand, pleading, Could you please ask Raditz to come and get you? Why are you so fixated on Raditz? He is really not handsome at all. Bulma retorted, exasperated. Lauren pouted, mockingly scolding, I won't allow you to speak ill of Raditz. All right, I won't say anything further, Bulma conceded, though she honestly believed Raditz was far from attractive. Humph. Lauren huffed, then began to shake Bulma's arm, playfully begging, Please, Bulma, let Raditz come and pick you up. Fine, if it means that much to you, I suppose I can ask him. Bulma promptly sent a message via her communicator, only to receive a reply from Raditz stating that Nappa was the one picking her up today and he was not involved. Seeing Lauren inch closer, Bulma quickly threatened Raditz, saying that if he did not arrive soon, he would face consequences when Vegeta returned that day. The moment she sent that message, she received a swift reply. On my way. Chapter 60. Bulma. My Vegeta is coming back. As school was about to dismiss, Lauren and Bulma made their way towards the exit. Suddenly, 2 bodyguards clad in black suits appeared before them, bearing a stretcher. Upon it lay a figure entirely wrapped in bandages, resembling a mummy. Despite the extensive coverings, Bulma and Lauren recognized him by the few strands of blonde hair protruding. Wasn't he this the nouveau riche blonde? How had he been so thoroughly beaten? Judging by the reports, it seemed he had crossed someone, leading to the destruction of all his chain stores. As the students passing by recognized the arrogant blonde, the bodyguard approached the 2 ladies and respectfully bowed, saying, Miss Bulma, our master has instructed us to have our young master apologize to you. Please, have mercy and let him off this time. This declaration caused an uproar among the onlookers. It turned out that this blonde had offended Miss Bulma, which was a reckless act indeed. Did they not realize that she was the daughter of Dr. Briefs? Surely, this blonde must have been blinded by infatuation. Ah, where was that cool little fellow? Otherwise, the blonde might have met his end right here. Are you referring to that boy named Vegeta? Indeed, his prowess is unmatched. Lauren glanced at Bulma, covering her mouth as she chuckled. You can't deny it was your doing. No wonder Vegeta hasn't shown up in days. Come on, did your brother do this? Lauren playfully poked Bulma at her waist. All right, enough of this. Bulma swatted Lauren's hand away and approached the bodyguards, curling her lip in disdain. Make him apologize in person, or I will take matters up with your boss. Upon finishing her words, Bulma revealed her pearly white teeth. A devilish grin sending chills down the spines of the two bodyguards. The bodyguard wiped the sweat from his brow. Given our young master's current state, do you think he can speak? Ha ha, indeed. Bulma chuckled, covering her mouth. The blonde had taken a hit from her, yet the injury was not severe. So why was he in such a state? It was simply because, without Vegeta's company these past few days, Bulma had grown exceedingly bored and had summoned Raditz to give the blonde another beating. Just then, the blonde suddenly emitted muffled sounds, as he spotted a familiar figure soaring through the sky, his lifelong nightmare. The next moment, Raditz strode in from outside the school. Bulma, let us go, Raditz said nonchalantly. Raditz, Lauren exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she hurried to Raditz's side, leaving Bulma feeling slightly embarrassed. Bulma pointed at the blonde and coldly declared, ensure this scoundrel never crosses my path again, or I shall toss your boss's entire family to the fishes. Yes, yes. The bodyguards promptly whisked the blonde away, disappearing from sight. Do you still want to deal with that guy? Raditz inquired. So is Bulma. Who sent you? Where's Vegeta? Lauren asked, puzzled. Raditz, upon hearing Lauren's words, found himself both amused and exasperated with Bulma. It seemed she had summoned him repeatedly over the past few days, wasting his training time. If it weren't for her discerning eye, claiming he was more handsome than Vegeta, Raditz might have considered eliminating her discreetly. Lauren, you really meddle too much. Bulma pinched Lauren's delicate face, momentarily crumpling her fair features. Though Lauren was not as striking as Bulma, at that moment, Raditz found her somewhat endearing. What on earth? Hey, Raditz, why are you blushing? Lauren freed herself from Bulma's grasp and approached Raditz, gazing upon his resolute profile. As their eyes met, the air seemed to momentarily suspend. Raditz, unable to maintain eye contact, felt a flutter of anxiety. Lauren's gaze was intoxicating, causing his heart to race uncontrollably. Are you unwell? Lauren questioned with genuine concern, reaching out to touch Raditz's forehead. Instantly, his cheeks flushed deeper. Wow, you're so hot, Lauren exclaimed. Raditz quickly distanced himself, his eyes darting uncertainly as he stammered. It's probably just the heat, yes, the heat. You know, my hair is quite long. It's a bit overwhelming. Bulma's lips twitched, incredulous that he could be so naive. Could he possibly have feelings for Lauren? We should be going, Raditz declared, turning away hastily to avoid Lauren's gaze. You sly one, Bulma chuckled. She had noticed Raditz's unusual glances towards Lauren over the past few days, contemplating the possibility of his interest in her. She then released Lauren's hand, saying, Lauren, I must head back. See you tomorrow. Don't rush off just yet, Lauren began, but before she could finish, an immense aura enveloped the sky, causing the earth to tremble violently. The ground quaked, a cacophony of thunder reverberating through the atmosphere, as powerful forces tore the sky into a web of cracks, as if the heavens themselves were on the verge of collapse. In an instant, the world was engulfed in panic. Raditz, I am scared, Lauren exclaimed, gripping his hand tightly. Bulma, equally unsettled, was grateful for Raditz's support. What is happening, Raditz? Bulma asked anxiously. Ever since the Elder had unlocked her potential, she had become particularly attuned to such energies. The magnitude of this disturbance felt even more terrifying than Frieza's transformations. It's Vegeta's energy, Raditz exclaimed with elation. It seemed Vegeta had achieved another breakthrough. Let us ascend to the other world. Without hesitation, Raditz enveloped the two women in a radiant light, shooting upwards. Simultaneously, beams of white light erupted from various locations on Earth, all heading towards the other world. Once airborne, Lauren was taken aback. Raditz could fly. Raditz! It's Goku and the others. Bulma pointed towards the distance. Two streaks of light approached swiftly, revealing Goku and Gohan. Soon after, figures began to appear all around them. Krillin, Yamcha, Piccolo, Chaozu, and Tien had all arrived. Goku greeted everyone cheerfully. Bulma, filled with joy, exchanged pleasantries, knowing that Vegeta was soon to return to her side. Among all present, only Lauren remained petrified. Everyone else could fly. Chapter 61. Vegeta's unexpected growth. Raditz, how could you bring her along? Bulma exclaimed, holding her head in exasperation. Raditz smirked slightly, and in a moment of impulse, he brought the woman along with him. Lauren grasped Bulma's hand, her excitement palpable. Bulma, how can you fly? I'll explain later. Let us ascend to the celestial realm first. Bulma glanced at Lauren before addressing the group. All right, Sun Wukong, and the others nodded, disregarding the unfamiliar woman, preparing to soar into the heavens. However, a sudden, terrifying explosion reverberated throughout the universe. A powerful shockwave sent everyone hurtling back several hundred meters. Ah! Lauren exclaimed in sheer terror, grateful for Raditz's protection, fearing she might lose her composure otherwise. The howling winds raged, but gradually, the tempest began to calm. It seems Vegeta has successfully broken through. Let us go. Sun Wukong surveyed the group, transforming into a beam of light, vanishing into the void. The others exchanged glances, nodding in unison, and also disappeared into the ether. After their departure, Raditz, attempting to console Lauren, slightly pursed his lips, though his nature made it difficult for him to find the right words. Are you all right? Yem Mifine. Lauren clutched Raditz tightly, her gaze fixed on the composed Bulma. Astonished. Bulma, how can you remain so unfazed by such a terrifying aura? Well, my brother has exposed me to many such scenes, so I'm not afraid. Bulma chuckled. Vegeta? Lauren murmured, recalling Raditz's earlier words that this overwhelming presence belonged to Vegeta. Could that little rascal truly be so formidable? Let us go. Without acknowledging Lauren's reaction, Raditz led the two women toward the celestial realm. Upon their arrival, a cacophony of voices reached them. Vegeta, you've grown taller. Was that aura you just unleashed? Your energy feels different. It shouldn't be so weak. A throng encircled one individual, their astonishment evident. Bulma pulled Lauren closer. As she approached the center of the crowd, she beheld a striking young man, standing under 7 meters tall, with hair that stood upright like flames, sharply defined cheekbones, a high, smooth forehead, and striking brows. The familiar hairstyle and those profound, inscrutable eyes made Bulma instantly recognize him. Vegeta, how have you suddenly grown so much? Bulma exclaimed in shock. The resemblance was undeniable. Bulma. Vegeta broke through the crowd, instantly appearing by her side. He enveloped her in a tight embrace. What's wrong? Bulma furrowed her brow, sensing something peculiar in Vegeta's demeanor. He held her close, burying his face in her hair, inhaling that familiar scent. After a moment of silence, he finally proclaimed, at last, I have found you. Vegeta inhaled deeply, feeling the softness in his arms, as the pangs of loneliness within him dissipated in an instant. 8 years. It had been a full 8 years since he last laid eyes on Bulma. Now, at long last, he was reunited with the woman he had longed for. Bulma clung to him tightly, exclaiming, Vegeta, what's wrong? I missed you. Vegeta buried his head in her embrace, his voice tinged with an unfamiliar, choked emotion. It was understandable for Vegeta to exhibit such sentiment. The hyperbolic time chamber was vast and isolating, and during those 8 years, he had spoken to no one, living in solitude that one could scarcely imagine. Moreover, the conditions within the chamber were particularly harsh, and a normal person might have succumbed to hallucinations after a spell. Had it not been for Vegeta's intense training, his mental fortitude and spirit remarkably strong, he might have lost his sanity within 3 years. I missed you too. Bulma tightened her hold on Vegeta. During those 8 days apart, she had nearly driven herself to madness with her longing for him. This feeling was reminiscent of the time when Vegeta had first vanished during their childhood. Bulma, tomorrow I shall take you out for barbecue, and then teach you how to fly, Vegeta murmured as he nestled closer. You finally remembered to take me out for barbecue after all these years. Bulma pouted. I always remembered, I always did. Vegeta reiterated, for those 2 promises had been his anchor throughout his time in the chamber. The 2 remained in their embrace. After a moment, noticing Vegeta's emotions had steadied, Bulma asked, Vegeta, how did you grow up so suddenly? Indeed, others turned to look. Goku remarked, and why does your energy feel so weak? Piccolo nodded, perplexed. How could someone capable of defeating Frieza possess such diminished energy? Realizing this, Piccolo glanced at Krillin. Sensing that Vegeta's energy was akin to Krillin's own, understanding the implication in Piccolo's gaze, Krillin wished to retort, is that polite? Vegeta, resting in Bulma's arms, interjected, you all are so noisy. Having just emerged from the chamber, could they not allow him a moment of peace with Bulma? Bulma, noticing Vegeta's head turned aside, promptly pressed it back against her chest, addressing the crowd. Exactly. You're all so loud. With a playful huff, she emphasized her point. Vegeta continued to bask in the soothing comfort of Bulma's embrace. A collective silence enveloped the group. What a pair they were. Only Raditz and Lauren stood at the periphery, exchanging glances without uttering a word. Time passed slowly, yet Vegeta remained in Bulma's hold, surrounded by the throng of onlookers. The heavens above were eerily silent. Damn Vegeta! Sun Wukong was eager to comprehend how Vegeta had suddenly matured and what his current strength might entail. However, it was evident from Vegeta's demeanor that he had no intention of divulging this information. Krillin, gazing at Vegeta, gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "I would love to give him a good thrashing. As if you could ever defeat him." Piccolo retorted, mercilessly mocking him. After a brief moment, Bulma cradled Vegeta's head, feeling a tingling sensation in her chest. "All right, that should suffice. Everyone is anxious. No, I want to hold you forever." Bulma paused in surprise, then tugged at Vegeta's ear, admonishing, "Get up this instant." She was also quite curious about why Vegeta had suddenly grown taller. Ouch! Vegeta feigned pain, letting out a mock cry. Bulma promptly pressed him back into place, her small hand gently massaging his ear, soothingly insisting, "It doesn't hurt, it doesn't hurt." A vein appeared on the foreheads of the onlookers, utterly speechless. Vegeta's spirits lifted slightly, and he finally raised his head. Everyone stared intently at him, including Raditz and Lauren, who leaned in closer. Vegeta cast a glance at the group. "You must be quite curious about why I suddenly grew taller." Chapter 62. Raditz's spring has arrived. Though everyone was eager to know, they remained silent, leaving Vegeta to squirm in discomfort. "Don't you want to know?" Vegeta chuckled. Since no one is interested, I shall remain silent." With that, he buried his head back into Bulma's bosom, soft and comfortable. Bulma's face instantly flushed with embarrassment. This fellow truly lacked decorum. After a while, Sun Wukong could no longer contain himself and urged, "Just tell us already." Observing Vegeta's infuriating expression, Piccolo felt his lips twitch. Were it not for the disparity in strength, he vowed to treat Vegeta to a fiery hot pot. Even Gohan and Kairatsu were inclined to give Vegeta a good beating. He was simply insufferable. "Stop teasing everyone." This time, Bulma ceased to indulge Vegeta and began to tug at his ear with more force. Vegeta grimaced, but finally spoke. "Kakarot, you must be aware of the hyperbolic time chamber." The hyperbolic time chamber? Sun Wukong was momentarily taken aback. During his childhood, he had entered the chamber once, but the harsh conditions had driven him out within a month. Tien looked at Sun Wukong. "What exactly is the hyperbolic time chamber?" "Wukong, do you know what it is?" The crowd was filled with curiosity. Sun Wukong surveyed everyone and remarked, if Vegeta entered the hyperbolic time chamber, then his sudden growth could indeed be explained. Observing the puzzled expressions on the faces of the crowd, Sun Wukong continued, "The room of spirit and time is a truly extraordinary place. Inside, a year equates to merely a day outside. As long as Vegeta spends 2 days within, he will have experienced 2 years. The Saiyan maturation period is notably prolonged. It is only upon reaching adulthood that a Saiyon's height can increase dramatically overnight. I believe Vegeta must have spent those 2 years inside the room, which explains his sudden growth. After all, I too trained for 3 years in the other world before experiencing a similar transformation overnight." Upon hearing about the marvel of the room of spirit and time, Yamcha exclaimed, "Is there truly such an astonishing place in the world? Can we also enter that room?" The crowd chimed in with enthusiasm. Even Raditz expressed a desire to enter. Sun Wukong glanced at Vegeta, who was still engaged in a tender moment with Bulma, a frown crossing his brow as he realized he must explain to the others. "If you wish to go, that is certainly possible. Soon." Sun Wukong began to outline the guidelines for the room of spirit and time. Each individual can only enter for 2 days in their lifetime. Krillin's eyes widened. He too wished to utilize the room for training, particularly since his former companion, Sun Wukong, had progressed far beyond him. Although they had yet to reach the later stages of Dragon Ball, Krillin, as a disciple of Master Roshi, still harbored aspirations for improvement. Tien looked at Krillin and remarked mildly, "Did you not hear that the environment inside is exceedingly harsh? Do you believe you can endure it?" "Endure?" At the mention of this word, the others shook their heads. They were prepared to face even death in pursuit of greater martial prowess. What was a little adversity in the room of spirit and time compared to that? Tien recognized this as well, and upon finishing his statement, he fell silent. By the way, Sun Wukong suddenly recalled the formidable aura he had sensed. "Vegeta, was that immense pressure you just emitted? Have you broken through again?" The crowd turned their attention to Vegeta, who was still wrapped up in his embrace of Bulma, inhaling her refreshing fragrance, feeling a sense of tranquility. Oh, it was only then that he noticed everyone was looking at him. Why are you all staring at me? The crowd fell into a moment of speechlessness. A pair of lovebirds. At that moment, Bulma reiterated their previous conversation to Vegeta. Vegeta replied promptly, that? Yes, that was my doing. The commotion was caused by me breaking the dimensional barriers of the room of spirit and time. And how strong are you now? The crowd was more curious about the extent of Vegeta's power than his height. Vegeta pondered for a moment, finding it difficult to articulate his strength. Finally, blinking earnestly, he declared, "None of you combined would stand a chance against me." At this proclamation, a collective silence fell over the group. Why must he use them as a benchmark for his strength? It was truly infuriating. The words of Vegeta sounded as frivolous as the wind. Previously, they could not contend with him, and now that Vegeta has once again transcended his limits, how could they possibly stand a chance? Observing Vegeta's solemn demeanor, a sense of frustration welled up within the onlookers. Krillin gritted his teeth, yearning to deliver a well-deserved thrashing. At that moment, Goku released a couple of deep breaths, nodding in agreement. Can you defeat him? Despite Piccolo's desire to confront Vegeta, he could not resist taunting him ruthlessly. Goku, his patience wearing thin, fixed a fiery gaze upon Piccolo and declared, "Piccolo, don't you dare leave. I need to have a word with you." The audacity of their words irked Goku, who was determined to enlighten Piccolo about the essence of the flowers. No, rather, the mystery of their vibrant green hue. Under Goku's intense stare, Piccolo felt an icy shiver down his spine and promptly vanished from the celestial realm. If he lingered any longer, his fate would be sealed. Sensingu Piccolo esse astiritrit, Goku, accompanied by Gohan, also disappeared from the heavens. As the others grasped the reason behind Vegeta's sudden growth and recognized that the recent aura emanated from his breakthrough, they chose not to linger any longer in the celestial realm. As for the faint energy surrounding Vegeta, it was likely concealed through some technique, a secret they chose not to pry into. The matter of the hyperbolic time chamber would be addressed once they restored their composure. "I'm leaving too," Krillin exclaimed, soaring in the direction Piccolo had taken, eager to witness how Goku would confront him. Until next time, Tien and Kairatsu also leaped down from the celestial domain. Goodbye. Vegeta and Bulma. Yamcha waved at the pair. Receiving a nod from Vegeta filled Yamcha with joy, as it signified the acknowledgement from a formidable warrior. Subsequently, he too vanished from sight. All that remained in the celestial realm were Vegeta, Bulma, Raditz, and Lauren. "How can you all fly?" Lauren, finally seizing the opportunity to speak, inquired. "Lauren, what are you doing here?" Vegeta recalled her distinctly, as she had often schemed to get under his skin during Bulma's school days. Raditz brought her along. Bulma clarified regarding the recent events. At that moment, Vegeta scrutinized Raditz, causing a chill to creep down Raditz's back. Lauren stepped protectively in front of Raditz, asserting, "Why are you staring at my Raditz? You haven't answered my question yet." Vegeta glanced at Bulma, pointing at Raditz and questioning, "What is her deal?" Bulma replied with a resigned smile, "Looks like she has taken a liking to Raditz." "Unbelievable," Vegeta exclaimed, holding his head in disbelief. He never anticipated that Raditz would experience a moment of romance. Chapter 63, Mrs. Briefs. "When are you two getting married?" Lauren stepped forward, wrapping her arm around Bulma's, and sweetly inquired, "Bulma, how did you learn to fly?" Today, she encountered an overwhelming number of shocking events. Initially, she believed that the earth-shattering scenes were the result of a natural disaster. Who would have imagined they were instigated by a mere child? But that was not the end of it. Astonishingly, that child suddenly matured into an adult within just a few days, and his companions possessed the ability to fly. What could possibly be more exaggerated than this? It seems that our planet is safeguarded by a formidable group of martial artists, all of whom can soar through the skies. As Bulma explained, "Are you all those powerful martial artists, then?" Lauren pondered, suddenly enlightened. No wonder Bulma could send an adult flying several meters with a single punch. "I cannot fly yet." Bulma glanced at Vegeta, and with a shy smile, she replied, "But I will soon." Vegeta had mentioned that he would teach her to fly starting tomorrow. Having witnessed the carefree flights of those around her, and having experienced it herself, Lauren felt a pang of envy that Bulma could also take to the skies. With this thought, Lauren embraced Raditz tightly. "Raditz, I want to learn to fly too." "Let go of me," Raditz exclaimed, his arms encircled by her softness, causing his breath to hitch. He wanted to break free, but feared hurting her. Witnessing this scene, Vegeta's lips twitched slightly. Could this fool actually have someone who cared for him? Forget them. Let us return. Vegeta disregarded Raditz, effortlessly hoisting Bulma onto his chest before soaring down from the celestial realm. The sunset painted the sky in hues of orange and yellow, with a few white clouds drifting lazily above, creating a picturesque scene. Vegeta flew at a leisurely pace, holding Bulma close like a koala. Their bodies were pressed together, their gazes locked. Sensing Vegeta's sudden intensity, Bulma extended her delicate hands to cradle his cool face, looking into his eyes. What is wrong? I missed you. I missed you too. Bulma responded with a radiant smile, planting a quick kiss on Vegeta's lips. I didn't expect my brother Vegeta to have grown up. She giggled. Vegeta licked his lips, still tinged with the sweetness of her kiss. Gazing at her enchanting visage, with sparkling eyes framed by elegant brows and a flawless, porcelain-like face, he felt a stirring in his heart. Should one ask who the most beautiful woman in Dragon Ball is, he would undoubtedly proclaim it to be Bulma. And that statement would be irrefutable. Suddenly, Bulma recalled something and inquired, wait, didn't Goku say that the hyperbolic time chamber could only be accessed for 2 days? Why were you gone for 8 days? Because I spent 8 years inside the chamber. Otherwise, how do you think I grew up so suddenly? What? Bulma's pupils dilated in shock, for she distinctly remembered Goku mentioning that one could only spend 2 days in the hyperbolic time chamber throughout their lifetime, or risk being trapped there forever. How did you manage to escape? Vegeta responded nonchalantly. I possessed the strength to shatter the dimensional barrier, and thus, I emerged. However, the reality was far more complex. In order to emerge on time, he trained relentlessly, risking his life each day. Each time his body was severely injured during training, he would consume a senzu bean. Over time, he had consumed tens of thousands of these beans, leaving him with fewer than 20,000 now. Ultimately, through a breakthrough in his realm, he attained the level of a supreme being and successfully broke through the dimensional barrier while in his Super Saiyan 2 form. Indeed, he had not ascended to Super Saiyan 3, yet through simultaneous cultivation, he managed to breach the barrier in his Super Saiyan 2 state. Upon hearing Vegeta's claim of having transcended the dimensional barrier to escape, Bulma trembled with anger. No wonder he had constantly mentioned thinking of her. It had been 8 long years since they last saw each other. Bulma, what is the matter with you? She cried, burying her head in Vegeta's embrace, her voice quivering. She understood that Vegeta had likely withheld this information to spare her worry, yet it only resulted in her anxiety. I'm so sorry. Vegeta held Bulma tightly, resting his head against her flowing blue hair. He had feared causing her distress, yet ultimately, she was worried nonetheless. However, given Frieza's return, it was inevitable that the androids would soon follow. If he did not quickly enhance his strength, how could he protect Bulma? Could he truly defeat the androids with merely his Super Saiyan form? That was but a foolish dream. After a while, Vegeta held Bulma in his arms as they soared through the sky. Bulma, I was wrong. Will you forgive me? Oof. Bulma buried her face deeper into his chest, relishing the mature aura of her beloved brother Vegeta. Still not forgiving me? Not a chance. She playfully retorted. Then I want to teach you to fly tomorrow. You dare? Why wouldn't I? With a mischievous grin, Vegeta added, I would dare to do much more. Just moments later, their lips met, enveloped in warmth. After a few minutes, they parted. Bulma, her cheeks flushed, once again nestled into Vegeta's embrace, feeling a delightful bliss within. Observing Bulma's bashful demeanor, Vegeta smacked his lips and chuckled, truly delightful. You rascal, she exclaimed, giggling. Vegeta then carried Bulma back to West City. With a soft thud, they landed in the courtyard. Dr. Briefs and Mrs. Briefs were enjoying afternoon tea. Mrs. Briefs looked at Vegeta and remarked, Oh, Vegeta, have you grown taller? Indeed, he has. Dr. Briefs nodded in agreement. Despite Vegeta's growth, his distinctive hairstyle allowed his in-laws to recognize him instantly. Indeed, we Saiyans can mature overnight. Vegeta approached the table, ravenously devouring the cake. Hearing his words, Bulma understood that he wished to spare his parents-in-law any concern. A subtle smile graced her lips. How kind Vegeta was. Dr. Briefs, witnessing Vegeta's frenzied actions, inquired, Vegeta, have you not eaten? Father-in-law, I am famished. Please, have someone prepare some food for me. Vegeta clutched the cake, casting a pitiful glance at Dr. Briefs. Bulma, see to it that Vegeta is fed. We cannot have him starve. I've already arranged for food. Bulma chuckled lightly, knowing that Vegeta had spent 8 years in the hyperbolic time chamber and must be starving. Therefore, upon their return, she had instructed the household staff to prepare meals in anticipation of their arrival. Mrs. Briefs covered her mouth with a smile, remarking, Vegeta has grown so much. It is certainly time for him to marry Bulma. Dr. Briefs nodded in agreement, having long accepted Vegeta as part of the family. Such a rascal. Bulma dismissed the couple's banter and led Vegeta to partake of other dishes. Chapter 64. Bulma, I want to bear your trunks. Father-in-law, mother-in-law, I must take my leave. Vegeta was tugged along by Bulma, still clutching his unfinished piece of cake. As they departed, he did not forget to bid farewell to the Briefs couple. Observing Vegeta's comical demeanor, Dr. Briefs turned to his wife with a smile. What do you think of Vegeta? In Dr. Briefs' heart, Vegeta was a man of responsibility. He had unhesitatingly ventured into the future to rescue Bulma and their son in response to Future Trunks' plea for help. This act deeply touched Dr. Briefs. Moreover, his wish for both versions of Bulma to remain youthful demonstrated the affection he held for her. Thus, entrusting Bulma to Vegeta brought him great peace of mind. However, oh ho ho ho, Vegeta is quite handsome. Mrs. Briefs giggled, covering her mouth. Dr. Briefs felt a pang of exasperation. He had indeed forgotten his wife's nature. Asking her was akin to inviting a tempest. The sun's rays gradually faded from the horizon, casting a shadow over the evening sky. At the Briefs household, two individuals sat at the dining table. Young Master Vegeta, I shall prepare a new spread for you. Dozens of servants swiftly cleared the table, replacing it with an entirely new feast. Since returning in the afternoon, Vegeta had been engaged in a relentless battle with the food. This was his fifth banquet, and he still had yet to satiate his appetite. It is fortunate that his wife is the daughter of the world's wealthiest man. Vegeta is utterly unconcerned about depleting her resources. Eat slowly, Bulma said, handing a pitcher of beverage to Vegeta. Observing his mannerisms as he indulged in his meal, a subtle smile curled at the corners of Bulma's lips. Vegeta's eating habits remained unchanged, or rather, they had become even more exaggerated. Gulping down his drink, Vegeta quickly took a sip before resuming his feast. After some time, he finished the last plate of roasted meat, patted his belly, and finally felt satiated. Noticing someone watching him, Vegeta turned his head to see Bulma resting her delicate chin on the dining table, her porcelain complexion tinged with a hint of rosy hue. Her lashes fluttered shyly, exuding an enchanting allure. Vegeta swallowed hard, feeling that the greatest joy in the world was having his wife gaze at him while he ate. Why are you looking at me like that? Bulma blushed deeper under the heat of Vegeta's intense gaze. Her Vegeta had grown up and looked exceptionally handsome. At that moment, an inexplicable thought suddenly surfaced in her mind. Vegeta shook his head, feeling that Bulma was quite captivating. Coming back to reality, Vegeta inquired, "Where's Nappa?" Today, he had seen everyone except Nappa. Nappa is still training in the gravity chamber. Bulma replied, "That bald head is quite diligent, isn't he? How could he not be?" Nappa mentioned that Raditz is about to surpass him. No way, Vegeta exclaimed in surprise, recalling that Nappa was several times stronger than Raditz. However, given Nappa's age, it was not unreasonable for him to be overtaken by the younger generation. "Vegeta, you're back?" Just as Vegeta was pondering, Nappa joyfully entered the room. He had just finished training and sensed Vegeta's energy at home, prompting him to rush over, remembering Vegeta's promise to help him enhance his power. "Vegeta, you've grown taller." "Shut up." Upon hearing Vegeta's icy reprimand, Nappa quickly covered his mouth, shrinking back like a timid kitten. Witnessing this, Bulma couldn't help but chuckle. Vegeta truly was the nemesis of both Raditz and Nappa. Vegeta narrowed his eyes, glancing at Nappa. Nappa had been on Earth for nearly a month, diligently adhering to the training regimen he had devised. 10,000 battle power, having neither consumed senzu beans nor endured severe injuries for recovery. Vegeta estimated that Nappa's strength was approximately 10,000. If Nappa possessed 10,000 battle power, then Raditz must be close to that level as well. Otherwise, Nappa wouldn't have claimed that Raditz was about to surpass him. Indeed, the gravity chamber had an extraordinary effect on Saiyans. At that moment, Raditz entered the room, his complexion flushed and a slight smile gracing his lips, indicating his good spirits. However, he was soon halted by Vegeta's cold voice. "Stop. What's the matter?" Raditz, bewildered, gazed at Vegeta. He was already aware of the reason behind Vegeta's newfound height, so his current demeanor did not surprise him. Vegeta continued, "Have you completed your training tasks for today?" "I have." Raditz's eyes darted nervously. Was Vegeta truly a devil? He had scarcely emerged from the hyperbolic time chamber when he sought to trouble him. Vegeta, perceiving Raditz's deceit, spoke in a low tone. "Did you go on a date with Lauren?" Indeed, Raditz had escorted Lauren home and lingered at her place for a while. But such confessions were perilous. He quickly glanced at Bulma, his eyes pleading for her intervention. "Bulma, noticing the situation, pinched Vegeta's ear and scolded. What do you intend to do? I sent Raditz to pick me up. Originally, Nappa was supposed to collect her, but she had called Raditz instead. Thus, Bulma was determined to protect Raditz's life. Otherwise, he would refuse to assist her in the future. Ouch! Raditz yelped as his ear was pinched, hastily gesturing for him and Nappa to exit. The two swiftly fled, their expressions reflecting their relief at escaping. Vegeta is terrifying. Thank goodness Bulma was here, they thought. I told you calling Bulma was necessary. She saved our skins at a critical moment, Raditz exclaimed, patting his chest and gasping for breath. Indeed, Raditz, you are quite thoughtful, Nappa replied, relieved. He had to admit that Raditz was quite capable, though it was somewhat irksome that his power was nearing his own. Raditz turned to Nappa, curious. Do you think Vegeta will help us rapidly enhance our combat abilities tomorrow? He mentioned it before. Nappa stroked his shiny head, feeling a surge of excitement. Raditz nodded, then added, I have a nagging feeling that something unpleasant is about to unfold. Meanwhile, within the room, after satisfying his appetite, Bulma instructed the servants to clear the dining table. Having spent 8 years in the hyperbolic time chamber, Vegeta decided to unwind with a bath before retreating to his room for a well-deserved rest. He entered the bathroom, where the tub had been filled with warm water by Bulma. Disrobing, he reclined at the edge of the bath and sighed. How blissful. However, Vegeta, I'm coming in. A graceful figure entered, already undressed, wrapped in a white towel that accentuated her curvaceous legs. Each step she took was irresistibly alluring. As Bulma bent down, the deep cleft at her chest caught Vegeta's eye. With a sudden gasp, 2 streams of crimson liquid erupted from Vegeta's nostrils. Ah! The bathroom echoed with Vegeta's roar. Bulma, what are you doing? Vegeta, you've finally matured. I want to bear you a trunks. The sound from the bathroom were intermittent. The following narrative is omitted for brevity. Chapter 65, Raditz and Nappa. Let us embrace death. That night, the two returned to the house. The next morning, Vegeta emerged from the door, invigorated, with a flushed Bulma following behind. At that moment, Bulma exuded an enchanting charm. Her allure complemented by the wondrous powers of the dragon Shenron, blending seduction with innocence, making Vegeta's heart race wildly. Cough, let me prepare something for you to eat. Vegeta headed to the kitchen, recalling from a previous life novel that one typically prepared sweet red sugar water for their wife post-event. Soon, he instructed the chefs to prepare sweet red sugar water and red date porridge for Bulma. Understood, Master Vegeta. The chefs swiftly commenced their work. Before long, Vegeta presented the 2 items at the dining table where Bulma awaited him. What are these? Bulma arched an eyebrow, her lips curling into a slight smile. This is sweet red sugar water and red date porridge. You should eat it quickly. Vegeta's gaze flickered nervously, his chiseled profile tinged with a hint of crimson. Vegeta repeatedly reassured himself. Preparing these for his wife was nothing to be ashamed of. Observing the items on the table, Bulma burst into laughter. Who drinks sweet red sugar water with red date porridge for breakfast? Upon hearing her words, Vegeta's face turned an even deeper shade of red. He had never had a girlfriend in his previous life, so he lacked such knowledge. Indeed, sweet water paired with porridge seemed rather peculiar. Ha! Seeing Vegeta's flustered demeanor, Bulma found him utterly adorable. All right, go on with your tasks, she said with a gentle smile, knowing that Vegeta had other matters to attend to. You don't need to go to school today. I will return later to teach you the instant transmission technique. Vegeta swiftly planted a kiss on Bulma and vanished in an instant. Watching his disappearing figure, Bulma felt a warm glow in her heart. Although her Vegeta could be a bit clumsy, he always considered her feelings. Then I want to go to school today. Bulma brought the red date porridge to her lips, savoring a delightful bite. It was prepared by her Vegeta, and she was determined to finish it. As for Vegeta's suggestion to skip school, Bulma had already mastered all the knowledge taught in her youth. Bulma merely wishes to enhance the perfection of her life experiences, which is why she attends school. However, given her status, she can choose to attend or not attend at her whim, for no one dares to intervene. In another part of the courtyard, 2 gravity chambers are situated, where Raditz and Nappa stand before Vegeta. Vegeta, are you going to help us rapidly increase our strength? Should we seek out the Elder? The 2 look at Vegeta with eager anticipation. Vegeta furrows his brow. Who told you that increasing strength requires consulting the Elder? Then how do we enhance our power? They ask, confusion evident on their faces. At this moment, Vegeta, having reached adulthood, stands just under 5 feet 7 and gazes at the 2 imposing figures before him. A slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. You don't need the Elder to unlock your potential. I can do that myself. With that, Vegeta reveals a mischievous grin, sending a chill down the spines of the two Saiyan warriors. Raditz suddenly realizes why he felt an ominous premonition the previous night. Vegeta is up to something. They exchange glances and promptly turn to flee. Where do you two think you're going? Vegeta instantly appears before Raditz, delivering a powerful punch to his abdomen, then performs the same action on Nappa. Bam! Bam! The two collapse in agony, swallowing hard. What do you intend to do, Vegeta? Vegeta, turning his back to them, replies coolly, our Saiyan physiology is quite unique. If one recovers from the brink of death, their battle power can significantly increase. With a sinister smile, he continues. When Kakarot was on Namek, it was precisely this that allowed him to achieve his current strength. Soon, I will have you both recover from a near-death experience, and your power will undoubtedly see a remarkable enhancement. The prospect of bringing someone to the edge of death is terrifying, as the excruciating pain is not something everyone can endure. Future Trunks and Vegeta themselves persevered under the belief that failure was not an option. After numerous brushes with death, both he and Trunks grew somewhat desensitized. Vegeta initially expected Raditz and Nappa to cower, but their subsequent actions surprised him. Raditz rose, his gaze resolute. Vegeta, bring it on. Let me die. The notion of dying left Nappa in shock, yet he too turned to Vegeta. Let me die as well. A vein throbbed on Vegeta's forehead, exasperated by their foolishness. The way they spoke made it seem as though he were a merciless killer. However, observing their determination, Vegeta inwardly acknowledged their spirit. After all, they were Saiyans. Even though the path to power is fraught with thorns and pain, they remain undaunted by hardship. This is the spirit of the warrior nation. The Saiyan bloodline forbids retreat. Your reactions have truly taken me by surprise. Vegeta glanced at the two with a smirk. Come now. Crush these two Senzu beans and hold them in your mouths. When I deliver a strike to your hearts, swallow them just before you succumb to death. All right. Raditz and Nappa accepted the Senzu beans, having witnessed their effects before, and their anxiety regarding impending death diminished. Are you ready? Ready. The two had already crushed the beans and held them in their mouths. Here it comes. As the words left his lips, two fist-sized energy blasts erupted from Vegeta's hands. Boom! Boom! The sounds of explosions resonated at the locations of their hearts. Vegeta was quite adept at this lethal maneuver. His attack did not immediately end their lives. Ugh! They clutched their chests, emitting muffled groans of agony. The light in their eyes began to fade, as the specter of death gradually enveloped them. Swallow the Senzu beans now, Vegeta urged, recognizing that they were teetering on the brink of death. If they did not consume the beans soon, they would truly perish. As their consciousness slipped into chaos, a familiar voice echoed in their minds, prompting them to swallow. Gulp! Gulp! The Senzu beans were consumed, and clarity returned to their eyes as a surge of formidable energy erupted within them. 100,000 battle power. Vegeta squinted his eyes. Chapter 66. The Kaioshin of Time, Krinoa. Having recovered from the brink of death for the first time, they had only enhanced their battle power by 90,000. Indeed, these two fools possessed somewhat lacking talent. Vegeta mused inwardly. Nevertheless, it was to be expected. Not everyone is like him and Kakarot, the protagonist of this tale. Achieving a battle power of 100,000 was already commendable. Meanwhile, a great surge of potential was unleashed, and two white auras flared dramatically around them. Raditz, feeling the overwhelming power coursing through him, exclaimed, Vegeta, I feel incredible. Suddenly, Nappa scoffed, murmuring, I am even stronger. Raditz turned to him, retorting fiercely, I am stronger. I am stronger. Raditz bellowed. Vegeta, these two fools. Silence. You imbeciles. Vegeta vanished from sight and delivered a sharp rap to both of their heads. Raditz fared better, with long hair concealing his reaction. But Nappa was another story. Nappa, being bald, had a shiny head that, under the evening lights, resembled a light bulb. After Vegeta's strike, a sizable bump immediately formed. Ha ha! Nappa, feel your head. Raditz clutched his belly, laughing heartily. Nappa felt a tingling sensation in his head, and, following Raditz's gaze, reached up to touch it. It matters not if one does not touch it. However, upon contact, that large bump swelled immensely and was painfully excruciating. At the sound of Nappa's cry, Vegeta covered his face, exasperated by the foolishness of these two simpletons. Silence. Vegeta could no longer contain his irritation, his voice sharp and commanding. Nappa promptly shut his mouth, while Raditz stifled his laughter, his face flushed with suppressed mirth. After a moment, noticing that Vegeta's expression had softened, Nappa timidly inquired, Vegeta, could you kill me once more? I still wish to die. Raditz quickly leaned in, unwilling to let Nappa outdo him. Vegeta shook his head, contemplating the absurdity of their request. You truly believe that each death grants you greater strength? He retorted, his tone laced with disdain. Isn't that the case? Raditz and Nappa furrowed their brows, recalling the benefits they had experienced from near-death recoveries. If such enhancement were guaranteed with every demise, the pain of death would be a trivial matter to them. There is no such thing as a free gain in this world, Vegeta remarked coldly. Your enhancements stem from the potential you had previously accumulated, released during this instance of death. Then why can Kakarot continuously surpass his limits on Namek, achieving increments far beyond our own? Raditz and Nappa retorted defiantly. Do you dare question me? Vegeta barked, causing the two to hastily fall silent. He regarded them with a disdainful glare. You fools! Vegeta elucidated. Do you think everyone is like Kakarot? Others have trained on Earth for years, building their strength steadily. At this revelation, the two recalled the training methods Vegeta had imparted to them. It was said that this training was unique to Earth, enabling them to increase their battle power to 10,000 in just a month, thanks not only to the gravity chamber, but also to the distinct training regimen. Surely Kakarot had employed such techniques from a young age, explaining his rapid ascension to a battle power of 3 million. Seeing the dawning comprehension on their faces, Vegeta sensed they had grasped his point. Any questions? He inquired coldly. None. They quickly replied. If there are no further inquiries, then go and train diligently. You two are not without the opportunity to transform into Super Saiyans. Understood? Raditz and Nappa nodded before departing. These two simpletons. No wonder the former Vegeta had contemplated their demise. There was indeed rationale behind it. Vegeta watched their retreating figures, a wry smile tugging at his lips. After aiding these two imbeciles in enhancing their combat prowess, Vegeta exited the courtyard, intending to return and teach Bulma the art of flight. In the realm of the divine, a radiant beam imbued with the essence of time pierced through the void. The entire celestial realm appeared as if sealed, rendering all within motionless. From the rift in time emerged the silhouette of a small girl. Her skin radiated a delicate pink hue, with cascading auburn locks adorning the back of her head. Her large, expressive eyes and petite lips lent her an irresistible charm. Suddenly, a shadow materialized beside Kurinoa, the newcomer's movements seemingly transcending the constraints of time and space, eluding even the vigilant gaze of the Time King. Ha ha! Lord Bobo remains as intimidating as ever, Kurinoa exclaimed, patting her modest chest, clearly startled by the unexpected presence. Bobo inquired nonchalantly, what brings you here? Lord Bobo, those unruly beings from the demon realm are at it again, and I have discovered that the historical trajectory of our primary timeline seems to have been altered, resulting in the emergence of an additional parallel universe. Kurinoa lamented, recounting the troubling events she had encountered. Is this chaos caused by Vegeta traversing through time in pursuit of Demigra? Indeed, Kurinoa replied, gritting her teeth. I also found out that our main timeline will spawn a parallel universe related to those Saiyans. In another parallel universe, isn't he constantly overshadowed by a Saiyan named Goku? That Saiyan is hardly formidable, merely a perennial second fiddle. She complained. Bobo's lips twitched slightly. He too recognized the truth of her words. In other timelines, Vegeta was indeed merely a perennial second, while this primary timeline's Vegeta was extraordinarily unique, so much so that he could influence the outcome of the impending battle. After a moment of contemplation, Bobo asked, are you intent on eliminating this Vegeta? Under different circumstances, I might have sealed him away, but that Saiyan is far too exceptional. Kurinoa shook her head, her expression one of resignation. Once, there were two warrior gods among the Saiyans, and Vegeta bears a striking resemblance to one of them. It is through Vegeta that I glimpsed the essence of that warrior god. If anyone can impact the future battle, it must be this primary timeline's Vegeta. Even that Saiyan named Goku pales in comparison. What brings you here, then? Although I cannot seal him away, I cannot endure the frustration without releasing my pent-up anger, Kurinoa declared, biting her small fong in indignation. He has returned to this timeline and claimed he wants to give you a beating. Bobo teased, turning his gaze toward Kurinoa. What? Kurinoa erupted in fury. After expending so much effort to mitigate the influence of that newly birthed parallel universe on others, that wretch now dares to threaten her with violence. For goodness sake, I can tolerate my uncle's antics, but not those of my aunt. With determination, Kurinoa rolled up her sleeves, ready to confront Vegeta. Give him a good thrashing, don't hold back on my account. Bobo encouraged, a slight smile gracing his lips. With that, Bobo vanished into thin air. Chapter 67. Kurinoa, to let you understand why the flowers are so red. At Bulma's residence in West City, Vegeta returned to the courtyard. In the center stood a pavilion, where a graceful figure sat at a table, her head bowed as she focused on something unseen. From a side view, her azure hair cascaded over her shoulders, her ruby lips and porcelain complexion, along with her bright, captivating eyes, created an enchanting sight. In the passage of time, beauty remains unparalleled, and the sight of a fair mating brings joy. My Bulma is truly exquisite. Vegeta stood there, momentarily stunned like a fool. Once he regained his composure, he approached her gently, inquiring, Bulma, what captures your gaze? Upon hearing his voice, Bulma lifted her head, her face radiant with delight as she exclaimed, You're back. They had just shared an intimate moment, and even a brief separation made her heart flutter with longing. However, now that her Vegeta had returned, she felt immense happiness. Vegeta nodded slightly and moved beside her, noticing a notebook resting on the table. The pages were filled with unfamiliar content, yet he discerned some references to time and space. Have you been bullying Raditz and the others again? Bulma leaned against Vegeta, her eyes glimmering with playful reproach. Moments ago, she had heard a thunderous noise from the other side of the house, and it was no surprise that Raditz and his companion had once again faced Vegeta's wrath. Vegeta gazed at Bulma, her mild reproach lacking any real menace, and chuckled. I haven't bullied them. I merely encouraged them to enhance their strength. Speaking of which, what are you reading? Fortunately, Raditz and his companion had not overheard him. Otherwise, they would surely protest, claiming it was not about strengthening them, but rather a matter of survival. I'm studying the theory of time and space. Theory of time and space. Vegeta was taken aback, then realized the implication. It was likely that Bulma feared events from the future would manifest in their current timeline. In truth, such occurrences would not transpire in this reality. Is that so? Bulma's tone was laced with skepticism. Vegeta shook his head. According to the established narrative, this timeline would not encounter those events. Even if unexpected circumstances arose, he would not permit it. He resolved to clarify. The future you refer to is actually a parallel timeline, one that bears no relation to our own. What? Bulma, a brilliant genius in her own right, had already begun delving into the principles of time and space, and she grasped the concept of parallel timelines immediately. It dawned on her that even if two timelines were unrelated, their historical trajectories were remarkably similar. In other words, their current timeline would inevitably face a crisis involving artificial beings. As Bulma finished speaking, a dazzling light filled the sky, and the scene in the yard suddenly froze. Only Bulma remained able to move, while everything else, including Vegeta, was rendered immobile. At that moment, a melodious voice echoed, though it possessed a certain youthful quality. You are indeed correct. Originally, the two timelines were one. However, certain events disrupted the original historical trajectory, causing them to split into two distinct realities. Yet, there will still be similarities between the two. Kurinoa suddenly appeared beside Bulma. Who are you? Bulma's eyes widened in terror as she instinctively sought refuge behind Vegeta, only to realize he was entirely unable to move. Bulma waved her hand in front of his eyes, expressing her concern. Vegeta, are you all right? He is fine. Kurinoa gritted her teeth. She had finally encountered the instigator of the temporal rift. What do you intend to do to my Vegeta? Bulma positioned herself protectively in front of Vegeta, realizing that the girl opposite her was formidable and seemed to harbor ill intentions toward him. Kurinoa shifted her gaze from Vegeta to Bulma. I never expected a mere earthling to possess such knowledge. Bulma was taken aback. Wasn't she here to trouble her brother, Vegeta? Why was she being praised instead? Oh, so it is you. A flash of insight crossed Kurinoa's mind as she recalled a parallel world that came into existence due to Bulma's invention of the time machine. No wonder this girl was so clever. Do you know me? Bulma looked at her with confusion. I know you, but you do not know me. Kurinoa waved her hand dismissively. Step aside. I do not wish to cause you trouble. I will not. Bulma spread her arms, resolutely continuing to shield Vegeta. You will not harm my brother unless you intend to kill me. You little girl, Kurinoya felt somewhat exasperated, then lightly tapped her fingers, enveloped by a shimmer of temporal light that rendered Bulma immobile. Kurinoya approached Vegeta, her teeth clenched as she glared at him. How dare you threaten me? Soon, you shall understand why the flowers bloom so red. No, rather, why the backside blossoms. Kurinoya raised her small hand, a glimmer of light appearing upon it. However, crack! A fissure suddenly emerged in the courtyard. Crack! Crack! The cracks multiplied. A terrifying aura seeped from the fissures, causing the very earth to tremble. Simultaneously, Z fighters across the globe turned their attention to this location, soaring into the sky, heading this way. How is this possible? Kurinoya exclaimed in horror. She had enacted a temporal blockade. How could Vegeta still break through? Just as Kurinoya intended to amplify the force maintaining the blockade around Vegeta, the space suddenly erupted. An unparalleled aura pierced the heavens, causing Bobo, far away in the other world, to twitch at the corners of his mouth. Previously, Kurinoya could easily defeat the former Vegeta with a mere flick of her fingers. But this current Vegeta? That girl would likely face some hardships. In Bulma's courtyard. You dare to touch my Bulma. Rage filled Vegeta's entire being, threatening to explode. His energy erupted suddenly. With a whoosh, a fierce whirlwind sprang forth, overturning Bulma's entire yard. Vegeta's upright hair transformed into gold, and his pupils shifted to a brilliant green. Crackle. A formidable force caused the ionized particles drifting in the void to swiftly converge, transforming into silver dragons that entwined around Vegeta. Ascended Super Saiyan. Vegeta remained calm. Kurinoya swallowed hard, realizing she had underestimated him. Calm? Vegeta was ablaze with fury. She could target anyone, but not Bulma. In an instant, Vegeta vanished from sight, reappearing behind Kurinoya, delivering a punch with such might that it seemed capable of shattering the very heavens. The sheer force of his blow made the void tremble. Do you truly think I am easily intimidated? Kurinoya was genuinely enraged. Previously, in aiding Vegeta to manage the ramifications of a parallel timeline he had created, she had exerted tremendous effort to minimize the impact. To think she would now be subjected to an assault, even a Buddha would be incensed. Kurinoya waved her hand, summoning a brilliant light. Vegeta's fist halted a mere 10 centimeters from her back, suddenly immobilized by some unseen force. However, in his ascended Super Saiyan state, combined with his godlike stature, Vegeta's power had already ascended to the Super Saiyan 3 level. Vegeta concentrated his energy, and his fist began to move once more. Vegeta paused. She did not harm me. At that moment, Bulma's voice rang out. Chapter 68 Bulma. Vegeta, are you pretending? He was quite receptive to Bulma's words, and Vegeta immediately withdrew his hand. The spatial tremors caused by his punch abruptly ceased, and the howling winds fell silent. Kurinoya's fiery orange hair, previously swept up by the gale, slowly settled back down. The temporal barrier had been shattered, leaving the courtyard in utter silence. After a brief pause, Kurinoya exclaimed, Vegeta, you are not human. She felt aggrieved. She had expended countless reserves of her temporal power to assist this individual in managing the effects of the additional timeline. Yet this ancient brat showed no gratitude and sought to strike her instead. This deeply saddened Kurinoya. The Kai time? Vegeta's pupils contracted. In his earlier rage, he had disregarded the identity of the person before him, solely desiring to obliterate his opponent. Coming to his senses, he realized that this young girl was in fact the Kai time. Who are you? Vegeta feigned inquiry. Bulma approached him, tightly wrapping her arms around his, fully aware that the girl had not intended to harm her. Kurinoya pointed an accusatory finger at Vegeta, fuming, you wretched being, I truly wish to seal you away. As she spoke, she produced a scroll from seemingly nowhere, causing Vegeta to be gripped by terror. The time scroll. The Kai of Time was not particularly adept in close combat, yet her temporal abilities were extraordinarily potent, capable of reversing or accelerating an individual's time. There were certainly other wondrous aspects of time that Vegeta remained oblivious to. However, Vegeta comprehended that the supreme Kai of Time wielding the time scroll represented her utmost power. That enigmatic and unpredictable ability over time could seal a person within the abyss of time. Vegeta swallowed hard, for he recalled a terrifying entity from the Dark Demon Realm, who had been imprisoned in the depths of time. Vegeta felt a surge of trepidation. I am Kurinoya, the supreme Kai of Time. Do you realize the heinous crime you have committed? Kurinoya declared, hands placed defiantly on her hips, her tone filled with indignation. "What has happened to my brother, Vegeta?" Bulma inquired, oblivious to the significance of the supreme Kai of Time, yet she sensed Vegeta's apprehension towards the girl. It was known that Vegeta could vanquish even the most formidable foes, such as Frieza. To instill fear in Vegeta, one must possess extraordinary prowess. This individual has altered the historical trajectory of the primary timeline, resulting in the emergence of yet another parallel timeline. Indeed, Vegeta furrowed his brow, having long suspected that his existence might give rise to another parallel timeline. His suspicions had proven true, and it seemed the situation was rather dire. Bulma, being quite astute, grasped approximately 70% of Kurinoya's words and exclaimed, "When did you commit such a transgression, Brother Vegeta?" She had delved into the theories of time and possessed a profound understanding of temporal dynamics. To tamper with time recklessly was a most terrifying endeavor. "How would I know?" Vegeta shrugged, feigning innocence, which only served to infuriate Kurinoya further. "Do you realize that there were originally only 2 primary timelines, and due to some of your actions, it has now become 3? 3? Vegeta was momentarily taken aback, then recalled the other 2 timelines. They were undoubtedly the GT timeline and the Super timeline. Mr. Popo informed me that the future timeline already existed. He said my traversing between these 2 timelines would have no impact." Vegeta feigned ignorance, ultimately using Mr. Popo as a shield. Vegeta understood that Kurinoya was not referring to this, but was indicating that he had created a new parallel primary timeline. Upon hearing this, Kurinoya nearly erupted with fury. "This damned second-rate fool. Fine." She composed herself and said with resignation, "Take care of yourself." In truth, she had already mitigated the impact of the primary timeline that Vegeta had inadvertently altered. She had come merely to admonish him, yet unexpectedly found herself reprimanded instead. The thought was infuriating. Nevertheless, as she would require Vegeta in the future, punishing him was not an option. "I will seek you out again." Kurinoya waved her hand, and a rift in time appeared. "By the way, at that moment, you merely traversed through time incorrectly. This timeline remains your original one." With that, she leaped into the rift, leaving Vegeta and Bulma in a state of bewilderment. What does this mean? A flash of insight suddenly illuminated Vegeta's mind. "Kurinoya, halt! It was you who caused me to traverse through time incorrectly. By the heavens, perish!" In a fit of rage, Vegeta raised his hand, summoning countless energy blasts aimed at the time rift. The prince's combat techniques echoed through the air. Boom! 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 Vegeta continued his assault. "Vegeta!" Bulma cried out. Vegeta persisted. "Vegeta!" Bulma bellowed. "Huh?" Vegeta turned around to find a delicate little hand reaching for his ear. "Hiss!" Vegeta inhaled sharply. "Ouch, that hurts! Let go!" As everyone had departed, Bulma shot him a glare. Her brother Vegeta was truly adept at feigning innocence. He remained silent when others were present, yet pretended to be bold once they had left. "Have they truly gone?" Vegeta smiled awkwardly, then said, "Bulma, did you hear? It was this little brat who caused me to traverse time incorrectly. Not that I did so intentionally." I know. Bulma tightly embraced Vegeta. Her brother, who had been absent for so many years, was finally back by her side, and she felt no need to dwell on the past. After all, the Kai of Time seemed rather formidable. "Once I teach you the art of flight, I shall take you out for barbecue." Vegeta had always remembered this promise. "All right." Bulma beamed sweetly. She had been anticipating this barbecue for nearly a decade. At that moment, a group flew down from the sky. It was Goku, Piccolo, and the other Z-fighters. "Vegeta, what happened here?" Upon hearing Goku's words, Vegeta glanced around, realizing that the courtyard was in utter disarray, riddled with craters. Bulma's lips twitched. Her Vegeta was practically demolishing their home. Enraged, she pinched his side. "Hiss!" Vegeta's eyes widened. Piccolo paused, asking Vegeta what's wrong. Nothing. Just disperse. I was merely training." "Training?" Krillin raised an eyebrow, incredulous. Did they think them fools? It was evident that a battle had taken place. "Wait, Vegeta. Your condition is somewhat different from when you entered Super Saiyan." The observant Tin noticed Vegeta's peculiar state. The others nodded in agreement. "Aren't they all Super Saiyans? What's the difference?" Vegeta scoffed. "Disperse." He waved his hand, suddenly recalling something. "Kakarot, stay." To clarify, Vegeta had merely traversed time incorrectly, not across different dimensions. The time period Vegeta returned to was indeed his original era, the one Bulma had awaited for nearly a decade. Chapter 69. The unconscious Raditz. Am I to be a sacrificial offering? The celestial realm. Kurinoya suddenly appeared in the temple, where Bobo had already been waiting for her. Lord Bobo, that 1,000-year-old second is rather infuriating. Bobo replied calmly. Indeed, he is somewhat vexing. Kurinoya tentatively suggested, shall I seal him for a while? Bobo remained silent, gazing at her with profound significance. Kurinoya immediately retracted her neck, muttering, Lord Bobo can be quite irritating too. I shall disregard him. With a huff and a playful flick of her tongue, Kurinoya turned and leaped into the rift of time and space. Ignoring Kurinoya, Bobo looked towards the direction of the western city and sighed. Hurry and grow. I hope you do not disgrace your ancestors. At Bulma's residence, Piccolo, Tin, Kaiatsu, Krillin, Yamcha, and Goku observed Vegeta with a sense of speechlessness. However, since Vegeta had allowed them to leave, they believed the trouble had been resolved. Subsequently, everyone departed. Bulma decided to find someone to tidy up the dilapidated courtyard, thus leaving as well. In the rundown courtyard, only Goku remained. At this moment, he felt perplexed and inquired. Vegeta, why did you want me to stay? To transform into a Super Saiyan. What? Goku exclaimed with joy. Have I met the conditions? What must I do? Vegeta nodded, realizing that he possessed a unique quality, understanding things at an accelerated pace. For instance, he grasped instant transmission and the state of being in the void. This transformation seemed to stem from issues related to his spirit or perhaps other factors. As a result, he underwent a qualitative change compared to the Vegeta in the anime, his power surpassing that of the animated counterpart. Thus, he no longer needed to fear being the 1,000-year-old second. Regaining his composure, Vegeta remarked, For us Saiyans to ascend to Super Saiyan, two conditions must be fulfilled. First, one's base power must reach a certain level, and second, the S cells within must be sufficiently abundant. Noticing Goku's confusion, Vegeta continued, Do not ask too many questions. You have already met both conditions. Therefore, the next step to breaking through to Super Saiyan is quite simple. You must ignite the power within you using extreme rage as the catalyst. Vegeta glanced at Goku and said nonchalantly, Then you will be able to transform into a Super Saiyan. As these words fell, in one corner of the courtyard, two burly men were eavesdropping. One, a long-haired brute, said, Did you hear the conditions for transforming into a Super Saiyan? The other, a bulbous fellow, replied, Yes. It seems that one needs extreme rage to ignite the power within. The long-haired brute looked at the bulbous fellow. Rage? Indeed. Come, slap me and see. After he spoke, the bulbous fellow immediately delivered a slap. Smack. The bulbous fellow curiously inquired, How was that? The long-haired brute frowned. I felt nothing. That is still not enough rage. Shall I deliver another slap? Very well. The large bulbous figure concentrated all its might and struck him across the face with a resounding smack. The sound reverberated through the heavens. Raditz cried out in anguish. Who told you to hit so hard? This is far from over. With that, Raditz, filled with fury, leaped into the air and unleashed a shockwave towards the bulbous figure. The figure, dodging, retorted, You asked for this. Is this not rage? Boom! Boom! The explosive sounds caught the attention of Son Goku. Curiously, he inquired, What has happened to my brother? Vegeta's lips twitched slightly. These two fools were at it again. Vegeta unleashed two shockwaves towards the troublesome duo. Boom! Boom! Another series of explosions echoed as Raditz and the bulbous figure fell to the ground like discarded poles. Vegeta sighed in relief. All right, let's ignore those two. Son Goku pondered. He can't be dead, can he? Noticing Son Goku's concern, Vegeta chuckled. Do not worry. They're accustomed to my beatings, and I am mindful of my strength. Oh, good. Son Goku scratched his head, asking with confusion. How can I enter a state of extreme rage? Have you ever encountered something that made you truly angry? Son Goku shook his head no. Vegeta frowned slightly. With Krillin absent, this was problematic. Suddenly, a mischievous idea struck him as he cast a wicked grin at the prone Raditz. The unconscious Raditz stirred, as if awakening from the dead. Vegeta, what are you doing? Son Goku questioned, perplexed by Vegeta's strange expression as he gazed at his brother. Without responding to Son Goku, Vegeta smirked. Do you wish to enter a state of extreme rage? Son Goku immediately replied, Yes. Since it was said that extreme rage was necessary to ascend to the Super Saiyan state, Son Goku was eager to embrace such fury. You said it, but suddenly, Vegeta's expression turned icy. Kakarot, would you have any objections if I were to kill Raditz? What are you talking about, Vegeta? Son Goku was utterly bewildered. Was this not about entering a state of extreme rage? How did it turn to his brother's fate? If you do not want Raditz to die, then follow me. Vegeta shot a cold glance at Son Goku before vanishing from sight. The next instant, he appeared beside Raditz, lifting him into the celestial realm. Vegeta, what are you planning? Son Goku noticed Vegeta's grave demeanor, sensing it was not a jest, and hurriedly followed. Upon reaching the celestial plaza, it was empty. The Kai and Bu were inside the divine sanctuary. Vegeta let out a quiet sigh of relief. Bringing Raditz here was a precaution to prevent Goku from transforming into a Super Saiyan, which would undoubtedly disturb Bulma at home. Otherwise, Bulma would surely berate him for being wasteful, claiming that having money doesn't justify the constant destruction of their home. Goku caught up, furrowing his brow. Vegeta, what are you planning? What am I planning? I've tolerated Raditz for far too long. Soon, I shall end his life. Are you mad? Goku exclaimed in disbelief. He is your subordinate, your kin. How can you even consider such a thing? Vegeta ignored Goku's protests, his gaze fixed on Raditz. I see enough to send shivers down Goku's spine. This was no jest. Goku recognized the merciless expression on Vegeta's face, devoid of any humor. Stop. Chapter 70. Goku transforms. A surge of immense power erupted from Goku, manifesting as a white bolt of lightning that shot toward Vegeta. Raditz, for your brother's sake, you shall endure a moment of suffering. Vegeta smirked wickedly before coldly declaring die. With a slight twist of his body, Vegeta effortlessly evaded Goku's attack, hurling Raditz skyward. A torrent of golden energy spiraling forth. Boom! The explosion reverberated through the heavens, enveloping Raditz in a shroud of smoke, obscuring the situation within. Vegeta raised his right hand, his transformation into a Super Saiyan radiating an ominous aura, enhanced by his chilling emerald eyes, resembling a malevolent specter. No, Vegeta, you've lost your mind. Why would you do this? Goku's eyes blazed with fury, a tempest of rage swelling within him, his face contorting into that of an enraged lion. The winds howled violently, shaking the very earth. In that moment, the power within Goku surged forth like a reservoir bursting after years of accumulation, a relentless torrent. Observing his overwhelming presence, Vegeta smiled faintly, finding it rather simple to provoke Kakarot into transforming. Suddenly, the cloud of smoke began to dissipate, revealing Raditz, ensnared by Vegeta's energy. Brother! Goku's heart soared with joy. It seemed his brother had not perished. In that instant, the power within Goku waned like a receding flood, his energy plummeting. Damn Raditz. He emerged too quickly. It seemed he would need to unleash another barrage. Vegeta's palms glimmered with energy points, the surrounding pressure escalating dramatically. Clearly, this attack was far from ordinary. Release my brother. Goku gritted his teeth, a swirling mass of purplish-red energy erupting around him. 20-fold KO Ken. He roared, fully aware that his strength paled in comparison to Vegeta's. Even with the 20-fold KO Ken, he stood little chance against him. Yet, how could he allow Raditz to perish before his eyes without giving his all? No matter how one puts it, Raditz is indeed his elder brother. With their parents gone, aside from his wife and son, Raditz stands as his sole remaining kin. Release my brother. Son Wukong finally amplified his power to 20 times that of the Kaioken. Enveloping himself in an endless aura of purplish-red energy, his eyes turned icy. In a flash, Son Wukong shot forth like a purplish-red arrow, slicing through the sky. The air erupted in a tumultuous storm of blades, the sound reverberating throughout the cosmos. In the next moment, he appeared beside Vegeta. Interesting, Vegeta remarked with a slight smile as he glanced at Son Wukong. A fist came crashing towards him, but Vegeta deftly dodged to the side. Another kick followed, yet it too failed to connect. The disparity in their strengths was immense. Vegeta effortlessly evaded all of Son Wukong's attacks. As he gathered energy into a sphere the size of a basketball, Vegeta gestured with both hands, and as the two golden energy spheres were propelled forth, he retracted his wrists slightly. Boom! The two energy spheres unleashed their fury, causing the surrounding space to tremble and crackle with raw power. The spectacle was truly terrifying. In Son Wukong's eyes, if Raditz were to be struck, it would undoubtedly mean his demise. No, Son Wukong's eyes widened in fury, the pent-up rage erupting like a volcano. No longer containable. Did you not hear me? I commanded you to cease. In an instant, crimson flames surged forth as Son Wukong abandoned his attack on Vegeta, transforming into a colossal crimson dragon that roared towards the two energy spheres. Yet, Kakarot, where do you think you're going? Vegeta's voice echoed from behind. Sun Wukong's pupils constricted sharply as he bellowed. He is your subordinate. How can you lay a hand on him? Despair began to engulf Sun Wukong. At his current strength, should Vegeta entangle him, he would have no chance of escape. Get out of my way. As the energy spheres drew ever closer to Raditz, Sun Wukong, in a frenzy, accelerated recklessly. Vegeta, you need to move. But Vegeta clung to him tenaciously, leaving Sun Wukong unable to save Raditz. Boom! Boom! In that instant, the two energy spheres struck Raditz firmly, clouds of dust billowing forth, once again obscuring his figure. The explosion, although somewhat muted, went unnoticed by a dazed Sun Wukong. As the echoes of the explosion faded, a thick cloud of smoke lingered in the heavenly realm, leaving it eerily silent. My brother is dead. My brother is dead. Sun Wukong's eyes widened in horror, the veins on his forehead bulging as rage coursed through him. Unforgivable! Sun Wukong roared, the red aura surrounding him dissipating in an instant. He trembled violently. This was the consequence of hastily elevating to the 20 times Kaioken. Clenching his teeth, the pain coursing through his body felt like a source of power fueled by his grief and fury, incessantly urging him onward. To stay and crack. The void's ionized particles swiftly converged, forming arcs of electricity. An unstoppable force surged within Sun Wukong. Observing the scene, Vegeta chuckled. Finally, is it coming? At that moment, Sun Wukong's gaze turned icy, as though he intended to eliminate Vegeta. Suddenly, the purplish glow vanished, replaced by a brilliant white aura. The powerful energy waves caused the trees of the celestial realm to sway, yet they remained unbroken, as if bolstered by some unseen force. A strand of golden light appeared atop Sun Wukong's white aura, his hair shimmering between gold and black, flickering at an increasingly rapid pace. Sun Wukong's eyes transformed into a vivid green, and deep within his gaze, a golden giant ape emerged, unnoticed by all. However, Bobo within the temple took note, murmuring, "Golden giant ape." Outside the temple, the golden energy waves rapidly expanded. The Z-warriors departing Bulma's home looked up at the sky. What a powerful aura. It's Wukong. Has he transformed into a Super Saiyan? Let's go. They unanimously soared towards the celestial realm. Meanwhile, in the celestial realm, Sun Wukong roared in fury. Having finally completed his transformation, the energy surrounding him surged ceaselessly. Vegeta, I will not spare you. Sun Wukong's gaze bore down on Vegeta. Ha! The Super Saiyan has finally re-emerged. Vegeta, unfazed, felt a surge of delight. Yet to Sun Wukong, Vegeta's grin was utterly repugnant. Why? Why did you kill my brother? With an enraged roar, Sun Wukong vanished from his position. Come to fight me? Vegeta chuckled. Let me see what the Millennium's second best is capable of. Two figures tore through the sky, swiftly intertwining, while Raditz, shrouded in smoke, lay defeated on the ground. Chapter 71. Sun Wukong. Vegeta, you shall perish. Collisions erupted in the heavens. Vegeta clenched his fists, swiping towards the direction of Sun Wukong's approach. The air solidified, then shattered like glass, causing Sun Wukong's expression to shift. He understood Vegeta's immense power, but never anticipated it could shatter space itself. Dodge! Sun Wukong narrowly evaded Vegeta's assault. Ha ha ha! Kakarot, aren't you seeking vengeance? Why are you running? Vegeta smirked, reveling in taunting Sun Wukong, as if it were his greatest pleasure. Hey, don't run. Vegeta pursued Sun Wukong, cautious not to damage him too severely. The scene of Sun Wukong being hunted was witnessed by the arriving Z-warriors. Piccolo swallowed hard. Another Super Saiyan. Klein's breath quickened. Have you noticed that despite Goku transforming into a Super Saiyan, he remains no match for Vegeta? Tien nodded in agreement, astonished. To what extent is Vegeta's strength? I sense that Vegeta's state is vastly different from Goku's Super Saiyan form. Kaiatsu and Yamcha remained silent, their eyes fixed intently on the battle ahead. The loathsome Vegeta. Goku's heart burned with rage. His brother had been slain, and he was powerless against his foe. In a surge of fury, Goku unleashed an immense and terrifying power. A powerful aura sweeping across the heavens. Has his battle power increased again? Vegeta smirked slightly, unaware that his smile only intensified Goku's ire. Vegeta, I will not spare you. Suddenly, Goku vanished, reappearing behind Vegeta in an instant. A heavy punch, imbued with primordial strength, hurtled toward Vegeta. Vegeta raised his hand to block. Bang! A deafening collision reverberated through the sky, sending Vegeta hurtling backward. Not bad, Vegeta remarked, glancing at Goku while rubbing his arm. Realizing that Goku's punch had left his arm tingling. Behold my final flash. Vegeta grinned wickedly, gathering a golden energy wave and unleashing it toward Goku with a roar. The golden wave shimmered with dazzling brilliance, captivating all who beheld it. Such a terrifying attack. Will Goku survive? What is happening? Piccolo, Krillin, Yamcha, Tien, and Kairatsu exchanged bewildered glances, struggling to comprehend how Goku and Vegeta had engaged in battle that felt more like a fight to the death than a sparring match. With a whoosh, the final flash raced toward Goku. Goku scoffed, calmly bringing his hands together. Kamehameha. A cerulean wave of energy formed in his palms, the surrounding pressure intensifying and causing the Z warriors to hold their breath. At last, this technique reemerges. Vegeta chuckled lightly as the two attacks collided. Whoosh! The tremendous force unleashed an endless storm, slicing through the air like a blade, threatening to tear apart the very fabric of space itself. How powerful! The two energy waves clashed, and Goku could feel the opposing force flowing like an unceasing tide, unexpectedly facing off against a member of the Sun family. I hope I won't perish. Though Vegeta's words suggested calm, his demeanor remained unruffled, a faint smile gracing his lips. Just then, the opposing energy waves surged toward Goku, indicating that Vegeta was now exerting his full strength. How infuriating! Sun Wukong felt an overwhelming sense of powerlessness. Despite his efforts to unleash strength, the oncoming shockwave remained unaffected, relentlessly advancing towards him. Vegeta, what are you doing? Do you intend to kill Wukong? Krillin finally sensed something amiss and exclaimed urgently. Vegeta, stop! Piccolo, having long perceived the danger, appeared behind Vegeta to launch an attack. Tien Shinhan and others hastily joined the fray. What began as a one-on-one battle swiftly transformed into a six-on-one confrontation. Waves of energy surged forth from the hands of the group, striving to thwart Vegeta. Observing this, Vegeta smirked. Do you think such feeble attacks can unsettle me? Dream on. Suddenly, a radiant golden aura erupted around Vegeta, intercepting the incoming energy blasts. Boom! Boom! Clouds of dust billowed, smoke enveloping the battlefield. The group believed they had halted Vegeta, but then Yamcha shouted, Look at Wukong. They noticed that the Kamehameha wave in Wukong's hands had been compressed to the brink. It's over. Despair etched on their faces. Indeed, the law of no harm without smoke manifested around Vegeta, as his golden aura absorbed all the feeble assaults. Ignoring the group, Vegeta coldly declared, Kakarot, if this is all you can muster, you shall perish here. Sun Wukong glared fiercely at Vegeta, his eyes filled with rage, unforgivable. Another wave of terrifying energy erupted from Wukong. If measured by combat power, it had reached an astounding 200 million. Just as Vegeta anticipated this transformation, Wukong suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Wukong! The group gasped, recklessly launching themselves at Vegeta. In an instant, a series of explosions echoed throughout the heavens. Was this the aftereffect of the recently enhanced 20-fold Kaioken? Vegeta furrowed his brow, as all their attacks were repelled by his golden aura. He had hoped to provoke Wukong further, curious to see how far he could elevate his power. However, due to Wukong's reckless use of the 20-fold Kaioken, compounded by the burden of his Super Saiyan transformation, his body began to crumble. Then let it be so, Vegeta sighed, redirecting his energy beam, no longer contending with the Kamehameha. Yet, without the confrontation, the Kamehameha surged directly towards Vegeta. He reached out, grasping the energy wave, which promptly detonated. Boom! The sight of him single-handedly obliterating the Kamehameha left the onlookers in shock. Vegeta was truly fearsome. Faced with such a formidable opponent, Piccolo and the others trembled involuntarily. Enough! You may all cease your attacks, Vegeta addressed the group. They froze, bewildered. Was Vegeta truly sparing Sun Wukong? In the sky, Sun Wukong coughed up blood and plummeted towards the heavenly plaza. Suddenly, with a swoosh, Vegeta appeared beside him and embraced him tightly. As they descended, the crowd gathered around. Krillin questioned, Vegeta, have you lost your mind? Piccolo frowned. Do you intend to kill Sun Wukong? Yamcha and Chaos stared intently at Vegeta. Vegeta shook his head, pulling out a senzu bean and placing it in Sun Wukong's mouth, urging him to swallow it. Vegeta, you will pay for this. Upon regaining consciousness, Sun Wukong struck Vegeta with a punch. Damn you. Vegeta sidestepped the attack and retaliated with a sharp rap to his head. Bang! Ouch! Raditz exclaimed, Vegeta, did you burn my hair? Ouch, ouch, ouch. Sun Wukong crouched on the ground, clutching his head. Vegeta, you killed my brother. I will make you pay. Frantically, Sun Wukong attempted to leap up and strike Vegeta again. Bang! Ouch! Once more, he crouched down, cradling his head. Fool, look over there. Following Vegeta's pointing finger, Sun Wukong glanced and saw Raditz peacefully lying on the ground, blissfully unaware. However, Raditz's long hair had been completely singed away, leaving him bald. Elder brother, you are alive. Sun Wukong exclaimed with uncontained joy as he rushed over, realizing that aside from his hair, Raditz was otherwise unharmed. Raditz rubbed his eyes, drowsily asking, is it dawn? The group fell silent collectively. Was he truly so foolish as to remain oblivious to the commotion of the recent battle? Vegeta, what is the meaning of this? Sun Wukong approached, visibly upset. He could not comprehend why Vegeta had suddenly declared his intent to kill Raditz when Raditz appeared entirely unscathed. Did you not wish to enter a state of extreme rage? Vegeta retorted. Indeed, did you not just enter that state and successfully transform into a Super Saiyan? Vegeta cast a glance at Sun Wukong's golden locks. At this point, Krillin and the others finally understood the reason behind their confrontation. Vegeta had been pushing Wukong to transcend into a Super Saiyan. All right. Sun Wukong's eyes lit up as he felt this surging energy within him, finally grasping the situation. Overwhelmed by the prospect of achieving the Super Saiyan form, he became so elated that he momentarily forgot about Vegeta's earlier act of violence against his brother. Kakarot, you have transformed into a Super Saiyan? Raditz suddenly recalled something, rushing to Sun Wukong's side and pointing at Vegeta. Kakarot, Vegeta beats me daily. You must avenge me. The group fell into a collective silence. Had he truly lost his senses, unaware that Wukong had just been defeated? Kakarot, why do you not speak? Brother, I have just been defeated by Vegeta. Did you not transform into a Super Saiyan? Vegeta is also a Super Saiyan. How could you possibly lose? Goku observed the expression on Raditz's face, then glanced at Vegeta's furious countenance. Raditz swallowed hard and tentatively inquired, could you refrain from striking my face? Then I shall strike your head. Bang! Ouch! Raditz clutched his head, crouching on the ground in agony. However, something felt amiss. Where's my hair? Raditz touched his head again. Besides the large bump on my head, I cannot feel a single strand of hair. Where has my hair gone? Raditz, disregarding his throbbing head, furiously demanded, Vegeta, did you burn my hair? It was me. Vegeta replied coldly, casting a fleeting glance at him. Raditz shuddered involuntarily. He desperately wanted to exclaim, Vegeta, you brute. But the word seemed lodged in his throat like a fishbone, leaving him utterly speechless. Speaking another word might prove fatal. If it's burnt, so be it. It's not like it's irretrievably lost like that bald fellow's hair. It'll grow back in time. Vegeta, why is your Super Saiyan form so powerful? At this moment, Tien Shinhan voiced his confusion, while Piccolo and the others scrutinized Vegeta intently. Goku, equally intrigued, asked indeed, why are you so formidable in your transformation? He glanced at his own hands, realizing that although they were both Super Saiyans, Vegeta vastly surpassed him. Nevertheless, Vegeta's aura appeared distinctly unique, emanating a more ferocious energy. This is a state that transcends the Super Saiyan form, referred to as Super Saiyan 2. What? The group gasped in astonishment. Goku stared in disbelief. So there are additional forms beyond Super Saiyan? Could there be Super Saiyan 3 or even 4? They all turned their gaze toward Vegeta. Vegeta nodded. Gasp. The crowd inhaled sharply. The Saiyans were indeed terrifying. Not only was their base power immense, but they could also transform. The ability to transform was one thing, but the prospect of multiple transformations was unfathomable. Was there no justice in this world? I'm leaving. Piccolo snorted disdainfully and leapt down from the heavens. He felt an unprecedented pressure and resolved to return to his training. Krillin furrowed his brow and said to Goku, I'm leaving too. Despite Goku's ascension to Super Saiyan, Krillin yearned to catch up. With Krillin's departure, Tien, Yajirobe, and Kairatsu also bid farewell and exited the celestial realm. What could they do in the face of such overwhelming odds? If one possessed extraordinary insight, perhaps they could pursue the path of enlightenment. Otherwise, watching their departing figures, Vegeta sighed. To be honest, he rather liked this group of Z fighters, but their physical limitations destined them for modest achievements. What troubles you? Raditz noticed Vegeta's mood. Mind your own business, child, Raditz replied. Goku turned to Vegeta and stated earnestly, I plan to enter the hyperbolic time chamber soon. He sensed that Vegeta had achieved the Super Saiyan 2 transformation within, and he too wished to train for a while, bringing Gohan along, as Gohan was still too weak. All right, when I emerge, I must challenge you to another battle, Goku declared solemnly. Truth be told, during his recent skirmish with Vegeta, he felt an exhilarating rush coursing through him, as if it were the very essence of his blood craving for combat, leaving him utterly entranced by the battle. Regrettably, he still felt inadequate. Goku leapt down from the other world. At that moment, the Supreme Kai and Popo emerged from the temple. The Supreme Kai chuckled. When you broke the barrier of the time chamber some time ago, it genuinely startled me. Now, to withstand assaults from so many, I cannot fathom your limits. Huh? Vegeta offered a faint smile, but remained silent. Suddenly, the Supreme Kai exclaimed in astonishment, Vegeta, your dimension. Having not interacted with Vegeta for a while, upon approaching him now, he realized that Vegeta's dimension was on the same level as his own. Dimension? Raditz, standing nearby, appeared perplexed. Vegeta continued to smile, offering no rebuttal. The Supreme Kai exhaled heavily, lamenting, I thought I had overestimated you. Yet it seems I have underestimated you. You carry on your conversation. I shall observe the lower realm, he said, shaking his head as he moved to the edge of the other world. Beyond his immense strength, Vegeta's realm was equally remarkable. This individual was truly extraordinary. Vegeta nodded and turned to Raditz, coldly instructing, you should return and inform Bulma that I am in the other world and will return shortly. Raditz nodded and descended from the other world. Vegeta then turned to Mr. Popo and stated seriously, today I encountered the KO of time. Chapter 73. Teaching Bulma the Flight Technique. Mr. Popo replied nonchalantly, I am aware. Vegeta weakly expressed, Mr. Popo, that KO of time came to trouble me. I hope I won't be exiled into the chaotic currents of time. What do you think? I don't believe so, Mr. Popo replied. Vegeta patted his chest, producing a resonant sound. He thought to himself that if Krinoa truly intended to cause him trouble, he would have likely been sealed away immediately, with no opportunity to stand here conversing with Mr. Popo. Moreover, it was noteworthy that when confronted by Krinoa today, Vegeta mentioned Mr. Popo's name. From Krinoa's evasive glance, Vegeta sensed she held some apprehension towards Popo. Who exactly is this Popo? She certainly won't trouble you, but she may offer you challenges, Mr. Popo observed, gazing at Vegeta with a calm demeanor. Vegeta furrowed his brow, exclaiming in exasperation, am I not merely traversing the fabric of time? Is the King of Time truly so petty? The act of time travel itself is deemed a grave sin. It is fortunate that Krinoa did not seal you on the spot. Bu squinted his eyes and suddenly remarked, moreover, Krinoa is not seeking trouble with you solely because of your time travel. Vegeta exhaled heavily, expressing his gratitude. Thank you for your consideration, Mr. Bu. Previously, Vegeta had learned that every incarnation of Bu across different timelines was merely a manifestation of the same entity. Thus, Bu surely possessed an intimate understanding of Vegeta's experiences in each timeline. Regrettably, Vegeta's current actions had significantly deviated from the historical path. It was evident that Bu was aware of his pretense, yet chose not to punish him. Bu looked toward Vegeta and reassured him, you need not worry. She will not harm you. However, she may seek your assistance, and it would be wise not to refuse her. Understood? Vegeta retracted his head slightly and nodded. A smirk danced on Bu's lips as he quipped, are you frightened? How could one not be intimidated when the King of Time has their gaze upon them? Vegeta replied, I recall you once proclaimed your desire to eliminate Krinoa. Bu's eyes sparkled with mischief as he regarded Vegeta. Vegeta retorted, naturally, I will be irate if someone were to disrupt my journey through time. Yet, had he known this individual was the King of Time, he would never have uttered such words. Well then, return to your training diligently, Bu instructed as he turned to depart for the temple. Vegeta nodded, reassured by Bu's words. Believing that perhaps all would be well after all, he then left the celestial realm. In West City, Bulma had arranged for the dilapidated courtyard to be tidied up. Raditz returned, his head completely shaven. Bulma stifled a laugh, covering her mouth. Raditz, why is your head so bald? Is it not your man's doing? Raditz ground his teeth in frustration. Vegeta had mocked his hair, and Raditz surely felt humiliated. Indeed, it is Vegeta. Bulma's lips twitched slightly, acknowledging that Vegeta had indeed crossed a line. However, gazing at Raditz's shiny head, she couldn't help but chuckle, suddenly feeling that Vegeta had not committed a wrongdoing after all. I am heading over to Lauren's place. I will return once my hair is grown back, Raditz said, fearing that Bu might ridicule him. He intended to seek refuge at Lauren's, hoping he would not be mocked there. Raditz prepared to return to his own courtyard to tidy up the gravity chamber before departing. Wait, where has my Vegeta gone? He pondered. He is in the celestial realm, and said he would return shortly. With that, Raditz's figure vanished from Bulma's sight. Suddenly, a ripple appeared in the void, and with a swift motion, Vegeta materialized beside Bulma. I have returned, he declared. Ah, that was indeed quite swift. Bulma chuckled softly. Just as Raditz finished speaking, Vegeta returned home. Bulma, what are you laughing at? Vegeta gazed at Bulma's dimpled smile, momentarily taken aback. Oh, it's nothing. By the way, Raditz mentioned he would be staying in Lauren for a few months. Ha ha, this guy must be afraid of that Ba, mocking his bald head. At this thought, Vegeta couldn't help but burst into laughter. Bulma playfully tugged his ear, teasing, you really are something, always picking on others. It's all for the sake of getting Kakarot to transform into a Super Saiyan. Vegeta replied with a hint of annoyance. He had no choice. At that moment, Krillin had already left, and there happened to be this pig nearby to utilize. The effect is the same regardless. Can Goku really transform into a Super Saiyan? Indeed, Bulma exclaimed joyfully, Goku is amazing. Vegeta, feeling a twinge of jealousy, remarked, I'm not impressive as well. You're impressive too, alright. Seeing Vegeta's sulky expression, Bulma couldn't resist planting a kiss on his cheek. Her Vegeta was simply too adorable. After the kiss, Vegeta felt a surge of happiness. Well, at least you're considerate, Bulma. Otherwise, I would have made you beg for mercy tonight. Alright, I'm ready to teach you the flight technique. We can't delay any longer. While the flight technique held little significance for Vegeta, who had never utilized this method of flight as his explosive power allowed him to soar much faster. It was undeniable that for Earthlings, it was a fundamental flying technique. Given that Earthlings possess considerably less ki, every ounce of their energy has been meticulously studied, leading the Crane School to develop the flight technique. Thus, this technique was most suitable for Bulma's current training. Once her ki becomes more substantial in the future, she can discard this method. Vegeta carried Bulma to the soccer field at their home. Bulma appeared a bit anxious. Vegeta, I'm a little scared. Scared of what? Do you really think that just because you're starting to train, you'll be able to fly into the sky? Bulma puffed her cheeks, indignant. Vegeta, you're so unreasonable. After all, I'm a scientific genius. It's just a flight technique. Wait until I give you a taste of your own medicine. Vegeta chuckled lightly without rebutting. What if Bulma truly was a martial arts prodigy? After all, the anime never mentioned her training talent. Vegeta, hurry and teach me. Bulma clung to Vegeta, playfully huffing. Alright. Vegeta quickly assumed the role of instructor, saying, to practice the flight technique, first, you must concentrate, and secondly, you need to sense the ki within you. Bulma listened attentively. Once you can sense your ki, you will direct it to your feet with your mind, and then you'll be able to fly. Vegeta outlined the general steps, leaving Bulma momentarily bewildered. What is ki? Well, look here. Vegeta raised his hand to gather an energy wave, reminiscent of the moment when Gohan taught Videl to fly in the animated series. Chapter 74, Bulma Learns to Fly. Let me take a look. Bulma reached out. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Vegeta swiftly dispersed the energy wave. Although it was a casually conjured attack, it was certainly not something someone as weak as Bulma could touch. Oh, Bulma recoiled, her silly expression eliciting a chuckle for Vegeta. Come, follow my lead. Indeed, the residence of Earth's wealthiest was impressive, boasting numerous soccer fields. Thus, Vegeta had Bulma sit on the grass of one such field. Close your eyes and concentrate. Feel the energy within you. Half an hour passed. Bulma sat quietly on the grass while Vegeta observed her. Vegeta, I can't sense the energy, Bulma exclaimed, a hint of frustration evident in her tone. She had just proclaimed her intention to strike Vegeta, only to find herself metaphorically slapped. Would Vegeta ridicule her? With that thought, Bulma cast a sidelong glance at his expression. It is quite normal not to sense the energy when you have never engaged in training before. Noticing that Vegeta showed no inclination to mock her, Bulma let out a sigh of relief and said, you need to think of a way. I want to learn how to fly. She stood and rushed to Vegeta's side. Inhaling the faint aroma of his presence was an undeniable delight for him. Hurry and think of something, or I won't let you into my room tonight. Bulma's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, feeling a touch of reluctance at the thought of denying him entry. Don't make me think. Vegeta shook his head vigorously. After a moment's contemplation, he said, I'll transmit a wave of energy for you to feel. Vegeta concentrated a mass of energy in his hand and gently waved it, enveloping Bulma in a warm aura. In the Dragon Ball universe, energy can be transmitted. For instance, during the Tournament of Power, Frieza transmitted energy to Goku, and in GT, Goten and Trunks shared their energy with Goku when he was utterly exhausted. Receiving the energy, Bulma instantly felt a warm sensation coursing through her body, which was incredibly pleasant. A look of enjoyment crossed her face. You might as well be soaking in a hot spring. Hurry up and experience what energy feels like, Vegeta said with mild irritation. Bulma stuck out her tongue playfully and promptly closed her eyes to focus on the energy. Another half hour passed. Bulma opened her eyes and, with utmost seriousness, declared, Vegeta, I think I have an inkling of what energy is. Vegeta was taken aback. Could Bulma truly possess a talent for training? Let me give it a try, she said, furrowing her brow as if she had reached an epiphany. She sat back down and closed her eyes once more. Observing her demeanor, Vegeta couldn't help but wonder if she might genuinely be grasping the concept of energy. This time, Bulma sat in meditation for an extended period, remaining in repose until evening, with Vegeta observing nearby. Suddenly, a gentle breeze enveloped Bulma, prompting her to abruptly open her eyes, dispersing the ethereal wind. Vegeta, take a look at this, Bulma exclaimed, raising her palm to reveal an exceedingly tiny speck of light, reminiscent of a minuscule grain of rice. Gulp. Vegeta swallowed hard, astonished. Could it be that Bulma was also a prodigious talent in cultivation? Or was it that higher intelligence correlated with greater comprehension? Vegeta marveled sincerely. Bulma, you are truly remarkable. Haha, I told you I am a genius, Bulma replied, affirming her brilliance. Vegeta nodded in disbelief. In the anime, when Videl learned the flight technique, she too perceived her internal energy and released it within a single day. However, Videl had been training since childhood for over a decade, achieving such a level of proficiency. Conversely, Bulma, a novice, had accomplished this feat without any prior training. Should one then conclude that Videl's talent was lacking, or that Bulma's gift was extraordinary? Oh, it's dark already, Bulma remarked, patting her stomach, feeling quite famished. Let's continue practicing the flight technique tomorrow. Now that you understand what energy is, you should be able to learn it swiftly, Vegeta chuckled. The remarkable speed at which Bulma had reached this stage could largely be attributed to the Elder Namekian having unlocked her potential, granting her a combat power level of 10. This level of power was likely higher than what Videl had when she began learning to fly, considering that a person with a combat power of 10 could lift a 1-ton vehicle with ease. Could Videl achieve such a feat? Additionally, part of Bulma's progress was due to Vegeta imparting a surge of energy for her sense. As a scientific genius with high intelligence, it was only natural for Bulma to easily perceive and control her energy. Bulma leaped onto Vegeta's back. Let's head home for something to eat. Sure, Vegeta replied, having recently engaged in a battle with Kranoa and Goku, feeling utterly famished. He carried Bulma back to their dining room, where they enjoyed dinner before returning to their room. After freshening up, both were exhausted from the day's exertions, and after a long night, they fell into a deep slumber. Days passed, and Bulma practiced the flight technique daily, her progress becoming increasingly evident. She glanced nervously at Vegeta, saying, when I try to fly, keep a close watch on me. Have no worries, he assured her. I will begin now. Bulma swallowed hard. Over the past few days, she had mastered the ability to manipulate her energy effortlessly, and now she was attempting to direct it towards her feet. Slowly, the energy gathered beneath her soles, and Bulma felt an exhilarating lightness envelop her. Vegeta, it seems I have succeeded, Bulma exclaimed, her body hovering several centimeters off the ground, albeit with a slight wobble. Vegeta chuckled. Indeed, you have achieved success. With further practice, you will soon be able to soar through the skies like I do. Yaba finally suksa, Bulma declared, enveloping Vegeta's arm with excitement, her pride evident as she proclaimed, see, I am not only a scientific genius, but also a martial arts prodigy. Yes, Bulma is the greatest, Vegeta replied, somewhat embarrassed by her antics. Bulma had been relentless in her assertions every meal and night, and he found it quite unbearable. Bulma raised her pristine chin and smugly announced, I have learned to fly, and soon I shall take Lorn out for a delightful adventure. She was eager to master flying, envisioning the moment she could flaunt her newfound skill before Lorn. Vegeta, fully aware of Bulma's thoughts, playfully tapped her nose and remarked, is that truly necessary? You are quite mischievous. Bulma huffed. You are mistaken. Learning to fly is precisely for the purpose of showing off. What else could it be for? Vegeta sighed, Fine. She is my woman. I shall endure. Chapter 75, Future Trunks, I am back. A servant approached. Miss Bulma. Master Vegeta. Miss Lauren has come to see you. What a coincidence. Bulma's fair complexion flushed with excitement. Quick, let her in. Yes. The servant utilized the communication device to grant Lauren entry into Bulma's home. Once the servant departed, Bulma joyfully leaped. Vegeta, you must remain silent. Are you trying to show off? What do you mean by show off? This is called flaunting. Do you understand? Bulma raised her chin defiantly. Vegeta thought to himself, Bulma is truly childish. Determined to impress Lauren, Bulma practiced floating 3 more times before her arrival. Each attempt more proficient than the last. Even Vegeta was momentarily taken aback. Bulma was indeed a martial arts genius. Half an hour later, Lauren arrived at the football field. Bulma, your home is enormous, she remarked. Such is the life of the world's wealthiest. Beyond the swimming pool, gym, and fitness facilities, there are also dozens of laboratories dedicated to Dr. Brief's experiments, Lauren continued, astonished. And not to mention, there is an amusement park and a zoo within your estate, which occupies a full 1/10 of West City. Quite terrifying. Hearing Lauren's words, Vegeta nodded gravely. Bulma's home was indeed vast, likely requiring an ordinary person 3 days and nights to traverse it completely. Ha ha ha. Is it not normal for it to be a bit larger? After all, my father is the world's richest, Bulma boasted. Lauren responded with a raised eyebrow, while Vegeta silently pondered, is Bulma even speaking human language? If you find it too slow to come here, Lauren, you could simply fly over, Bulma remarked, her eyes twinkling mischievously. Vegeta covered his face. Bulma was about to begin her antics. To avoid disrupting her performance, he decided it would be prudent to distance himself, lest he suffer as well. Fly. As if you could, Lauren retorted huffily. Oh, but I can indeed fly, Bulma responded, floating 20 centimeters above the ground. How on earth can you fly? Lauren exclaimed, incredulous. Why can't I? Bulma replied, her gaze drifting toward Vegeta, her eyes brimming with affection. Lauren grimaced, Bulma is insufferable, but flying to sound incredibly cool. She wished to learn as well, yet Raditz, absorbed in his training, had dismissed her, claiming her energy was far too weak to fly. Honestly, flying isn't all that impressive. It's not exhilarating at all, Bulma said as she gracefully descended, a broad smile illuminating her face. Her expression, so delightfully vexatious, resembled that of a petty victor. Even a dog will be tempted to take a bite out of Bulma's face, let alone Lauren. Bulma, I'm going to challenge you, Lauren declared. Hey, what are you doing? Bulma quickly scampered behind Vegeta, poking her tongue out playfully, resembling a child in mischief. After a brief commotion, Bulma, panting from laughter, asked, so what brings you here? Lauren scoffed, I came to witness your boasting. Speak plainly, Bulma urged. I want to know who scorched Raditz's hair. Lauren exclaimed, indignant. The very Raditz she admired had been reduced to a bald state. The worst part was that when she inquired about it, Raditz remained silent. Just the thought was infuriating. What's the matter? If Raditz is bald, do you no longer find him appealing? Bulma's gaze faltered. This was the work of her own man, and since Raditz had said nothing, she could not let Lauren in on the secret. Vegeta maintained his stoic expression, seemingly oblivious to Lauren's words. Impossible. Even without hair, Raditz remains undeniably handsome, Lauren huffed. Bulma playfully stuck out her tongue and teased, well, there you have it. You two continue your conversation. Suddenly, Vegeta spoke up, his demeanor slightly off. In the blink of an eye, he vanished before their eyes. What is wrong with Vegeta? Bulma mused, a hint of anxiety creeping into her heart as she observed his departing figure. Meanwhile, Z fighters from around the globe were converging upon a single location. However, Piccolo did not join them, having entered the hyperbolic time chamber that very day. Meanwhile, in the other world, Bubbles opened his eyes and murmured, here comes that little rascal again. In the southern region of Earth, a time machine materialized. I can finally see my father from this timeline, Trunks exclaimed, leaping down from the time machine with a long sword slung over his back. Are you here? Trunks asked with a faint smile. A group of individuals soared through the sky, with Sun Wukong leading the way and Son Gohan, Krillin, and the others trailing behind. Sun Wukong descended to the ground, cautiously observing Trunks. Who are you? He inquired. The others also landed, their gazes fixed upon Trunks. The aura emanating from him was exceptionally terrifying, surpassing even that of Vegeta. Unbeknownst to Krillin and the others, Vegeta had concealed his own aura due to his training, rendering it undetectable to the average person. I mean no harm. Trunks hastily waved his hands. He recognized everyone present, though his father was conspicuously absent. Where could he have gone? I assure you, I come in peace. At that moment, a familiar voice echoed through the void, prompting everyone to turn their attention toward it. Vegeta approached Trunks, furrowing his brow. Why have you returned? He asked, recalling their previous conversation where he had instructed Trunks to seek him only if there was an insurmountable issue in the future. Was there yet another crisis looming? Dad! Trunks exclaimed joyfully, embracing Vegeta. Dad? Krillin exchanged a shocked glance with Tien, their eyes wide with disbelief. Why does he call Vegeta Dad? Son Gohan questioned, looking to Son Wukong for answers. I have no idea. Son Wukong scratched his head, equally puzzled. Disregarding their reactions, Vegeta pressed on. Trunks, why have you come to this timeline again? Is there another problem you can't handle? Not at all. Trunks released Vegeta and produced a capsule from his pocket, grinning. You forgot to bring the heart disease medication when you left. Heart disease medication? Vegeta rummaged through his own capsule box, only to be startled to discover that the vital medication was indeed missing. Without it, and without summoning Shenron for a wish, Son Wukong would undoubtedly perish. I must have left in such haste that I completely forgot it. Vegeta sighed in relief, grateful that Trunks had brought the medication. Otherwise, realizing its absence too late would have meant dire consequences for Son Wukong. Chapter 76, Vegeta. Bulma, your son has come to see you. Ha, Dad is a big head. Trunks chuckled, feeling emboldened to speak so freely only in front of his father in this timeline. He would never dare to be so audacious in the future. Since the future was not facing a crisis, Vegeta turned to the others. Allow me to introduce my son. He proceeded to explain Trunks' identity, recounting the events surrounding the android incident and the circumstances of Son Wukong's demise due to heart disease. Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Son Wukong was taken aback. What? I am destined to die from heart disease? Yamcha and Tien frowned, pondering the looming threat of a synthetic human crisis 3 years hence. Gohan anxiously gazed at Goku, fearing for his father's life. Krillin turned to Goku, urgency in his voice. Goku, we must gather the Dragon Balls. Wait, hold on, there's no need for haste, Trunks interjected, brandishing a miraculous heart medication. Vegeta accepted the remedy from Trunks and handed it to Goku. As Goku beheld the medication, he swallowed hard and asked Vegeta, will the synthetic humans truly emerge in 3 years? The others fixed their gaze on Vegeta. Indeed, no wonder you suddenly appeared from the void. You traversed time back then? Goku exclaimed, incredulity etched on his face. Krillin and Gohan nodded in agreement, recalling that fateful moment. Hello? Uncle Goku, Uncle Krillin, Uncle Tien, Trunks greeted, then turned his attention to Gohan. Their eyes met, and Gohan wondered, what was the matter with this elder brother? Trunks spoke respectfully, hello Gohan. In the future, it has always been you protecting me. His reverence for the younger Gohan was palpable. The group exchanged glances, marveling at how much Trunks resembled his father, especially with that striking purple hair. I assure you, what I've just said is true. Kakarot, remember to take the medication when the time comes. Otherwise, if you die, it will be final, and even Shenron cannot save you, Vegeta emphasized. He continued, these synthetic humans are formidable warriors. You wouldn't want to shy away from combat, would you? Goku's spirit ignited at the mention of their strength, his blood boiling with excitement at the prospect of battle. Trunks smiled faintly at Goku's enthusiasm, recalling his mother's words about his uncle's love for fighting. Vegeta addressed the group. If you wish to survive, you best train diligently over the next 3 years. While Vegeta's words were harsh, the truth behind them resonated deeply, for they learned from him that in the future, they all fell to the hands of the synthetic humans. A sense of unwillingness washed over them. Tien, Krillin, and Yamcha shared the same sentiment. I will return to train. So will I. The group ascended into the sky, eager to enhance their abilities, determined to confront the question of whether they would still succumb to the synthetic humans in 3 years' time. Son Wukong carefully stored the special medicine and vanished alongside Son Gohan. After the others departed, Trunks joyfully turned to Vegeta. Father, I have returned. Vegeta, with a hint of pride, shook his head. The expression on Vegeta's face was strikingly reminiscent of his younger self from years past, causing Trunks to stifle a laugh. You must not be in a hurry to return. Come, I shall take you to meet your mother. Vegeta ascended into the sky, with Trunks following closely behind. As they soared through the air, their conversation flowed freely. Trunks, how long has it been since you last visited? Vegeta inquired. It has been several years. Trunks replied. Have there been any crises during that time? Vegeta glanced at Trunks, keen to hear his response. After defeating the androids, our timeline began to rebuild. But a few years later, Cell actually reappeared. Trunks expressed his gratitude, Fortunately, thanks to your warning, I was able to eliminate Cell when he attempted to kill me and seize the time machine. Vegeta nodded thoughtfully. He had only returned to this timeline for less than 6 months. Yet he was astonished to learn that several years had passed in the future, and that Cell had resurfaced. Father, does the android threat in your timeline require my assistance? Trunks asked with a smile. His return to the past was partly driven by his concern for Vegeta's strength, hoping to lend a hand to prevent this timeline from repeating the future's misfortunes. No need. I do not intend to intervene this time. Let Kakarot and the others handle it, Vegeta replied nonchalantly. Are you certain? Trunks was taken aback. In his perception, his father and the others did not emanate strong energy. To believe they could defeat the androids under such circumstances seemed utterly unrealistic. This shouldn't be the case. Father has faced the androids before. He should not underestimate them. Rest assured, they will prevail against the androids. Vegeta was unperturbed, confident that this timeline was different from the future. He was eager to witness Gohan surpassing the Super Saiyan threshold. Very well. Trunks nodded, understanding that his father was well informed, and he felt reassured about the android crisis. Soon, they arrived at West City. Trunks stood at the entrance, suddenly freezing in place. Vegeta chuckled. What's the matter? Are you nervous? Trunks nodded, honestly admitting that this was only his second encounter with this timeline's mother, and he was uncertain how she would react to him. Do not worry. When I spoke of you to your mother, she was deeply concerned. Really? Trunks clenched the milk candies in his pocket. A gift from his mother in this timeline, which he had been reluctant to consume. Have no fear. They stepped into the courtyard, where 2 melodious voices echoed within. Your flying height is not even as high as my knee. What is so impressive about that? I can fly, and you cannot. Even I, Raditz, can soar. I can fly, while you cannot. Upon hearing these 2 voices, Vegeta was momentarily at a loss for words. Bulma was still putting on an act. Dad, Mom, what is going on? Trunks recognized his mother's voice. Vegeta replied tersely. She's just showing off. It's best not to provoke her later. What? Trunks widened his eyes in surprise as they departed. Vegeta led him into the courtyard. Bulma, look who I brought. Chapter 77. The Supreme Kai of Time. Come be a time patrol officer. Bulma initially stuck her tongue out at Lauren, then turned to face Vegeta and Trunks. Oh, who is this handsome young man? Vegeta. Trunks. Trunks was utterly astonished. How could this version of his mother resemble a perpetual child? However, looking at her, he found both versions of his mother equally beautiful. Lauren leaned in curiously and asked, Vegeta, where did you find this young man? Ignoring Lauren, Vegeta smiled at Bulma. Take another look. Do you recognize who this is? Lauren, feeling indignant, exclaimed, Vegeta, why are you ignoring me? I still haven't settled the score for what you did to me earlier. Vegeta rolled his eyes. Lauren promptly fell silent, standing aside with her gaze averted. Too intimidated to look at Vegeta. He was far too fierce, nowhere near as gentle as Raditz. Bulma gazed at Trunks, studying him intently, and the familiarity grew stronger. Aren't you that handsome boy from years ago? Realization struck Bulma, her pupils dilating. Trunks? Vegeta had shared all the tales of Trunks' struggles in the future. How tragic his life had been. This was her son. Despite the differences between the 2 timelines, he was still her son. He had come to see her. Mom. Trunks looked at his mother, his heart racing with anxiety. Lauren's eyes widened in shock as a tempest of emotions surged within her. What she just heard. This handsome young man called Bulma Mom. Trunks. Bulma rushed over and embraced her son tightly. Mom. Trunks' anxious heart finally found solace. This version of his mother did not seem repulsed by the sudden revelation of having such a grown son. In her eyes, he even detected a flicker of compassion, as if she empathized with the hardships he had faced in the future. Meanwhile, Lauren approached Vegeta and inquired, Vegeta, what is going on? Is he truly Bulma's son? You're quite the gossip. Just tell me. You've truly astonished me. His name is Trunks, the son of Bulma and me. Vegeta glanced at Trunks. Lauren covered her mouth, utterly flabbergasted. How is it possible? Didn't you just emerge from that peculiar time chamber a few days ago? In such a short span, you've already become a father? And to such a tall and handsome son, Lauren exclaimed, gazing incredulously at Vegeta. The situation was simply too astonishing for any ordinary person to comprehend. Believe it or not, Vegeta scoffed, unwilling to elaborate further, as the concept of time travel was indeed rather extraordinary. As Lauren stood speechless, Trunks pulled a milk candy from his pocket. Mom, do you remember this? You still have it, he exclaimed with a grin. I've kept it all this time. It's a gift from you. And I couldn't bear to eat it. His innocent laughter filled the air. Bulma was deeply touched, realizing her son had always cherished her. After regaining her composure, Bulma took Trunks by the hand and approached Lauren, playfully declaring, "Lauren, not only can I fly, but I also have such a handsome son." "Do you?" she huffed after her proclamation, her expression reminiscent of a preschooler eager to boast about their toys or treats. "I'll compete with you, Bulma," Lauren retorted through clenched teeth, the sound of her grinding teeth echoing in frustration. This plastic sister was infuriating, prompting Lauren to advance and tickle Bulma. Trunks watched, astonished by his mother's childlike antics. He couldn't help but think that Vegeta was undoubtedly the reason for her indulgent behavior, especially considering how he ensured Bulma remained youthful in the future. After a while, once the playful banter subsided, Bulma said to Lauren, "There's nothing more to discuss, so you may leave. I plan to take my son out for some delicious food." Lauren, taken aback, thought, "Is that even a proper way to speak?" Even Trunks and Vegeta couldn't suppress their laughter. Bulma was simply too amusing. Lauren, feeling slighted, huffed, "How can you forget your best friend now that you have a son? I disdain you." She recognized that the mother and son reunion would surely involve many conversations. And as an outsider, she felt it was prudent to depart, a realization that Lauren had. Once Lauren left, Bulma linked arms with Trunks, her tone shifting to one of concern. "Trunks, do you have a reason for coming here?" She feared that some crisis from the future had arisen, prompting her to seek Vegeta's assistance. "No, I'm here to bring the heart disease cure for Uncle Goku," Trunks explained, recounting the situation. It appeared that due to Vegeta's forgetfulness, he had not returned with the necessary remedy, hence Trunks' visit. "Look at the good deed you've done." Bulma cast a sharp glance at Vegeta before turning to Trunks, exhaling a sigh of relief. "It's a relief there's no crisis. Let us go treat you to something delicious, and later, we'll let your grandparents have a look at you." At this moment, Bulma's maternal affection overflowed, as if she wished to present her son with the finest delicacies in the world. As Trunks was led away, he glanced back at Vegeta with a bittersweet expression, to which Vegeta shrugged, indicating his helplessness in the matter. Suddenly, a ripple emerged in the void after Trunks was taken away. An aura of time enveloped Bulma's home, rendering everything immobile. The Kaioshin of time, Kranoa, emerged from the void. "Vegeta, do you know your son has been traversing time?" Vegeta, aware that such time travel was a serious offense, felt a twinge of anxiety. However, upon seeing the mischievous smirk on Kranoa's lips, he sensed that Trunks' situation might not be as dire as it seemed. With a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth, Vegeta asked, "What price must I pay?" He remembered that Bubbles had once advised him that the Kaioshin of time might seek his assistance, and he should not refuse. Kranoa smiled, "You're quite astute. If you wish for Trunks to remain unscathed, it would be wise to heed my commands." To speak plainly, Vegeta thought, feeling a vain throb on his forehead. He could easily imagine threatening her, yet he dared not voice such thoughts. Kranoa, wiping the smile from her face, stated earnestly, "I need you to serve as a time patrolman. Your strength is required." "Very well," Vegeta replied, turning on his heel and departing without a backward glance. Kranoa was taken aback by how effortlessly he acquiesced. She had anticipated needing to coerce him. Unbeknownst to her, Vegeta would have assisted her without coercion, as Bubbles had advised against rejecting the Kaioshin of Time's plea for help. What a peculiar man. Kranoa mused, perplexed by Vegeta, before she too left. Bulma's home returned to normalcy. Chapter 78. Trunks, Dad, Mom from the future is thinking of you. Kranoa's arrival went unnoticed by others, merely resulting in Vegeta becoming a time patrolman. She did not specify how he would be contacted when assistance was needed, but Vegeta was unconcerned. He knew she would appear when necessary. As Trunks arrived in this timeline, Bulma's household became lively. Dr. Briefs finally met the Trunks spoken of by Vegeta, and, imagining the grim future he hailed from, he felt a deep affection for his grandson. Meanwhile, Mrs. Briefs incessantly clamored to go on a date with Trunks, eliciting an eye roll from Bulma. "Father, aren't you going to see what Mother is doing?" "You know her temperament well," Dr. Briefs said with a hint of exasperation. Trunks, having witnessed his grandmother's character in the future timeline, was not surprised. Instead, he felt a sense of familiarity. They were not dissimilar to his grandparents from the future. At that moment, Vegeta turned to Trunks and inquired, "How long do you intend to stay here?" "I wish to remain until the android from your timeline are dealt with. And I would like to train with you for the next 3 years, Trunks replied. "Suit yourself," Vegeta conceded, aware that it would take another 7 or 8 years before Majin Buu would make his appearance in the future. During this time, Vegeta could further hone Trunks' skills. "That's fantastic," Bulma exclaimed, linking her arm with Trunks and beaming with joy. As her son, she was determined to shower Trunks with her maternal affection. Later that evening, Bulma urged, "Come here. I've had a feast prepared for you." She pulled Trunks to sit beside her, disregarding Vegeta entirely. Vegeta rolled his eyes. "Is it really necessary?" "Dad, try this," Trunks said, noticing his father's sullen expression, and he served some food in a Vegeta's bowl. "Trunks, this is delicious. Don't mind Vegeta." Bulma continued to pile food on a Trunks plate. Vegeta, feeling disgruntled, glanced at Bulma. "What about me? Can't believe you're jealous of your own son." Bulma pouted and served some food to her husband as well, finally alleviating Vegeta's gloom. Suddenly, a thought struck him. "Trunks, this timeline and the future timeline are actually unrelated," he stated, deciding to clarify for Trunks. At that moment, Bulma paused her serving and gazed intently at Trunks, a hint of concern crossing her face, fearing he might not recognize her and Vegeta as his parents. "I understand," Trunks reassured them. "You do?" Both Vegeta and Bulma were taken aback. "When I mentioned this timeline to Mom, she told me that I might be in a parallel universe, and that this timeline has no connection to the future," Trunks explained. Vegeta nodded, realizing that future Bulma, being the brilliant scientist she was, would naturally deduce such a thing. Vegeta was about to question why Trunks would come to a timeline that held no relevance to him when Trunks interrupted. "Father, I still remember how you rushed to the future without hesitation upon hearing of the tragedy there to assist Mother and me." Trunks looked at both Vegeta and Bulma, affirming, "You and Mother will always be my parents." "Ha ha ha." Both Vegeta and Bulma erupted into laughter. The two timelines bear no connection. Trunks still recognizes Bulma, and he shares a pleasant rapport with her. Suddenly, Trunks chuckled innocently, "Dad, my mother from that timeline misses you dearly." Vegeta glanced at Bulma, then lowered his head to hastily consume his meal. Trunks was certainly stirring trouble. Bulma paused for a moment, then a slight smile graced her lips. There was no need for her to feel jealousy towards the Bulma of the future timeline. However, she coldly remarked, "Vegeta, what have you done?" "I haven't done anything," Vegeta replied weakly. Bulma's demeanor turned fierce, losing any semblance of the sweet innocence she possessed in her youth. Observing this, Trunks couldn't help but reflect on how affectionate his parents were in this timeline. After dinner, Vegeta turned to Trunks and said, "Come with me." Trunks nodded, and in an instant, the two vanished from their location. Bulma felt a twinge of curiosity. What could this father-son duo be up to? On another planet, lush greenery enveloped the landscape, dotted with forests. However, the night obscured the true nature of the environment. "Trunks, let me see if you have been neglecting your training over the years. Are you going to fight me, Dad? Do you think so little of me?" Trunks responded, though the thought of his father's disdain was enough to silence him. It was understandable that Trunks harbored such thoughts. He had made significant strides in his training, having already reached the Super Saiyan 2 state. Moreover, he sensed that his father's energy was particularly faint, perhaps intentionally concealed. Yet, Trunks did not believe his father could match him in combat. If a battle were to ensue, he would rather not embarrass his father by easily overpowering him. "Very well. Let's begin," Vegeta scoffed, sensing Trunks' underestimation of him. Soon, Trunks would learn that a father is always a father. "Then let us do this." Trunks thought he could afford to hold back, at least for a while. Suddenly, the atmosphere thickened with tension. Their energies enveloped the entire planet. In a flash, Vegeta vanished from the sky. Where'd he go? Trunks felt a surge of panic, realizing he had missed his father's movements. "You still have a penchant for losing focus during battle," a voice called from behind him. Trunks stiffly turned around to find Vegeta glaring at him, his eyes radiating cold intensity. Boom! The air exploded around them as a fist struck Trunks in the abdomen. Ugh! He doubled over, expelling bile as searing pain jolted through his nerves. Impossible! How could his father be so formidable? Trunks quickly retreated, wiping his mouth with the back of his hand. If he transformed into Super Saiyan 2, his battle power should be around 6 billion. The normal combat power hovers around 60 million. In a similar state, Trunks surprisingly fails to perceive Vegeta's movements. It is utterly astonishing. Impossible? Vegeta, having not pursued Trunks, remarks with a cold smile, "Over the years, your combat strength has indeed seen a slight enhancement, yet you remain unchanged in your habit of losing focus during battle." Trunks finds himself at a loss for words. He only behaves this way in front of his father. However, Vegeta pays no mind to his son's predicament and retorts, "If you wish to avoid defeat, you should transform into a Super Saiyan immediately."